Chapter 284 Who is reasoning with who? Qin Yang glanced at Mr. Qiqiao next to him, and then looked at the old man, Qin Feng. Obviously, Mr. Qiqiao only allowed Qin Yang to see it alone. Others, even the old man Qin Feng in the God King realm, could not feel the existence of Mr. Qiqiao here. Not good. Some of us have been assassinated. A shadowy subordinate looked flustered and appeared directly in front of the two of them. The old man Qin Feng pondered, but Qin Yang slammed the table. Snapped. Shadow's subordinates were startled, and the old man Qin Feng was also startled. I don't know how to go back after being killed. When did Tang Tang secretly become so useless? Qin Yang reprimanded with anger on his face, Are you all eating rice? Did the shadows raise a bunch of trash? Shadow's subordinate bowed his head in fear, his eyes peeking at the old man, Qin Feng. The old man Qin Feng said displeasedly, This matter is still unclear, can't. Oh, let's do it. Qin Yang leaned on the seat, raised Erlang's legs, and said to the shadow's subordinate, If you send the order, everyone must not resist, wash their necks, and let them kill them. You. The old man Qin Feng was angry, I didn't mean that. The old man Qin Feng asked, Can you be sure that it is the hand under the blood skeleton? Shadow's subordinate nodded and said, They are right, the corpse disappeared, but there is blood mist left. The old man Qin Feng took a deep breath and said, It's the same sentence, don't act rashly and wait for my news. Taking a deep look at Qin Yang, the old man, Qin Feng, flashed away. This. Shadow's subordinates didn't know what to do, and looked at Qin Yang for help. Qin Yang shrugged and said with a smile, Let everyone be careful. At this time a message came from the shadow token, and a message came from a shadow subordinate. Another shadow cannot be reached. And this shadow guards the back door of the Colosseum. Blood skeleton, coming in soon. Qin Yang held the shadow token, and the material pattern on it showed the status of the golden shadow. Shadow's subordinates stared blankly at the golden shadow token, and respectfully said, Sir, what should we do? Qin Yang played with the token and said with a smile, What do you want to do? Shadow's subordinates had a sullen look on their faces, and said, Those filthy bugs in the blood skeleton. We don't need to endure them. Then I can't bear it. If you wait, more brothers will die. Qin Yang said softly. But. Shadow's men hesitated, the three Feng Lian could not be contacted, and the old man, Qin Feng wanted to wait for news. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, Go and gather all the shadows in the City of Freedom and let them come to support the Colosseum. Do we really want to fight the blood skeleton? Shadow's men asked carefully. Qin Yang shook his head and said, No, it's not to start a war, it's to let them come to support. Speaking of this, Qin Yang paused for a moment and continued, Go ahead and spread the word, if you want to continue to wait for the news, just wait. If you can't swallow this bad breath, you can kill it. All the consequences. I will bear it. A playful smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. Shadow's subordinates' eyes lit up. In the shadow eyes of their level, Qin Yang's golden shadow identity naturally has the right to speak. Especially when they often come and go beside Feng Lian, three people. What's more, Qin Mui's strength is well known. With Qin Mui's guarantee, what are they afraid of? After leaving, the shadow subordinate immediately sent a message to all the shadows in the City of Freedom. One after another, figures rushed to the Colosseum. In an ordinary shop, the shopkeeper was having a cordial conversation with a customer, and suddenly his expression changed. He took out his token, said goodbye, and walked away. On the way, they put on the shadow cloak. Either the shopkeeper, or the peddler, the shadows hidden in various parts of the City of Freedom, were dispatched. Such movements naturally cannot escape the attention of the forces of all parties. The blood skeleton naturally noticed it for the first time. Lord God King, Shadow seems to be making a big move, we. Bloody Hand got the news and hurriedly called. Assemble all the blood skeletons and go to the Colosseum. The Demon King of Crows ordered. Are you attacking directly? Bloody Hand asked again. The Demon Crow God King frowned. He just wanted to give Shadow a little color, but he didn't expect Shadow to react so quickly and intensely. Looking at the old man, Qin Feng, who appeared in front of him, the Demon King of Crows messaged, let all of your subordinates press and be patient first, and don't attack. Putting away the token, the Demon Crow God King looked at the old man Qin Feng coldly and said, if you can't give me a reasonable explanation. The old man, Qin Feng, oozes cold sweat on his forehead and said, it's all a misunderstanding, listen to me explain to you. Explain? You Shadow killed me wantonly, let alone the spy sent to Shadow before, after this. The Demon King of Crows gleamed coldly in his eyes. The old man Qin Feng said, this is all the ghost of Qin Mui. Our Shadow executives have made it clear that everything Qin Mui does has nothing to do with the Shadow. Colosseum, killing intent is heavy. Figures appear and disappear from time to time. The blood skeletons in blood robes have rushed into the Colosseum and firmly surrounded the Colosseum. The Shadow that got the news was surrounded by a circle outside the Colosseum. The blood skeletons that reacted also mobilized people and horses, and they were placed in more peripheral places. Encircling. Layer by layer, like 1,000 layers of cake. Yo, this battle is good. Mr. Qiqiao stood beside Qin Yang, joking softly. On the light screen of Xuanhuan Academy, there is a bird's-eye view, and even under the label of Mr. Qiqiao, the surrounding circles are connected into lines. Is this a fight? Shadow versus blood skeleton? A dog bites a dog, a mouthful of hair, but what happened to Qin Yang? How could he be involved? It seems that it is not only a participant, but also a planner. Colosseum, main entrance. A group of shadows appeared at the door, but in the shadows on both sides of the main entrance, a group of people with blood skeletons guarded the door. Get out of the way, shouted one of the shadows' captains. The black robe and the blood robe held each other, and the bloody hands came out more and more, and said with a sneer, you shadows are too deceiving, and you have to make an end today. Captain Shadow was not afraid at all, and said, does this mean that it seems to be a decisive battle with my shadow? Xuanhuan said, whether or not to fight, we have to wait for the order from above. With the support of the Demon Crow God King, Xuanhuan was full of confidence, and said, if you don't want to die, just stay honest. This is our shadow territory. Captain Shadow stepped forward. Xuanhuan also took a step forward. The two confronted each other. Xuanhuan said, is there no one who bullied my blood skeleton? If you don't give an explanation today, don't even try to run away. What a big tone. Qin Yang appeared beside Xuanhuan, patted Xuanhuan's shoulder lightly, and whispered, I spared your life before, why are you here to die again? Bloody hands froze all over. He thought that he had swallowed Shui and others, and his strength had greatly increased. He had the help of the Demon King of Crows, but now he is more aware that Qin Mui's strength is unfathomable. Qin Yang looked at the bloody hand playfully, and said softly, you said that my shadow is too deceiving? You blocked my door. Who the hell is deceiving too much? It was you who killed us first. Bloody retorted. Qin Yang shook his head and said, then what about the people who killed us when you invaded the Colosseum earlier? Bloody snorted coldly and said, if you don't do it first, how can we start a war first? Qin Yang sighed and said, are you really not understanding, or are you pretending to be confused? At the beginning, it wasn't your blood skeleton spies who got into the shadows, and after they were discovered, they went back unscrupulously. If you can swallow this breath go down, do you think that the shadow headed by the three major forces of darkness is a group of stinky fish and rotten shrimp? Bloody Hand frowned and said, I'm not talking about. What is that? You took the mission to assassinate me and I killed you? Do you mean to let me be killed? Qin Yang blinked. The bloody hand suddenly choked, and he was speechless. The audience was silent, and everyone was staring at Qin Yang's figure. On the shadow side, everyone's hearts are greatly relieved. The blood skeleton side is trying their best to suppress the urge to take action. By the way, Qin Yang thought for a while, and seemed to think of something funny, and laughed. What are you laughing at? Bloody Hand stared at Qin Yang. It's all dark forces, who is reasoning with whom? Qin Yang said with a smile on his face, if you can do it, don't talk nonsense. The bloody hands twitched, but a bloody skeleton beside him couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately said angrily, well said, brothers, give it to me. Captain Shadow's eyes were filled with murderous aura, and he shouted, who is afraid of who? Kill these bugs. The black robe and the blood robe instantly blended together, and the cultivator of the star realm directly opened the rules. Starting from the gate of the Colosseum, the entire Colosseum exploded in an instant. Chapter 285 Rush. That's interesting. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. The blood fog filled the air, which was the rule of blood skeletons. Escaping into the shadow is the rule of the shadow. Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth as he watched silhouettes disappearing in the shadow of the building. Some people were hidden in the shadow of the blood skeleton, and the shadow seemed to come alive and directly decapitated the blood skeleton. The bloody slaughter is carried out directly. A melee, complete chaos. The encirclement that was like a 1,000-layer cake was entangled like wool, and even with the projection of Mr. Qiqiao, it looked messy. In Songqiong Academy, it was quiet everywhere, only sound came from every light screen. In the light screen, Qin Yang walked leisurely in the chaos of the battle, as if he was in a no-man's land. This blood fog can block the spiritual sense, and you can also release the projection? Qin Yang took out his sky order, and asked doubtfully while watching the live broadcast. Mr. Qiqiao pushed his glasses, and said proudly, this is nothing. Before the battle here, some good people came to watch. As soon as the battle started, it was so sensational that the entire city of Liberty also boiled. The demon hunting ground temporarily suspended all activities, because the audience rushed to watch this unprecedented rhythm scene. My God, all the shadows and blood skeletons in the city are here, right? There must be at least thousands of people. Is this a decisive battle between the two sides? Is the city of freedom going to be destroyed again? The momentum was huge, the ground shook, and the buildings collapsed one after another. The aftermath of all kinds of powerful martial arts swept out, and the entire Colosseum and even the battle demon hunting ground, within 1,000 battles, turned into a battlefield. Fearing that the world would not be chaotic, Mr. Qiqiao waved his hands again, and around the battlefield, a huge screen of light appeared out of nowhere, showing the splendor of the battle perfectly. There is a picture in it, there is no battle scene, only a figure. Is that mysterious shadow? Qin Mui? It really has something to do with him. The battle of life and death between the two sides, with the light screen projection, is shocking. Even the executives of certain forces felt guilty for a while. Everyone listen, no one else is waiting, hurry away. I have asked the Dozhan Guild to come forward, and the Vientiane Lock Dragon formation will start immediately. Li Baijian's voice spread throughout the City of Freedom, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. The people near the battlefield even ran to the distance. Anyway, they could see it more clearly on the light screen. The host of the demon fighting field and Li Baijian stood in the air, frowning at the foggy shadow in the field, and waving his hands again and again. Li Baijian cupped his hands and said, I'm sorry to bother you. The host of the demon hunting ground shook his head and said, it's okay. The sound of the avenue sounded, and a ripple rippled between the heavens and the earth, like a hood buckled from the air, covering the battlefield below. Today, only one of you and me can survive. Bloody Hand shouted loudly. Captain Shadow did not show weakness, as I wish. Others also fought bloody battles, and the Vientiane Suolong formation was a good helper for them to wipe out the opponent. Wait a minute. Qin Yang rushed into the air, I'm going out too. The host of the demon hunting ground had a cold light in his eyes, and Li Baijian sneered at the side, don't even think about going out with the blood skeletons and shadows today. Qin Yang was helpless, and secretly sent a voice transmission to the host of the demon hunting ground. The host's expression changed and he quickly moved out of the way. You? Li Baijian was bewildered, he is obviously the initiator, why did you let him go? The host smiled and did not explain. Li Baijian went after him directly, and as Qin Yang and Li Baijian left, the battlefield was completely blocked. What's going on? How did the fight start? The old man Qin Feng flashed and appeared beside the host of the demon hunting ground with a gloomy expression on his face. The host spread his hands and said, are you going in too? The old man Qin Feng clenched his fists as he looked at the thick blood mist in the Vientiane locking dragon formation. If you don't go down, the shadow will lose a lot. This is not the point is, if this matter is not stopped quickly, the shadow and the blood skeleton will be completely torn apart. When things have developed to this point, any reason has no meaning. Is this the explanation you told me? The figure of the demon crow god king appeared right after, he just suddenly couldn't contact his subordinates, came to check, actually. The demon crow god king's face was calm, and the green light in his eyes was terrifying. Very good, I am very satisfied with your explanation. Listen to me. The old man, Qin Feng hurriedly spoke. The volcano in the demon king's chest erupted directly, interrupting, so you're just a tactic to slow down the army, good. It's not like this. The old man, Qin Feng, was speechless. Take your life and explain it to me. The demon crow god king waved his hand, and the whole world suddenly sank. Quack quack. The crow's roar was overwhelming, and the crows flew towards the old man, Qin Feng. The old man Qin Feng was tense all over, he quickly stepped back, raised his hand and waved to prop up a wind wall. Crow hit. After reaching the wind wall was instantly dyed black, and it actually assimilated into a new crow, and continued to chase and kill the old man Qin Feng. God King Demon Crow, don't go too far. Do you think I'm afraid that you won't succeed? The old man Qin Feng pinched his fingers, and the assimilated crow was suddenly torn apart and turned into a wind blade, and even a piece of crow around was caught on the spot. Chopped. Then let's see the real chapter under the hand. The figure of the demon king of crows turned into thousands of crows, and the gloomy voice was sour. The host of the demon hunting ground sighed, raised his hands lightly, and the circular hood supported by the Vientiane chain dragon array suddenly rose, becoming a huge beam of light, covering the sky and covering the earth, locking the demon crow god king and the old man Qin Feng into it. It's fun. We can see the fight between the gods so clearly. Next to the light screen, there are a lot of people, and the light screens turn to different pictures. There is a bloody battle between the shadows and blood skeletons below, and there are two great kings above. It's just that while everyone is watching this intense and exciting battle, their eyes are constantly turning to the other smaller light screen. On the light screen is Qin Yang's figure. What the hell is he doing? Hey, didn't he go to the Colosseum where Shadow was originally? Underground secret room, what's the situation? He's going to steal something? No, look what's on the screen. In the original Colosseum, Qin Yang really found the underground secret room and saw Feng Lian 3 people in his eyes. On the Xuanhuan formation, a figure could not see his face clearly. When Qin Yang appeared, the figure glanced at Qin Yang with sharp eyes and disappeared. Qin Yang's whole body tightened, and just now, he felt as if his heart had been pierced, and he was still terrified until the figure disappeared. Is this person the true master of the shadow? Qin Yang chuckled lightly. The phantom of the Xuanhuan array disappeared, and the 3 Feng Lian were at a loss. They suddenly realized that something was wrong, and the three suddenly turned around. Qin Mui, you still dare to appear in front of us? Feng Lian stared at Qin Yang coldly. Why not? Qin Yang shrugged. Zhou De scolded, I asked you to go in with the Chu family to perform the mission. Why did you have a conflict with the blood skeleton people without even entering the door? Qin Yang's face was innocent and he said, I can't help it, they did it first. Feng Lian said solemnly, if we miss this opportunity, we will no longer be able to attack Lu Mingyu and Wei Linglong. We will not talk about Lu Qianru and Gong Sunming before, and you didn't kill Nangong Feilong either. Qin Yang blinked, but did not answer. Feng Lian noticed something was wrong and stopped. Keep talking. Qin Yang said with a smile. In the entire City of Freedom, except in the battlefield, everyone stared blankly at the light screen. A great conspiracy was uncovered by this mysterious shadow. Who are they? How did they appear in Shadow Headquarters? Feng Lian, Zhou De, Shi Fein. People from the 8 Shinto clans, this year's freshmen. Among the onlookers, there were freshmen of the same class, and they were naturally familiar with these three. Lu Mingyu, Wei Linglong, Lu Qianru, Gong Sunming, Nangong Feilong mentioned in the words. Could it be? Everyone was terrified, the bloody battlefield could no longer attract their attention, and everyone stared at Qin Mui's figure. At the same time, in the Sky College, it suddenly boiled like a frying pan. Why do they call Qin Yang Qin Mui? The Feng family, the Zhou family, and the Shi family are actually from the shadows? These three families of the 8 Shinto clans turned out to be. Not only that, they also have to take action against the other 8 Shinto clans. Everyone was talking about it, and the news was shocking. However, someone came back to his senses, but looked strange. You seem to have forgotten one thing, isn't Qin Yang a lecher who only uses talismans? In the light screen, Feng Lian was silent for a while, staring at Qin Yang, and said slowly, Who are you? Who are you? What are you doing? It doesn't matter who I am. Qin Yang said softly, as for what I do. Of course. Kill. Chapter 286, The Master of Fighting. The three Feng Lian were shocked and looked at Qin Mui in disbelief. Feng Lian took a deep breath, his eyelids jumped. Qin Mui, you finally stated your purpose. Feng Lian asked in a deep voice, why? All the people standing under the light screen in the City of Liberty held their breaths and stared at the figure intently. Mr. Qiqiao gave a close-up of Qin Yang, with a calm expression, his eyes were cold with anger. Mysterious shadow is going to kill Feng Lian 3 people? Why can't I understand it? It's all shadows, is it a shadow fight? In the academy, there were bursts of exclamations. Qin Yang sneaked into the shadow alone and wanted to kill Feng Lian, Zhou De, and Shi Fein? That is the descendant of the 8 Shinto clans. Even if the 3 Feng Lian wanted to attack Lu Mingyu and others, they had not succeeded after all. This matter will definitely be a big deal among the 8 clans, but if Qin Yang really killed Feng Lian and the 3, there would be no room for change. Because. Qin Yang gave the answer, I don't like you guys. Feng Lian laughed, what's the reason for this? Zhou De stared at Qin Yang coldly and said, Qin Mui, from the first day you appeared, you have planned to be the enemy of Shadow. Because at that time you didn't know our plan. Lust is just your disguise, you just want us to know that you have weaknesses. Zhou De calmly analyzed, in this case, Gong Sunming, Lu Qianru, and Tianch were all saved by you. You have always said that you want all the 4 beauties of the academy, just to confuse us. Qin Yang was non-committal. The people of Liberty City were watching the excitement, and the atmosphere in the Sky Academy seemed a little weird. In the Red Dust Inn, everyone glanced at Wei Linglong, Wu Xiaoya, and Yin Linger from time to time, with some weird thoughts in their hearts. Are you from the Sky Academy? Zhou said, but when you joined us, you brought a certificate. You personally killed the teacher of the Sky Academy who sneaked into the shadows. There was an uproar in the academy. In the City of Liberty, everyone is digesting this shocking information. Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, no, that person is not the teacher of the Sky Academy, just a blood skeleton person. Zhou frowned and wanted to continue the analysis, but Qin Yang interrupted directly, turning his eyes to Feng Lian, revealing a playful smile. I can't reach anyone, right? Qin Yang asked with a smile. Feng Lian's heart skipped a beat. Qin Yang looked at Zhou and continued, don't delay any longer, it's useless. What the hell did you do? Feng Lian asked, loudly. The old man, Qin Feng, couldn't get in touch, and the other shadows couldn't even get in touch. Is this place banned by Qin Yang? How can that be? The Colosseum formation is still normal, and the shadow token has not lost its function, but why can't people be contacted? Qin Yang scratched his ears and said, they are very busy now. In the City of Liberty, outside the Vientiane Lock Dragon formation, there are crowds of people under the light screen, and people are whispering. All this was planned by Qin Mui. What a great handwriting. In this way, since he is not a shadow person, who is his true identity? Zhou stared at Qin Yang and said, what method did you use? We lost contact with the shadow? Don't forget, you offended the blood skeleton to death, you can't contact the shadow, the blood skeleton. The people who are here will not let you go. Instead, they will come to kill you unscrupulously. Qin Yang shrugged and smiled even more, it doesn't matter, the blood skull and the others are also very busy. The three Feng Lian were at a loss, but the City of Freedom was boiling again. If you want to kill us, I'm afraid you have misunderstood our strength. Xuanhuan covered her mouth and chuckled. She wanted to kill Qin Yang long ago, but this time it made her feel better. Calling out the Daoqin, the concubine played it gently. The wonderful sound of the piano passed through Mr. Qiqiao's light screen and spread to everyone. Even if the light screen is projected, there are no rules in the sound of the piano, but the simple sound of the piano is also fascinating and intoxicating. Qin Yang raised his brows and said contemptuously, put away your piano, the sound of this piano is invalid for me. After a pause, Qin Yang continued, also, it's not that I misunderstood your strength, it's that you don't know enough about my strength. Crazy, really crazy as always. Such a madman, how could there be no news of him on the mainland? Such a person cannot be born out of thin air. Everyone in the City of Liberty wanted to know the true identity of Qin Mui impatiently. In Songqiong Academy, all the teachers and students seemed to have experienced an illusion. Qin Yang, still that Qin Yang, still those rumors, Qin Yang, before those rumors spread. For a time, gossip and rumors were all shattered. Xuanhuan laughed lightly, you are wrong, this piano sound is not for you. Xuanhuan of course knew that her Qin sound was ineffective against Qin Mui. Since it was ineffective, why should she try again and again? Moreover, the real power of listening to the harp is not a direct attack. Qin Yang frowned, and found some movement in his spiritual sense. Many people are rushing here, and they are moving quickly. Among them, there are also many people with low cultivation bases. Didn't all the people in the shadows be dispatched? Qin Yang thought about it, but he had doubts in his heart. Because of the comers, few have the strength. In the underground secret room of the old Colosseum, Qin Yang stood at the entrance of the secret room. At this time, someone has already arrived at the far end of the passage. Qin Yang fixed his eyes on it, and was immediately furious. These people are not shadow people. It's a nearby person who was charmed by the harp. There are even some. Guoyan. Qin Yang suddenly saw the daughter of the daughter whom he met in Qingfenglu that day. At this time everyone's eyes were lost, and their subjective consciousness was completely lost. Like a puppet, it was blocked at the entrance of the passage. Qin Yang couldn't help clenching his fists, and his heart was full of anger. For this scene, Feng Lian and Zhou De could not understand it. Feng Lian asked in a low voice, "Qin Mui is so powerful, what are you asking them to do?" Shi Feiyun stared at Qin Yang and explained with a chuckle, "Although I don't know who he is, I have already guessed his identity, and there are a few points that can be proved." "What proof?" Zhou De asked. Feng Lian's heart was a little complicated, and he looked at Qin Yang with guesswork. Shi Feiyun continued to explain, "First of all, he rescued Gong Sun Ming, Lu Qianru, and others. Moreover, Lu Mingyu and Wei Linglong are regarded as his own, and no one can interfere. Since he is not lustful, then he is also, it proves that he is protecting them." Zhou De listened reasonably, continue talking. Shi Feiyun continued, "Since he was able to determine that the spy was not from Songqiong Academy before, he also concluded that it was from the blood skeleton. After that, he was even more ruthless. He did not hesitate to offend Li Baijian and violated the rules of the City of Liberty in front of Li Baijian, and also killed a man. On the surface, it is taking a stand to us, but in fact it is just taking this opportunity to approach us. It said that he was ruthless, but the people he actually killed were all blood skeletons so far." Feng Lian added, "To be able to kill people so unscrupulously in the City of Freedom, the people killed are still blood skeleton people. Except for the people from the Sky College, no one has the courage." "So?" Feng Lian stared at Qin Yang tightly, and said word by word, "You are from the Sky Academy." Qin Yang nodded and admitted, "That's right, I'm here, the Master of Battle of the Sky Academy." Chapter 287 Flying Swords in the Sky. The people in the entire Free City were shocked. This Qin Mui, the mysterious shadow, turned out to be a member of the Sky Academy? Everyone twisted their necks to watch Xian and other light screens, and there were still pictures on the battlefield. Shadows and blood skeletons have such a shopping scene, I am afraid it has never happened before. And all of this was actually done by a teacher from Songqiong Academy? Master of Fighting? Haven't heard of it? Sky Academy has always been mysterious, and I don't know how many powerhouses there are in the Tenfeng secret realm. But this kid looks so young. In the secret room, Feng Lian said, "Master of Fighting? Do you know what you are doing?" Feng Lian took a deep breath and said angrily, "The Academy has reached an agreement with us, and the 8 clan, and you are tearing up this agreement." Feng Lian changed his words in the middle, which caught Qin Yang's attention, "We?" This "we" definitely does not refer to the 8 Shinto clans. "What agreement? Why don't I know?" Qin Yang asked. Feng Lian sneered, "Do you think anyone can know this agreement? You are not qualified." Qin Yang said indifferently, "Since I don't know, then I can naturally assume that there is no such agreement." Feng Lian suddenly choked and said, "The 8 clans gathered together to rebuild the glory." "Wait, the lackeys of the shadows like you are not worthy." Qin Yang spoke slowly, his hands repeatedly pinching his fingers. The fingers slid gently in the void, and a formation was directly condensed. Void formation. Feng Lian's pupils shrank, such a clever means. This Qin Mui is not only strong in combat, but also has stronger formation skills. What is he going to do? Zhou De was puzzled. Shi Feiyun was stunned for a moment, and quickly urged to listen to the Dao Qin. The people who were under her control rushed over, but Qin Yang waved his hand, and the formation directly blocked the passage. Heaven Step Gate sealed array. Damn it, this guy is only in the star realm, and the formation of the void can actually arrange a sky-level formation? Anyone in the City of Liberty was shocked. Even in the star realm, it is not easy to set up a heaven-level formation, but Qin Mui not only set it up, but also did not use the core of the formation. In the same way, all the people who were confused were blocked, and the formation could not be broken at all. However, they desperately attacked the formation in confusion, even at the expense of self-harm. Put away your Dao Qin, I can give you a good time. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Sure Fein sneered, kill me, they will all die. No one can help them wake up, only me. If this is your bargaining chip, then you will only live rather than die. Qin Yang said coldly, I gave you a chance. He is only in the star realm, no matter what kind of fighting master he is, kill him. Zhou De said. The figure flashed and disappeared in place. Appeared by Qin Yang's side without warning, and slapped it out with a palm. The phantom of the Tianmen seal condensed and seemed to be able to penetrate the space. Qin Yang's eyes twitched slightly, and he kicked out with a kick. The true meaning of the martial arts of the burst punch made Qin Yang's true energy pour out. Like blasting, Zhou De was directly kicked into minced flesh. The same trick can't work for me. Qin Yang snorted. There was no panic on Zhou De's face, but a chuckle. His figure disappeared again, along with Qin Yang's infuriating explosion. Huh? Interesting. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly, and he pointed like a sword, and gently slid to his side. Zhou De's figure flickered and returned to Feng Lian's side. However, the power of Qin Yang's kick earlier hit Qin Yang. No, it was cut into two pieces by the divine sword that Qin Yang called out with the Jinghong sword. Tianmen seal. Qin Yang's eyes showed a solemn look. In his heart, the only one who could not be killed was this Zhou De. Boom! The infuriating blast that was split into two sections smashed into the secret room, and the entire secret room shook and collapsed directly. The three of Zhou De appeared in the Colosseum, and Qin Yang also rushed out of the ground and flew up. Fight up, fight up! The descendants of 3 of the 8 Shinto clans have fought with the fighting masters of Sanqiong Academy. Compared with the battle between the demon crow god king and the old man Qing Feng, the battle here is even more eye-catching. If you retreat now, there is still a chance. Our adults don't remember the villain's deeds, so maybe we will let you go. Zhou De looked at Qin Yang deeply. In the face of sudden changes, Qin Mui's response was too fast, as if he had known it for a long time. Qin Yang laughed and said, "Thank you for giving me the opportunity, but I won't give you the opportunity." His eyes swept over the 3 Feng Lian, and Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth. You 3, one of you must die. Feng Lian's heart sank. Sure Fein has a bargaining chip in his hand, and Zhou De has a seal of Tianmen to protect himself. This is, you? Feng Lian was immediately furious, and said with a grim face, "It seems that you really underestimate me." Zhou De patted Feng Lian's arm lightly and said with a smile, "I didn't underestimate you, I underestimated us. Today, we will join forces and kill him first." Feng Lian nodded, his hands clenched. 7. The phantom of Kai Hulu appeared above his head and hit Qin Yang directly. Qin Yang's figure suddenly disappeared, and he reappeared behind Feng Lian. Half-moon beheading. The transparent half-moon sword energy pierced through the sky, and Feng Lian didn't have time to react. The speed of the two is simply not the same level. The swallowing gourd automatically protects the master, props up a gourd-shaped shield, and wants to resist. Zhou De had been prepared for a long time, and the moment Qin Yang appeared, the phantom of Tianmen Yin appeared beside Feng Lian's neck. Banyue's sword qi disappeared, but appeared behind Qin Yang in a blink of an eye. Qin Yang angrily threw his fist and smashed his Banyue sword qi directly. The frightening Banyue sword qi was so vulnerable under Qin Yang's fist. The 3 Feng Lian were flustered for a while. Isn't this guy's combat power too high? I hate your ability. Qin Yang stared at Zhou De with menacing eyes. Zhou De laughed. Such an ability would be a headache for any enemy, and Qin Yang's words also proved his powerful ability. Immediately afterwards, Zhou De's pupils shrank suddenly. Qin Yang pointed at him like swords, pinched them in front of his chest, and shuffled behind them with colorful swords. The hilts are connected, and the blade is like a peacock. Gorgeous and unusual, but full of murderous intent. With Qin Yang's infuriating urge, the 5-colored ornate swords gradually turned transparent, and the number of swords with one Bingjing increased one after another. What martial skill is this? Feng Lian couldn't help swallowing. What kind of martial arts can summon so many divine swords? In the first district of Songqiong Academy, time and space rotate, in the forbidden area. Exclamations and exclamations rang out. Jinghong sword finger. Jinghong sword finger. I finally saw this martial art again. The Star Realm can summon 1,000 swords, but he only summoned 999. Mr. Qiqiao looked up from the ground, and the flying swords filled the entire sky, circling around. The magnificent scene was still shocking after 1,000 years. The corners of Mr. Qiqiao's mouth raised a subtle arc, and he gently pushed his eyes. On the light screens of all broadcasts, the pictures were frozen for a moment, and at the same time, the swords in the pictures were numbered. The serial number increased rapidly, directly increasing to 1,000. 1,000 whole. Feng Lian, Zhou De, and Shifei were taken aback. Feng Lian only felt that his mouth was dry. Such martial skills even surpassed the rules. Zhou De, which sword are you going to transfer this time? Qin Yang asked softly. Zhou De's back was soaked in cold sweat, his spiritual sense moved, and he wanted to move to another place, but his expression suddenly changed. The three of them are still standing there. What's the matter? Why haven't you left? Feng Lian asked in a deep voice. Such martial skills are no longer what they can deal with. Zhou De's voice trembled a little. My mark at the newly built Colosseum is invalid. It is isolated by a powerful formation. This is impossible. Only the world's top formations can isolate the mark connection of the Tianmen seal. Feng Lian panicked. Qin Yang said playfully, Wanxiang Suolong formation, can you do it? Chapter 288 Pure Physical Attack. Diantian Lock Dragon Formation, Demon Hunting Ground? Feng Lian stared at Qin Yang, and said incredulously, I didn't expect that you actually let the fighting unions take action? I didn't let the fighting guild take action, but if the fighting guild didn't take action, the City of Freedom would be destroyed again. Qin Yang said. Feng Lian looked into the distance, his spiritual sense swept away, and he was stunned for a moment. In the central area of the City of Liberty, a sky-penetrating barrier was raised. If it wasn't for Lu's Feng Tian treasure mirror, then it must be the Vientian locking dragon array. In the high sky, the God King level masters were in a decisive battle of life and death. Under the action of the Vientian chain dragon formation, no fluctuations could be transmitted. What the hell happened there? Feng Lian was in a panic. It's nothing, it's just that the shadow and the blood skeleton are fighting each other. Qin Yang laughed. Feng Lian's eyes darkened. He had expected that the blood skeleton would not let it go, and would definitely take anger at the shadow, but he never expected to come this far, and it was so sudden that he couldn't react at all. It's no wonder that the other people in the shadow can't be contacted, but after a short time of contacting the above, it turns out. Qin Mui, Feng Lian, gritted his teeth, you will pay the price. Qin Yang's eyes shone brightly, and he stretched out his hand slightly forward, you still worry about yourself. Thousands of divine swords flew out in unison, and the scene was huge and grand, shocking people. Not a single divine sword is powerful, let alone 1,000. I didn't want to show too much power, but I didn't expect you to be forced into such a situation. Feng Lian took a deep breath, his eyes glowing with colorful lights. A small and exquisite colorful gourd appeared in his hand, opened the stopper, and the gourd was aimed at the flying sword. Qin Yang raised his brows, and all the flying swords lost control. One handle after another was directly swallowed by the gourd. Swallowing the gourd, you can swallow even the sky, let alone your martial skill. Feng Lian said contemptuously. At this moment, he was full of confidence again. Feng Lian said, Qin Mui, I don't care what kind of fighting master you are. Today, you can turn into my little Tong Tian pill. Swallow. Feng Lian aimed the gourd at Qin Yang. Qin Yang anticipated the crisis in advance and disappeared. If you want to swallow me, you must first keep up with my speed. Qin Yang snorted coldly. You give up, you can't kill them. Shen Longjie said in Qin Yang's heart. It's all in the star realm, why can't you kill it? Qin Yang refused. Shen Longjie sighed. Where are the 8 Shinto clans holding the secret keys of the gods so easy to kill? If they could be killed easily, how could the 8 clan dare to let them out? With the secret key of the gods? Qin Mui, are you just hiding? Feng Lian shouted loudly. Do you have any brains? Stand for you to swallow? Qin Yang rolled his eyes, appeared behind Feng Lian, and said in a low voice, If you don't die today, I'm afraid you will become my students, so let this teacher teach you, what is fighting. A palm was sent out gently, but was blocked by Zhou De. Able to teleport, as long as the spiritual mind reacts, it can block and deflect any attack. A palm slapped on the phantom of Tianmen. Qin Yang chuckled lightly. Zhou De's heart skipped a beat, but he saw Qin Yang kicked out. Such a change happened in an instant. Although Zhou De was aware of it with his spiritual sense, the seal of the Tianmen. That palm was light, without any strength, and Qin Yang's kick was the real attack. Feng Lian vomited blood and was kicked directly to the ground, creating a deep pit. Zhou De stared at Qin Yang with an ugly face, his eyelids jumping. Qin Yang looked over with a smile and said softly, So there is a time gap? Zhou De brought Fein to Feng Lian's side and lifted Feng Lian up. Are you all right? Feng Lian's hand was placed on Zhou De's hand, the two looked at each other, and Feng Lian said, It's okay. Let me guess, where did you mark the mark on your door today? Qin Yang thought for a while, and said, You guys are new to the City of Freedom, I'm afraid there won't be many marks, even if there are, you won't be able to escape. Out of my pursuit. Then. Qin Yang continued, The other marks are Zhou De's hometown? Qin Yang's face showed a playful look. Tianmen's seal is a good thing, it can keep you from dying. If you want to live, why don't you go back? Bah. Don't use aggressive tactics. It's unknown who will win. Zhou De said angrily. Go back? How is this possible? If they go back like this, they will lose all their faces. For the 8 Shinto clans, face is more important than life. At least more important than the lives of the 3 of them. If they go back like this, they will directly lose the secret key to the inheritance of the gods, and they are afraid that they will also suffer unbearable punishment. Since you don't go back, then, die. Qin Yang's face turned cold, and he pointed like a sword. This time, he did not call out the divine sword. Instead, his fingertips evoked a line of strength, and as the fingertips slid, they outlined a mysterious arc. Feng Lian and Zhou De looked at each other and nodded. The colorful gourd in Feng Lian's hand lit up with a dazzling divine light, and Zhou De also took out the Tianmen seal. The divine light of the 2 super god-level magic weapons complemented each other. Qin Yang's heart tightened and he raised his head vigilantly. A huge divine sword was condensed, and it was the 1,000 divine swords swallowed by the swallowing gourd before. The huge divine sword swung down and swept over. Qin Yang wanted to dodge, but he saw another picture in his mind. In the short future picture, although he avoided the past, most of the people controlled by Fein were killed by this sword. Extreme. Qin Yang pointed out, and directly propped up a translucent shield around his body. This can also be regarded as Qin Yang's rule of law, which is named Jujia, which means that within the boundary, everything is extinct. And this absolute realm was used to resist his previous Jinghong sword finger. Buzz. The sound of the avenue sounded, and it was also the rule of obliteration, competing with each other. The shock wave made the entire Colosseum as the center and spread out. All the buildings were swept away by the ripples of power. The person controlled by Xuanhuan happened to appear, and was also under this sword. However, Qin Yang blocked the sword, but failed to block the shock wave. Affected by the aftermath, these controlled people vomited blood and flew upside down, but fortunately they were still alive. Feng Lian looked at Qin Yang with disdain. He was bent on finding a weakness. It turned out that this was the weakness. Looking at Xuanhuan showed a proud color. She had already seen this point. They have a better chance of winning by holding Qin Mui in this way. Disperse. Qin Yang shouted angrily, and the huge divine sword shattered directly. The power of annihilation is out of control, is not tolerated by heaven and earth, and is rejected. Qin Yang gasped. How could he feel like he was shooting himself in the foot? Smacking his lips, Qin Yang thought to himself, his attack is really strong enough. This is called martial arts. Qin Yang felt no pressure at all, and even boasted. Ha ha ha. Feng Lian laughed. Aren't you arrogant? Come on. Go on. Don't be too happy. If I only attack with my body, you might block it? Qin Yang said. The figure flashed, appeared directly in front of Zhou Da, and punched Zhou Da's face. Flesh attack? Joke, do you think you are a monster? Feng Lian said disdainfully. The power of the human race lies in martial skills and rules. Xuanhuan also said. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Dalian brought the phantom of the Heavenly Gate seal and was directly blown away by a punch. Oh, Qin Yang let out a long sigh, and couldn't help but laugh again and again. So that's the case, this day's door seal can't prevent pure physical attacks. Then. Qin Yang turned to look at Feng Lian. Did your swallowing gourd swallow my fist? Chapter 289. I'm not dealing with you. After saying that, Qin Yang punched and hit, his eyes flashed with divine light, and he had already seen through everything. Feng Lian snickered and let his fist smash over. Suddenly, he raised the gourd and aimed it at Qin Yang's fist. Can you swallow it? Why not try it? Feng Lian looked like he had succeeded, but Qin Mui's figure in his eyes slowly disappeared. Oops, it's a phantom. Feng Lian's heart suddenly tightened. Immediately afterwards, the face was hit hard. The whole person turned into a spinning top and flew away. For a time, everyone in the City of Liberty was very happy. Facing the super god-level magic weapons, such as Tianmen's seal and swallowing gourd, Qin Mui found the flaw in an instant. Qin Yang turned his head and looked at Xuanhuan quietly. Xuanhuan sucked in a breath of cold air, her body stiffened. The beautiful eyes are full of incredible, your target is me? Qin Yang smiled slightly and said, it's worthy of being the successor of the master's family, but he is really good at peeking into people's minds. The concubine's voice plucked the strings, and the enchanting sound of nature sounded. The invisible ripples slowly rippled in the space, but when they were passed to Qin Yang, they were completely annihilated by the terrifying annihilation wave. Listening to the harp will bring disaster to the world. If you release your control over those people, I will spare you not to die. Qin Yang said softly. Xuanhuan's face was horrified, and she calmed down immediately, covering her mouth and chuckling. Yo, you really deserve to be a member of the academy, you are so just and awe-inspiring. She secretly fiddled with the strings, and the people who passed by the aftermath below wanted to rush up to the sky without being tired and painful. However, their strength is not enough for the stars, and they cannot fly in the sky at all. Several masters who possessed magical treasures were also flicked by Qin Yang, destroying the magical treasures. Are you representing justice? Xuanhuan seemed to have seized Qin Yang's lifeline, and her lips parted lightly. why don't you tell me your true identity, and I will lift my control over them, how about that? Qin Yang's face was calm, and he looked at Xuanhuan lightly. His figure flashed, appeared in front of Xuanhuan, and pinched Xuanhuan's swan-like neck. If you think this is a bargaining chip to threaten me, then I'm afraid you are wrong. No pity for Xiangxiu at all. Xuanhuan's neck was so painful that she couldn't breathe, her face flushed red. Qin Mui, let her go. Zhou Da's eyes were red with anger, and he shouted loudly. If you don't want to make things unbearable, let go quickly. Feng Lian also flew out of the ruins. Release the control and spare you not to die. Qin Yang was still cold, almost cruel. How do you hold her so? Let her answer you. How do you release the control? Zhou Da shouted loudly. Xuanhuan almost fainted, her body strength was suppressed by Qin Yang and could not be mobilized, just like an ordinary person, dying. In addition to the fear of death, there is pleading in his eyes. Qin Yang suddenly laughed and said, by the way, I'm not talking to Xuanhuan, I'm talking to Ling Daoqin. Zhou Da and Feng Lian were shocked. Xuanhuan also widened her eyes. Qin Yang continued, Ling Daoqin, I know you have wisdom. If you don't want to disappear, just do as I say. If the corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose, if it's because you recognize the master now and can't make your own decisions, then I'll give you back your freedom first. Qin Yang exerted force on his hand again, seeing that Xuanhuan was about to break his neck by Qin Yang. Slow, I agree. A cold voice, like the sound of a piano, came from the piano. A piano sounded, and the man who was being manipulated below suddenly woke up, looking at the chaos around him. His body was in unbearable pain, and his face was dazed. After panicking, he hurriedly fled. Realizing that Ling Daoqin had done what he said, Qin Yang nodded lightly. That's right, I can spare your life. But again, he tried to kill Xuanhuan. I have done what you said, why did you go back on it? Li Daoqin was a little panicked. Qin Yang stared at Ling Daoqin with indifferent eyes, and said slowly, I'm not making a deal with you, I'm just threatening you. I promised to spare you not to die, but I didn't say I would spare Xuanhuan. Damn. How dare you lie to me? Li Daoqin became furious. Since listening to the Daoqin gave birth to wisdom, I have never encountered such a humiliating shame. Not to mention being threatened by a little cultivator of the stars, and even killing your master in front of you if you lose face? The fluctuation of Tao spreads in the space, as if the space is about to be torn in half. The trend of rules suddenly unfolded, and the sky was filled with sword energy. A dark blade of light slashed out from the bottom up. Qin Yang frowned. If he didn't let go, the knife would probably cut him on the arm. A cold light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and he squeezed Xuanhuan's neck and through the sword aura. The sword chi suddenly dissipated and condensed on one side. Qin Yang sneered and threw Xuanhuan out. The sword chi dissipated again, revealing a sword figure. It was Li Baizhan. Li Baizhan rescued Xuanhuan. Feng Lian and Zhou Da hurried over to help. Feng Lian's eyes stared at Qin Mui fiercely. This account must be completely settled today. Qin Yang looked at Li Baizhan quietly and laughed lightly. My defeated generals, why are you blocking me? Li Baizhan snorted angrily. Where is Xiao Xiao from? Sign up. You guys don't deserve to know my name. Qin Yang shook his head and said lightly, you just need to know that I am the master of fighting at Sky Academy. Master of fighting? Li Baizhan laughed and said, it's just you? Are you worthy? Oh? Qin Yang's eyes flashed. Li Baizhan said again, there is another person who is the master of fighting in Songqiong College, the head of the Qin family of the 8 Shinto clans, Qin Yang. Are you Qin Yang? I'm not laughing at you. Compared to Qin Yang, you are nothing but ass. No. As soon as he said that, the entire free city was eerily quiet. Everyone stared at the expressionless figure on the screen, in a daze. Qin Yang is the master of fighting? Isn't that kid already abolished? It's not just the shame of the Qin family, it's the shame of the Xuanhuan Academy, it's the shame of the 8 Shinto clans. Even the people who put the fighting unions to shame. Relying on his own identity, he acted recklessly in the academy. Relying on the power of the talisman, let the fighting union directly award him the title of fighting master. How could he be the master of fighting? Qin Yang felt helpless in his heart, and was speechless to Li Baijian. When he entered the academy to ask for a knife, he boasted about the power of mysterious shadow in front of himself, and now he is bragging about how Qin Yang is in front of mysterious shadow. Hey! Qin Yang sighed deeply in his heart. If this guy knew that he was Qin Yang, what would his expression be? In the past, you violated the rules of the City of Liberty first, then provoked the 10,000 Demon Palace, and the City of Liberty was destroyed. If you don't cut off your head and hang you at the city gate, I will not be a fighting star. Li Baijian was majestic and powerful, and the cold light on his armor was shining brightly. His right hand stabbed the ground lightly, and shouted, "Knife!" Within 100 zhang, the sword qi swept again, and everything was torn and shattered. Feng Lian's heart jumped. This was Li Baijian's rule of thumb. Chapter 290, Fighting the 4 Stars Alone. Don't worry, the 3 of you, I don't care what your relationship with the shadow is. In this City of Freedom, there are rules of the City of Freedom. Li Baijian said. The 3 Feng Lian laughed suddenly. This is the reason why they dared to come from the City of Freedom. Listen to what you mean. Qin Yang looked playful, looked at Li Baijian, and said softly, "Can you still protect them?" The figure is like a divine sword, rushing towards Li Baijian. Li Baijian sneered and said, "Only Qin Yang from Xuanhuan Academy can retreat under my sword domain. I want to see, you won't be the second one." A huge divine sword suddenly appeared, like an execution ground and a meat grinder. Qin Yang snorted coldly, turned a blind eye to those divine knives, and punched them out. This punch hit Li Baijian's face, but Li Baijian's whole body turned into a blade of energy, and the blade was sharp and cut. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and waved away all the sword energy. And the huge divine swords slashed in unison. Staring at the huge divine sword, Qin Yang shook his head gently. This familiar scene made Qin Yang know where this martial skill came from. Li Baijian was also a student of Xuanhuan Academy, and there was such an organization in the Sword Forest in the 9th district. However, compared with the snowflake sword created by Qin Yang, this magic sword is simply too childish. With a light snap of his fingers, a divine sword condensed, and as soon as it condensed, it shattered into thousands of small swords. Each of the 6 small swords is combined into a snowflake shape, and the sky is flying snow, lingering in one piece. The snowflake collided with the divine sword. There was no violent crashing sound, only the confrontation between the rules was either your death or my death. The snowflakes were not cut open, they did not melt, but infiltrated into the divine sword, and the huge divine sword was slowly melting and disappearing. Li Baijian sucked in a breath of cold air. What are the rules? What martial art is this? Li Baijian, I'm here to help you. Zhou De shouted, urging the seal of Tianmen, and the phantom of the quaint big seal smashed down. The snowflake sword was instantly teleported to another place, trying to collide and offset with Qin Yang's other snowflake swords. I'm coming too. A ruthless look flashed in Feng Lian's eyes, and the swallowing gourd directly swallowed the snowflake sword and saber energy, and spit it out again. With the help of Zhou Datian's magical power, he transferred all attacks to Qin Yang's side. OM. The sound of the avenue sounded, and Shurfeiyin was not to be outdone, her eyes fixed on Qin Mui, and she plucked the strings. Qin Yang's brows tightened. Although the sound of the piano could not control him, it disturbed his qi and blood. It's okay, but annoying. The effect of the sound of the piano is more than that. The breath of Li Baijian, Feng Lian, and Zhou De suddenly increased sharply, and their strength increased a lot for a short time. Although Li Baijian did not want to join forces with others, he knew that this mysterious shadow was not easy to deal with. Continue to fight, what if you let it run away? Li Baijian clenched tightly in his hand, the blade of the magic sword was dazzlingly black. Today, if you can still escape, I will give you the first place in the battle for the stars. Li Baijian shouted in a deep voice, dragging his sword to the ground. Dao marks were condensed, but not scattered, and Li Baijian's aura was also rising. Qin Yang changed positions, and Li Baijian walked towards Qin Yang all the time. The knife marks made a perfect arc, connecting before and after without breaking. Qin Yang gritted his teeth and scolded Li Baijian countless times in his heart. Use your own knife, use your own teaching to deal with yourself. Do you have a brain? Qin Yang couldn't help but complain. The host of the demon hunting ground was able to open the way for him earlier, doesn't that prove anything? The name of the master of fighting has been called out. Is this Li Baijian's brain a lump of elm wood? Qin Yang also became angry, took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed. Since you want to send me to the top, then I'm welcome. Qin Yang bullied himself up, not retreating, but advancing, and rushed towards Li Baijian. At the same time, the three Feng Lian were also ready to attack. The City of Liberty, the Colosseum of Shadows, old and new, all fought. The live broadcast of the screen on the light screen is very exciting. This Qin Mui wants to fight the 4 stars alone? Even Li Baijian would be hard to do, right? Not to mention that these 4 stars are all extraordinary. Who will win this battle? On the other side of the screen, there is the battle between the Demon King of the Crow and the old man, Qin Feng. At this time, the battle had stopped, the quiet perseverance of the Demon Crow God King was empty, and the old man Qin Feng directly assimilated it into a crow, and squatted honestly on the Demon Crow God King's shoulders. The Demon Crow God King swept his divine thoughts, and saw the light screen, and his eyes flashed fiercely. Looking at the barrier that penetrates the sky and the earth, the Vientian locking dragon formation, the Demon King of Crows sneered, and the figure turned into thousands of crows and disappeared. At the same time, in a corner of the City of Freedom, crows have been hiding in the shadows. Suddenly, the crow swelled up, as if it was about to be blown up by something. The crow gradually grew larger and soon transformed into a human shape. Damn, it is indeed the Vientian locking dragon formation, which has assimilated an old man Qin Feng. In order to break through this formation, even if I have a backhand, it will be in vain. The Demon Crow God King panted heavily and fought against the old man Qin Feng. The Demon Crow God King just escaped from the formation and returned the harvest. Identify the direction. The Demon Crow God King Jia disappeared with a strange smile. Qin Yang, can't take this knife of mine. Li Baijian burst out laughing and slashed. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. You're using your own name like that, are you really okay? What you cut is Lao Tzu. Qin Yang was sullen in his heart, and he was too lazy to explain when he was angry. He lifted his leg and kicked the sky and kicked the blade directly. The pitch-black blade exudes a dazzling black light, and the black ivory of the sky-splitting mammoth contains rules that are very consistent with Li Baijian. This knife, the attack is even more fierce. However, for Qin Yang, who controls the rules of annihilation, everything is nothing. The space seemed to be distorted, and the collision of rules made Li Baijian and Qin Yang's bodies suddenly freeze. Li Baijian's eyes twitched, and he felt a strange feeling in his heart. Qin Yang snorted softly, turned around with his legs, and kicked with one kick. You are too heavenly. Li Baijian's horizontal sword was blocked in front of his chest, and the word true was kicked out along with his figure like a cannonball. Again, and again. Li Baijian was about to vomit blood because of the suffocation in his heart. He couldn't even remember how many times this was the first time he was kicked away. In the realm of stars, the outcome is difficult to tell. Qin Yang looked at Li Baijian's figure flying upside down. In the star realm, the collision of rules cannot win unless the opponent's rules are completely crushed. Even if you have an advantage and want to kill the enemy, it is not so easy. Qin Yang turned his head and looked at the three Feng Lian. Feng Lian's three hearts stunned. Who is this ruthless man? Give it up, you really can't kill them. Shen Longjiu sighed again. You in the Grandmaster realm control the power of the rules that the Grandmaster realm should not have. When you fight against the Grandmaster realm, you are naturally invincible. Now in the realm of stars, the other party also controls the rules. Even if it is your rule of obliteration, it is not easy to completely obliterate the other party's rules. Qin Yang took a deep breath, his eyes bright. I can. Chapter 291. It's like I don't have it. You can't. Shen Longjiu said helplessly, the same as the rule, the star realm is just a glimpse of the door, and the potential of the rules is the limit. Without the King of Gods, it is impossible to fully exert the true power of the rules. Do you think I'm the same as you? Qin Yang snorted. I don't have enough grades, not enough grades. Shen Longjiu roared, do you think they really can't do anything about you? Super god level magic weapon, even if it is sealed, it is not something you can deal with. Whether it can be dealt with, you can only know if you fight. Qin Yang's eyes deepened, if you want to kill them, this is the best chance. Don't you want to devour those three super god level magic weapons? Shen Longjiu's heart moved, why didn't he want to? Not to mention swallowing 3 pieces, swallowing one of them is enough to restore him to his peak and transform into a jade dragon again. Only. Shen Longjiu sighed and stopped talking. This guy is too strong, but as long as we continue to fight, he can't kill us, but he will definitely be swallowed by my swallowing gourd. As long as they swallow him, they will win. Feng Lian said. Zhou De nodded, while Shifeng was a little constrained. Indeed, as Qin Yang said, the power of listening to the Dao Qin is not in the frontal battle. In this battle, she only has a supporting role. Swallow the gourd. Can't you swallow the sky? I'll let you swallow it. Qin Yang shouted loudly and slammed his hands on his chest. Eye of the storm. The tornado condensed in an instant, connecting the sky and the ground. All the reconstruction formations in the entire Free City were directly triggered, but some nearby buildings were still directly rolled up. Feng Lian and the 3 of them were deeply terrified in the eyes of the storm. Is this a martial skill that humans can display? Qin Mui, in front of him, shouldn't he be the demon of the 10,000 demon palace? Feng Lian frowned and looked at Qin Mui deeply. The eye of the storm was like an insurmountable barrier. Li Baijian was kicked out before, but even if he used the rules, he would be able to break through quickly. This Qin Mui is so real. Be careful both of you, his movement is too fast. Feng Lian asked. Come and go without a trace. Feng Lian has never heard of such a powerful movement technique. Hiding and attacking are extremely strong, and Feng Lian never believed that such a powerful person could exist in the world. But Feng Lian threw the swallowing gourd upwards. Instead of swallowing the tornado, he cast light and shadow to cover the 3 of them. You want to keep the wind out so that Li Baijian can't get in. This is exactly what I want. If he is here, we can't use our real skills. Feng Lian sneered. Qin Yang snorted softly and gathered his hands in a circle on his chest. Under the stunned expressions of Feng Lian and the 3, 100 Zhang Mad Dragon suddenly appeared. Crazy Dragon Palm. The Mad Dragon slammed into the phantom of the swallowing gourd, and Feng Lian was so shocked that he vomited blood. Prop up the turtle shell? Seek death. Qin Yang said contemptuously. As long as he keeps attacking the phantom of the sky-devouring gourd, the backlash alone is enough to shock the wind to death. Feng Lian's pupils tightened. Why is this power so strong? Zhou De was not stunned. When the Mad Dragon attacked again, he directly used the Tianmen seal to teleport the Mad Dragon. Qin Yang lost control of the Mad Dragon, his figure flashed to another place, he slapped it again, and another Mad Dragon suddenly appeared. Impossible, why is his true Qi so strong? Zhou was startled, and quickly called out the Mad Dragon that had teleported away to fight against the Mad Dragon. The eye of the storm widened again, and the tornado got bigger. Li Baijian took a deep breath, looked at the mighty tornado, and clenched the big knife in his hand, but when he saw a nearby screen, he was shocked. Crazy Dragon Palm? Isn't this the Qin family's unique skill? Li Baijian frowned. The flying sword all over the sky appeared in my mind. Before the snowflake sword condensed, the divine sword summoned by this mysterious shadow. Jinghong sword finger. Li Baijian sucked in a breath of cold air, recalling the details in his mind. The mysterious shadow and Qin Yang's figure gradually merged into one. Li Baijian couldn't believe this guess, but this guess can almost be confirmed. Moreover, Qin Yang's attitude towards himself in the academy is very intriguing, and the behavior of this mysterious shadow is always a bit weird. It turned out to be you. Li Baijian held the handle of the knife and let it go. This big sword is still thanks to Qin Yang. Taking a deep breath, Li Baijian stood quietly in place, he had no reason to shoot Qin Yang again. On the light screen, the battle between Qin Yang and Feng Lian became incandescent. The various martial arts are astonishing, and the figures are intertwined, making people nervous, as if they are fighting. Put away your martial arts, it's useless to us. Zhou laughed. There was a smile in Qin Yang's eyes, it's useless? With a low voice, Qin Yang snapped his fingers gently. Thunderfield of 10,000 tribulations. It's sizzling. The three Feng Lian's eyes were white, blue, and white lightning flashed in the entire eye of the storm, and the shocking thunder field filled the entire eye of the storm. If there is no swallowing gourd defense, only this. Come on, even Li Baijian may not be better. It can't be swallowed, can it be transferred? Come on. Qin Yang laughed. The three Feng Lian had doubts in their hearts. Didn't Qin Yang discover their weakness before? Why is it still like this? However, in the face of such a powerful attack, he can only exert the power of swallowing the gourd. The minefield was swallowed, and Qin Yang's voice came from his ear. Exploding fireballs. Qin Yang pinched the tactic to his lips, and a huge fireball rushed towards Feng Lian like the sun. After the fireball, it is wrapped in hell flames. Hell flame, flame breath. The double attack made Feng Lian have to push the swallowing gourd with all his strength. Zhou frowned deeply, guarding Qin Yang nervously. Why does this battle seem to be besieged by a group of monsters? Big waves. The flames of hell spitting out have not been swallowed up, and a huge wave is set off in the eyes of the storm. The entire tornado also became a waterspout, and the entire waterspout thundered under the minefield of myriad tribulations. I'll be darling. Is that human being? With such a martial skill, can the ordinary star realm be able to withstand it? Ordinary star realm can't handle it, but the three Feng Lian are descendants of the 8 clans. In the City of Liberty, under the large screens, everyone gasped. The fighting master of the Zhongqiong Academy is indeed well-deserved. On the other side of the waterspout, the demon crow god king was also shocked. Is this the star realm? However, with only this ability, this mysterious shadow must also die. Insult my blood skeleton, kill you first, and then kill Qin Yang. The dark green eyes of the demon king of crows were gloomy and terrifying. It's useless. It's useless to say it, why don't you listen? Zhou snorted, sweat dripping from his forehead. Such a continuous bombardment of martial arts is about to exceed the limit of his and Feng Lian. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in front of him, and Qin Yang had already appeared in front of him. Feng Lian was taken aback, and Xuanhuan pointed the listening Daoqin at Qin Yang. Qin Yang grinned and stretched out his hand to gently rest on the phantom of the swallowing gourd. The translucent true qi was condensed in the palm of the hand, and the fluctuation of the extinction made one's heart skip a beat. Qin Yang opened his mouth slightly and spit out a word, break. The true meaning of the explosive punching martial arts skills gathered all the remaining strength of Qin Yang, and the rules of annihilation were fully motivated to explode in an instant. The phantom of the swallowing gourd exploded directly. Feng Lian couldn't breathe, and the protection of the swallowing gourd was broken. Pfft! The huge backlash made Feng Lian's internal organs cluttered together. With blood on the corners of his mouth, Feng Lian laughed out loud. Even if you go all out to break the defense, what can you do? Do you still have the strength to fight? Qin Yang said calmly, oh? So, you still have the strength to fight? Feng Lian's palm turned over, a pill appeared in his hand, and he swallowed it directly. Don't forget, I have Tong Tian pill. Feng Lian felt relieved, his backlash was instantly healed, and his breath returned to its peak. He suddenly felt a thud, forgetting one of the most important things. In his eyes, Qin Yang also turned his palms, and a Tong Tian pill appeared, which he slowly swallowed. It seems like I don't have the same. Qin Yang smiled slightly. Chapter 292, Killing Zhou De. Damn. No wonder you have to get the reward first. Feng Lian's angry eyes were red. If I remember correctly, after Qin Mui took a 5th-order Tong Tian pill, he also had 2 6th-order Tong Tian pills. The 6th-order Tong Tian single. After taking it, you can directly be promoted to God King. Feng Lian was reluctant to swallow it himself, but Qin Mui had 2 of them in his hand. If Qin Mui swallowed the 6th-order Tong Tian pill, Feng Lian's eyelids twitched and shouted loudly, Zhou De, go. Feng Lian finally knew that this was a battle that would never be won from the very beginning. Haha, if he left earlier, things wouldn't be so troublesome. Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly. Zhou De glared at Qin Yang fiercely, I won't go alone. Qin Yang looked over contemptuously, you better be careful, or you won't be able to leave. Zhou De urged Tian Men-yin to directly take Feng Lian and Xuanhuan away. Qin Yang had already foreseen it and kicked out. Zhou De was kicked, and even with the defense of the Heavenly Gate seal, this kick made his whole body fall apart. Enduring the discomfort, Zhou De urged Tian Men-yin again. The figure suddenly appeared beside Feng Lian, reaching out to put his hand on Feng Lian's shoulder. This will be an ultra-long-distance teleportation. The sealed Tianmen seal can only exert the power of the heavenly magic weapon. Such a distance teleportation must be physically contacted. Qin Yang turned his head and looked at Xuanhuan with a smile. Look, Zhou De gave up on you. Xuanhuan's face was stiff. Of course she hoped that Zhou De would take her away first. I didn't. Zhou De defended loudly. Feng Lian sank in his heart and said, Zhou De, don't fall for the trick. Zhou De had already moved Tian Men-yin and brought Feng Lian to Xuanhuan's side. Before he could put his hand on it, his wrist suddenly hurt. Qin Yang's hand was like the claws of a monster, and he directly grabbed Zhou De. Zhou De was horrified. Why did Qin Yang always have a foresight? He tried hard to break free, but he couldn't break free at all. Since you are courting death yourself, then. Zhou De sneered and let go of Feng Lian, wanting to take Qin Yang to teleport. Once the transmission is successful, Qin Yang will surely die. Because what he wants to send is. Feng Lian guessed what Zhou De was thinking, and shouted, Zhou De, are you crazy? Zhou De came back to his senses, and his heart suddenly panicked. You must not bring outsiders to that place. Otherwise. Hesitating, you dare to lose your mind. What qualifications do you have to save people in front of me? Qin Yang's eyes flashed coldly, and he exerted force on his hands. Crack. The sour voice sounded, and Zhou Da's painful face was distorted. The wrist was directly crushed. He wanted to mobilize the power of Tianmen to attack Qin Yang, but found that Qin Yang did not dodge or evade, and punched him. The 8 Shinto clans, the descendants of the Zhou family, if you don't have the seal of Tianmen, I would kill you like killing a chicken. But even if you have the seal of Tianmen, you are still just a waste. Qin Yang's voice sounded coldly. Zhou De clenched his teeth and shouted angrily, "You are too arrogant. How can you insult the honor of the Zhou family of the 8 Shinto clans?" "No, Zhou De. Don't fight with him," Feng Lian shouted loudly. He watched it from the sidelines. Qin Mui's strength was too strong, and his physical strength was even more incredible. Zhou De pinched his fingers to make a decision, and the phantom of the Heavenly Gate seal condensed on his hand, and imprinted it on Qin Yang's chest ruthlessly. Qin Yang clenched his fist hard, and a translucent divine light was cast on his fist. Countless silk threads were entangled and smashed into Zhou Da's face. Qin Yang was shocked. This seal gave him an illusion, as if his body was not his own. As long as Zhou Da's spiritual thoughts move, he can even directly teleport part of Qin Yang's body. At that time, Qin Yang's body will naturally be torn apart like 5 horses. Unfortunately, Qin Yang hit Zhou De in the face with a punch, and Zhou Da's head was directly blown up. The Heavenly Gate seal could not even protect it, and Zhou De fell. This, impossible. Shi Fei's eyes widened, unable to believe all this. No matter what function the super god-level magic weapon has, it has a good defense. How could Qin Yang's punch blow Zhou Da's head? With no blood splashing, no brain juice flowing, Zhou Da's headless body gradually turned into nothingness. It was completely wiped out by the power of annihilation. Qin Yang rubbed his chest, feeling a little scared. If it happens again, he will definitely not use this method. He could vaguely feel that a certain mark on his chest disappeared with Zhou Da's death. Where Zhou Da's body is, a quaint big seal hangs in the air. Qin Yang waved and grabbed it in his hand. The big seal shook violently, and disappeared suddenly with a flicker. Oops. Qin Yang secretly regretted that Tianmenian escaped because of his carelessness. The sky-high water tornado is still spinning and raging, and the lightning and thunder are like a doomsday scene. In the eye of the storm, all the pictures are projected on the image. It spread all over the City of Liberty, and it spread all over the Sky Academy. Mr. Qiqiao pushed his glasses. TSK shook his head. Unfortunately, I still haven't been able to comprehend the power you should have. Zhou De was beheaded? That is the descendant of the Zhou family of the 8 Shinto clans. Looking at the appearance of the mysterious shadow, it seems that the seal of Tianmen is still to be captured. What is the origin of this guy? Really dare to fight against the 8 clan? In the City of Freedom, everyone is terrified, and the descendants of the 8 clans who have the secret keys of the gods will die. In Songqiong Academy, teachers and students looked at each other. Is this Qin Yang's real power? He is not a waste, but more like an evildoer, even more evildoer than before. But, why did he kill Zhou De? It seems to continue. Qin Yang moved his muscles and bones, and the surface of his body lit up with the divine light of King Kong. A phantom appeared on the surface of the body, expanding and spreading, and Qin Yang's physique returned to its peak state. Immortal body. Feng Lian and Shi Fei watched this scene in horror. Zhou Da's previous attack did not hurt Qin Mui at all? Zhou De is dead. Do you still want to escape? Qin Yang said with a smile. There was panic in Shi Fei's eyes, but she was unusually sad about Zhou Da's death. Your goal has always been Zhou De, right? Shi Fei asked. Qin Yang was noncommittal. Shi Fei said again, from the very beginning, you wanted to kill the 3 of us here, right? Qin Yang shrugged. Why? Shi Fei asked. Because, you guys should be damned. Qin Yang said slowly, with deep pressure in his eyes. Long way. The sound of the avenue sounded, and the strings of the listening Daoqin vibrated gently, directly resisting Long Wei. Shufei's heart skipped a beat. What was that just now? Dare to attack me with divine sense? Shufei gritted her teeth, feeling very aggrieved. The best thing about listening to Daoqin is the attack of the divine sense, but in this field, there are people who are provocative. Anyway, they are all immortal, and Shufei sat directly in the void, raising her hand to play the piano. I don't believe it anymore, I really can't do anything about you. Shufei urged all her strength and poured it into the piano. Facing Long Wei, Ling Daoqin felt that his majesty was violated, and Qin Li had played with him before, which made him extremely angry. Clang! With a sound, Ling Daoqin blew a string directly. The sound seemed to be visible, and ripples swept through it. That's all right. If you don't need Long Wei, you won't listen, will you annoy him? Shen Longjiu said helplessly in the bottom of his heart. Chapter 293, Shocking the Voice of the Concubine. Qin Yang's brows tightened, and he responded, How can you still play like this? Didn't the super god-level magic weapon be sealed in order to prevent the master from overdrawing his power? Shen Longjiu explained, Just like me, of course, you can increase your power by damaging yourself. Qin Yang pouted, looked at the broken string of the listening Daoqin, and said, Zing sing sing, I know your past credits. Aren't you high enough to swallow the secret key of the gods? That broken Qin string. Shen Longjiu couldn't hide his excitement, it can be swallowed. Once swallowed, I can at least be promoted to heaven. Qin Yang didn't wait for him to finish speaking, and pressed his fingers to his chest. Extreme. A translucent shield suddenly appeared, covering Qin Yang like an eggshell. The sound waves of the piano swept in and shattered everything. But Qin Yang's shield was like an island in the sea, standing still. Shufei and Qin Yang's stalemate, blood overflowing from the corner of Shufei's mouth. No. Listen to the Daoqin sound transmission. Anyway, I won't really die. And it's not that the strings can't be repaired if the strings are broken. Li Daoqin hesitated for a while and sighed. Clang! There was another explosion, and the harp broke a string on its own again. If you don't kill him today. Li Daoqin was furious. Surely kill him. Shufei's eyes showed a ruthless look. Feng Lian frowned and watched, taking this opportunity. He directly took out a medicinal pill, which was the 6th order Tong Tian pill. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Lian swallowed it with a gudu. He stared at Qin Li's figure with a deep hatred in his heart. He was reluctant to eat these 6th order Tong Tian pills, but he gave Qin Li 2 before. Originally, I wanted to kill Qin Li and get the 2 6th order Tong Tian pills back. I just didn't expect that the price of getting the Tong Tian pill back would be so great. Another string. Qin Yang grinned. Be careful. Shen Longjiu reminded aloud. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yang's shield rippled directly. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed. This rule power actually suppressed his own annihilation power? He tried his best to activate the shield, but he couldn't bear the harp that blew 2 strings. Wave. Like a bubble bursting, the annihilation shield absolute boundary burst directly. The sonic power hit Qin Yang directly, and Qin Yang's body froze, unable to move. At the same time, the spiritual sense was paralyzed for a while, and his thoughts seemed to be dull. No matter how strong you are, become my faithful servant. Shufei laughed, and in the end, she still won. You swallowed the 6th order Tong Tian pill? Shufei looked at Feng Lian beside her. Her breath was powerful and terrifying, and it was extremely solid. Feng Lian took a deep breath and said, I can't afford such a price, nor can you afford it. But for Zhou De, this 6th order Tong Tian pill cannot be saved. Xuanhuan nodded, with mixed feelings in her heart. A Qin Mui, a monk of the same level, actually forced them to such a point. Well, still. Xuanhuan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and her face flushed. What's wrong? Feng Lian asked. I couldn't control him. Xuanhuan stood up in sweat. How is this possible? Feng Lian looked at Qin Mui and was shocked. Qin Yang's eyes were pitch black, and his eyes seemed to devour everything. The body is as always, the immortal body is not damaged. The surface of the body, with a deep and dark color, seems to be constantly collapsing in space. It's interesting. Mr. Qiqiao pushed his glasses. Qin Yang raised his hand and looked at his own annihilation rules. His thoughts were condensed, his power burst out automatically, he lost Qin Yang's will, and the power of annihilation revealed its true colors. It turns out. I was wrong? Qin Yang laughed at himself. The dark color in his eyes is like a black hole. The power of annihilation destroys everything. Heaven and earth will not tolerate it? Then I will destroy this world. Suddenly, I realized the true power of extinction in my heart. No more restraints, no more oppression. The terrifying turbulence of obliterating the rules rippled, and the surrounding space collapsed and re-smoothed under the rules of heaven and earth. Constant collapse and remodeling, Qin Yang felt the great pressure of heaven and earth. I knew he wasn't so easy to deal with. Feng Lian bit, holding up the colorful gourd in his hand. As the strength of Feng Lian increased, the swallowing gourd released another layer of seal. With the refinement of the God King realm, the power of this swallowing gourd can also exert the power of a god-level magic weapon. Qin Mui, it's a pity. You are so talented, any force will recruit you in every possible way. But you insist on getting along with us. Feng Lian looked at Qin Yang contemptuously, and continued, I will remember you, once there's one person that bothers me. How about you compare to this day? Qin Yang raised his finger to the sky. Feng Lian raised his brows, what do you mean? Qin Yang didn't explain, just raised his hand and stroked, gently. A line of annihilation spread out like a sword energy. The space also seems to be directly fragmented. Buzz. Buzz. The remaining strings of the listening Daoqin are constantly vibrating, and this line of the listening Daoqin can't even hold it. The power of backlash spread to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, and the breath was extremely weak. Feng Lian's pupils shrank. How could Qin Mui still have the means? No matter how strong you are only a star. In front of the God King, you are like an ant. Feng Lian shouted and raised the gourd to aim at Qin Yang. Receive. Qin Yang's figure flashed, and Feng Lian lost his goal. Feng Lian released his spiritual sense to search for Qin Yang's figure, but he couldn't find it at all. Feng Lian's back was soaked with cold sweat. Why? It's just the King of Gods, and I can't lock my breath. Qin Yang's figure appeared behind Feng Lian, and he spit out 2 words. Behead. No longer as gorgeous as before, just a black light blade flashed by. Boom. A muffled sound came from the automatic defense of the swallowing gourd. Qin Yang's hand and the black light blade were also stuck 3 fingers next to Feng Lian's neck. Humph, that's all. Your attack is no longer effective against me. Feng Lian sneered, his heart settled. Really? Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly. Feng Lian's eyes showed horror, and the shield of the swallowing gourd was continuously eroded. The strength of the shield is rapidly weakening. Where has the power gone? If it goes on like this, it won't take long before this shield will be broken. Feng Lian couldn't believe it. If Qin Mui had such a means before, he would have been in a different place. The confrontation with the power of rules. Qin Yang frowned. If he was also a god king, the shield supported by the swallowing gourd which was only a divine-level magic weapon, would not be able to stop him at all. 6th Order, Tong Tian Pill. It's a pity that Qin Yang's strength is upgraded with the system. Tong Tian Pill is only the effect of Qi Hui Pill for Qin Yang. This move, see if you can stop it. Qin Yang stepped back and walked slowly with a large black knife in his hand. The tip of the knife made a knife mark on the ground, as if the sound of Zila could be heard, as if melting glass. Drag the knife to cut. In front of the light screen, Li Baijian opened his mouth wide enough to fit a big pear. This is his own stunt. Does this have so much power? Feng Lian was ready to fight, staring at Qin Yang. Qin Mui, I'll give you a chance to attack. I want to see what you can do. Feng Lian made up his mind that Qin Mui's attack would not hurt him, so he just wanted Qin Mui to know the strength gap between the two sides. It is also good to sweep away the anger in my heart before. Only after seeing that Qin Mui was helpless and then put it into the swallowing gourd, it was enough to relieve his anger. Oh? Qin Yang laughed playfully and turned his eyes to Shurfein. His target is me. It's me. Feng Lian, come and protect me. Shurfein shouted in horror until it broke. Feng Lian snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Qin Mui, I'm already the king of gods, how can you make trouble under my nose? Feng Lian directly urged the swallowing gourd, and the shadow of the colorful gourd enveloped the voice of the concubine. At the same time, the secret key of the gods, the defense of the colorful gourd will naturally not protect the listening Dao Qin. Qin Yang shot, and the black sword swept out, and draped it on the listening piano. Pfft! Shurfein spat out a mouthful of blood, her face like tin foil. She had already suffered backlash and was seriously injured. Under this knife, although Ling Daoqin had resisted the attack, the backlash was not something she could withstand. Under the pull of the qi machine of the magic weapon, the meridians of Shurfein's whole body were directly shattered, and the internal organs were also shattered into dregs, and she died immediately. Qin Yang secretly snatched the two broken strings of the Ling Daoqin and put them away. Looking at Feng Lian indifferently, Qin Yang smiled and said two words, God King? Chapter 294, God King Sneak Attack. It's developed. Shenlongjiu shouted, quick. Find a place, I want to swallow it. Qin Yang frowned, and Shenlongjiu continued to urge, Feng Lian has been promoted to the God King, and the power of the swallowing gourd should not be underestimated. If I don't advance to the heavenly rank, you will have nothing to do. And Feng Lian has just been promoted. If he is not familiar with power yet, if he is familiar with and masters his own power, you will not be able to fight against him. The City of Freedom is eerily quiet. On the light screen, the battle between the demon crow god king and the old man Qin Feng had stopped, but no one paid attention to who won and lost. No one even cares where the winner goes. On the ground, the blood skeletons and the shadows fought each other with results. Shadow wins. However, the shadows who won were ashen-faced, they were affected by the rule of blood skeletons, and their bodies had been stained with dirty blood. If you don't fall into the blood skeleton, you can only die. The shadows decided to decide on their own. There is no winner in this deadly fight between blood skeletons and shadows. All the light screens were transferred to one screen. Qin Yang against Feng Lian. Zhou De, who owns the secret key of the God Realm, was punched in the head by Qin Mui, but he didn't escape. Master Concubine Yin, who has the secret key of the gods, was directly shocked to death by the magic weapon. This way of death. Everyone sighed in their hearts, and they were even more afraid of Qin Mui's strength to the depths of their souls. Not only the strength, but also the combat response, it is even more terrifying. Knowing the power of Zhou De Tianmen's seal, he deliberately angered Zhou De in exchange for injury. Ling Zhou De gave up his advantage. Without using the teleportation function of Tianmen's seal, Zhou De is just an ordinary star realm. Knowing the strength of Feng Lian's promotion to the Queen of God, he did not shake it hard, but found another way to directly use the magic weapon's air to pull the sound of the concubine to death. It's a genius to come up with such an idea. If the ordinary magic weapon is fine, if the magic weapon is destroyed, the backlash will not die. Shi Fei's death turned out to be because the magic weapon was too powerful. Feng Lian helped Shi Fei's body, his face suddenly calmed down, looked at Qin Yang, and said slowly, "Qin Mui, you will die, and you will die very badly. Everyone related to you, man, I will refine it. Made into a shadow, forever a slave." The woman. Feng Lian's face was suddenly furious, and the fury was terrifying. "You know the means of my shadow." Qin Yang's eyes were indifferent and he laughed, "You can't do it, because I will kill you. Come on, you can't fight him now, let me devour those 2 strings. Shen Longjiu was a little anxious. Qin Yang ignored it. Feng Lian shook his head gently, "Ignorance is like you don't know how powerful the shadow is. Even if you despise me, you shouldn't despise the shadow. Because, this will only show that you are too naive." Qin Yang shrugged, playing with his taste, "Do you think I'll let the shadow go? This is declaring war on the shadows of the 3 major dark forces? My God, did Qin Mui plan to fight Shadow from the very beginning? Who is his real identity?" In the City of Freedom, everyone is about to be shocked to the point of numbness. No one has ever dared to tear his face with any of the 3 dark forces. Such a blatant declaration of war is unique. And Qin Mui was not only declaring war on the shadows, but also designed the blood skeletons to get involved. In any case, the blood debt of blood skeletons and shadows is impossible to heal. The shadow will definitely fight the blood skeleton to the death. However, at the same time, both the shadow and the blood skeleton will regard Qin Mui as the first person to kill. Why? Feng Lian asked again. That's the question that all Liberty City folks ask. Even in Songqiong Academy, the teachers and students didn't understand. Fantastic Star City, Qin Yang slaughtered the city in anger. Wu Heitian took a deep breath. Freshmen in the same class as Qin Yang, and even some teachers and students, all know the real reason for this. Guoyan Gang provoked Songqiong Academy and kidnapped a freshman, angering Qin Yang. After that, Shadow has plans to attack Lu Mingyu and Wei Linglong. Anyone who changed, even those who were not involved with Shadow, would hate Shadow to the core. It's just that none of the teachers and students thought that Qin Yang would dare to stand up like this and declare war head-on. "Mr. Wu, Qin Yang has a reason to declare war with Shadow. What's the matter with Blood Skull?" a student asked. The video Wu Heitian watched in the Hongqian Inn. At this time, everyone looked at the Hongqian Inn. Chu Qingga was shocked and pursed his lips. Wu Heitian whispered, "Blood skeletons are like maggots of tarsal bones. Once provoked, they will never die." That day, the Demon King of Crows blocked the Xingqian Tianlu and wanted to kill Chu Qingga. It was Qin Yang who came forward and pretended to be Chu Qingga. Instantly killed the confidant of the Demon Crow God King. Wu Heitian paused for a moment and continued, "After that, the blood skeletons continued to retaliate, and they continued to fall under Qin Yang's hands." Speaking of this, Wu Heitian laughed and said, "Blood Skull will not let Qin Yang go, but Qin Yang will not let them go either." Why? Are you still unwilling to say it now? I don't believe that there will be hatred for no reason in the world. Feng Lian asked. Qin Yang thought for a while, but did not speak. Feng Lian continued, "Since you said that you are the fighting master of Songqiong Academy, do you really want to imitate the Emperor Songqiong? Take the world as your heart?" Qin Yang was amused and said, "Sorry, I'm not as noble as you said. Since you've asked again and again, I'll tell you why." "Oh?" Feng Lian looked at Qin Yang curiously. The people in front of the light screen are also curious. "It's actually very simple," Qin Yang shrugged. "I don't think you're pleasing to the eye, and you've offended me. In the City of Liberty, under the screens of light, everyone took a deep breath. If you switch to other forces, at most people will feel too arrogant. But this is blood skeletons and shadows. This is beyond the boundaries of madness. This is simply a kind of self-confidence that is invincible in the world. Okay, very good. Feng Lian took a deep breath and said, you wait, I will fulfill my promise, so that you and everyone around you can't survive without dying. I won't give you a chance. Qin Yang looked at Feng Lian coldly, flashed away, and appeared in front of Feng Lian again. Reach out and hold it in the mid-empty, and the dark sword is generated out of thin air. At the same time, the same 1,000 divine swords rose from Qin Yang's body. It was not the power of the rules, but it was stronger than the power of the rules. The sudden change made Feng Lian, who did not fully grasp his own power, startled. Quickly, spread the gourd shield, Feng Lian sneered, just let you live a little longer. Feng Lian's eyes twitched, and he dodged and forcibly broke through. Facing Qin Yang, he actually left? Qin Yang frowned. He could feel that Feng Lian was not running away, but had something to do. But what exactly is this? Is it because I still have 2 tier 6 Tongtian pills in my hand? Do you know that you can't beat me? Qin Yang guessed that Feng Lian's departure was simply inexplicable. The people of the entire free city broke out suddenly, seeing that the final battle was about to be staged, and it ended without a hitch. Everyone was a little unsure, but suddenly, a crow appeared on the screen. Qin Yang waved his hand, and the eye of the storm dissipated. The terrifying sight dissipated like the power of heaven and earth, leaving only half of the ruins of the City of Liberty. That's a crow? Qin Yang suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. This crow seems to be stuck here. There must be a monster when something goes wrong. The previous eye of the storm, not to mention the crow, even a practitioner of the star realm would not be able to appear in such a close place beside him unharmed. The crow raised his head, his green eyes fixed on Qin Yang. Fluttering his wings, accompanied by a few crow feathers, rushed towards Qin Yang. It's not bad to lose the old man Qing Feng, but it's not bad to assimilate you. The demon king Jia Jia smiled strangely. Chapter 295, Supernatural Power Buster. Ding. The more advanced copy of the magic crow art, the advanced progress of the exercise is 7 out of 10. Ding. The more advanced copy of martial arts is the same in the world, and the progress of martial arts advancement is 7 out of 10. Qin Yang's brows twitched. There are still such exercises and martial arts? No, this is no longer the level of martial arts, but the realm of supernatural powers. In the star realm, you can practice heaven-level exercises and martial arts, and on top of that, there are no god-level exercises and martial arts. Only cultivators constantly comprehend and transform martial skills into supernatural powers. This is the power of the God King. The magic crow trick can turn oneself into thousands of crows, both offensive and defensive. As long as a crow does not die, the practitioner will not die. And it can be moved to any place where the crow is, similar to the function of Tianmen seal. The supernatural powers are the same in the world, can assimilate the enemy into a part of himself, and gain all the power of the enemy. The crow flew to Qin Yang's side, swelled into a person, with a thin and gloomy old face. Magic Crow God King? Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Yo, is your knowledge good? The demon king Jia Jia smiled strangely, and Qin Yang was surrounded by black feathers. The king of demon crows said, Boy, I thought you were just a shadow, but I didn't expect you to be the battle master of the Sky Academy. However, no matter who you are, if you offend my blood skeleton, it will not end well. I advise you to be obedient and capture it, and it will save us trouble. Qin Yang pointed like a sword, pinched it in front of his chest, with a smile on his face. Do you think you killed me? The Demon Crow God King laughed and said, any main city, God King realm can't take action. After a pause, the God King Demon Crow turned gloomy. However, do you think you have done so much to my blood skeleton, and my blood skeleton will still care about these rules? It's your Sky Academy that is deceiving people too much. You think that Sky Academy will, for the sake of one of you, tear your face with my blood skeleton? Qin Yang frowned, scratched his ears, and said, your thinking is very strange. I mean, it's just that you can't kill me, it's as simple as that. What are you trying to express? The Demon Crow God King was stunned for a moment, burning with anger. You're afraid. Qin Yang said, slowly. The Demon Crow God King's eyes flashed, and he grinned, I'm afraid? It's your Sky Academy. Since you're not afraid, why did you explain it? Besides, you explained it too early. After you kill me, explain it later. Qin Yang said. Beyond my own power, do you think I'm the same as those little star babies? The previous battle Demon Crow God King looked so real, he couldn't understand. No matter how strong this kid in front of him was, he wouldn't be so strong. The super god level magic weapon, the secret key of the gods, even if you have such treasures, you can't beat it, it's just trash. The feathers gradually formed a spherical shape, wrapping Qin Yang in it. Qin Yang's fingers moved slightly, and the thousand-handed divine swords condensed instantly, galloping vertically and horizontally. Feathers were scattered all over the place, and a divine sword hovered in the air. The Demon Crow God King looked at it with intense eyes. Such a martial skill would soon be his own. But he didn't know that his magical powers had long been copied by Qin Yang. The power of the God King realm is not something you can understand. The Demon Crow God King snorted softly and waved his hand. Every feather turned into a crow and flew towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang's spiritual thoughts moved, and the thousand swords slaughtered all the crows one after another. Instead, those crows exploded into a pile of feathers, and each feather turned into a new crow again. This crow killed more and more, and soon overwhelmed the sky. This is the Demon Crow God King. Qin Mui is going to fight the Demon Crow God King? It's over. I heard that the Demon King of Crows is getting stronger and stronger. Unless he has overwhelming strength, he can't fight him at all. In the City of Freedom, everyone is talking about it. If Songqiong Academy does not take action, this fighting master will surely fall. In the Sky College, it is also not calm. Everyone was nervous, worried about Qin Yang's safety. Wu Heitian frowned, got up and left. In his opinion, even if Qin Yang is a genius, his opponent is a god king after all. A sound transmission suddenly came from my ears. It turned out to be Din Yunbugui. There was no order from the sky, it was just a sound transmission of divine sense, which made Wu Heitian hesitate and sit back again. If you just run away, the Demon King of Crows really can't kill Qin Yang. Wu Heitian thought to himself. Yun Bugui also seems to be very confident in Qin Yang. However, Qin Yang will escape? Obviously not. Give up, it's impossible for you to win against me. King Jia of the Demon Crow smirked, I like to see people struggling and fearing so much. Qin Yang glanced over and said contemptuously, childish. The Demon Crow God King was taken aback, what did you say? Qin Yang hummed softly, waving his fingers again and again, the divine sword was still beheading the crow. The number of crows is also multiplying geometrically. Which of your eyes saw me struggling and scared? Qin Yang said with a smile. The Demon Crow God King's eyes were clear, soon, you will pay the price. Under the screens of the City of Freedom, everyone looked at the figure, and their hearts were tensed. To be yourself, it is simply impossible to face. Looking up at the battlefield, the whole world is full of crows, which makes the scalp numb at a glance. If it goes on like this, the number of crows will never be killed. What the hell is he doing? He knows that this crow can't be killed, go and pay it back. Qin Yang swept away the countless crows around him, nodded secretly, and said in his heart, "It's almost there." Immediately withdrew his hand, but the thousand-handed divine sword was still hovering in the air, and one of the divine swords was directly inserted into the ground in the distance. "What? Give up?" The demon king of crows said like a cat playing a mouse, "If that's the case, then become a part of me." Putting his hands together, all the crows formed a black ocean, wrapping Qin Yang. Qin Yang's body stood still, standing in the air, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he whispered two words, "Extreme." After an epiphany, Qin Yang was no longer bound by the rules of annihilation. The aura of extinction suddenly dissipated, and Jia was no longer a barrier of absolute defense, but a black hole. 3 feet square, absolutely lifeless. All the rules, all annihilated and swallowed. The crow slammed into the absolute world, like ice and snow thrown into the furnace, and disappeared. How could this be? The demon king of crows was shocked. This is just a kid in the star realm, how can he guard against his magical powers? The world is the same? Not bad, not bad. It's a pity that I won't join forces with you. Qin Yang laughed playfully. How could you possibly know the name of my martial arts supernatural power? And you seem to know it well? The demon king of crows stared at Qin Yang tightly, those dark eyes that seemed to devour everything, so he couldn't see through. The demon king of crows said, "Before you killed the crows, you deliberately divided the crows into thousands, thereby reducing the power of each crow. It really deserves to be the king of gods, I can see through it at a glance." Qin Yang sneered. Qin Yang smacked his lips, and continued with some pity, "God King? That's all. If it were another God King, I might still be afraid. Unfortunately, I happen to be your magical nemesis." Chapter 296, Fighting the God King Alone. Supernatural nemesis? Ignorance, child, only in the realm of stars, dare to talk about nemesis? The demon king of crows urged his true chi, and countless crows rushed to Qin Yang's absolute realm again. As long as one can meet Qin Yang. But Qin Yang's absolute limit is that there are no dead ends in all directions, there is no gap left at all, and no chance is given. Not only that, with the continuous influx of crows, the absolute world seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Just like a real black hole, it grows stronger as it continues to devour. The demon king of the crow's face was gloomy and uncertain, and in front of the entire city of freedom, being blocked by the practitioners of the star realm, this is simply a great shame. Okay, very good. The demon king of the crow laughed angrily and said angrily, "Other than Qin Yang, someone has once again made me lose face." The demon crow god king took a deep breath and said slowly, "If you have an insight into my attack method, and you think you can survive from my hands, you still too naive." Qin Yang shrugged. The demon king of crow gritted his teeth, "What a sharp-edged man, I want to have fun with you." Repeatedly pinching the fingers, the crows in the sky returned into feathers, and these feathers immediately converged into an invincible giant old crow. With its wings spread, half of the city of freedom is shrouded in its shadow. The demon king of crows smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you are so arrogant that you have exposed your trump card. Now that I have gathered all my strengths together, how will you deal with it?" With a movement of spiritual sense, the invincible giant old crow rushed towards Qin Yang. Large in size, agile, but not bad at all. The crow's mouth suddenly opened and closed, directly putting Qin Yang's absolute world in his mouth. Qin Yang was shocked all over, and the huge force almost collapsed his absolute world. The power of rules of the demon crow god king is fighting against his own power of annihilation. Although the power of annihilation is the upper-level rule, the power of the rules of the demon crow god king is generally huge. Just like the power of heaven and earth, a small collapse point can be filled in an instant. Qin Yang felt the strength of the absolute world. If it wasn't for his strong physique, he would be able to shatter his internal organs. Where the crow's mouth is in contact with the absolute world, the rules conflict. The world is constantly trying to assimilate Qin Yang's absolute world, but as soon as the rules of assimilation appeared, they were completely wiped out. If this continues, the demon crow god king will be able to achieve his goal sooner or later, relying on his strength. Qin Yang's eyes did not have the slightest panic, but deep wisdom. He could wrap the rule of annihilation with infuriating energy and let the other side assimilate. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. Now is not the time. My God, this is too scary, isn't it? The strength of this huge old crow alone is probably comparable to that of a god-level monster. More than that, this crow is immortal, and any attack on this crow is ineffective. Like other people with blood skeletons, once this crow hits a point, it's over. Crack. Everyone suddenly felt a shudder in their hearts, and seemed to hear a crisp sound. The crow's mouth converged, directly smashing the absolute world. Everyone gasped and looked at this scene in disbelief. That mighty Qin Mui, just like this, is he dead? In Songqiong Academy, everyone was terrified, and Wu Hei suddenly stood up. Mr. Qiqiao pushed his glasses. With a faint smile on his face, two pictures were projected on the light screen. One was the demon king of crows with a surprised and puzzled face, and the other was a divine sword in the distance. What does this mean? What happened? The picture hasn't stopped yet. Doesn't that mean that Qin Mui isn't dead? Look at that divine sword. Everyone stared intently at the divine sword, and even the demon king of crows noticed the abnormality. The divine sword gradually turned into a phantom and turned into a person, not Qin Yang. Who else could it be? The entire city of Liberty was a sensation, and everyone shouted wonderfully. It is unbelievable that the Star Realm can compete with the God King to such an extent. The master of fighting in the Sky College, the name of fighting is well deserved. This is my magic crow trick? The demon king of the crow's eyes widened. Qin Yang shook his head and said, No, how can this be that dirty crow? This is. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and racked his brains to come up with a name. This is Wanjian Guizong. Of course, some places are similar to your magic crow art. Demon Crow God King's face is ugly. Is this kid really his nemesis? Thousands of swords returned to the sect. Qin Yang shouted loudly, and 1,000 swords were condensed, rushing towards the Demon Crow God King like a sea of stars. The Demon Crow God King felt that his majesty was being despised, and ran the Demon Crow art. The world is the same. Countless crows also rushed over. Obviously it was a battle between two people, but it turned into a battle between two armies. A divine sword directly split a crow in half. Several crows also bit into a divine sword. Gradually, the divine sword became pitch black and assimilated into new crows. Qin Yang felt all this clearly, and there was an imperceptible smile on his face. But this wonderful expression was cast in the light. On the screen. What does Qin Mui want to do? It seems to be intentional. The people who were originally apprehensive looked at the projection on the light screen and were immediately confused. In such a situation, does Qin Mui still have the means? The smile that everything is in control is too scary. A divine sword was engulfed, and Qin Yang did not summon a new divine sword. Because, he wants to control the divine sword that was swallowed by the opponent. On the scene, Qin Yang's 1,000 swords are becoming less and less, but the total amount has not changed at all. It's even a little difficult to control. Using the magic crow art to change into 10,000 swords and returning to the ancestors, the same ability can naturally allow Qin Yang to cross the sea. At this time, the demon king of the crow was in control, and sneered, What? You only have this little strength? I really thought you had great ability. Qin Yang didn't give in at all. His eyes flashed with a strange brilliance. That's what I want to say too. The demon king of the crow raised his brows, feeling that something was a little weird. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Where would he give the demon crow god king a chance to think carefully, and put his fingers to his mouth? The sound of the avenue sounded, hell flames, flames spit. The blood-red hellfire burned half of the sky in the city of freedom red. The flames of death burned most of the crows in an instant. The demon crow god king was startled. How could this kid control such a flame? Qin Yang was also taken aback. This flame is weird. Originally, I just thought that every release of this move would be accompanied by the sound of the avenue, and the scene was extremely exciting. Now it seems that this flame has its own rules. And, just to restrain the world of the demon crow god king. This martial skill derived from the ability copied from Fire Dog is a magical power in itself. Qin Yang didn't have time to think. This move almost exposed his plan. However, it was this trick that made the demon crow god king not go to investigate carefully. Among the flames, there are a few crows that are very strange. Their bodies are also pitch black, but they have a depth that devours everything. Although this kid is only in the star realm, I can't give him another chance. Who knows if this kid will have any weird abilities? The demon crow god king secretly said in his heart, and the figure suddenly disappeared. A crow beside Qin Yang suddenly turned into the god king of demon crows, and the god king of demon crows punched him. As long as Qin Yang is injured by 1 point, it is enough to activate his magical powers to assimilate him. Qin Yang was not afraid at all, and the indestructible body also threw a punch. The fists collided, the shock wave spread out, and the physical confrontation seemed more shocking than the martial arts competition. Chapter 297 I am Qin Yang. Good boy, the physique is so strong. There was a look of surprise in the eyes of the demon crow god king. If he swallowed this kid, he would master his various abilities. The demon crow god king was coveted in his heart, and his shot was even more severe, and he punched him again. Qin Yang raised his leg and said, "Kick the sky." Under the strength of the shock, Qin Yang's figure burst to the ground, and the demon king of crows was kicked out. It turned out to be able to fight close to the king's realm. How strong is this guy's physique? This has not exhausted Qin Mui's mountains and rivers. How much ability does he still have? Everyone is very curious about Qin Mui's true origin. When did Songqiong Academy have such a powerful person? Even if it is Wu Heitian before, who is stronger or weaker in comparison with him, right? Boom. A deep pit was smashed into the ground, and Qin Yang's feet slammed into the sky. The demon crow god king sneered and waved his palms again and again. Seemingly simple hand-to-hand combat, in fact, it fully motivates the power of rules. Qin Yang kicked, and the arm of the demon crow god king turned into a pile of feathers. At the same time, the demon crow god king's other hand slammed over. Qin Yang pointed at them like swords, and the sword marks drawn by his fingertips were exactly the lines of annihilation, and pointed to the past. The demon crow god king sank in his heart, and this finger actually pierced his palm directly. Fortunately, there is the magic crow, and the palm turns into a feather before the injury. The entire figure was also blown into feathers, and at the same time, another crow became the demon king of crows and attacked in a victorious manner. How to fight this? It's simply invincible. The situation is not optimistic. Although Qin Mui is very strong, facing such an opponent, he has no chance of winning. The people of Liberty City were sighing incessantly. It is a pity that such a genius died prematurely. You seem to have forgotten one thing, he can't hurt the demon crow god king, and the demon crow god king can't hurt him either. Li Baijian said softly. His eyes were a little complicated, and he secretly said in his heart, "Qin Yang, you are so strong." Everyone immediately reacted, this demon crow god king is a strong man in the god king realm. But in this way, even the previous Feng Lian 3 people are inferior. God King Demon Crow is not good at attacking. Although he can stand in an invincible position when he encounters a rival, it is not easy to win. Li Baijian explained. Li Baijian was very curious, what the hell is Qin Yang doing? Could it be that he still wants to kill the demon crow god king? But how is this possible? In the battlefield, the figure of the demon king of crows changes rapidly, and every crow may become the god of demon crows at any time. In comparison, Qin Yang's divine swords became less and less, and he was completely at a disadvantage when his figure changed. The demon crow god king laughed horribly. He liked the feeling of slowly nibbling away the most. The more rebellious the prey, the better the taste. Come on, it won't be long before you become a part of me. The demon king of crows said. Well, it's really fast. Qin Yang looked at the divine sword that had been assimilated and nodded lightly. Qin Yang said slowly, what if you assimilate my martial skills? You can't hurt me after all. The demon king's eyes narrowed, and the green light in his eyes was bright. Boy, do you think I really can't do anything? It's just that since I was promoted to God King, I no longer use a lot of power. Looking up at the sky, the demon crow god king looked like an expert, and continued, since you are so confident, then let me break your confidence and assimilate you. Magic Crow Divine Fist. The demon crow divine king came to Qin Yang's side and punched him. Qin Yang's eyelids jumped, and he pressed his fingers against his chest. Extreme. Boom. The shockwave visible to the naked eye rippled, and Qin Yang was blasted out with a punch. This punch is weird. Qin Yang's breath was unstable, and Rao was an inextinguishable body, which was shaken. The demon king of crow laughed and said, my punch, the stronger the defense, the stronger the attack. I don't like this kind of strong attack method, it's too boring. What I like most is to give the opponent hope, and then slowly despair. One-sided crushing is not my style. In the light screen, everyone was shocked. The name of the demon crow god king is known to everyone, but no one knows this ability. Li Baijian suddenly felt his mouth dry. He had previously said that the demon crow god king had no means of attacking, but he was slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. For a while, he was worried about Qin Yang. After the dust cleared, Qin Yang walked out unscathed, slapped his body lightly, and said disdainfully, just this little strength? Are you really the king of gods? The demon crow god king was stunned for a moment. This kid's physique, is it too weird? Isn't this really a monster? If he hadn't been able to feel the aura of the human race in the opponent's body, the demon king of crows would have even thought that this kid was a demon from the 10,000 Demon Palace. Especially the faint self-confidence revealed by this kid, a feeling of being in control, deeply stimulated the demon king of crows. The dignified king of the gods, to deal with a Star Realm boy, has used so many methods one after another, and the other party is still so alive. This made the demon crow god king angry, and he gritted his teeth and shouted. Good boy, then let me break your eggshell and every inch of your bone. The demon crow god king, who was furious, launched a fierce attack. Qin Yang moved to dodge, dodging every attack, and occasionally took time to fight back. One side has the calculation against the sky and the dragon step. The advanced prediction plus the speed of the crown is enough to deal with it. On the one hand, there is the magic crow art, which itself is invincible. The two sides are fighting, you come and I go, it is evenly divided. All your divine swords have been assimilated by me. Even if you are fast enough, I will see how long you can last. The aura of the god king of demon crows erupted again. At the same time, the surrounding crows directly transformed into several demon crows. The figure of the king of gods attacked in unison. Qin Yang's brows were furrowed. The realm of the god king should not be underestimated. Especially this time, there is no fake, it is all real attack. Extreme. Qin Yang once again held up the extremity. It's too late. The demon king of crows laughed, but his eyes showed a look of surprise. He clearly saw the corners of the kid's mouth slowly twitching. Jiwajia was directly shattered, bang bang bang. One punch after another hit Qin Yang's body, directly. Even if it is an indestructible body, Qin Yang couldn't help but suffer from a sharp pain under the fist of the king of the gods, but he did all this deliberately. Want to kill God King, easier said than done? Huh? Mask? The demon king of Crow stared at Qin Yang's face, puzzled. Qin Yang let go of his defenses, and Mi Tianjua stopped urging him. The demon king of crows naturally noticed that Qin Yang was wearing a mask. Humph, I want to see what's hidden under your mask. The demon crow god king slapped it with a palm, and the mask was directly torn apart. The face revealed made everyone puzzled. The demon king's pupils shrank sharply, and he couldn't help shaking violently. The anger and humiliation caused him to bite his yellow teeth, as if the words were biting out from between his teeth. It turned out to be you. The demon king's sanity returned to zero in anger. He didn't even monitor the crows in the sky again, and all his mind was fixed on Qin Yang's face. Exactly, just right. Mysterious shadow, master of fighting, everything is a match made in heaven. Let me assimilate you and put an end to all of this. The demon crow god king exerted his power, and the black feathers spread over Qin Yang's body, and the crows all over the sky also gathered and fused together. Gradually, Qin Yang's body was dyed black and assimilated, leaving only one face. A smiling face. Qin Yang grinned, yes, I am Qin Yang. Chapter 298, God King Domain. What, he turned out to be Qin Yang? Mysterious shadows, the masters of fighting, are all Qin Yang? Who said that Qin Yang is a waste? Who? Who said that the Dozhan Guild favors Qin Yang and does not hesitate to provoke public anger to give him the title of Dozhan Grandmaster? Sky Academy opened a back door for it? With such strength, do you need a back door? The City of Liberty exploded, and the fighting stars are not Qin Yang's opponents, and they still wonder if Qin Yang is the master of fighting? It's a pity, the sky is jealous of Ing Kai. Qin Yang is like a gorgeous fireworks, only a moment of brilliance. Why is he jealous of Ing Kai? Is he too crazy? That's right, you've seen the way of the mysterious shadow before, and you don't have any scruples at all. I'm also curious about who would dare to be so presumptuous in the City of Freedom. Since it's Qin Yang, it's true. Oh, God's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins can't live. Such a genius, astonishing. In the first year of school, he was a master of fighting, and in the following year, he grew into a star of fighting. Being in the same era as such a monster is the tragedy of all geniuses. But seeing the genius come to an end, while everyone sighed, they couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune. You, still laughing? The demon king of crows stared at Qin Yang's eyes, and he couldn't see any fear in those eyes. Don't let me laugh? Are you too domineering? Qin Yang joked. Those who insult my blood skeleton have to die. Just assimilating you like this makes you die too easily, said the demon king of crows. Thinking that he had established a victory, the demon king of crows began to hesitate in his heart. After all, this is in the City of Freedom, and this Qin Yang is the only seedling of the Qin family after all. What? Scared? Qin Yang frowned. This has come to a critical moment. If the demon crow god king gives up, then his plans will also be forfeited. Am I afraid? The demon king of crows sneered, boy, I just want you to see this beautiful world again. I'm afraid, let's just say it, it's human nature. It's strange that you are not afraid of dirty bed bugs. Qin Yang mocked, if you offend me, it will not end well, I will not let you go. Yes. Also, you can't leave Liberty City alive today. The demon crow god king's expression became colder. What a wise man, he has reached this point, and he dares to speak hard. It's a pity that I am not a shadow, so I can't refine you into a puppet, but I want everyone in the world to know that my thousands of among the crows, there is one named Qin Yang. Bah! Disgusting is not disgusting. You are a crow, your whole family is a crow. Qin Yang spit. Looking for death. The demon crow god king urged his true energy, and the black feathers completely engulfed Qin Yang. The city of liberty is silent. There were bursts of exclamations and discussions. When is this all? He still dares to anger the demon crow god king. If he moves out of Songqiong Academy, maybe he can survive. He's courting death like this, even if the academy wants to save him, I'm afraid it's too late, won't it delay time? On the other side, everyone in the Jin family chamber of commerce was waiting, and Jin Lianqing stared angrily at the host of the Fighting Guild fighting demon hunting ground. Qin Yang is dead, this account will never end with you. Jin Lianqing clenched his fists, and the ace thugs of the Jin family had surrounded the host behind him. The host was helpless and said, "It's not that I want to stop you. To be honest, I also want to take action, but..." The host looked at the group of thugs behind Jin Lianqing with a headache, and many of them were even members of the fighting union. In the Sky Academy, the first district rotates in time and space, a forbidden area. The entire forbidden area was chaotic, and all kinds of terrifying power fluctuations directly disrupted the talisman Dao barrier of the Bafang God Emperor. It is more terrifying than the nature of time and space, and the sky is falling apart. Calm down, he can't die so easily. Jiuming Divine Emperor frowned, holding a super god rank spiritual material in his hand, and the fire was stunned. The 8 Extreme God Emperor waved his hand to call out the formation plate, and the phantom of the Fan Ao Great Formation shrouded the entire position. Countless magical shadows appeared around the Divine Emperor Duobao, and every shadow was terrifying. The Bafeng Divine Emperor waved his hand to form a talisman, and a series of profound talismans accumulated beside him. The longer the time, the stronger the power and background. The 4 God Emperors are the champions in their respective fields, but at this time they are still in a cold sweat when they join forces. Back then, Emperor Songqiong said the same thing. What happened? A fire dragon roared out, and the entire ground turned into a lava hell. The Emperor Bafeng stretched out his hand, and the ice-cold spell directly condensed the lava into a glacier. That year was that year, and today is today. Everything that happened back then can't happen again. A majestic and heavy voice sounded, and the whole world sank suddenly. The 8-pole God Emperor mobilized the formation plate, and the defense formation mobilized to maintain the stability of the heaven and the earth. You 4 juniors really dare to stop you? Another voice sounded. Listen to me, he's fine. Yun Bugui appeared with wisdom penetrating everything in his eyes. How do you make us believe it? Tianjin? If you want to believe you, don't you mean that the Emperor of the Sky was lying? One after another, the spiritual sense questioned the current dean of the Songqiong Academy, Yun Bugui, to seize the treasure. Baji, Bafeng, Jiuming, the 4 God Emperors stood behind Yun Bugui, ready to stand. Yun Bugui was silent for a while, and then slowly said, "Yes, Emperor Songqiong did lie to everyone back then. But that was his repeated request." After a pause, Yun Bugui continued, "If you take action, what does it mean? I don't need to say it again. In the new era, you can't support it, but don't you give them a chance to grow?" In the light screen, the image moves again. The demon king of crows gathered the crows in the sky and reintegrated into his body. He let out a long sigh of relief, not to mention how beautiful he was. I really didn't expect that everything would be solved in one go. The demon king of crows laughed. Now, all he has to do is to quickly escape from the city of freedom. Thinking of Qin Yang's various abilities, he is now using them for his own use. That's not right. The demon crow god king was suddenly stunned. He assimilated Qin Yang, but he did not feel any improvement. Not only did he not improve, but his own strength seemed to be weakened. And there is a feeling of powerlessness in manipulating your own power? What's going on? The demonic crow god King Xuanhuan inspected his body, and suddenly, his right arm shattered directly, turning into a pool of feathers and falling. This God King Demon Crow widened his eyes in horror. At the same time, this abnormality appeared everywhere in the body, the power was out of control, and the instinctive self-preservation caused the feathers to explode, but those scattered feathers disappeared in mid-air. The power is drastically diminishing, what the hell is going on? The Demon King God King's pupils trembled slightly. At this moment, he realized that there was a small black sword in his body. No, more than one handle. That small sword is the condensation of his own feathers. Why? The Demon King of Crows didn't understand, but the only thing he knew was that Qin Yang was not dead, and all this was caused by Qin Yang. The Demon Crow God King wanted to cut off these little swords and drive them out, but it was useless to do so. There are constantly small swords condensed in the body, devouring their own power. You have assimilated me, do you want to expel yourself? Qin Yang's voice sounded. City of Liberty, Sky Academy, everyone under the screen was shocked. Qin Yang didn't die. How can you know the magic crow art? The magic crow god king narrowed his eyes. This ability, only the magic crow art can do. As a fighting master, what can't I do? Qin Yang said with a smile. The Demon King of Crow said coldly, don't think you can escape death, your tossing now is just to make you live a little longer. Really? Qin Yang's voice was full of laziness. The Demon Crow God King kept controlling his own power, but found that he didn't know how to deal with Qin Yang at all. What on earth are you trying to do? The Demon Crow God King said angrily. At this moment, he was already anxious. Of course I want to kill you. Qin Yang said decisively. Want to kill me? You are too naive. Domain. The Demon King of Crows roared, and his entire body turned into a crow in the sky. The crow's eyes gradually turned crimson, and the feathers also turned scarlet. At the same time, within a radius of 100 feet, blood was boiling, and a sea of blood suddenly appeared on the ground, bubbling. Within a radius of 100 zhang, it is a world of its own, the realm of the King of Gods. Chapter 299, Killing the God King. Hey, I didn't want to use the domain, you forced me. There was a cold light in the eyes of the Demon Crow God King. God King versus Xingqian, forced to use the domain, the reputation of the Demon Crow God King completely disappeared. However, under the threat of life, he had to do it. It's too late. Qin Yang sighed, if you used the domain from the very beginning, I would have no way to take you. It's a pity that you have already seized the opportunity. Now you are me, and I am you. Isn't it the effect of your magic crow art? Why, you don't even remember your own skills? The Demon Crow God King's face sank. When did this kid know his own Demon Crow art? The previous Wanjian Guizong was definitely a name made up by this kid. Are you wrestling with me? Do you think mere stars can compete with me? Could it be that you still want to assimilate me? The Demon Crow God King gritted his teeth and said, let me destroy your spiritual sense, and you are completely a part of me. Okay, you can try it. Qin Yang smiled. In the realm, all rules are rejected. The Demon Crow God King is confident that it won't take long for Qin Yang's spiritual sense to disappear, and Qin Yang's power will naturally become his power. After opening the realm, everything is under control. The Demon King of Crows directly locked on those uncontrollable powers. The Demon King of Crows sneered, it's a pity, you can do this step, enough to be amazing. However, you are destined to die. With a movement of the Demon Crow God King's spiritual thoughts, the power of the domain is fully motivated, directly corroding those forces that cannot be controlled. A small sword, covered with blood. I thought it would be more difficult, who would have thought? Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? The Demon Crow God King angrily said. Who would have thought that you could hit the same trick twice, Qin Yang said. The demon crow god king was shocked and found that there were many dark black holes in his realm. If the realm is compared to a small secret realm, then the black hole is the collapse point, constantly swallowing the secret realm. It's impossible. What kind of rule power are you? God King Demon Crow widened his eyes. My own rule field is constantly impacting those black holes, but it is not filled at all. On the contrary, his own domain power is constantly being swallowed up. Even if you push with all your strength, you can only stalemate at most. The Demon Crow God King took a deep breath and quickly isolated those black holes in the realm, wanting to expel the black holes directly from his realm. Suddenly, the Demon Crow God King's eyes darkened, and a sense of powerlessness permeated his entire body. Weak. Qin Yang used the power of the dark rules copied from Baki Orochi. With one skill, the power of the Demon Crow God King was directly reduced by half. The Demon Crow God King, who has already opened the domain, has been able to investigate the power of Qin Yang, and it is now the last critical moment. Flashbang. The skills were thrown out one by one, and the Demon Crow God King was very anxious. These martial arts are not lethal, but they will affect him more or less. In this critical moment, a slight influence is enough to decide life and death. In the blood-colored world, a small sword was condensed and turned into a black hole to devour everything. One by one weakness and flash bombs were thrown out, making the Demon Crow God King no longer able to fight back. In the light screen, the blood-colored world slowly turned black. It didn't take long for there to be no more blood in the world, only a huge and frightening black hole that stayed there quietly. No spiritual sense can penetrate into it, and no power can be retained in it. Huh? The power hasn't grown, but the absolute realm has grown. Qin Yang's voice appeared, waved his hand gently, and the absolute realm disappeared. Heaven and earth regained its clarity. Looking at it again, where is the figure of the Demon Crow God King? A generation of God Kings, notorious, used the domain, but was killed by the stars. On the light screen, Qin Yang's figure was like a king, and his perseverance was empty. Everyone stared at the screen, dumbfounded. This is fake, right? How did he win? No one could think of an answer. Some people with high strength have fear in their hearts. The terrifying power of the rules is enough to destroy everything. This kind of rules can also be understood and used by people? Qin Yang deliberately allowed himself to be assimilated by the Demon Crow God King, and took advantage of the weakness of the Demon Crow God King's technique to destroy the Demon Crow God King instead. The premise of doing this must be to have a deep understanding of the magic of the Demon Crow God King, and at the same time, to have the ability to destroy. And Qin Yang has both. The entire City of Liberty became a sensation, and the stars leaped to kill the King of God, no matter what method was used, but the fact was that it was really done. Someone once killed the stars in the Grandmaster realm. It's not anyone else, it's Qin Yang. That time, it was Qin Yang who was directly named the #1 fighting master. There was a faint smile on Qin Yang's face, and there was a little tiredness and fear in the smile. If you change to other gods, I am afraid that it will not be possible to kill them by leaps and bounds. The Demon King of the Crow died on his magic crow Ju, which gave Qin Yang an opportunity. Good boy, can you find a place for Ben Long to swallow those 2 strings? Shen Longjiu said impatiently. Okay, what's the hurry? What? Qin Yang rolled his eyes, his figure flashed, and instead of returning to the academy, he went directly to the former site of the Shadow Colosseum. Coming to the underground secret room, Qin Yang frowned and fiddled with the imagery formation. After repairing it, no matter how he urged it, no image came from the teleportation array. It seems that the other side doesn't want to talk to me. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and stepped on it hard. The entire chamber was once again reduced to ruins. Qin Yang was sitting cross-legged on the ruins of the Colosseum, and Shen Longjiu also began to devour the two strings of the listening Dao Qin. The City of Freedom, calm down. Sky Academy also calmed down. Everything seems to have passed, but everyone still recalls the past in their hearts. Even if Qin Yang killed the demon crow god king, he was just a star. The blood skeleton won't let him go now. And the shadow, Qin Yang also offended the shadow, to death. The blood skeleton and the shadow war were provoked by Qin Yang. The subtle peace between the two dark forces was broken, and the shadow will definitely list Qin Yang as the #1 must-killer. And before that Zhou De and Shi Fein, 3 of the 8 Shinto clans had a deadly feud with Qin Yang. Not only the 3 clans, have you forgotten the Nangong family? I heard that the attitude of Wanyao Palace is also very intriguing. This Qin Yang, one person can stir up the world. All the topics revolved around Qin Yang, and the wheel of history seemed to be pushed by Qin Yang alone. Time passed slowly, and the light screens in the City of Liberty and the Sky Academy also disappeared. Everything seems to be over. In the ruins of the Colosseum, Qin Yang opened his eyes and asked, "What? Do you want my 2 Tong Tian pills? Do you know what these Tong Tian pills mean?" Of course I know that a Tong Tian pill is equivalent to a God King realm. Shen Longjiu said, but the God King realm is nothing on the mainland. You don't know that there are countless God Emperors in this world. But what does this have to do with my Tong Tian pill? Qin Yang pouted and said, haven't you been promoted to the heavenly rank? The energy of the 2 strings of the Dao Qin is too low, right? No, after swallowing 2 Tong Tian pills, I will definitely be able to advance to the God-level magic weapon. At that time, Shen Longjiu said excitedly, at that time you will be able to see my true power. What's the use? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, look at the swallowing gourd, look at the seal of the Tian Men, look at the harp, and then look at you. Qin Yang had 2 words of contempt written all over his face. Shen Longjiu said irritably, what do you know? I'm different from them. Qin Yang took out 2 6th-order Tong Tian pills, and simply took out the small Tong Tian pill from the previous mission. Shen Longjiu's eyes shone brightly, and the entire jade pendant was dyed red. You'd better. Before Qin Yang finished speaking, the Tong Tian pill in his hand disappeared immediately and was swallowed by the Shenlong jade. Chapter 300 Adversity Jade Dragon. Shen Longjiu hiccups comfortably, and the jade pendant is more crystal clear and exudes divine light. Advanced? Qin Yang asked. Shen Longjiu said contentedly, yes. Is it a god-level quality now? Qin Yang asked. That's right. Shen Longjiu looked very excited. What about your real strength? Qin Yang asked again. Shen Longjiu said mysteriously, I can't see it now. Qin Yang frowned, since it is a god-level quality, can the released Long Wei be effective against the God King? Your strength is too poor, of course not. Shen Longjiu said. Qin Yang's face darkened, and he felt cheated. Qin Yang gritted his teeth angrily, I knew it, you are cheating. How can there be such a super god-level magic weapon like you in the secret key of the gods? Hey, don't be in a hurry when it's useful to me. Shen Longjiu is in a good mood, no longer has the same knowledge or quarrels with Qin Yang, just follow Qin Yang's words. Qin Yang wants to cry, but has no tears, 2 Tong Tian pills, 6th order. Even if it is feeding the dog has to wag its tail at itself. Not far away, a group of people stood quietly, as if waiting for something. The person in the lead was Li Baijian. Seeing Qin Yang get up, Li Baijian came over. Meet again. Qin Yang greeted with a smile. Li Baijian took a deep breath, not knowing how to face Qin Yang, the big knife in his hand felt a little heavy. Li Baijian said, I want to say thank you to you. Your actions have directly cleaned up all the strongholds of Shadow and Blood Skull in the City of Liberty. This is what I should do. It is everyone's responsibility to eradicate evil and evil. If you want to do it, you can succeed. Qin Yang said. Li Baizhan shook his head and said, no, you are too modest. Not everyone can handle this pot. Ah? Qin Yang was taken aback. Li Baizhan hurriedly changed his words and said, you better be careful, now you have become a master of fighting. Li Baizhan hesitated, but still said, since you are not a student, then your treatment is naturally not a student. Treatment? What do you mean? Qin Yang couldn't understand. Li Baizhan said with deep meaning, when you were a student, many forces were restrained. Now, this restraint is gone. Qin Yang frowned. During the time he entered school, it was indeed very calm, and it was a little strange to be calm. However, Qin Yang is the person who is afraid of yes? The soldiers will come to block, and the water will cover the soil. It's better to let them come to me to save me trouble. Qin Yang laughed. Suddenly, a huge pressure hit between heaven and earth. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and he appeared 100 feet away. A huge colorful gourd appeared out of thin air over the city of freedom, the mouth of the bottle swallowed everything like a whale. Qin Yang did not hide his figure. If he did, Li Baizhan and the others would definitely be swallowed up. It is precisely because of this that the gourd mouth is aimed at Qin Yang. Feng Lian? You dare to come here? Qin Yang looked at the figure above the gourd coldly. But beside that figure, there are two figures. Taking a closer look, Qin Yang couldn't help but blink. Zhou De? Xuanhuan? Are you two dead? My mind went downhill, but I couldn't figure it out. Zhou De was wiped out by his own annihilation power, and there was no slag left. Xuanhuan was shocked to death by his own knife, and the death was completely dead. Even the Tong Tian pill couldn't save it, but how could it be resurrected? Your ignorance has long caused your arrogance, so let me tell you what the power of the 8 clans is. Receive! Feng Lian shouted loudly, and the suction of the swallowing gourd suddenly increased. Qin Yang wanted to escape again, but it was too late. He has been locked by Tian Tian gourd. Feng Lian! You dare! Li Baizhan shouted, dragging his knife to the sky. Feng Lian's eyes twitched coldly. Li Baizhan felt a lot of pressure, and the big knife in his hand was so heavy that it could not be dragged. Feng Lian has mastered the power of the King of Gods. Feng Lian smiled and said, I won't kill him, at least not in the City of Freedom. You have no reason to shoot at me. Besides. Feng Lian's expression turned cold, and he scolded angrily, is it possible that your little guard can intervene in the affairs of my 8 clans? Go away. With a wave of his hand, the enormous power directly made Li Baizhan difficult. The failure to shoot 100 battles with one palm made Feng Lian a little ugly. The concubine Yin on the side said fiercely, the top priority is to solve Qin Yang, we'd better leave this place. Zhou De also nodded in agreement, that's right, this guy must burn it to ashes. Feng Lian took a deep breath and pushed the swallowing gourd with all his strength. No matter how hard Qin Yang struggled, he was still swallowed into the gourd. Putting the plug, Feng Lian and the 3 disappeared directly under the seal of Zhou Da's Tianmen. The entire City of Freedom caused a sensation again, but this time, there was no screen broadcast. What? Qin Yang was taken away by Feng Lian? Zhou De Xuanhuan has been resurrected? How is this going? Thousands of miles away, on a high mountain. The 3 of them. Appearing here, under this cave, is another hidden stronghold of the shadow. The phantom of the colorful gourd appeared, among which was the figure of Qin Yang. The 3 Feng Lian looked at Qin Yang coldly, and Feng Lian sneered, you are just like that. If I hadn't been in a hurry to resurrect Zhou De and Xuanhuan, I would have caught you directly. You just swallowed the Tong Tian pill, but you still can't control your power. You are afraid of falling into my hands, so you didn't dare to attack me before? Qin Yang's expression was not afraid. You still dare to be stubborn? Zhou De said angrily, I will repay you 100-fold for the revenge of murder. Speaking of this, Zhou De said with a sinister smile, before the blood skeleton wanted to kidnap Lu Mingyu to lead you out, but now we can catch you and lead Lu Mingyu and the others out. Don't worry, we won't let you out. Die now. If you have any last words, you can explain them slowly. Shurfeiyin stared at Qin Yang's face, which was too different from the pig's head under the mask of Bai Gui before. You actually wore a mask before? Qin Yang, Qin Mui, you really know how to play. Feng Lian looked like he was winning, and said, playing us like this. You might as well give us an idea. How can I be nice to you? Well. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, really thought about it seriously, and said, since I want to draw out Lu Mingyu and the others, it seems that there is also a life-stealing formation here. Let me sort out my thoughts. Feng Lian and the three looked at Qin Yang in surprise. So far, why are the beasts trapped in the cage so calm? For a time, the three of them were impressed by Qin Yang's calmness and composure. How good would it be if it weren't for the enemy? Since it is an enemy, if he does not die at this time, it will be a serious problem for his confidence. It's okay, has caught him. Qin Yang said slowly, you shadows are coveting the secret key of the gods, and the secrets of the gods must be opened by the blood of the 8 clans, stealing the sky and shifting the fate. Feng Lian took a deep look at Qin Yang, this guy knows too much. Enough. Feng Lian interrupted, since you know, then you also know your fate. Qin Yang shook his head and smiled, I'm sorry, I really don't know. Oh? Feng Lian looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and said, I was taken into the swallowing gourd, do you think you can still escape? Qin Yang looked strange and said, I don't know if you have heard this sentence. Which sentence? Zhou De suddenly remembered something, and his heart jumped. Shouldn't. Qin Yang glanced at Zhou De and said, the seal of the heavenly gate in good times, the jade dragon in adversity. Chapter 301 I think so too. Impossible, it's impossible. Zhou De shouted loudly, you can't have the secret key of the gods. The owner of the Lu family has personally confirmed that you don't have the secret key of the gods. Feng Lian and Shurfeiyin looked at each other with a look of surprise. Qin Yang does not have the secret key to the realm of the gods, and it has long been known to everyone. The owner of the Lu family brought the Feng Tian Baojing to the academy to meet Qin Yang in person. There is no way to go wrong. What did he mean by that? What is the secret key of the Qin family's realm? Feng Lian asked in a deep voice. Between the 8 clans, each other does not know what the secret key of the other party is. Even the secret keys of the gods themselves only know each other's functions, but do not know each other's identity. Therefore, even those who know the jade dragon, do not know that the body of the jade dragon is a jade pendant. Feng Lian stared at Qin Yang who was trapped in the swallowing gourd, and said coldly, what is the seal of the heavenly gate in good times, the jade dragon in adversity? I don't believe it, you can still escape today. Speaking of this, Feng Lian seemed to be very happy. Isn't it good to have the secret key of the god realm? The most crucial part is solved directly. The blood of the Qin family and the secret key of the Qin family are all in hand, so God helps me. Zhou Da's face was a little stiff, and he hesitated. If he really has the secret key of the gods, we're afraid we won't be able to catch him. Can't catch it? Joke. Isn't he already? Feng Lian pointed at Qin Yang. Before he finished speaking, his heart suddenly tightened. Qin Yang kicked over, and under the eyes of the 3 of them, this kick actually passed through the confinement of the swallowing gourd and kicked out directly. Feng Lian blocked with both hands, and a huge force came. Even if he was promoted to the God King realm, he had to take a few steps back to lose his strength. Huh? It turned out to be true? Qin Yang laughed. Shenlongjiu said proudly, what's the matter? As I said, even the Liu family's Feng Tian treasure mirror will never be able to trap me. The imprisonment of the swallowing gourd was nothing to Qin Yang, and Qin Yang walked out directly from the shadow of the colorful gourd. How is that possible? Feng Lian didn't believe his own eyes, and was swallowed by the swallowing gourd. As long as he used his gong, he could refine the opponent. But now, not only can Qin Yang not be refined, but Qin Yang can get out of trouble so easily. Qin Yang exercised his muscles and bones, and after this divine dragon jade was promoted to the divine rank, it really had some effect. Clenching his fists, Qin Yang looked at Feng Lian three people with a bad expression, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Since the killed people can still be resurrected, then let me see how many times you can be resurrected. Zhou De and Xuanhuan froze in their hearts. The fear of death was still lingering in their hearts. Now that Qin Yang has activated the secret key of the gods, isn't it more difficult to deal with? Zhou De, what is the function of the Qin family's secret key? Feng Lian asked in a deep voice. Zhou De explained, I don't know, the Qin family's secret key is the most special one among the 8 secret keys, and it is also the one that appears the least. Tian Menin said, let us give up. Feng Lian's brows tightened, give up? Such an opportunity is a God-given opportunity, how can you be reconciled if you don't give it a try? Immediately, both hands clenched the knuckles, and the phantom of the swallowing gourd enveloped Qin Yang again. But this time, Qin Yang didn't give him a chance, urging Shen Longju to dodge directly to Feng Lian's side. The figure went straight through the phantom of the swallowing gourd, and Qin Yang punched it out. The speed is extremely fast, even if it is the wind refining of the God King realm, you can only resist hard and have no time to dodge. Boom! Qin Yang's physique was completely beyond the strength of the star realm, and this punch smashed Feng Lian out. Looking at Zhou De and Xuanhuan, Qin Yang laughed. Xuanhuan swallowed and spit, playing the piano with both hands, listening to the sound waves from the Dao Qin, as if the sound of heaven enveloped Qin Yang. It's useless, I'm immune to the sound of your piano. Qin Yang shrugged, his figure flashed again. In the blink of an eye, a white dragon loomed around Qin Yang's body. Whatever your heart wants, there is no stopping it. The sound waves of the avenues could not stop Qin Yang at all. Xuanhuan put up the Qin anxiously, defending Qin Yang's attack with the quality of the super god-level magic weapon. You forgot how you died? Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan in surprise. Xuanhuan was instantly horrified, and her face turned pale with fright. Back, it's too late. Buzz. 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 The strings trembled, and the concubine vomited blood and flew out. Qin Yang bullied himself up, kicking down from the top like a whip. Between the light and flint, Zhou De rescued Xuanhuan with a flash. At the same time, Feng Lian slapped his palm, carrying the momentum of wind and thunder, and the pressure was rolling. Qin Yang pointed at them like swords and shouted, Jinghong sword finger. Countless divine swords were lit up behind, swish, 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 and when they were swung forward, the 1,000-handed divine swords circled like blooming gorgeous divine sword flowers. The power of a palm was instantly dissipated. Feng Lian's heart sank, why is this guy so strong? He has been promoted to God King, but he has nothing to do with Qin Yang? If you don't open the field, you have no chance. Qin Yang said lightly. After killing the demon crow God King, Qin Yang was very clear. With his current combat power, he is enough to compete with the God King realm that does not open the realm. Even if the field is opened. Qin Yang's own absoluteness and the quality of being promoted to the God rank. The divine dragon jade is not false to any divine king. You're not worthy of me to open the realm. Feng Lian said angrily. Swallow mountains and rivers. Feng Lian shouted loudly, grabbing his hands forward. The entire space where Qin Yang was located was sealed, and at the same time, the swallowing gourd directly swallowed the space. Feng Lian will refine Qin Yang and the space he is in on the spot. Qin Yang chuckled lightly, pressing his hands in a circle on his chest, and the Baizhang Shenlong suddenly appeared, crazy dragon palm. It's useless. No matter how strong your strength is, for me, it will only turn into my strength. Feng Lianqi, calm down. With one move, he swallowed the mountains and rivers and directly devoured and refined the Baizhang crazy dragon. With a flip of his hand, the Baizhang crazy dragon attacked Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at the 100-zhang mad dragon, quietly, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Compared to the demon king of crows, you are a little worse. Qin Yang shook his head gently. Comparing me to that disgusting crow? Feng Lian was furious, and then his eyes suddenly jumped. Break! Qin Yang snapped his fingers. The Baizhang crazy dragon actually exploded under Qin Yang's snap of his fingers. Under the traction of the air machine, Feng Lian suffered a backlash. The swallowing gourd lingered around the 7-color divine light to map Feng Lian, which made Feng Lian's breath stabilize in an instant, and even return to its peak. Want to devour me? Not even the demon king of crows, let alone you. Qin Yang said disdainfully. I said, don't compare me to him. Feng Lian clenched his fists and rushed towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang smacked his lips and continued to smile. Indeed, you really can't compare with him, not as good as him. Qin Yang leaned back to avoid Feng Lian's palm, raised his leg and kicked and was blocked by Feng Lian's arm, and kicked violently with a spin, kick the sky. Directly kick Feng Lian out. Qin Yang's figure followed closely, and said coldly, you are just relying on the swallowing gourd, without the swallowing gourd, you are not a fart. Feng Lian was furious and gritted his teeth, today I will use my fists, to beat you into patties. A gleam of light flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, it's such a coincidence, I think so too. Chapter 302. Qin Yang punched out, explosive punch. Feng Lian's palm shot out, even with the suppression of the divine king realm, Qin Yang was superior in martial arts. Under the hard shaking, Qin Yang did not lose the wind at all, but chased Feng Lian with a blasting hammer. Earth-shaking fist. Qin Yang raised his arms high, and a giant bust suddenly appeared. Qin Yang shrank his neck abruptly, and was actually frightened by his own martial skills. What the hell? Fortunately, Qin Yang's response was timely, and Qin Yang threw his fists again and again. The bust of the giant was ferocious, and its fists as big as a room smashed down again and again. Feng Lian's body surface lit up again with the colorful light of the swallowing gourd, and was directly smashed to the ground under the hurricane of the giant bust. This turned out to be a magical martial skill. Feng Lian's pupils showed an incredible color, and Zhou De and Shi Feiying in the distance were also shocked. Mr. Qiqiao was above the sky and pushed his glasses lightly. This scene, he did not broadcast the screen, but just recorded everything. Interesting, after the martial arts have been cultivated to the peak, they have understood the true meaning of martial arts, and there is no limit to the rank. The king of the gods can derive supernatural powers. This kid, can you already do it in the realm of stars? Mr. Qiqiao muttered to himself. What is a magical martial skill? Shi Feiying said. Cold sweat appeared on Zhou Da's forehead. Such an opponent is simply too terrifying. He immediately explained, we have the secret key of the realm of the gods, and all the martial arts we learn are in conjunction with the secret key. Usually, we don't need other martial arts at all. After some explanation, Shi Feiying was even more impressed by Qin Yang. This is a monstrous genius. Still a monster with the secret key of the gods. Zhou De, Shi Feiying. Come and help me. Feng Lian rushed out from the ground and shouted loudly. Zhou De took a bite, and teleported to Feng Lian with Shi Feiying. In midair, the three faced Qin Yang. Qin Yang secretly said in his heart, the secret key of the gods is too heaven-defying. If you want to kill them, you must first solve their secrets of the gods. If you don't have the secret key of the god realm, even if Feng Lian is promoted to the god king realm, you will only have a cultivation base, which is nothing to worry about. As for Zhou De and Shifeng, Qin Yang sneered and didn't put the two of them in his eyes at all. However, at this time, the three of them joined forces again, which gave Qin Yang some headaches. The only concern in Qin Yang's heart was Zhou Da's seal of the heavenly gate. What if they knew they couldn't beat themselves and escaped? Qin Yang's eyes lit up as the divine sword flew in the sky. The three Feng Lian were also communicating with their spiritual thoughts, and they had already determined that Qin Yang's secret key to the world of the gods could allow him to ignore the confinement of the swallowing gourd. As for listening to the Dao Qin, Qin Yang himself was directly immune. The words of Tianmenian, it is of no help to the frontal battle. At least in the frontal battle with Qin Yang. Zhou De said through his voice, the ability of the three of us with the secret key of the gods is not our specialty. The situation where we can exert our real power is. Feng Lian interrupted directly, if you can't win even a Qin Yang, how can you stand on the mainland? Even if the specialties are not singled out, are we really unable to take him? Even if you can beat him, you can't keep him. Zhou De said. Feng Lian glanced at the past and said, could it be that you have the seal of Tianmen, and you are afraid that he will run away? I will find an opportunity later, and you will print the mark directly on his body. Zhou De raised his brows, this is a good idea, but... Zhou De didn't want to stimulate Feng Lian. In fact, Zhou De had already seen through it. They were not Qin Yang's opponents at all. What Qin Yang said was right to the point, they were relying on the secret key of the god realm. Once the secret key of the gods can't play its due role, they are not even as good as ordinary cultivators. Go! Feng Lian snorted lowly, and the three people flashed and rushed directly in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang chuckled, the combination of these three is meaningless at all, and even each other is a burden to each other. If he can win himself by joining forces like this, then what kind of fighting teacher would he be? Feng Lian directly suppressed Qin Yang with the realm, and the huge power of heaven and earth shrouded him. Qin Yang pointed like a sword, and was about to slap a brand on the opponent, but Shenlongju transmitted a voice in his heart. Don't move, let me come. Shenlongju shouted excitedly. Finally promoted to the god rank, Shenlongju refused to let go of any opportunity to express himself. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he was stunned on the spot. Feng Lian laughed loudly and said, you see, in the face of the god king, he is only at the end of his force, and he can only use his tongue for a while. Zhou De. Feng Lian shouted loudly. I know. Zhou De replied, with a seal on his hand, a phantom of the heavenly gate seal appeared and branded directly on Qin Yang's chest. Qin Yang frowned, and pressed the pinch on his chest, extreme. The phantom of the Tianmen seal was bounced off directly, and the imprint was instantly wiped out. Zhou De felt a sudden shock, he couldn't make a mark at all. At the same time, Feng Lian noticed a terrifying force rising from Qin Yang's body, and a jade-white color in his pupils. Zhou De and Shifeng's eyes widened in panic, and 1,000-armed white jade dragons suddenly appeared around Qin Yang's body. The fierce breath seems to last forever. Now, the ancient and surging sense of desolation permeated the hearts of the three Feng Lian. What the hell? This question appeared in the minds of the three Feng Lian at the same time. Even Qin Yang was surprised, where did this dragon jump out? Under the attack of Wu Heitian's divine sense, Qin Yang was lost in the stars, and it was this thing that brought him back to his body. Could it be that this is the body of the Shenlong Jade after its transformation? Not only can it exist in the mind, Long Wei does not need to be activated deliberately. After the dragon jade is transformed into the body, Long Wei naturally emerges. Thousands of creatures crawl and tremble, and the majesty of condescension surpasses the common people. Xuanlong swings its tail. Shenlongjiu shouted, and Qianzanjiu Shenlong slapped out with a tail. The figures of the three Feng Lian were like little ants, and they were instantly swept away. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth twitched slightly. Zhou De and the concubine did not say anything else. That Feng Lian was in the realm of the king of gods. After Shenlongjiu slapped Feng Lian and the three of them flying, he was complacent. Don't underestimate me, my combat power is comparable to that of the top god-level monsters. This is my ability. Oh. Qin Yang nodded. Why aren't you surprised? Why aren't you shocked? Why aren't you? Shut up. Qin Yang frowned, I'm going to kill them. You've been pumped, and I have to chase. Shenlongjiu laughed and said, what's so difficult? I marked the three of them, and I can take you there as long as you want. No matter where you are. Oh? Qin Yang became interested. With a thought, the three Feng Lian were locked in. Shenlongjiu dodged and took Qin Yang to the side of Feng Lian and the others. The appearance of Qin Yang really made Feng Lian's heart skip a beat. It was as if the ghosts were haunted, staring at them. The scythe of the god of death was placed around their necks. Feng Lian bit and called out the swallowing gourd, I want to see how strong you can be. Swallow the world. The same move was launched with the help of Tian gourd. The field has been formed. Within 1,000 battles, the space suddenly became heavier. All the auras and rules were instantly refined, like a vacuum. If you change to other monks, you can only fight with your own strength at this time. As long as you don't leave the field of Fenglian, you can't replenish your strength from heaven and earth. Even, you can't open your own field. The whole world has been isolated by wind training. Qin Yang's body surface lit up with golden divine light, and the immortal body automatically defended against the refining of the swallowing gourd. Qin Yang sighed and said, what about those who agreed to only use fists? What about those who agreed not to open the domain? What about those who agreed not to swallow the calabash? What about those who agreed? Chapter 303, The Power of One Palm. When you are dead, let's talk about this. Feng Lian said in a panic. Zhou De hesitated a bit and said, is this bad? You can't kill him so directly. We need the blood of the Qin family on him. Feng Lian frowned and said, I can't take care of that much at this time. Wait, you seem to have the winning ticket? Qin Yang cut his ears and interrupted. As if looking at 3 stupid XS, Qin Yang continued, in my opinion, you are all exhausted. Looking at the world, Qin Yang was very helpless and said, the same method can't make the second time, you are good, the same ineffective method is still used one after another. What can I do? Feng Lian's face twitched, how could Qin Yang be like a hob, not afraid of anything? What the hell is going on here? Xuanhuan hesitated, why don't we retreat first? We really can't do anything to him. But he can't do anything to us either. People from the 8 clans can't easily tell the winner, let alone the secret keys of the gods. No, there must be an end today. Feng Lian said firmly. Losing the 6th order Tong Tian pill, resurrecting Zhou De and Xuanhuan not only cost a lot, but also. If it breaks down like this again, how to face the family, how to face. Feng Lian said solemnly, Qin Yang, without the supplement of the power of heaven and earth, your power will be exhausted sooner or later. Even if you are strong, so what? As long as I keep following you, your power will only become less and less. And I've always been at my peak. Oh. Qin Yang nodded and said, actually, I couldn't replenish my strength from the sky and the earth. Huh? The 3 Feng Lian suddenly became puzzled. Qin Yang shrugged, without explaining. What he controls is the rule of annihilation, which cannot be tolerated in the world. Also add strength from heaven and earth? What a joke. If heaven and earth really have the will, I am afraid that they will find ways to kill Qin Yang. Since you want to refine me, why don't we just have fun? Qin Yang laughed and snapped his fingers lightly. Extreme. Gently spit out 2 words. In the field of Fenglian, Qin Yang directly supported his own. The power of annihilation fills into a pitch-black sphere, a field without any rules or aura, instantly filled with the power of annihilation. Feng Lian's 3 people's secret keys to the world of the gods automatically opened the defense. Except for Feng Lian's swallowing gourd, which was unsealed to the god level, Zhou De and Shifeng only unsealed the secret key of the god world to the heaven level, which was almost impossible to protect. Lie there, masters. Feng Lian wants to refine Qin Yang wants to destroy Feng Lian, and the two are tit for tat. Holding on to each other, stalemate, only waiting for the opponent's strength to be exhausted first. Whoever survives to the end will be the winner. It doesn't look like much, but it's actually very dangerous. Zhou De and Shifeng didn't even dare to move. Feng Lian's back was soaked in cold sweat. He was afraid that he was the most shameless god king, but he was forced to such a state by Qin Yang of the Star Realm. Seeing that Feng Lian's face was wrong, Zhou De said, "You are the king of gods, and you have a swallowing gourd. If you fight like this, Qin Yang is not your opponent at all." Feng Lian's voice transmission said, Tian gourd is no longer able to connect with heaven and earth. This black domain isolates all perception. What? How can that be? Escape. Retreat first. Zhou De clenched his fists with both hands, urging the heavenly gate seal. At this time in the absolute world, the Tianmen seal can still play a role, but it is no longer so easy to activate with a single movement of the divine sense. Hurry up. Hurry up. Shifeng's voice trembled slightly. A sword chi suddenly slashed, as if to sever the world in 2. Can you devour their secret keys of the gods? Qin Yang said in his heart. Yes, but you have to release the identity of the master first. Shenlongji responded. It's simple. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and the knife chi of the dragging knife was aimed at Feng Lian. Feng Lian urged the defense of the swallowing gourd, but he couldn't resist it. Although it is not a defensive magic weapon, it is essentially a super god level quality. Although it has only been unsealed to the god level, it cannot. Of course, Feng Lian couldn't understand the effect of Qin Yang's annihilation power, and he was almost slashed by Qin Yang's full force. Even the swallowing gourd can't prevent it. If it really cuts him, wouldn't it be? Feng Lian's heart began to beat gongs and drums. Oh, it's a pity. Qin Yang frowned. He didn't expect this kind of effect. In fact, the original target was Shifeng. Knowing this earlier, wouldn't it be beautiful to cut the wind with a knife? The matter has come to this point, and it is not easy to come again, so I can only take advantage of the trend and slash towards Shifeng. Clap clap clap. The strings were broken, and the few strings left on the Daoqin shattered again and again, and the sound of heaven was deafening. He was bound to be ashamed, and he must never. Pfft. There was despair and anger in Shifeng's eyes. Her internal organs were instantly shattered, and she died on the spot. Let's go. Zhou De finally activated the Tianmen seal, and the 3 figures disappeared directly. The rules of heaven and earth poured in again, and the vortex of spiritual energy stirred the situation and changed color. Qin Yang put away Jujia and closed his eyes to perceive. With that knife just now, Qin Yang stabbed a snowflake sword into Shifeng's body. With the magic crow art. No, with the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, while the snowflake sword is difficult to detect, Qin Yang can still send it anytime. Do you want me to fly with you? Shenlongji said proudly. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing, and sighed, Save it, I'll fly by myself. The figure turned into thousands of divine swords, one handle and one being dissipated between heaven and earth. Zhongzhou, in an unknown deep mountain. The three figures of Feng Lian suddenly appeared. Feng Lian and Zhou De looked at Xuanhuan's corpse with gloomy expressions, and they were speechless. I can't subdue Qin Yang by ordinary means. Feng Lian took a deep breath, and then sneered, no matter how strong he is only one person. I want to see how he can be like this in the face of the general trend. Arrogant. Looking around, Feng Lian frowned and said, why did you teleport here? This place is already occupied by blood skeletons. Zhou De was helpless and said, the situation is urgent, so we can only send it randomly first. Feng Lian sighed and said, all right, it's very far from the City of Freedom in the northern part of Zhongzhou. Only Tian Menian has the ability to teleport, and Qin Yang can't come here at all. Before he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and there was an eerie feeling. On Xuanhuan's corpse, a small sword suddenly appeared. Gradually, the small sword grew bigger and soon swelled into a figure. Not Qin Yang, who else could it be? I'm sorry, how about teleportation? I can too. Qin Yang appeared in front of the two with a strange smile. Hurry up and ask for help. Zhou De shouted nervously. Qin Yang frowned, asking for help? Could this be the headquarters of the shadow? Thinking of the light and shadow he saw in the secret room of the Colosseum before, Qin Yang felt jealous. Qin Yang pointed it out, and Jinghong's sword finger burst into a brilliant light. I want to see, what kind of rescue soldiers can you bring in, and whether they can save you? Any martial skill is useless to me. Have you forgotten? A phantom of the Heaven's Gate seal appeared in front of Zhou De, and the divine sword summoned by Jinghongjian disappeared immediately. The divine sword appeared again, and it had come behind Qin Yang, and the castration continued. Qin Yang snorted coldly, and the divine sword shattered into countless small swords, each forming a snowflake shape, and flew towards Zhou De again. At the same time, Feng Lian gritted his teeth and hesitated, finally showing a firm look, took out a token in his hand, and squeezed it with a snap. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, and his heart sank. A sense of crisis suddenly shrouded in his shadow. My palm, let's see if you can catch it. A majestic voice sounded like a god, and at the same time, the aura of destroying the sky and destroying the earth was overwhelming. Zhou De was overjoyed, and the body and Feng Lian with Xuanhuan disappeared instantly. Qin Yang looked up, and his eyes were bright. Extreme. A handprint of 10,000 feet was like the sky was falling, and it was photographed with a bang. Within 10,000 miles, the ground splits and landslides. The surrounding cities and villages, together with a small sect nearby, instantly vanished into ashes. Chapter 304, The Honor of 95. From a high altitude, a deep valley in the shape of a palm is dazzling. No matter what it once had here, no matter how prosperous the city was, under the palm of your hand, it all vanished into ashes. At the palm of the deep valley, a figure was deeply embedded in the ground. Qin Yang's body was in severe pain, and his body seemed to be shattered, like shattered glass, reluctantly sticking together under the infuriating energy. This kind of bad situation is even worse than eating the demon fruit by mistake at that time. Who is it? Qin Yang suddenly opened his eyes, although his breath was weak, the divine light in his eyes was as bright as the scorching sun. His eyes were fixed on the sky was pure and cloudless. As if everything was an illusion. The King of God has no such means, this is the Emperor of God. Qin Yang gritted his teeth, the pain made him unable to move. Not to mention Feng Lian, 3 people, even if a mortal comes at this time, it is enough to kill him. The immortal body is surrounded by golden divine light, and the power of extinction swims back and forth in the body surface. Under the palm of his hand, Rao is Qin Yang's physique, who supports the rule of extinction and almost falls, which shows the strength of the person who shot. Qin Yang had thought that Feng Lian would invite the soldiers to rescue, but he never thought that he would invite the God Emperor. There was a slight noise around him. Qin Yang turned his head away, and it was Mr. Qiqiao looking at him quietly. "I'm sorry, I didn't have time." Mr. Qiqiao said apologetically, "He is too strong, he has already cultivated to the fourth realm." "Which God Emperor?" Qin Yang asked weakly. The voice was weak and seemed to be dying, but the emotions contained in it were murderous. Mr. Qiqiao pushed up his glasses, there was some dodging in his eyes, and said softly, "How do you know he is a God Emperor? Not a God King?" Qin Yang glanced at the corner of his mouth. The system did not prompt for a copying step. If it was the King of Gods, he would have copied the palm. "Tell me who he is, this palm, I will return it to him sooner or later." Qin Yang's eyes flashed with a firm light. Mr. Qiqiao shook his head and said, "It's too early." Qin Yang took a deep breath, and his body was gradually repaired under this moment's effort. He was already able to struggle to sit up, making Mr. Qiqiao exclaim out of wonder. "It's too early again? I'm already in the star realm." Qin Yang said. Mr. Qiqiao explained, 9-5, you know too little. Do you think you only have the realm of gods and emperors? 9-5 honors? Qin Yang frowned. Mr. Qiqiao continued, do you think that you clearly control the rules of the superior, but you can't help the other when you are fighting against others? Yes, why? Qin Yang was puzzled. Mr. Qiqiao said, this is the Divine King's 9th level. Every level, the understanding of the rules will be deepened by 1 point, and at the 9th level, you will fully master it. Strength, there is no advantage in the face of God King and even other star realms. Qin Yang listened quietly, he was able to stand up now. Looking around, Palm Canyon shocked him. The power of a palm can be so terrifying. You said before that he has cultivated to the 4th realm? Qin Yang asked. Yes. Mr. Qiqiao nodded and said, after the God King, the realm is not the initial stage, the middle stage, the later stage, and the perfection. The God King is in the 9th level, and the God Emperor is in the 5 realms. It is the honor of the 95. Mr. Qiqiao looked at Qin Yang in astonishment. At this time, Qin Yang was able to move freely, and his true energy was rapidly recovering. How could someone recover so quickly? This palm is more powerful than the one that Yun Bugui almost killed the demon crow god king with. More importantly, Qin Yang is only in the realm of stars. And the demon crow god king of that year was already a god king. Mr. Qiqiao smiled and secretly said in his heart, the Lord of Destruction, as expected, cannot be destroyed by others. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me, I will always know. Qin Yang twisted his neck and stretched his body. The sound of popping beans sounded, and his bones had fully recovered. The indestructible body is not empty talk. How can a body that cannot be destroyed by the rules of annihilation die with a single palm? Qin Yang cracked the corners of his mouth, and the cold light in his eyes was bright. Now, let's collect some interest first. What do you want to do? Mr. Qiqiao asked. Since it's Feng Lian's rescuer, then I'll kill them now. God Emperor? Humph. Qin Yang said coldly. The hands clasped together, and the body exuded colorful divine light. The whole body slowly shone brightly, and the appearance could not be seen. Suddenly, the body turned into thousands of divine swords, as gorgeous and charming as fireworks. The divine swords flew in all directions, circling in the air, and one handle disappeared one by one. Mr. Qiqiao pushed his glasses and looked at the sky, as if he was looking at someone. Turning his head to look at another high sky, there seems to be another person there. Haha. After a chuckle, Mr. Qiqiao was taken aback for a moment. Oops, I didn't recognize Qin Yang as the master, I couldn't find where he went. Mr. Qiqiao's face darkened, doesn't that mean he can't livestream? For him, this is simply a huge torture. Thousands of miles away, on the edge of the Palm Canyon, Feng Lian and the three looked at this deep valley with no head in sight. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise. Zhou Da's back was already soaked, and under that palm, no one could escape except the Heavenly Gate seal. Feng Lian looked at Shifeng's corpse, and his heart burst into flames, and said, "Why are you still carrying her body? Her divine soul jade slip, including this time, can be resurrected twice. The blood shadow slave of Shir's family. And also." Suddenly, Feng Lian's heart suddenly burst, and he panicked. How did Qin Yang appear in front of us before? Zhou Da also realized something, and his face changed greatly. "Oops, let's go!" Feng Lian yelled. Zhou Da clenched his fists with both hands, and before he could move the Heavenly Gate seal, there was a sharp pain behind him. It's too late. Qin Yang's figure suddenly appeared, and he kicked Zhou Da into the air. At the same time, this foot directly left a mark on Zhou Da's body. The snowflake sword pierced into Zhou Da's body and lurked. "It seems that you want to teleport to where you want to go. It will take a little time?" Qin Yang looked at Zhou Da playfully. Zhou Da's spirit was about to leave his body in fright, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. The kick from behind almost broke his spine. "Impossible. How could you recover so quickly?" Feng Lian stepped on the edge of the Palm Canyon. Under this palm, how long did it take? Qin Yang not only recovered from his injuries, but also recovered his combat power? There are many impossible things, such as... Qin Yang looked at the Palm Canyon and continued, for example, this palm fell from the sky. Or... Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, or another palm? Feng Lian felt a dry mouth and swallowed dryly. The previous call for help was only once. Where can we do it again? Even this time, Feng Lianben didn't think it would be effective. However, in this situation, what is the difference between yes and no? Qin Yang slowly paced, surrounded by sword shadows, and the phantom of the dragon flickered. "Let me guess, how will you be resurrected?" "What I heard before was the divine soul jade slip." "Bloodline shadow slave?" Qin Yang looked at Feng Lian, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "Besides that, I'm afraid I still need to swallow the sky gourd." Feng Lian was shocked and wanted to step back, but there was already a cliff in the Palm Canyon at his feet. He shook his body and glared at Qin Yang. "What are you trying to do?" "Need to cooperate with each other. We could have been friends." Chapter 305. Fart. Qin Yang laughed as if he had heard a funny joke. "Friends?" Qin Yang gritted his teeth. "I'm dying, thinking about making friends? I'm sorry, from the beginning, I didn't plan to let you go." Qin Yang stared at Zhou Da, and Zhou Da was frightened and trembled like chaff, which made Qin Yang sigh in his heart. Qin Yang thought about letting Zhou Da continue to urge Tianmenin to try to escape. It's better to escape to their resurrection point so that they can be killed once and for all. Unexpectedly, this guy was actually frightened. "Your shadow stealing the sky, stealing the blood, and stealing the secret key of the 8 clans, with the blood and the secret key, who else do you need to join forces with? Do you still need friends?" The divine light in Qin Yang's eyes flickered, and he pointed it out like a sword. "Jinghong sword finger. The sword of annihilation." Qin Yang let out a low drink, and the jet-black divine sword cut through the sky, stabbing straight at Feng Lian. Feng Lian slapped his hands and directly clamped the sword of extinction, but he didn't feel well. The power on the sword was constantly consuming his own strength. Even if he resisted it, the consumption was getting bigger and bigger. Feng Lian's body is short, his palm is hard, and he wants to shoot the sword of extinction with one palm. Qin Yang's spiritual thoughts moved, but the sword was not shot, but turned into countless small swords. "Refining." Feng Lian called out the swallowing gourd and directly swallowed all these small swords. But Xiao Jian is still jumping up and down in the swallowing gourd. The swallowing gourd cannot refine the power of extinction at all. On the contrary, the small sword that annihilated the power was like a black hole, constantly causing destruction from the inside. The power of the rules of the swallowing gourd keeps disappearing and disappearing. In this way, the power that the swallowing gourd can exert is getting smaller and smaller. Zhou, what are you still doing? Hurry up! Feng Lian shouted anxiously. Zhou came back to his senses. The pain in his back had disappeared, and there was only a numbness at this time. He quickly disappeared with Feng Lian. As their figures disappeared, Qin Yang stepped forward suddenly, and the figures turned into thousands of small swords and disappeared. 100 miles away, on a mountain peak. The figures of Feng Lian and Zhou just appeared, and before they could stand firm, the sound of the heavenly way of supernatural martial arts appeared above their heads. Earth-shaking fist. The bust of the giant was bigger than the mountain, and it smashed the mountain with one fist. Fleeing again? Qin Yang frowned. Wan Jianguizong's teleportation consumption was already greater than his recovery speed, and if this continued, Zhou would be thrown away sooner or later. It seems that they can't wait for them to return to the resurrection point. As long as they grab the swallowing gourd and the Tianmen seal, they will naturally not be able to make any trouble. Qin Yang had a new idea and teleported to keep up. In a lake, on a deserted boat. A large drop of sweat rolled out of Feng Lian's forehead, and panting heavily, he said, "How far is it?" Ah? Zhou was even more unbearable than Feng Lian, and was suddenly stunned. Feng Lianqi said in a panic, "Aren't you frightened and stupid? Are you not approaching the headquarters with your continuous teleportation?" Zhou whispered, "It's just random transmission." Qin Yang is like a devil, chasing after him desperately, and lingering on. Where does Zhou still have the energy to calculate? Hearing Feng Lian's words at this time, he immediately knew what to do. The divine sense communicated with the heaven gate seal, and the figure flickered again. Hell flame, flame breath. As soon as the figures of the two disappeared, a pillar of fire erupted from the sky, and the entire lake evaporated instantly. Qin Yang frowned, and the figure disappeared again. Under the constant pursuit, Zhou couldn't bear it anymore. Yes. Yes. Is there any Tong Tian pill? I'm exhausted. Zhou was out of breath. Feng Lian shook his head and said, "No, but I can help you recover with Tong Tian gourd. It's just." Feng Lian looked around vigilantly, and had already teleported 3 times in a row, but Qin Yang was not able to keep up. Should be in time, right? Hurry up and help you recover, and then go directly back to the headquarters. It shouldn't be far from here, right? Feng Lian asked. At the same time, the swallowing gourd was called out, and the colorful divine light enveloped Zhou. Zhou's complexion suddenly looked much better. He nodded and said, "It's not far away, as long as..." Before he finished speaking, his eyes were filled with jade white. Shenlong swings its tail. Shenlongjie shouted loudly, and the tail directly ignored Tian gourd's defense and hit Zhou directly. Pfft. The infuriating qi that had just recovered was instantly dissipated. Not only that, but the bones all over his body seemed to be shattered, and the whole person flew out. Huh? Can you break the defense? Qin Yang wondered. Shenlongjie said triumphantly, "This is not breaking defense, this is ignoring." Qin Yang nodded. Shenlongjie's ability is to ignore any obstacles, but he didn't expect it to be used to attack. Under the pull of divine sense, Qin Yang, as the master, can naturally possess the power of the divine dragon, Jade. As long as you run the power of annihilation and communicate with the dragon Jade. Qin Yang confidently looked at the horrified Feng Lian below. Instead, Feng Lian calmed down a lot and looked at Qin Yang quietly. You really want to force us into such a situation? You can't kill us. Resurrection can't be without side effects. Besides, as long as I see you once, I will kill you once, and I will kill you sooner or later. Die. Qin Yang said. Feng Lian's mouth was bitter. He never expected Qin Yang to be so strong. It is too disadvantageous to provoke Qin Yang now. Feng Lian threatened, you also have friends, and you also have family members. Have you ever thought about them? You are not afraid of everything, and your strength is detached. But Qin Yang interrupted directly, so, in order to eliminate evil, we must kill them all, without leaving future troubles. Feng Lian suddenly choked, you forced me. Do you still have the means? Qin Yang laughed. This time, Qin Yang's heart was really relaxed. Zhou was half dead on the ground, and it was impossible to urge the Heavenly Gate seal. Unless Tianmen uses the transmission function by itself. However, the power of the sealed Tianmen seal may have been exhausted in the previous several transmissions. Unlike Shenlongjiu, he was sealed, and he was afraid that he could not even be demoted and forced to exert his power. Feng Lian walked slowly to Zhou. The two looked at each other, and Feng Lian nodded heavily. Zhou's eyes also showed a resolute look. Let me see, what are your big moves? Qin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, but he was communicating with Shenlongjiu in his heart. If they don't die, the secret key of the gods can't escape. If they die, will the secret key of the gods escape directly? Qin Yang asked in his heart. Shenlongjiu thought for a while and said, if you do whatever it takes, you will definitely break through the seal. But I don't think they should do that. Why? Qin Yang asked. Because there is no super god-level magic weapon that would be willing to downgrade. It is more terrifying and uncomfortable than directly breaking and disappearing. Shenlongjiu felt the same way. Qin Yang nodded secretly, but he had to guard against it. Feng Lian turned around and stared at Qin Yang, roaring like thunder, resounding the mountains and forests. Qin Yang, wait to meet our anger. Qin Yang pulled out his ears and frowned. He was about to speak, but the words were stuck in his mouth and could not come out. Feng Lian slapped Zhou directly with one palm, and slapped the other on his forehead, killing himself on the spot. This? Qin Yang was speechless. Is this their big move? Qin Yang let out a sigh. It's also interesting, knowing that he will die, so he killed himself. The swallowing gourd bloomed with colorful divine light, and the clear light on the Tianmen seal flickered. Where to escape? Qin Yang dodged and appeared beside the Tianmen seal, pinching Fan Ao's fingers in his hand, and the talisman seal was directly printed on it. Chapter 306 Rescue Mission. You dare to seal me with the little trick of carving insects? Tianmen roared and wanted to break free, but he didn't know that Qin Yang's seal was just a tactic to slow down the army. After delaying the movement of the Tianmen seal, Qin Yang put his palm on the Tianmen seal and directly communicated with the seal on the Tianmen seal. On the basis of this truly powerful seal, he completed the level of the previously unsealed seal. The breath of the heaven-level quality instantly dropped to the ground level. With only such a powerful seal of the heavenly gate, for Qin Yang, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape the palm of his hand. Tianmen transformed into a figure, glared at Qin Yang, his eyes fixed on Qin Yang's chest. It was Shenlongjiu. Jade Shenlong, you were almost smashed back then. It wasn't our intention. Why do you have to force each other? Tianmen said. Tian Gourd and Ling Daoqin saw that the Heaven Gate seal was sealed, and they also showed a phantom in human form, a man and a woman. Listening to the neutral voice of the Daoqin, an alluring and beautiful woman turned into a beautiful woman, scratching her head and making a pose. Li Daoqin said, Jade Shenlong, among the 8 of us, only you have the ability to devour. In fact, you didn't lose your rank by knocking you down, and you can restore your rank sooner or later. Isn't that the case now? Tian Gord also said, Jade Shenlong, you know very well that your existence threatens us. But we can't threaten you. We were forced to do nothing in the past, and we thought that it was the secret key of the gods. We still have, for the sake of a common mission. Bah! Shenlongjiu laughed angrily. The good one was not intended, the good one had no losses, and the good one was forced to do nothing. Shenlongjiu said angrily, new and old accounts, liquidated together. Li Daoqin said, you really don't miss the old love? Old love? Shenlongjiu shouted, where did the old love come from? There is old love, why do you still fight against me? Even if he made another shameless shot, the world has forgotten his despicableness and shamelessness. Can't it? Qin Yang watched all this quietly, but unfortunately he didn't get any useful information. Even if he asked, the result was still the same, and Shenlongjiu would not tell him anything. But the identity of he in Shenlongjiu's mouth is intriguing. At least it can be confirmed that he is the God Emperor who slapped himself before. God King 9th layer, God Emperor 5 realms. The honor of 95, there is still a long way to go. Qin Yang felt that after he was promoted to God King, the system should be upgraded again. However, is it urgent? Qin Yang smiled and waved a big handprint of obliteration directly, holding the seal of Tianmen in the palm of his hand. Among the 3 secret keys, only the Heavenly Gate seal is the most troublesome, so swallow him first, Qin Yang said. Shenlongjiu was not as excited as before, but remained silent. What are you doing? Qin Yang frowned. The human-shaped phantom transformed by the Tianmen seal laughed loudly, boy, don't be too self-righteous, do you think he really dares to devour me? Do you know what the consequences will be if I am devoured by him? Hey, I don't care what the consequences are for you. Qin Yang said to Shenlongjiu, hurry up. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have it in the future. Shenlongjiu finally spoke, and said, listen to the Daoqin, hand over all your strings, and I will let you go. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, you let them go? I didn't agree. Shenlongjiu pleaded, I really can't devour them, because... With a sigh, Shenlongjiu said, I beg you. Qin Yang touched the dragon jade on his chest and fell into deep thought. Is this related to the gate of the God realm, or is it because of something else? It is rare to see Shenlongjiu so solemn. Qin Yang smacked his lips, it's a pity. He listened to the Daoqin but was unhappy, and said, all the strings? You swallowed 2 of my strings, but you're still not satisfied? You have now recovered the quality of the gods, even if you swallow all my strings, you will be restored. Less than super god level. Seeing to know the bottom line, Ling Daoqin began to be reckless, anyway, you don't dare to really do anything to us, if you have the kind, you will swallow the seal of Tianmen. Tianmenian's face is full of confusion. It's not what you said. Qin Yang he smiled, slashed out with a palm, and the pitch-black half-moon chop smashed directly on the listening piano. Let me see how hard the quality of the super god-level magic weapon is. Qin Yang smiled and attacked again and again. Under the rules of obliteration, he listened to the violin making painful sounds. Forgive me, I promise. Li Daoqin finally relented. Although this kid is not a god king, his attack is comparable to a first-level god king. If things go on like this, the opponent can really succeed. The point is, Shenlongjiu hasn't shot yet. Tian Gord said, the most urgent task at this time is to go back. For the sake of the overall situation, you should obey him. Listening to the Daoqin, she wanted to cry without tears, her face full of resentment. Buzz. The strings are cracked. Just let them go? Qin Yang frowned. Shenlongjiu said, anyway, if they are there, you are not wrong. Their masters will only commit suicide when they see you in the future. Qin Yang laughed, that's right. The faces of the three swallowing gourds were extremely ugly, and they wanted to burrow into the hole in shame and anger. It is an unimaginable shame for the children of the 8 clan to save themselves by resurrecting themselves. Not even the most talented storyteller could have conceived such a plot. Thinking of their own master, the 3 of Tian gourd sighed in their hearts. Looking at Qin Yang, it was even more uncomfortable. How could they not meet such a master? After getting the strings, it was directly swallowed up by the Shenlong jade. The quality of the Shenlongjiu was still at the god rank, but it had laid a solid foundation for promotion to the super god rank and a complete recovery. Qin Yang released the control of the Tianmen seal, the Tianmen seal phantom flashed, and the 3 secret keys of the gods disappeared directly. After returning to the Palm Canyon before, Qin Yang looked at this Grand Canyon with a heavy heart. Thousands of miles around, how many innocent creatures must be killed in vain? I don't know how many cities, how many villages, how many sects. Qin Yang took a deep breath. A communication request came from the sky, and Qin Yang opened it. Where have you been? Wu Heitian asked. What's the matter? Qin Yang didn't explain. Wu Heitian said directly, there has been a change in the freshmen of the college, there is a problem with the Beiyuan hunter, and there is a big problem. What? Qin Yang was puzzled. Suddenly I thought, aren't the 3 Feng Lian considered the freshmen of this session? Wu Heitian said, the monster hunting assessment has already ended. Except for the freshmen who came back early, they have all gathered together, but they were intercepted by monsters when they came back, and their whereabouts are unknown. Qin Yang was startled and asked, aren't you in charge of escorting them? Wu Heitian explained, something happened. The college sent another teacher. At this time, the teacher has returned to the college and is seriously injured. What can I do? Qin Yang asked. Come with me to Beiyuan to save people. Chapter 307, The Hall of Demons. Qin Yang accepted the task without hesitation, but looked at Wu Heitian with a strange expression. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked. Wu Heitian said, actually, I don't plan to let you go for this mission. Then why did you let me go again? Qin Yang suddenly laughed and said humbly, it should be my strength, right? Wu Heitian was a little helpless, and said angrily, this time even I was dispatched. This is not something that can be solved by strength. Why is that? Qin Yang was puzzled. Because. Wu Heitian frowned and said, this is the dean's personal appointment, you must go. Wu Heitian looked like he was hesitating to speak, and Qin Yang was anxious for a while. Wu Heitian warned, our newborns are still in the hands of the monsters, and we don't know where they are now. This task, I'm afraid it won't be so simple, you have to be more careful. For the rest, we will be at the stars. Let's talk about it after the entrance of Tianlu meets. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, since we are going to save people, we naturally need to know who the enemy is and what their purpose is. I think, why don't I go and find out first? If I can find the kidnapped classmates, I can get them out. Qin Yang's self-confidence made Wu Heitian feel a little more at ease. Wu Heitian nodded and said, all right, it's not too late, leave now. Hanging up the communication, Qin Yang Shenyan communicated with the Divine Dragon Jade, and the White Jade Divine Dragon reappeared, carrying Qin Yang directly across the space. With the cooperation of Qin Yang's dragon walking, Shenlongjiu's speed against the sky is even more outrageous. Once upon a time, Qin Yang was also interested in the magic weapon flying boat, but now with the Divine Dragon Jade, it is even more powerful than the magic weapon warship. 3 days later, the City of Stars. Qin Yang has been in this city for a day. At this time, the dark tide in the City of Stars is surging, and powerful forces from all parties are stationed here. Have you heard? This year's freshmen at Songqiong Academy were robbed by monsters. That's not right, the news was published on the day of the Heaven's Secret News, and the whole continent was a sensation. According to reliable information, those who stole those newborn are the monsters of the group of monsters. The Temple of the Demons? The one under the 10,000 Demons Palace, who is not very famous? That's right. What did they rob the freshmen of the Sky Academy for? Then who knows? The wave of monsters that occurs once in 100 years is a decade. It's just to encourage the human race to hunt and kill monsters, but don't you want to start the monsters? In a tavern, a bearded man with a beard and sloppy face, drinking heavily, talking with the guy next to him. There is no dodging between words, it seems that he is deliberately spreading news. Qin Yang sipped his tea and sat in the corner with deep thought in his eyes. The Temple of the Demons, the Palace of 10,000 Demons? Qin Yang frowned. Could this be for himself? Qin Yang glanced at the big man with a long beard. This guy has some kind of magic weapon to isolate the breath, but inadvertently he can still reveal a little fierce aura, like a human-devouring monster. You big man, I'm afraid you're drunk? The guy said with a smile, it's true that the human race and the demon race are opposed to each other, but the battlefield is on the edge of the 100,000 mountain. Moreover, the masters of both sides are forbidden to shoot at the weak. What's more, it's a student of Xuanhuan Academy this time. It's still reliable news, you can't be trusted when you hear it. The big bearded man widened his eyes angrily and slammed the table. The table was smashed to pieces on the spot, and the frightened man turned pale. What do I say? How do you listen? Don't believe the uncle's words, do you believe the uncle's fist? The bearded man turned his face when he said it. The other guests in the tavern panicked and fled. After running far away, from time to time I would look here and there. Only Qin Yang was still sitting there and drinking tea quietly. When the big bearded man made his move just now, the corners of Qin Yang's mouth were slightly upturned. Such a calm young man was also noticed by the bearded man. It's just that the bearded man didn't care, and continued to say to the guy, the students of Xuanhuan Academy were taken away by the group of monsters. This is absolutely true. Yes, yes. The man nodded again and again, but he dared to refute. The bearded man snorted angrily, threw a spiritual stone on the ground, got up and left. It looked like he went to the restaurant next door. What a weird person. The man sighed and shook his head, looking at the spiritual stone on the ground, his eyes glowing. This low-grade spirit stone is enough for him to make a living for half a year, so naturally the guests who have been scared away will no longer care. Yo, this little brother, you are really calm. The guy came to Qin Yang and refilled the tea. Qin Yang smiled and said, my legs are just a little weak and I didn't stand up. The guy looked at Qin Yang in surprise, and then laughed kindly, me too, in fact, I was scared to pee just now. You didn't look at the big man, those eyes are even more ruthless than monsters. Lu. I thought I was being targeted by a monster. Qin Yang nodded with a chuckle, and asked, what happened to that person? The man said, actually, it's strange. After the freshmen of Xuanhuan Academy were robbed, there were many strange faces in Fanqing City, and they all seemed to be talking about people who were robbed by the Demon Palace. This person is probably one of them. I don't know what to do. Oh? What else? Qin Yang asked, by the way, how dare that group of demon temples dare to challenge Xuanhuan Academy? The guy continued. Maybe I want to take this opportunity to become famous. I think those unfamiliar faces are the people who invited. Unfortunately, the more publicity, the less credible the news. You probably don't know. The guy glanced left and right and whispered, it is reported that the headquarters of the group of demons is on the edge of the 100,000 battlefield, in a black pine forest. 100,000 battlefields, black pine forest. Qin Yang whispered. Every 100 years, the tide of monsters, the edge of the Xuanhuan mountain is called the battlefield of 100,000. The man smiled and said, "Don't worry about it, these are all nonsense, and no one will believe it." "Little heir? What a mess, clean up." Another guest came to the tavern. "Hey! It's here." Xiao Heir responded with a sympathy, turned around and said apologetically, "You first." Xiao Heir was stunned for a moment, and in the time he turned his face, the little brother just disappeared out of thin air. It was just a piece of spiritual stone on the table, which made Xiao Heir salivate, and hurriedly put it away and put it in his pocket. "I may know where the freshmen are." Qin Yang contacted Wu Heitian. Thousands of miles above the sky, Qin Yang sat cross-legged on the Shenlong jade. Shenlongjiu flew straight to the battlefield of 100,000. "It's just a rumor, are you so sure?" Wu Heitian frowned. He also inquired about this news, but the group of monsters, the Wanyao Palace, didn't say anything. How dare the group of monsters attack the Songqiong Academy? If the big bearded man in the tavern was a person, the news is naturally uncertain. But what? Wu Heitian asked. Qin Yang spoke slowly and said, "But he is a demon." Chapter 308, A Demon with Identity. Wu Heitian was stunned. A monster? The demon clan is actually lurking in the Star City? Wu Heitian frowned. The location of the Star City is special. It is not important to say it is not important, but it is also important to say it is important. This is the border of Beiyuan, and nearby is the Xingchenchen Road leading to Zhongzhou. If you don't cross the sea from Xingchenhai, this Xingchenchen Road is the only passage from Beiyuan to Zhongzhou. There are monsters sneaking in such a place, and this information is a bit too sensitive. Wu Heitian looked at Qin Yang's background on the light screen with the clouds whizzing past, and asked in doubt, "You shouldn't?" Qin Yang nodded and said, "I'll go ahead and explore the way first." "You'd better be careful, I'm afraid it's a trap." Wu Heitian reminded. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, it can't be because of me that you dare to kidnap the freshmen of the Sky Academy. Can I have such great energy?" Wu Heitian took a deep look at Qin Yang and said to himself, "I'm afraid there really is. Anyway, be careful with everything, I'll go to the place you said immediately." Wu Heitian said. Hanging up the communication, Qin Yang's eyes stared ahead. Black Pine Forest, the Hall of Demons. "I want to see what tricks you guys want to play." 100,000 battlefields, amidst the mountains, a group of monsters roared into the sky. They were chased and intercepted by the human race cultivators, and they were forced here. Further ahead, the black pine forests all over the mountains and plains stopped the monster beasts. A human race leader cultivator frowned, looking at the mysterious and gloomy black pine forest, making the cultivators behind him stop. "Boss, why don't you chase after them? If these monsters break through the defense line, several nearby cities will suffer," a subordinate asked. The leader looked suspiciously at the group of monsters that stopped, and said, "Where is this land? The monsters seem to be afraid of this place? Whatever he is, just slaughter these monsters, solve the problem early. This time, the wave of monsters is different from the past. According to the seniors, this wave of monsters." Before the words were finished, the group of monsters roared in unison, and instead of running away, they wanted to fight to the death. The leader gave an order, "Kill." The two sides fought together immediately. As soon as the war started, the world suddenly became dark. Rolling demon clouds overwhelmed the sky, turning day into night in an instant. The faces of the human race practitioners changed greatly, and one of the men's teeth trembled. Could it be a God King level monster? The leader slashed to death a Grandmaster level monster with one knife, and shouted, "Who is coming? You don't deserve to know." In the thick dark clouds, several cold lights illuminated the sky and the earth, and it turned out to be a sharp claw, and each claw was like a 10-zhong steel knife. As this claw came down, a leopard with wings on its back and blue flames rushed out. "My life is over. The leader cried out in grief. The blue-clouded leopard, the God-King monster. The name is unremarkable, but the strength is extremely difficult to deal with among the God-King level monsters. Controlling the dual-element rules of fire and thunder, the explosive power is enough to instantly kill the monks of the same rank. Ding! The crisp voice sounded, and the leader sighed in his heart, closing his eyes tightly. Cold sweat oozes from his forehead, but he doesn't feel pain and he doesn't lose consciousness. He opened his eyes suspiciously, and a young man appeared in front of him at an unknown time, with a bulging robe and flying black hair. The blue-clouded leopard's 10 sharp claws were easily blocked by its pair of fleshy fingers. "Hi!" The leader gasped. "Who is this young man? To have such a powerful strength?" "Senior, thank you for your help." The leader bowed to thank him for saving his life. Qin Yang took a bite and said, "What are you doing? Run away." The leader was stunned for a moment, and quickly fled with his subordinates. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief, dodged away, and no longer wrestled with the blue cloud leopard. Lan Yunbao stared at Qin Yang suspiciously. This human race boy is really good, far surpassing the ordinary Star Realm human race, but compared with himself, it is still far behind. The reason why he was surprised was that there was a pressure in this kid that made him feel fear from the depths of his blood. Blue Cloud Leopard's purple eyes stared at Qin Yang. "Boy, who are you?" "I am the person you are looking for," Qin Yang said slowly. Lan Yunbao was stunned for a while, then suddenly reacted. "Are you Qin Yang?" Hearing this sentence, Qin Yang was certain in his heart that this group of demon temples really came for him. "Good boy." The figure of the blue-clouded leopard flashed, and it directly transformed into a middle-aged man in blue, with a gloomy face, and his eyes were still the purple of a monster. Blue Cloud Leopard sneered, "It seems that spreading news is really useful, you really took the bait. Where are the students of Songqiong Academy?" Qin Yang asked. Blue Cloud Leopard said, "Don't worry, of course I won't do anything to them. In fact, we just trapped them outside the Star City with the formation. Even if you don't show up, in a few days, the formation will fail. Naturally it will be found." Qin Yang smiled and said, "Oh? Monster beasts also learn formation techniques?" Lan Cloud Leopard licked his lips, and with some doubts, let out his spiritual sense to inquire, but found that Qin Yang was actually alone at the meeting. Blue Cloud Leopard got excited. "Boy, you still care about yourself. Take your life." Without a word, he started fighting, and the blue cloud leopard transformed into the majestic body just now, rushing towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, "Hold on." Blue Cloud Leopard stopped. "Boy, do you have any last words?" Qin Yang asked. "You have to lead me over even if you kidnap the freshmen of the Songqiong Academy. There is no reason for it. Even if you die, you have to let me die." "Haha, you don't know how valuable your head is." Lan Cloud Leopard said with a smile, "As long as I take your head and hand it over to any venerable, I will have the opportunity to be promoted to God Emperor. Even if I become a God Emperor. The new venerable is not impossible." "Sir?" Qin Yang raised his brows. "What do you mean?" "Ignorant." Blue Cloud Leopard mocked. "Your human race is too arrogant, even our demon race venerable doesn't know it? Only the confidant of that adult can be called venerable." "Yo? My head is so valuable? But why?" Qin Yang was puzzled. Blue Cloud Leopard angrily said, "How can there be so many whys? I don't even know why. I'm rambling, hurry up and die." Fire, fury, thunder, tribulation. The heavy and dense dark cloud suddenly turned red, and the blue and white thunder light spread all over, directly pressing over. With a slap of both palms, Qin Yang shouted, "Fire, fury, and thunder, tribulation." A sea of flames rolled directly on the ground, thundering across the sky. For a time, the heaven and the earth could not tell the difference between the upper and lower, and the exact same move slammed together. Huh? Blue Cloud Leopard was puzzled for a while. How could this kid's martial skills be exactly the same as his own? Immediately, the sharp claws waved, tear the sky and the earth. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the virtual space directly grabbed 5 white blades and put them together. Clang! The 2 sharp claws intertwined, and the white blade that Qin Yang grabbed instantly shattered. A mere human boy, dare to fight with me? If you're not afraid of tearing you to pieces, and you can't see your face and won't be able to receive the reward, I'll solve you with one move. Blue Cloud Leopard did keep his hands, but even so, the strength of the God King level monsters far surpassed that of ordinary human God Kings. Not to mention the tyrannical blue clouded leopard. Qin Yang snorted softly, I don't know any valuable information. It seems that you are just a little bastard. Blue Cloud Leopard was instantly furious, fart. I'm also a demon with identity. Qin Yang said disdainfully, have an identity? What identity? Is it the Hall of Demons? What bullshit group of demon temples? Lao Tzu is the confidant of the 12 venerables. The group of demon temples is just for me to contact, Tao Pianda. Lan Yunbao's words stopped abruptly. I won't talk nonsense with you, since you have some ability, how about I add more strength? The color of the fire cloud suddenly changed, glowing blue and white, and it seemed to merge with the thunder. Before he could press it down, Qin Yang felt a burning sensation and a slight tingling. This is the difference between the 9 levels of the God King? Every time the cultivation level is higher, the understanding of the rules will be deepened by 1 point, and the 9 levels will be complete and fully grasped. Qin Yang could clearly feel that the Blue Cloud Leopard's offensive was on a higher level than before. But what about this? Qin Yang laughed and said, since you don't know anything, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Good boy, could it be that you can still escape? To be honest, if I really want to leave, you really can't keep me. Chapter 309 Poor Child. You are too naive. The rules are imprisoned. The Blue Cloud Leopard roared, and the world suddenly tightened, like a cage. The rules of thunder and fire spread all over the world, forming a cage of rules, and any other rules will be excluded. This is another use of realm. I said, you can't keep me. Qin Yang shrugged, his figure flashed, the white dragon flashed like a phantom, and Qin Yang disappeared immediately. Blue Cloud Leopard stood on the spot, this. He couldn't understand, how did this rule of imprisonment fail? Damn, is it because the force is being used lightly? After Lan Yunbao transformed into a human form, he beat his chest for a while and regretted it. With such an opportunity, the big fish that finally took the bait just ran away? Brother Panther. A sky-eating hyena, Pidian, ran over from a distance. Caught? Blue Cloud Leopard asked. Caught Brother Leopard. The sky-eater hyena exclaimed excitedly, with a look of anticipation in his eyes, and the thought of the reward made his saliva drool. The Blue Cloud Leopard kicked over and scolded angrily, it caught the Tao Xiaoyao, not me. The sky-eating hyena panicked and hurriedly made amends. The anger in Lan Yunbao's heart, why did Qin Yang, who was so handsome, run away? Looking at the flattering appearance of the sky-eating hyena, the Blue Clouded Leopard said, where is the little peach demon being imprisoned now? In Molu village. The heaven-eating hyena replied. Blue Cloud Leopard pondered and said, well, very good, you can go down. By the way, that Molu village is now yours, all the ethnic groups, you can enjoy it. The sky-eating hyena was so greedy that it almost bit its tongue, and after thanking him again and again, he ran away. Peach little demon? Qin Yang stood under a black pine tree in the distance, watching this scene quietly. He didn't leave before, but ran the heavenly Jew and entered the hunting stance. It was impossible to detect him beyond a big realm. I originally wanted to observe, but I didn't expect to get such news. Molo village. Qin Yang couldn't understand the reason, his figure flashed and followed directly behind the heaven-eating hyena. At the border of 100,000 mountains, what Qin Yang could not have imagined was that there were still human villages here. It's just that the village at this time is completely surrounded by monsters, and there is no village of practitioners at all, and it can only be reduced to the ration of monsters. In an open space in the middle of the village, Tao Xiaoyao was tied to a wooden post, and her body was dirty, obviously getting angry from the villagers. The village elder and the villagers were horrified around here. Some people even held kitchen knives and gestured at the tied peach demon. She's still a child, don't make things difficult for her. The village elder sighed. She's a monster, a villager shouted loudly, but he couldn't hide the fear in his heart. We are surrounded by monsters and may be eaten at any time. We have to die anyway, so it's better to kill this little monster. Let her be buried with us. That's right. Kill her. I'm going to eat her meat. Yes, the monsters want to eat us, and we also want to eat monsters. The fear of the villagers gradually filled with anger. The village chief coughed while leaning on a cane, and said, "This little monster was caught by those monsters outside, and he is also a hardworking child. Village chief, you can't treat her as a human race." A big man said, and he took a knife and slashed towards Tao Xiaoyao. Tao Xiaoyao cried out in fright with a wow, tears bursting out of her already dirty and crying face. "Sister! I want elder sister." Tao Xiaoyao closed her eyes tightly and shouted loudly, her voice full of grief and despair. The knife didn't cut him. Tao Xiaoyao carefully opened his eyes, but found that all the villagers looked horrified, lying on the ground shivering. The person who made the gesture to him earlier had only half a corpse left. The sour sound of chewing sounded in his ears, and the thought that "I'm saved" just rose in Tao Xiaoyao's heart was suddenly shattered. The heaven-eating hyenas were fragrant, and said wholeheartedly, "You can't kill her, just mere mortals." Looking at the peach little demon, the sky-eating hyena said disdainfully, "Although he is only a grandmaster-level little demon, he is so useless that he was scared to cry by a group of mortals." The sky-eater hyena swallowed half of the man before, licked his scarlet tongue against his mouth, and continued, "You little girl is really interesting, you have such a powerful elder sister, but your strength is so poor. Now, curious about everything. Now you know, curiosity will kill you." Tao Xiaoyao pursed her lips hard, feeling wronged. "Baba, you said you wanted to take me out to play, and you can still find Qin Yang." The heaven-eating hyena laughed loudly, "My aunt, you trust people too easily, don't you? Although our demon palace is a subordinate force of the 10,000 demon palace, you can't trust everyone." The sky-eater hyena was speechless, and asked, curiously, "What are you doing with that kid Qin Yang?" "That kid is a short-lived ghost." I. Tao Xiaoyao hesitated and couldn't speak, and finally said, "He is not a short-lived ghost," my sister said. "There is a white-bearded old man who is a fortune-teller. He said Qin Yang the only one who can't die." Huh? The sky-eater hyena was confused for a while, and couldn't understand it at all. He shook his head, looked around at the mortals who were waiting to be eaten by him and didn't dare to let go, and then looked at Tao Xiaoyao, drooling. Flowing out again. What do you want to do?" Tao Xiaoyao was trembling with fright, struggling hard, but the rope to help her was a magic weapon, and she couldn't struggle. Brother Leopard said, "You can't eat you have to live to be useful." The sky-eating hyena's eyes were red with greed, and he continued, "If you only eat half, no, if you only eat one arm, it should be fine, right? Sister! Sister, save me!" Tao Xiaoyao cried out loudly. "Actually, it's not bad to eat legs." The sky-eating hyena thought for a while and said to himself. Annoyed by the arguing of Tao Xiaoyao, the heaven-eating hyena said angrily, "Shut up. Cry again, and I'll eat your arms and legs." Tao Xiaoyao was so frightened that she didn't dare to make a sound. She pursed her lips, and tried her best to endure. Now you know how to cry? Now you know how to call me sister? Qin Yang sighed and appeared beside Tao Xiaoyao. The sky-eating hyena's eyes widened, and he stepped back in fright, his tone trembling slightly. Who are you? Why didn't I notice at all? Qin Yang raised his eyelids. This hyena was only a star level. He snapped his fingers lightly, and it seemed that a line crossed his body, and it disappeared in a flash, almost thinking that there was an illusion. The hyena stared at Qin Yang with puzzled eyes. Before he could understand it, his entire body shattered into countless pieces and was covered with a bang. The surrounding villagers were still lying on the ground, for fear that if they moved, they would become the next target. Being dismembered like this is probably no better than being eaten alive. Qin Yang looked at Tao Xiaoyao, who was crying, and said depressedly, "What's the matter with you? Why did you let him be arrested again?" Qin Yang. Huh? Qin Yang thought Tao Xiaoyao had something to say. Wow. Unexpectedly, Tao Xiaoyao immediately began to cry. Qin Yang's mouth twitched slightly, and he sighed again. What a poor child. Chapter 310 Flag. Qin Yang untied Tao Xiaoyao, turned to look at the villagers, and said, "Why did you build a village here?" The village chief was already desperate, but when he heard the question, he was stunned. He stared at Qin Yang for a while, and suddenly said in surprise, "Are you a human?" Qin Yang nodded. The other villagers felt relieved immediately, and the joy of the rest of their lives hung on their faces. Everyone looked at the corpse of the sky-eating hyena in fear, and some people even spat fiercely on the puddle of minced meat. The young hero is mighty. Quickly kill this fox demon. Yes, kill this fox monster first, and then kill all the monsters outside the village. The villagers shouted. Qin Yang frowned and said, "I can save you from leaving, but I can't bring much." "We're not leaving. Our ancestors are all here, and we're not going anywhere," a middle-aged woman shouted. "Can't I take my cow too?" "I won't leave if I can't take it." An uncle was displeased. Qin Yang was expressionless, looked at Tao Xiaoyao, and said, "Silly child, have you cried enough?" Tao Xiaoyao was still choked up, and her two small hands tightly tugged Qin Yang's sleeves. Qin Yang sighed and said, "Your 10,000 demon palace is in Beiyuan. Are there any demons?" Tao Xiaoyao nodded, then quickly shook her head. Qin Yang's mind was full of threads, and Tao Xiaoyao said, "Can you still believe the people in the Hall of Demons?" Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, "There's no other way. I can only send you to Fanqing City first." "Eh? Young man, you can't just leave." A middle-aged man grabbed Qin Yang's arm. Qin Yang said calmly, "Aren't you going to stay and wait to die?" "Can't you kill them?" one person asked. Qin Yang shrugged and said, "I can kill one, but I can't kill all of them. I'm not invincible. If you want to live, follow me, and if you want to die, stay." As soon as the words fell, all the villagers suddenly panicked, and they had to go back to pack their things immediately. Qin Yang called out the body of Shenlongjiu, 1,000 dragons hovering, bigger than this village. The monsters surrounding the village suddenly panicked, and some were so weak that they even fell to the ground in fright. "Long way." Shenlongjiu shouted lowly, and all the monsters outside the village suddenly lost consciousness. Qin Yang's figure flickered, and he threw all the villagers directly on the back of Shenlongjiu, without giving them a chance to pack up, and disappeared with Tao Xiaoyao. The moment the white jade dragon disappeared, the sky suddenly turned gloomy, like the sky was falling, the thunder light burst, and the fire rose. The blue-clouded leopard stared at the empty ground and the corpse of the sky-eating hyena in the center of the village, his angry eyes spitting fire. "This breath, it's Qin Yang." Lan Yunbao roared up to the sky. He failed to take off Qin Yang's head. He ran away without saying anything, and took Tao Xiaoyao and the villagers with him. "Qin Yang. I will never." Lan Yunbao didn't finish his voice, as if someone had strangled his neck. A glamorous young woman appeared behind him at some point, staring in a certain direction. Who? The blue-clouded leopard turned around and was so frightened that he almost fell from the sky. The glamorous young woman was wrapped in a luxurious robe, and her back was furry. If you look closely, you will find that it is 9 fox tails. Peach. Peach is fluttering. Lan Yunbao stared at this figure with frightened eyes, unable to believe his own eyes. You dare to come to Beiyuan? Tao Pian's lazy voice sounded. What made you misunderstood that I didn't dare to come to Beiyuan? You were seriously injured by that adult, could it be? Tao Piantao's expression darkened, and there was a hint of sadness in her sigh. Then her face was cold, and she snorted softly. It's just a little bastard, the ignorant is fearless, even my sister dares to kidnap. I'm not a little scoundrel, I'm a confidant under the throne of the 12 venerables. Before she could finish her words, Tao Pian waved her hand gently, and the blue cloud leopard was directly fanned out. Just still flying in the air, the blue cloud leopard directly bleeds from the 7 orifices. A generation of gods and demons can't hold a random palm like Tao Pianda. Use your corpse to help me ask, where did Minghu have the courage? Tao Pian finished speaking, her eyes seemed to pass through layers of space, and saw the white jade dragon. 100,000 battlefield boundaries in a city. The mortals here have retreated, leaving only the Cultivator Gate as a battlefield supply point. The appearance of Qin Yang caused a great sensation. The leader who was rescued earlier greeted him, and when he saw that it was Qin Yang, he immediately thanked him again and again. You settle down with these people. It's best to check if there are other villages in the remote area. Qin Yang said. The leader was a little embarrassed, but he still held on, and before he even asked to invite Qin Yang to dinner, he saw that Qin Yang had disappeared again. Come without a trace, go without a trace. Boss, who is that? The leader shook his head. He had never seen this person, so young and so powerful. I'm afraid it's someone from Songqiong Academy. The leader said, everyone is busy, follow his instructions, and settle these villagers first. But, we can't decide for ourselves. Someday I'm going to run away. Stop talking nonsense. Our lives were all saved. The men did it right away, just muttering. The edge of the battlefield is almost evacuated, why did another villager appear? Looks like I have to do another inspection. Anyway, there are still 9 years. In the sky above Fanqing City, Qin Yang drove the dragon Jade and stopped between the clouds. Wow! It's so fast. Tao Xiaoyao's face turned red with excitement. How could she have called her sister out of fear before? Qin Yang contacted Wu Heitian, but Wu Heitian ran back with a headache. This has not yet reached the 100,000 battlefield. Qin Yang has already gone back and forth, and has brought extremely important news. The freshmen of Songqiong Academy are near Star City. After all, what are you doing with me? Qin Yang looked at this little peach demon with a headache, and when he saw her, he thought of the day when the City of Freedom was besieged. This little peach demon actually listened to the bewitchment of the group of demons. What kind of thing does the group of demons have to do with Qin Yang? Can they help Tao Xiaoyao find Qin Yang? Anyone with a bit of common sense should also know that if they want to find themselves, they must go to the Sky Academy. Tao Xiaoyao suddenly twisted and said in a low voice, the fox demon's lineage is the most important. You saved my life, and I want to repay you well. One script after another suddenly appeared in Qin Yang's mind, and he said with black lines, are you going to promise yourself? It was just a joke. Tao Xiaoyao blushed and said seriously, my sister said, no, according to my seniority, I am also your great-grandmother. My Nima. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and almost vomited blood. Don't believe it, this is true. Tao Xiaoyao said repeatedly. Qin Yang pouted, not believing it at all. Tao Xiaoyao pulled out a flag out of nowhere, handed it over, and said, this is the most precious thing in my sister's treasure trove, I will use it to repay you. Qin Yang looked at the flag suspiciously. On the blue flag, there was a word Qin, which was puzzling. Chapter 311, The Sea of Stars in the Body. Qin Yang took the flag and looked at Tao Xiaoyao. Are you sure you're not kidding me? I can't feel any function of this flag, although it is a magic weapon, but what can it do? I waved the small flag, and the flag is strong against the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it has grown to 10 feet. Qin Yang hurriedly put it away. Could it be the function of getting bigger and smaller? Tao Xiaoyao said anxiously, this is really my sister's most precious thing. Every time I enter the treasure house, my sister will keep staring at this flag. Qin Yang's head was covered in black lines, and he stuffed the flag into Tao Xiaoyao, saying, take it back, this thing is useless to me. Just kidding, if Tao Piantao's most important flag is in Qin Yang's hands or stolen by Tao Xiaoyao, then Tao Piantao can't settle accounts with Qin Yang? It's not a baby, it's a hot potato. The most important thing is that Qin Yang can't see through the Xian level in this flag. Tao Xiaoyao pursed her lips, her eyes suddenly turned red, with a look of grievance. I stole it from my elder sister, she will definitely punish me, I took such a big risk, you still don't appreciate it. Blame me? Qin Yang felt a big headache and comforted, don't worry, your sister loves you so much, as long as you can go back safely, she will not punish you. No, if you don't accept it, I won't go back. Tao Xiaoyao said firmly. Qin Yang had no choice but to accept the flag. After recognizing the master, the flag actually melted directly into Qin Yang's body. Frightened, Qin Yang hurriedly called out the flag, but luckily it appeared in his hand again. What's the situation? Qin Yang frowned. Shenlongjia let out a sigh and said, the magic weapon above the super god level will enter the sea of stars in the human body, there is no fuss. Doesn't that mean you can do it too? Qin Yang said. Shenlongjiu hurriedly refused, yes, but I won't go. Why? Qin Yang asked. Why don't you count? Shenlongjiu's tone was a little helpless. There is a dangerous sea of stars on the road, and the stars outside the sky are like a sea. In addition to these, there is also a sea of stars in the body of every star practitioner. Qi Hai Jing, true Qi is like the sea. In the realm of stars, the stars are condensed in the sea of true Qi. A star represents the power of a rule. A normal cultivator will have a star in his body. The stronger the talent, the more stars, and the more strength. But the sea of stars in Qin Yang's body, the center is a black hole. This black hole can devour everything and destroy everything. Shenlongjiu will not stay next to this thing, in case one day accidentally flew in. Putting the flag back into the sea of stars in his body, Qin Yang always felt something strange. In the spiritual sense, it seems that some kind of connection can be felt, and it is extremely scattered. After carefully combing it, it seems that there are 11 directions to perceive something. Without thinking too much, Qin Yang looked at Tao Xiaoyao and had a headache again. In the whole Beiyuan, can't I really find anyone from Wanyao Palace? I still have a mission here, so I can't send you back first. Qin Yang was a little helpless. Yes. A voice sounded softly. Since there is, it's easy to handle, Qin Yang's body tightened, and the voice came from behind. Qin Yang himself always suddenly appeared behind others, and now he has also experienced this feeling of being on his back. Turning around, looking at the familiar figure, Qin Yang's breathing slowed for a beat. Take your sister back, don't thank me. Qin Yang smiled stiffly. I spare your life again. Tao Pian said coldly. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, his lips moved slightly, but he didn't make a sound, just muttered in his heart. Tao Piantao looked at Tao Xiaoyao, stretched out her hand, and said, bring it. What did you bring? Tao Xiaoyao's eyes were dodged, and she couldn't hide any secrets on her little face. That thing is very important. It's something related to her life. Except this, you can do anything you want. Tao Tao said slowly. No. Tao Xiaoyao pouted and said firmly. Fortunately, this is your sister. If this is your mother, you have to be beaten, do you know that? Qin Yang whispered from the side, took out the chess piece directly, and handed it over after releasing the recognition. Are you looking for this? Here it is. Qin Yang said. Tao Pianpao stared at Qin Yang quietly, without even looking at the flag, and kept staring at it, causing Qin Yang's scalp to go numb. What's the matter? Take it. Qin Yang felt inexplicable. What made Qin Yang even more inexplicable was that Tao Pian didn't say a word, didn't take away the flag, and immediately disappeared with Tao Xiaoyao. Only Qin Yang was left on Shen Longjiu's back, his face sluggish. What are you doing? Qin Yang scratched his head vigorously. There were too many things he didn't know. It seems that only by first improving his strength can we solve the various problems that have always been uncomfortable in the heart. After re-identifying the flag as the owner, Qin Yang thought about it and waved it gently. This Beiyuan is a battlefield between humans and monsters. The ability to copy monsters is not included in the progress of the upgrade. Qin Yang calculated in his heart, if you stay in the academy, there are not many real fighters. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and already had an idea. In Divine Mind, I noticed that there was a commotion in the Star City below Dao, and slowly descended to the height. I was surprised to find that the entire Star City was in chaos. The formations in Fanqing City are sometimes activated and sometimes closed, all of which appear to be disturbed. The light of the formation turned on and off, causing everyone to panic. Some experts have carefully investigated, but they can't find the reason at all. Qin Yang stared at the flag in his hand suspiciously. Could it be that this is an array flag? Qin Yang's eyes lit up when he finally discovered a function of the flag besides getting bigger and smaller. Aren't those students of Songqiong Academy trapped somewhere? Qin Yang smiled slightly and urged the flag to become a 100 banner. Qin Yang waved it vigorously, and his spiritual sense was also inquiring. Not far from Star City, I really found a formation. The formation was easily broken, and all the students were rescued. I didn't expect this flag to be really useful. Qin Yang nodded and took the flag back to the Sea of Stars in his body. Let me go to Fanqing City first, and when Wu Heitian comes, let them take you back. Qin Yang grinned. All the classmates looked at Qin Yang in silence. Qin Yang thought they were frightened, grinned, and said, by the way, you are welcome to enroll. Bah! Songqiong Academy has a shame like yours, and it has tarnished Songqiong Academy. Woman, stay away from us. Only relying on the power of the talisman, we don't expect you to come to rescue. Qin Yang opened his mouth and shrugged, then you can do whatever you want, I'll leave first. Qin Yang immediately walked away, informed Wu Heitian, and went straight to Xingchenchen Road. What happened? Wu Heitian felt inexplicable that Qin Yang left directly. It's nothing, I was scolded. Qin Yang felt helpless. Wu Heitian was speechless. Is there anyone who dares to scold you now? After thinking about the order of the sky in the hands of these new students, he was relieved. The information of these people is backward, and what they know is the previous rumors. After explaining a few words to Qin Yang, Wu Heitian asked, you seem to have something urgent to do? Qin Yang nodded and said, yes, there is an urgent matter. Chu Qingga's grandfather was still in Songqiong Academy, and he repeatedly told others not to tell others about Tiange sect, so Qin Yang had to agree. The blood skull should also react. It is not too late, this matter can't be delayed any longer. Chapter 312 You are sick. After Shen Longjiu recovered to the divine rank, the speed was more than 100 times faster than Qin Yang himself. Wu Heitian had just met the freshman, and Qin Yang had already come to the Songqiong Academy and left with the old man of the Chu family. Qin Yang, this matter really troubles you. Grandpa Chu was a little embarrassed. There was a little doubt in his eyes. Qin Yang actually wanted to solve the matter of blood skeletons by himself? Looking at Qin Yang's self-confidence, and feeling the powerful pressure on Qin Yang, Grandpa Chu was still at a loss. This direction. Qin Yang frowned, feeling a bad feeling in his heart. Qin Yang asked in a deep voice, how far is it? At our current speed, it will be here soon. Grandpa Chu said. Continue to fly, the Palm Canyon is in sight. Huh? When is this place? Grandpa Chu became puzzled, his eyes suddenly darkened, and he almost fell from the dragon jade. Qin Yang hurriedly supported him and asked, nervously, where is Tianjin? Grandpa Chu's lips trembled, and his eyes suddenly turned red, it's right here, right here. But now what? Qin Yang felt a chill in his heart, you said that Tianjin is here? Grandpa Chu nodded numbly and slumped on the dragon jade. Thousands of miles of Mahamudra, a canyon. At the bottom of the canyon, the water is gurgling. The groundwater came up, and in a short while, it was afraid that it would fill the entire Grand Canyon of the Palm. At that time, it will be a lake, and everything that was originally there will no longer exist, not even the ruins. How can this happen? How can this happen? Grandpa Chu kept mumbling like crazy. Qin Yang clenched his fists and stared at the sky. I wrote down this account. Qin Yang said through gritted teeth. Grandpa Chu's expression became clearer. Hearing Qin Yang's words, he quickly pulled Qin Yang and said, it's not your fault, it has nothing to do with you. You better not get involved. In this Palm Canyon, you can see the God Emperor's means at a glance. In the realm of God Emperor, Grandpa Chu did not dare to take revenge in his heart. It has something to do with me, because... Qin Yang took a deep breath and said solemnly, because it all started because of me. Qin Yang still told what happened. He chased and killed Feng Lian, 3 people that day, and came here. He only heard Feng Lian say that the place was already occupied by blood skeletons, but he didn't think about Tianjin. The power of the palm of the hand of the unknown God Emperor turned thousands of feet into ashes. Qin Yang has an immortal body and can't die, but... Qin Yang fell into self-blame, and Grandpa Chu fell silent when he heard it. Grandpa Chu's expression has endless loneliness. Even without Qin Yang, Tiange sect was controlled by the blood skeleton, and it would not be much better. Grandpa Chu said goodbye and left, not knowing where he went. Qin Yang stood on the Xuanhuan jade, and the breeze was blowing, but it was freezing cold. Shadow, blood skeleton. Qin Yang muttered quietly and disappeared. Half a month later, Tianhong led Chu Wangqing. Songqiong Academy is located in the northern part of Zhongzhou, and the Xuanhuan Empire is in the east. The northern territory of the Xuanhuan Empire is the Rainbow Territory. The Xuanhuan Empire occupies a very large area and is adjacent to the East China Sea. The Xuanhuan royal family is the top power in the continent, and it is comparable to the Sky Continent. In a tavern, Qin Yang drank tea by himself. The freshmen have already enrolled. You, the fighting master, are really going to leave the academy? By the way, the Hongqian is divided from the freshmen's business area, and Lu Mingyu is still in charge. Also, Feng Lian, Zhou De, and Shifei Yin are all in charge. I didn't come to the academy. Wu Heitian said. Qin Yang nodded and said, where's Chu Qingge? Wu Heitian shook his head and said, he left the academy after he knew that Tiange sect was destroyed, and there is no news so far. Staring at Qin Yang on the screen, Wu Heitian said solemnly, it's not your fault, why do you have to fight on your shoulders? Qin Yang took a long breath and said, some things must be resolved, this time not only because of Tianjin, but also my Qin family. Wu Heitian was silent for a while, and said, although Zhongzhou is not the one who has the final say, you have to remember one thing. You are the teacher of the Songqiong Academy, and the Songqiong Academy will always be your backing. Take care. Wu Heitian knew that Qin Yang would embark on this road sooner or later, but he didn't know it would be so fast. Don't worry. Qin Yang hung up the screen. The surrounding guests looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. The light screen communication was a sign of the heaven order. The sky order that can transmit images, each one is priceless. The repair of the Skynet Great Array has already spread throughout Zhongzhou, and every cultivator wants to get the sky token that can transmit images, because it is so convenient. Qin Yang's spiritual thoughts moved, and the light screen was lit up again on the order of the sky. This time it was not a communication, but a reading of the heaven's secret news. This scene once again shocked the surrounding guests. Some people looked at Qin Yang with evil intentions and left secretly, while others were curious and peeked at the side. It's a pity that Qin Yang Shenyan blocked the light screen. Others only knew what he was looking at, but not what he was looking at. Just like the previous communication, they could only see Qin Yang moving his lips, but couldn't even hear the sound. In the Tianji Daily, there is information about the monster tide in Beiyuan, as well as some news about the Songqiong Academy. Palm Lake still occupied the headlines before. There are no valuable clues. Qin Yang turned off the light screen after looking at it for a while. Palm Lake, half of it is in the Rainbow Collar, and the restaurant where Qin Yang is located is the closest place to Palm Lake. Where is that kid? At the door, there was a loud noise, and a group of people stood at the door menacingly. The leading man looked around, saw Qin Yang, and led someone over with a grin. I heard that you have a sky order that can communicate with images? The big man said. Yes. Qin Yang nodded. Hand over it. The big man said directly. No. Qin Yang didn't lift his head. Hey. It looks like I want to show you some color. The big man rolled up his sleeves, but was stopped by his younger brother. The younger brother said in a low voice, it's definitely not easy for him to have the sky token. Shall we notify young Master Chu first? The big man said coldly, if it wasn't for the Sky College being too far away, I also joined the Sky College back then. Now that I inform young Master Chu, it's better to give him the token directly. Boy, I'll give you one more chance, otherwise. Before he finished speaking, the big man vomited blood and flew out, and even brought a group of younger brothers like a gourd, and fell down. There was a sudden silence in the tavern. Everyone looked at this young little brother in amazement, and his shot was so ruthless. The big man saw that there was more air out and less air in, and the younger brothers who were affected also broke their arms and arms. Bold madman. Who is making trouble here? With a loud shout, a middle-aged man in armor rushed into the restaurant with a group of soldiers. No, it's the city guards. This kid is going to be miserable. At first glance, he has a raw face. The big man before was a member of the city guards. These bullies, if they put on their armor, they are the city guards, and if they take off their armor, they are bandits and robbers. Seeing that this kid makes a move, his strength should be good. It's best to teach this group of people a lesson. What a joke. This leader is the third general under the city lord's command, Chu Wei, who has the strength of the Star Realm. You only know the armor, don't you know him? In the tavern, all the guests were silent. Some people knew the identity of the leading middle-aged man, and they hurriedly shut up, daring not to speak. Chu Wei walked in front of Qin Yang and looked at Qin Yang with a bad face, but he couldn't see through the strength of this kid, so he was suspicious. It's you who are making trouble here? Chu Wei asked, coldly. In my heart, I was guessing that this kid must have a magic weapon to hide his breath. I am afraid that this time he is going to make a fortune. Qin Yang raised his eyelids, but this man's body made him feel an interesting aura. Dirty blood, people who are not blood skeletons, must also be related to blood skeletons. Qin Yang smiled playfully, a nest of officials and bandits? Chu Wei's face sank. Good boy. It looks like I'm going to take you back and ask questions. Stop. A coquettish rebuke sounded, and a young girl walked downstairs with a beautiful face and a good figure. As soon as she appeared, the entire restaurant immediately became more colorful. Second miss? Why are you here? Chu Wei was taken aback. Qin Yang frowned slightly, and gently lowered his raised fingers. Chu Wei, is that what you guys are doing to harm the common people? Today, I bumped into you. The second lady walked in front of Qin Yang, patted Qin Yang's shoulder, and said, Don't worry, I will uphold justice for you today. Qin Yang looked at the second young lady, suspiciously, who was about the same age as himself, but had no cultivation at all. Not only that, there seems to be a disease, the breath is weak, and it is obviously terminally ill. Are you sick? Qin Yang asked softly. The second lady's face changed, and she said angrily, You are sick. I kindly stand up for you, but you say so about me. It's not just you, your whole family is sick. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and almost laughed angrily. Second miss suddenly reacted with an apologetic expression, I'm sorry, are you an alchemist? Chapter 313, Making Elbows into Medicinal Pills. I know a little. Qin Yang nodded. His eyes turned to the second miss's hand. The slender jade hands are smooth and white, and they look very eye-catching, but the things they hold in their hands are in contrast. An elbow, yes, an elbow the size of a wash basin. While speaking, the second lady also took a bite, her mouth full of oil. Thinking that the other party patted his shoulder just now, Qin Yang suddenly frowned. Are you really an alchemist? Second miss only spoke after swallowing. Although greedy, but polite. Qin Yang nodded again, his spiritual sense swept away, and he was suddenly a little surprised. She is obviously a young girl, but it gives people a feeling of old age. It is the youthful years, but the vitality is about to run out of oil. You have a disease that can't be cured. Qin Yang said. The second lady waved her hand and said optimistically, I don't need you to help me heal. I heard that there are many talented people on the mainland. There are only unexpected, and there is nothing that can't be done. Speaking of this, the second young lady's face was full of longing, and she continued, Then can you make the elbow into a medicinal pill? Qin Yang's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, suspecting that there was something wrong with his ears, and confirmed, making elbows into medicinal pills? The second lady nodded and said, That's right, just asking me to take one elbow pill is equivalent to eating a whole elbow. After he finished speaking, he raised the huge elbow in his hand and gestured, It's just like such a big piece. Qin Yang looked at the second young lady curiously, and there was no despair for life on the slightly green face, only optimism and yearning. The smile on his face is full of sunshine, making people look at the troubles all at once. I don't know where the bastard came from, he can make pills? Chu Wei curled his lips and said, Second miss, this elbow can't be made into pills. And, the city owner ordered. I said yes. The second young lady scolded, Also, don't use my father to oppress me. Since my eldest sister died, what qualifications does he have to discipline me? Chu Wei sighed and said, If young Master Chu knows. My father can't control me, my brother still wants to control me? Second miss frowned slightly. Chu Wei fell silent, looked at Qin Yang threateningly, and left with his subordinates. It's just that there is a soldier left at the entrance of the tavern, who has been monitoring here. Hey! Are you a talented person? The second lady looked at Qin Yang again. Qin Yang shrugged and said, Do you think I look like me? Like. The second lady nodded seriously. Oh? Why? Qin Yang laughed. Because you're not afraid, said the second lady. Afraid? What are you afraid of? Those little bastards? Qin Yang snorted softly. If the second lady hadn't suddenly come downstairs, Qin Yang would not have let go of the Chu Wei just now. Qin Yang glanced at the elbow again, but after a while, most of it had already been eaten, and he was speechless for a while, and said, "If you want to satisfy your appetite, you can't rely on a pill. Even an elbow will not work. You won't be satisfied with the refined medicine." Speaking of this, Qin Yang thought about it and said, "Maybe you should try illusion?" The second lady's expression dropped. "Sure enough, you still can't." Soon a smile appeared on her face again, and she nibbled at it, as if someone was vying with her. "Where are you going?" "I'll take you out of Chuangqing," Second Miss suddenly said. "I'm not leaving, I still have things to do here," Qin Yang said. The reason why he chose to settle in the Chuangqing in this rainbow-collared city was because Qin Yang had previously found half a mass grave on the edge of the Palm Lake. Among the corpses, some were drained of blood. Although a whole corpse was left, it became a mummified corpse, which was horrible to see. The one who can have this means must be the blood skeleton. I just found out that Chu Wei, the third general of Chuangqing, also has the breath of blood skeleton exercises. How could Qin Yang leave? "What can you do?" the second lady asked. Qin Yang looked at the second lady, his eyes moved, and he said, "Heal you." The second young lady was stunned, the hope flashed in her pupils, and said, "You better leave quickly, or you may not be able to get out of this Chuangqing." "Why?" Qin Yang asked. "Because you have a sky order that can communicate with images," Second Miss said. "What does it matter?" Qin Yang wondered. "It's just a piece of sky token, and with Qin Yang's authority, an ordinary piece of sky token can easily open the function of video communication." "You better hurry up," Second Miss urged. Before she finished speaking, the sound of neat steps at the door gradually approached. The stern and solemn army directly surrounded the tavern, and some of the guests who were still watching the excitement couldn't sit still and left quickly, and even the store owner ran out. A boy's eyes were abnormally scarlet, his body was boiling with blood, and it was Chu Wei who was following him. "Master Chu, that's him." Chu Wei pointed to Qin Yang. Master Chu looked at the second lady, sighed, and walked over. "Second sister, how many times have you said that you can't eat meat now?" "Chu Xuanhuan, you are capable now. Did you see me dying, so you dare to point fingers at me?" The second lady put her hands on her hips. He glared at Master Chu. Chu Xuanhuan hurriedly bowed his head to admit his mistake. "Second sister, I'm doing it for you too." The second miss clenched her teeth and said loudly, "For my own good, I should die happily. There is no hope." Chu Xuanhuan's eyes showed a firm look. "There is a God Emperor of 9 lives in Songqiong Academy. He is the strongest alchemist in the world, as long as he can be contacted." The second lady shook her head and said, "It's useless, we can't invite him at all. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will never give up." Chu Xuanhuang said with a loud voice, "Please go back to the house, second young lady." Chu Wei took the order, "Yes." Looking at Qin Yang, Chu Xuanhuang took a deep breath and said, "Can I borrow the token?" Qin Yang glanced back and forth, and roughly figured out the situation, and immediately said, "There is no need to contact God Emperor Jiuming, I can cure her disease." Chu Xuanhuang didn't believe it at all, his tone was slightly serious, and he said again, "Please borrow the token to use it." Qin Yang laughed, took out the token and placed it on the table, raised Erlang's legs, and played with his taste. "The token is here, take it if you can." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chu Wei guarded the second young lady behind him, and looked at Qin Yang with a bad expression. As long as Chu Xuanhuang gave an order, he would act directly. Presumptuous. Don't listen to my words. The second lady pushed Chu Wei away, and said, "Even if you have this token, will you be able to contact the God Emperor Jiuming?" Chu Xuanhuang said, "Whether you can get in touch, you can only know if you try it." Qin Yang shook his head gently, his spiritual sense was injected into the sky, and the light screen opened directly. This time, no one was blocked, and everyone saw the light screen and the figure displayed on the light screen after it was turned on. Jiao Divine Emperor drooped his eyelids, as if he had entered meditation practice, and seemed to be taking a nap. What's the matter? Someone is looking for you. Qin Yang pursed his lips towards Xuanhuan. Who? Jiao Divine Emperor looked away. What's the matter? In the tavern, the atmosphere became strange, and Xuanhuan and the others looked at each other in dismay. The second lady also looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and looked at the screen with some suspicion. Shouldn't this be? Chapter 314, Give me an airdrop. What do you mean? Xuanhuan couldn't react. Jiao Divine Emperor looked at Qin Yang and said, Is there anything else? If it wasn't for Qin Yang's face, how could he waste time like this? Wait. Are you the God Emperor of 9 lives? The second lady asked anxiously, her face flushed a little, strangely. His eyes had never been so bright, as if he saw a whole table of elbows. Say something. Jiao Divine Emperor frowned. The second lady covered her mouth and exclaimed, and hurriedly said, Junior Chuing, I have seen Lord God Emperor. Qin Yang looked impatient at Jiao Divine Emperor, and said with a smile, This little girl is dying soon, and I want you to help save her life. If he didn't speak bluntly, he was afraid that God Emperor Jiao would just hang up the communication. Jiao Divine Emperor frowned frivolously and said, How is the situation? Chuing just wanted to report truthfully, but Qin Yang spoke first. The heaven-stealing fate shift array has changed her life against the sky, forcibly deprived her of her life and transferred it to someone else. Chuing sucked in a breath of cold air, and Xuanhuan stepped back in fright. Such a secret, how did this kid know about it? Chui's eyes glowed with a cold light, and he called out the magic weapon in his hand, which could be unsheathed at any time. Oh? Interesting. Jiao Divine Emperor pondered and said, I know a little about the heaven-stealing fate-shifting array, and I have heard you say a lot. Can you still extract life? Qin Yang nodded and said, Yes, it's just the heaven-stealing fate-shifting array. Jiao Divine Emperor said, In this way, there are only 2 ways to cure this world. There was hope in Chu Ying's eyes, and Xuanhuan hurriedly asked, Senior, please save my second sister. God Emperor Jiao didn't answer, but asked Qin Yang, curiously, You should know? Qin Yang shrugged helplessly, I said I could cure it, but they didn't believe it, so they insisted on grabbing my token to contact you. At this point, Xuanhuan already believed that the old man in the light screen was the famous Jiao Divine Emperor. It's just that the person in front of him has become mysterious. Can you actually contact the 9 lives God Emperor directly? What kind of identity does this have to be to have this qualification? With a pop, Xuanhuan knelt down directly, with his head firmly on the ground. Please help me. You believe it? Qin Yang sighed. I believe it. Xuanhuan said. Chu Wei and other soldiers actually knelt down, only Chuing looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Who are you? Chuing asked. You don't have to worry so much, I can save you, but I have a condition. Qin Yang said. What conditions? Xuanhuan said, No matter what conditions, I agree to all. Qin Yang said, Get up first, my conditions are very simple, tell me one thing. What's the matter? Xuanhuan didn't get up, for fear that Qin Yang would regret it after he got up. Qin Yang asked, Tell me, where is the headquarters of Blood Skull? Blood Skull? Xuanhuan was shocked and said, I don't understand. Qin Yang sneered and said, I don't understand? You and this general named Chu Wei both practiced the blood skeleton technique. Tell me you don't understand? Qin Yang got up and wanted to leave, but Xuanhuan quickly stopped him and said, I don't know. Qin Yang didn't stop. Xuanhuan became anxious, and said quickly, We practice the blood skull exercise, just to study how to cure diseases. The source of this exercise is to know the torture of the spies who caught the blood skull. As for the blood skull headquarters, we don't know about it. It didn't look like he was lying. Qin Yang frowned and stopped. Please save my second sister. Xuanhuan prayed again and again. Qin Yang sighed. If what this kid said was true, then this Ying had to be saved. The blood skeleton is known to the world. Practicing the blood skeleton technique to save people. The city guards are arrogant and domineering, and I am afraid that it is also because of saving people, but mass burial mounds outside the city, what's going on? Qin Yang asked. Knowing that he couldn't hide it, Xuanhuan explained, those are death row prisoners. Ying was completely unaware of this and asked, what mass graves? What death row prisoners? And Ying's eyes became red. What's the matter with the blood skeleton? Pulling on Xuanhuan's clothes, tell me, what's going on? Why do you guys practice the blood skeleton technique? Xuanhuan let the second sister push him, and said bitterly, the eldest sister is already dead, and the tragedy of the eldest sister must not be repeated on you. Ying burst into tears and shouted loudly, don't worry about my affairs. Turning to look at Qin Yang, he pleaded, don't save me, save my brother first. Qin Yang shook his head and said, once you practice the blood skeleton exercise, you can't go back. The world can't avoid it, but you send it to the door yourself. Is there a way to? Ying asked. Qin Yang sneered, if it can be solved, the blood skeleton will not be so famous on the mainland. Ying's heart was full of sadness. She was not so sad when she knew that her life was going to die soon. Also ask an expert to save my second sister. Xuanhuan prayed again. Qin Yang thought about it. Said, as the alchemy old man said, there are 2 ways to save her. Which 2 methods? Xuanhuan was overjoyed. As long as there was one method, he was lucky. Qin Yang stretched out his finger and said, first, set up a life-stealing array to transfer life from others. Xuanhuan was instantly stunned. Qin Yang said, it seems that you also know some things. This kind of transfer of life requires harsh conditions and must have a connection between blood. Because she is in serious condition now, she can't keep her life when she transfers her life. In other words, the person who transfers her life must die. No, I don't agree. Ying said. Qin Yang chuckled and said, you don't agree? It's useless if you agree. Staring at Xuanhuan, Qin Yang said, those who practice the blood skeleton technique cannot be passed on. Why? Xuanhuan felt a chill in his heart. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, you should understand that once the blood skull cultivation technique is practiced, after devouring blood energy, one's own blood energy will be extremely chaotic. When the life force is transferred to the past, this side effect will also be transferred to the past. With your second sister in this situation, even if the vitality continues, and the body is weak, the blood will be chaotic and will die violently. Xuanhuan hurriedly asked, what about the second method? Qin Yang took a deep look at Xuanhuan. It turned out that Xuanhuan and Ying's father also practiced the blood skeleton technique. Who took Ying's vitality and passed it on to whom? Xuanhuan directly gave up this method, which means Qin Yang didn't bother to think about the trouble, so he coughed lightly and continued, then, the second method is Tong Tian pill. When the name Tong Tian pill was mentioned, Xuanhuan slumped on the ground. The first method doesn't work, and the second method doesn't even work. Xuanhuan was full of grief and anger, and his emotions became out of control. He shouted, you said that you didn't say it. If Tong Tian pill can be obtained, how could my eldest sister die? How can my second sister? Qin Yang frowned and said, the one who was passed on won't get the Tong Tian pill? Xuanhuan fell silent. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. It's a fool's errand. Xuanhuan was already desperate, and the only life-saving straw, the God Emperor of 9 lives, had been destroyed. Second sister. Xuanhuan burst into tears, and 2 clear springs appeared on Qin Yang's face. Qin Yang watched this scene quietly, and the divine sense was injected into the sky again. What's the matter? Jiaoming Divine Emperor asked blankly. Qin Yang said apologetically, I have to trouble you again. God Emperor Jiaoming looked much better, and said, You're too polite, let's just say it. Give me an airdrop. Chapter 315 Good Wine, Poof. God Emperor Jiaoming was stunned. What do you mean? Qin Yang said, I don't have Tiandan on me, and I can't find all the refining materials for a while, so send me a few. Hui Tian pill? Jiaoming Divine Emperor looked at Chewing in the light screen, and said, Hui Tian pill is refined based on Tong Tian pill, but after all, it is not Tong Tian pill. Although the effect is extremely strong, for this special situation, it reflects the gap. The Hui Tian pill can only last for 1 year, and a 5th order Hui Tian pill can only last for 1 year. Jiaoming Divine Emperor immediately stopped and laughed. This time, Tiandan is still successfully refined thanks to your blessing. You know better than me. It's just. God Emperor Jiaoming's eyelids twitched and said, You asked me to send it to you? Qin Yang nodded and said, Aren't you a God Emperor? A God Emperor can shoot a palm lake from 1,000 miles away. Jiaoming Divine Emperor suddenly fell silent, and after a long time he said, That palm is the last time. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, Don't say this, just say if you can do it. God Emperor Jiaoming stood up and said angrily, Just kidding. I can shoot this palm too. Who do you look down on? I can make you directly into a lava hell, do you believe it? Qin Yang looked at the divine fire in the hands of Jiaoming Divine Emperor, and hurriedly smiled and said, Believe, believe. Wait. Jiaoming Divine Emperor snorted angrily and hung up the communication. In the tavern, Qin and Xuanhuan looked at each other. Let the God Emperor personally deliver the pill? Back to Tiandan? Listening to the content of the conversation, this time Tiandan can continue to live? The two were instantly overjoyed and full of anticipation. It didn't take long for Qin Yang to slam his eyes and fled, but he had just had this idea, and he had just predicted it. It was too late. Boom. The tavern was leveled with a palm, and everyone in the tavern was pushed to the street by a huge force. The whole tavern was in ruins. A small handprint-shaped pit, bottomless, as for Qin Yang. I'm X. Qin Yang came out, swearing and sullen. This palm does not have any lethal power, it is just that God Emperor Jiaoming gave Qin Yang some color to see. Qin Yang smacked his lips, and sure enough, the God Emperor had such a good temper. It seems that all the previous things had given him enough face. Holding a porcelain vase in his hand, Qin Yang opened it and found 7 5th order Hui Tian pills. Qin Yang straightly pouted. If he remembered correctly, this was refined through the experiment of the God Emperor of 9 lives. As for the 6th order, there is no practice at all. In the words of Jiaoming Divine Emperor, since your kid can make it, you can make it yourself. This time, I won't be able to use it this time. Under everyone's astonishment, Qin Yang threw the jade bottle at Qin. Qin instinctively reached out to catch it, looking at the elixir in this exquisite magic treasure porcelain bottle, like a dream. You don't have to think about looking for a talented person to help you turn your elbow into a medicinal pill. This time, the Tiandan is enough to continue your life. Qin Yang said. Many thanks to the master. If the master has any requirements, feel free to mention it. I will go through fire and water, and I will give you my life. Xuanhuan said gratefully. I don't want your life. Qin Yang glanced at Xuanhuan lightly, thinking in his heart, I want the life of the blood skeleton. And shadows. Since these people's blood skeleton exercises were obtained from people who tortured blood skeletons, then the blood skeletons must not be forgotten. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. The blood skeleton will definitely come to Xuanhuan. And since there is going to be revenge, it will definitely not be a small shrimp. It is better to wait for the rabbit. Qin Yang said, I have no place to stay recently. Xuanhuan understood and hurriedly said, I also invite the mansion as a guest. At the same time, he instructed Chu Wei, saying, hurry up and inform your father. Chu Wei took the order and walked away. Xuanhuan continued, father will definitely treat you favorably, and you have the final say in everything about Xuanhuan. Don't be too polite, I'm just waiting for someone. Qin Yang said. At the same time, he secretly thought in his heart that if they knew that they were waiting for the blood skeleton people to come to revenge, I am afraid that their attitude would not be so good. The news of the second young lady Chu Ying's success in renewing her life spread like wildfire, and the entire Xuanhuan suddenly looked brand new. The city guards were no longer the robbers and bandits that everyone feared, and many city guards were even ordered by the generals to apologize everywhere. Over the years, in order to prolong his life, the entire city lord's mansion has become more and more hostile. Now that the hostility was gone, the people of Chongqing City even thought that they had changed to another city. The city lord's mansion held a large banquet, directly claiming that it would not be separated for 3 days and 3 nights, and the city would celebrate together. Qin Yang was also warmly invited in by the city lord, King Chu, but Qin Yang was surprised that the city lord of the city of King Chu was actually the god king of Chu. The strength of the god king realm, that blood skeleton to take revenge. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly. This time, he was afraid that he would be able to wait for the big fish. In the lobby of Fuzhong, a table of sumptuous delicacies is served warmly. Qin Yang looked at the strange dishes on the table, and his appetite increased greatly. The system copied them one by one, and it turned out to be all medicinal food. Even the wine in the glass is a good medicinal wine. The dishes cooked with various elixir, although not meaty and greasy, look very tempting. The medicinal wine is full of medicinal and wine aroma, and you feel refreshed when you smell it. If the copy is correct, these dishes and medicinal wines not only help health, but even enhance physical fitness. If you eat these all day long, even a person with ordinary talent will have a faster cultivation speed. I already know about the second daughter. I'm so grateful for such a great favor. I don't know who this young chivalrous man is, and what is his name? The king of Chu raised his glass and toasted Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded. He was already salivating with thirst. He also held up a full glass of wine and said, you don't need to worry too much about it. As for what's next, Qin Yang. God King Chu underestimated for a while. Why is this name so familiar? Where did the little brother come from? God King Chu asked. City of Freedom. Qin Yang said. God King Chu nodded, his smile more cordial. This is the Tianhan territory of the Xuanhuan Empire, and further north is the domain of freedom. If you can make yourself feel familiar, it must be a famous person, but you can't remember it for a while. Because before. So these dishes and drinks are all. Please don't take offense, little brother, please. God King Chu drank it all. Qin Yang expressed his understanding. In order to save Chuing, the whole family and even their subordinates practiced the blood skeleton technique. It is understandable that these dishes and drinks are all medicinal. What's more, the taste guessed based on the recipe copied by myself should be very delicious. I'm welcome. I've never had such a good wine before. Qin Yang smiled, raised his neck, and drank it all in one go. After drinking, Qin Yang's face suddenly stiffened. Pfft. The first sentence is good wine, and then all of it is directly sprayed out. What is this? Qin Yang was stunned. He copied the wine's recipe at a glance, but drinking this wine in his mouth is not the same thing at all. God King Chu was a little embarrassed, and Xuanhuan lowered his head in shame. Qin pouted and said, "Now you know why I sneaked out to eat." Qin Yang smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not mentally prepared." In order to ease the atmosphere, Qin Yang said, "Let's eat vegetables first." After politely pushing for a few times, Qin Yang took a chopstick and put the leaves of the elixir in his mouth, and suddenly he couldn't straighten his tongue. Okay. Really can't say anything against his heart. If this can be called delicious, Qin Yangxing is afraid that he will be struck by thunder. It's so bitter. Bah. The atmosphere became embarrassing again. Qin Yang put down his chopsticks and cupped his hands, saying, "It's not that I don't understand etiquette and don't give face, it's just understandable." God King Chu said stiffly. Qin Yang is already good like this. After the previous guests tasted it, he almost flipped the table. God King Chu said, "I really didn't think much about it. In this way, I will immediately order someone to go to the best restaurant in the city to reserve a table. Now that Chuing can continue her life, it is time to return to a normal diet without having to avoid food." Chuing said directly, "Go to Wang Yuelu to make a reservation. Carp flying to the moon, there is a must." After speaking, he quickly stuck out his tongue and lowered his head. Apparently, it was revealed that he often went to steal food. Qin Yang said, "No, I'm the cook, and I'll cook." Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang in astonishment. How could such an expert still cook? But he still reminded in a low voice, "We only have the ingredients for these medicated meals in our house." Qin Yang nodded and said, "I'm making these medicated meals." Chapter 316. In order to make chewing avoid his mouth, what you have done is absolutely incredible. Chu Wangqing, the kitchen of the city lord's mansion, Qin Yang smiled directly after entering. The various ingredients placed on the shelf are all elixir to replenish the body, and even the seasoning is elixir. The posture of this kitchen will definitely cause headaches for any cook, but fortunately, Qin Yang can't help it. Chuing nodded pitifully and looked at Qin Yang curiously. "I didn't pay much attention to it before, but after taking a closer look, I immediately found that Qin Yang was different from ordinary people." "Second sister, what are you looking at?" Xuanhuan touched Chuing with his elbow. "Have you noticed, he's so handsome?" Chu Ying's face was a little rosy. "The more you look, the faster your heart beats." Xuanhuan scratched his head. "For cultivators, is being handsome useful?" Chuing pouted and said, "When Chu Wei's subordinates were making things difficult for Qin Yang, they were kicked by Qin Yang and almost died." "Which one?" Xuanhuan raised his brows. "Which one could it be? Also, Chu Wei is going to take action against Qin Yang. Qin Yang has no fear. Even after I stopped Chu Wei, he was a little unhappy." Chuing whispered. Xuanhuan sucked in a breath of cold air. Chu Wei is the third general of the city lord's mansion, and his strength is in the star realm. "How high is Qin Yang's cultivation?" Chuing said again, "Look at our father." Xuanhuan looked aside and found that the king of Chu was attacking Qin Yang. Even if Qin Yang helped Chuing continue his life, the dignified king of the gods was enough to show how much he valued Qin Yang in his heart. "Is there any Ximing grass?" Qin Yang checked various seasonings. "Ah? What do you want that?" God King Chu was puzzled. All the medicinal foods here are the recipes he collected personally and invited famous chefs to cook them. According to his memory, there seems to be no such elixir as Zenminko. "Add some flavor," Qin Yang said. "What is the taste?" "Spicy." God King Chu immediately ordered the middle-aged cook next to him, but the middle-aged cook looked at Qin Yang vigilantly. The middle-aged cook said, "Xinming grass is a poisonous weed. Do you still need to poison it when you make a medicinal meal?" In the kitchen, the other cooks looked at Qin Yang with bad expressions. The divine king of Chu was puzzled, but he did not doubt Qin Yang and asked, "Is it really poisonous weed?" Qin Yang nodded, looked at the middle-aged cook, and said, "Since you said I was poisoned, let's have a good fight." Qin Yang pursed his lips towards Xuanhuan. "Go, bring the 2 dishes in front of your sister at the table just now." Xuanhuan was puzzled, but he did as he did, and soon served 2 dishes. "Let's not talk about the rest, just these 2 dishes." Qin Yang pointed to the 2 dishes. The middle-aged cook snorted coldly and said, "What's the problem with these 2 dishes? One is jadeite and 100 herbs, and the other is Qin Yang crossing the river. Both are top-notch elixir." Chewing came over and said, "These 2 are the only ones I can eat, and I can't eat the others. Emerald herbs, cooked with more than a dozen kinds of elixir with a crisp taste. It should be sweet and delicious, but this dish has lost its most important crispness." Qin Yang pointed to another dish and continued, "This Qin Yang crossing the river is a soup that refreshes the mind and clears the mind. The rhizomes of jasper mantle are like Qin Yang, which is beautiful and delicious." The middle-aged cook is a little unsure. Does this kid really know how to cook? The knowledge of these 2 dishes alone is extraordinary. The king of Chu watched quietly. The recipes for these 2 medicinal foods were auctioned off at a huge price, but they were not available everywhere. He was very curious. This kid knew that he even came here. "Then tell me, what's the problem with these 2 dishes?" The middle-aged cook said, "Isn't one not crispy and the other a little bitter? This is what this herbal diet looks like." Qin Yang laughed and made a gesture of invitation. "Since there is no problem, try it." The middle-aged cook threw his hat on the table and said angrily, "According to what you mean, can I still be poisoned? I made these 2 dishes with my own hands, why don't I dare to taste them?" After he finished speaking, he directly picked up his chopsticks and took a big mouthful of jadeite herbs, and then gulped a few mouthfuls of Qin Yang across the river. Wiping his mouth, the middle-aged cook said loudly, "I've tasted it, what's wrong?" Qin Yang smiled without saying a word, just looked at the king of Chu. God King Chu frowned and came over to investigate. His face changed suddenly. "Bastard." The middle-aged cook turned pale with fright, and quickly knelt on the ground. "City Lord, spare your life. God King, spare your life." The middle-aged cook's face was bewildered, and he wanted to cry without tears. "It's no problem." "How dare you say it's fine?" God King Chu angrily scolded, "Your body's qi and blood are empty, and there are several medicinal powers that destroy the foundation of your body. Feel for yourself, is it difficult to control your true qi?" The middle-aged cook hurriedly felt it, and his face suddenly paled. Why? Let me tell you why." Qin Yang picked up the emerald herbs and said, "Is there a kind of elixir called baiweijin in the recipe of this dish?" The middle-aged cook nodded again and again. "Yes, that baiweijin is a rhizome of a low-grade poisonous flower, named after the entrance of Baiwei." Qin Yang said lightly, "For alchemists, there is no poison, or some say that all elixir is poison. That baiweijin is very poisonous." The middle-aged cook hurriedly said, "Although the toxicity is very weak, once ingested by mistake, its toxicity is difficult to eliminate. Long-term accumulation in the body can easily cause gastrointestinal discomfort, and even severe diseases may lead to chronic diseases." Everyone looked at Qin Yang, and Qin Yang said seriously, "Please don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Unless I'm asking you." Qin Yang continued, "It's true that the medicinal properties of baiweijin are difficult to eliminate. But the reason why Jade Baichao has this name is because of baiweijin. I don't need to go into details about the elixir that Jade Baichao uses. You think carefully. Think about the medicinal properties of each elixir." The middle-aged cook started to think seriously, and everyone else in the kitchen also showed their thoughts. An old cook suddenly widened his eyes and said, I see, the elixir used in this jadeite herb can counteract the toxicity of Baiweijin. Baiweijin is of low grade compared to other elixir of jadeite herbs. A lot, even if you put twice as much Baiweijin, it is not poisonous at all. How? It's like this, I thought that the recipe was maliciously added Baiweijin. The middle-aged cook slumped on the ground. The king of Chu stared angrily beside him, but it was not easy to attack. After all, after the herbal formula was obtained, the Baiweijin was removed with his approval. Actually, this Baiweijin also has a very important role. Qin Yang continued. Everyone was more curious, especially the cooks who admired Qin Yang. What does it do? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, of course it's medicinal stimulation, which makes the other elixir in the emerald herbs more bright and crisp. If you don't put the emerald herbs, will the emerald herbs taste good? Look at the elixir of each one. It looks like I have no appetite. This. Anything else to say? Could it be that the person who invented this formula just wanted to make it more delicious, and finally decided to add bai grass? It just happened that the toxicity of baiwei grass was offset? Chu Ying's cheeks were bulging, and she rebuked coquettishly with her waist stuck in her waist, okay, all of you are famous chefs. I've been thinking about how to make the dishes more nasty, right? The middle-aged cook wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but he was not convinced. This kid must have just had a chance. Immediately, the middle-aged cook asked, even if the jadeite and herbs are as you said, what happened to the green dragon crossing the river? What's the matter, hee. Qin Yang smiled and said, a few more mouthfuls of jade and herbs? Drink another mouthful of soup while you're alive? The middle-aged cook became puzzled and was about to eat, but frowned and said, I have no appetite. It's not just lack of appetite, right? Qin Yang said, is it bitter in the mouth, a little rolling in the stomach, and no appetite? The middle-aged cook nodded. In the kitchen, the other cooks and clerks were amazed. Qin Yang didn't drink a single sip, so he knew so much. There was also a strange look in the eyes of God King Chu. This kid is really amazing. Why? I didn't remove any ingredients from this dish. The middle-aged cook blushed and asked. Humph. Qin Yang snorted softly and said, it's obviously an appetizer soup, but you made it like this, why do you still ask me? Chapter 317. Is it difficult? Qin Yang picked up the chopsticks, picked up the jasper mantle in the bowl, and said, the two ends are blocked, and the juice of jasper mantle is all sealed inside. The middle-aged cook didn't speak, but chewing said, the juice of this jasper vine is extremely sour, it can make one's teeth sour. I bit it once before, that feeling. Speaking of which, chewing shuddered. Qin Yang exerted a little force on his hand, and the rhizome of jasper manchu was clamped in half and fell into the soup again. The rhizome of jasper mantle is bitter. Although the soup made from it has only a slight bitter taste, it has no medicinal effect. Image appetite. But if it is accompanied by this juice and cooked in a special way, the bitterness will be neutralized. And? Qin Yang looked at Chu Ying and said, the juice melts with water, but it's actually not that sour. Chu Ying didn't believe it. As the only person in the city lord's mansion who had tasted the sourness of this jasper vine, she decided to try it herself. The others had seen Chu Ying take a bite of jasper mantle anyway, and his face turned green at that time, and everyone who was directly frightened did not dare to taste it. Chu Ying took a sip of the soup lightly, smacked her small mouth, and her eyes lit up. Just as she was about to take a gulp, Qin Yang stopped her. Save some stomach, you are full now, can you still eat the dishes I will cook later? Qin Yang said with a smile, there is something wrong with the way this soup is made, it's not really tasty, it's just sour. Just a point. Chu Ying was convinced of this, and looked at the middle-aged cook and the other cooks in the kitchen, as if seeing an enemy. The middle-aged cook cried out in his heart, seeing that his future situation was worrying. He quickly defended himself, saying, "I made all of them according to the recipe, and the deletion and modification of some materials were also approved by the lord of the city." God King Chu turned black and stared at him. The middle-aged cook hurriedly shut up and said, "Since what you said is eloquent, why don't you try it?" "I don't believe it." "Can you make these medicated meals delicious?" "That's good. Then I'll make these two dishes first, jade herbs and Qin Long crossing the river." Qin Yang said, "By the way, all the elixir that were originally removed from the medicated diet formula will be filled up, and I will use them later." Immediately, a buddy went to Zhang Luo, although that buddy also wanted to see Qin Yang's cooking methods. Qin Yang looked around, looked at the cauldron on the stove, and sighed. "The recipe didn't tell you that these medicinal foods can't be stewed in a pot?" Qin Yang asked. "Ah? No pot? Then what?" Chu Ying asked, curiously. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and waved, and a pill furnace appeared directly on the table. The whole body is golden and radiant, and it is exquisite and unusual. Needless to say, at a glance, you can tell that this is produced by the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. The corners of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched. Such a pill furnace, showing the attitude of a nouveau riche, it is really impossible to associate it with a skilled person like Qin Yang. But God King Chu would never know that this kind of pill furnace is the only one in the entire Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. Even the top-level pill furnaces sold are worse than this. In other words, the elixir furnace used by Qin Yang was specially made by the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, and its quality was even said by the divine Emperor Duobao to be acceptable. It's not that I can't make medicated meals with a pot, I just want to preserve the medicinal properties of each ingredient so that it won't go to waste. Qin Yang explained. After he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and the pill furnace automatically ignited the fire. The flame was gentle, but did not lose its temperature. All kinds of materials were thrown into it like alchemy, and it looked like a complete layman after stirring it. Chu Ying's expectant face showed some disappointment. "Is this cooking?" "The emerald and herbs are ready, let's try it." Qin Yang poured out the medicinal meal from the pill stove. Without deliberately placing the plate, the elixir of various colors seems to increase the appetite. Immediately afterwards, he started to do Qin Long crossing the river again, and while doing it, he said, "This water, it is best to be the water of the cold pool. If not, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be condensed into ice, and ice can also be melted into water." With a wave of his hand, the ice condensed out of thin air, and he snapped his fingers again, and a cluster of flames suddenly appeared. God King Chu's eyelids jumped. He couldn't feel what kind of power Qin Yang cultivated in his body, and he couldn't even find out Qin Yang's cultivation. He could only vaguely feel that Qin Yang was a cultivator in the star realm. With such a cultivation base at such an age, it is inseparable from the Tsongqiong Academy, who can contact the God Emperor of Nine Lives casually, and let the God Emperor of Nine Lives personally send the medicinal pills. Can it be an ordinary person? But this simple revealing of his hand made the King of Chu look at Qin Yang with admiration again. When a cultivator reaches a certain level, although he can manipulate the power of heaven and earth to display various elemental abilities, he can be so casual as this, and not even generate any fluctuations, unless he himself cultivates this attribute of the exercise. God King Chu asked, "Little brother, what kind of rule power are you cultivating? Ice? Or fire?" "I used to practice, but I don't practice now," Qin Yang said. God King Chu nodded clearly, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Ice and fire collided. Are they all practicing? For a while, Qin Yang became more and more mysterious in his eyes. "Okay, Qin Long crosses the river. Please taste it." Qin Yang poured out the soup, picked up his chopsticks and wanted to taste a mouthful of jadeite and herbs, but the plate that originally served the dishes was shining brightly. Chewing and Xuanhuan were like two hamsters, each with half a plate in their mouths, and they were still crunchy while chewing. Seeing Qin Yang's gaze, the two embarrassedly stopped and refused. As soon as he looked away, his ears. It's a crunching sound. The God King of Chu also discovered the disc, and he was closely watching the Qin Yang crossing the river. After serving myself a bowl first, it was very appetizing. Unconsciously, my stomach rumbled, and a sense of hunger lingered in my heart. This Qin Yang crossing the river should be the first dish. After drinking it, you will feel very hungry. And you need to eat a medicinal diet to stop your hunger. I have to say that this dish is simply the most valuable medicinal diet. The middle-aged cook was completely convinced, and with the attitude of a young generation asking for advice, he cupped his hands and said, "I don't know what you did just now." "Oh, just smash all the strands with true qi, and let those strands melt into the water." Qin Yang explained slowly that the middle-aged cook was completely dumbfounded. Can it be done? The middle-aged cook showed a cold sweat. How much control does he need to control his true qi in such an operation? Qin Yang frowned and glanced over. "Is it difficult?" The middle-aged cook coughed lightly, and said, "It's not difficult, it's not difficult." But he secretly complained that with his cultivation, it was no problem, but it was too laborious, and it had to go through constant practice. But if it is not like this, after tasting the dishes made by Qin Yang, if he is too poor, the job will be bad again. "Hurry up and cook the other dishes, the ingredients are all ready," Chewing urged her as she watched the man come back. Qin Yang nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "Go ahead and wait, it will be fine soon." However, no one left, just watching. Qin Yang began to concentrate. Just like alchemy, every elixir was meticulously processed, and every detail was flawless. Infuriated, it is obviously making a medicinal meal, but it makes people's eyes shine, a feeling of relaxed and happy, as if appreciating an art. The king of Chu was thoughtful and said, "I heard that there is a famous chef in the northern Free City, who combined martial arts and cooking together, and a 24 bridges and a bright moonlit night shocked the whole city." "Your news is too late, that dish was learned from me," Qin Yang said casually. "It's just that Ding Xuanhua's original specialty was tofu, and it was only when he arrived at Qin Yang's side that he got such a poetic name." The king of Chu smiled without saying a word. This young man was full of energy. Although he had strength, he was still young. He thought that Qin Yang was just bragging, but he never imagined that it was all true. One dish after another, Qin Yang put it aside. But what Qin Yang didn't notice was that every dish was served on the disc in the blink of an eye. After all the dishes were done, there was only an empty plate next to it. "Did you see clearly?" Qin Yang asked the middle-aged cook beside him. The middle-aged cook nodded guiltily. "It seems clear." "Well," Qin Yang said again, "where is the order? Remember?" "Ah? In what order?" the middle-aged cook asked. Qin Yang frowned and said, "Of course it's the order in which I cook. There are a lot of vegetables and herbs in it that are mutually resistant and absorb the power of the image. It must be eaten in my order, otherwise, the effect of the medicated diet will not be mentioned, and it may be poisoned." The middle-aged cook looked at Qin Yang with a calm face, and cold sweat broke out on his back. "What the heck is this?" Chuing and Xuanhuan looked at each other, fearful for a while. Chapter 318 I Don't Care. Satisfied, back garden. The God King of Chu pulled Qin Yang and chatted. "I didn't expect that you just added a few spiritual medicines to the medicinal wine before, and it made such an unpleasant wine extremely mellow. I really admire it." God King Chu said sincerely. "If it is brewed according to the process I gave, it will taste better," Qin Yang said. God King Chu looked at Chuing and Xuanhuan, who had been peeking here from afar, coughed lightly, and said a little embarrassedly, it can be seen that the little brother has a deep understanding of the way of alchemy, and he can even get 9 lives. God Emperor's appreciation. In the view of the God King of Chu, Qin Yang was able to get on the line with the God Emperor Jiao Ming by virtue of the way of alchemy. The King of Chu then said, I don't know if my daughter, Chu Ying, might practice in the future? Of course, if you take Hui Tian pill all the time, you will be no different from ordinary people. If you keep taking it, you will even live longer than ordinary cultivators. Qin Yang said. Just after finishing speaking, Qin Yang blinked and said meaningfully, of course, I can't say anything unexpected. The King of Chu didn't hear what was said at the Xian level, and asked again, my little son. You want to ask, can the sequelae of the blood skull technique be eliminated? Qin Yang asked directly. Little brother doesn't know how powerful he is, but his mind is even sharper. The King of Chu praised and asked, is there a way? Qin Yang shrugged and said, I said, if the blood skull's exercises could be solved so well, then the blood skull would not be so famous. Looking at the disappointed divine King of Chu, Qin Yang comforted, actually, there is not much of a problem, just a little change in the practice method, there are not so many hidden dangers. Modification? Hidden danger? God King Chu frowned. What's the danger? God King Chu did not practice the blood skeleton technique, and if he wanted to change the technique when he reached his realm, all his cultivation would be forfeited. After all, the God King realm has completely mastered certain rules, and the rules have been integrated into the bones. If you practice from scratch, it will be even more difficult. In order to prolong Chu Ying's life and find a way to keep her alive, the third young master, Chu Xuanhuan, the third general in the mansion, and others practiced the blood skeleton technique. It's just that before finding a way, he met Qin Yang. Qin Yang thought about it and said, is there a hidden danger? The foundation is unstable, and there is a problem with the way of promotion. Speaking of this, Qin Yang paused for a while before saying, it will be controlled by the superior. God King Chu frowned deeply, except for one unstable foundation, the others could not understand at all. Qin Yang explained, there is a problem with the promotion method because there are more shortcuts. If you have practiced the blood skull cultivation technique, you can only practice by yourself. Unless you have a powerful body training technique, it is best to quench the individual or something. Otherwise, it is more than ordinary practice. It will be several times slower. Of course, this does not mean that the advancement of the blood skeleton technique is slow, but there is a shortcut. What shortcut? King Chu asked. Swallow, absorb. Qin Yang said slowly. What's the meaning? Forcibly inject blood into other people's bodies, and turn other people's skills and blood into his own. Qin Yang said with a calm face, do you want me to continue? The God King of Chu shook his head, such an evil practice method is really, alas. He sighed inwardly. It would be great if I could meet Qin Yang earlier. What is being controlled by a superior? King Chu asked. Qin Yang groaned and said, I'll give you an example. Your son Chu Xuanhuan is only in the master realm, but the third general, Chu Wei, is in the star realm. He also cultivates the blood skeleton technique, and Chu Wei has a complete understanding of Chu Xuanhuan. The full power of life and death. You can use the blood skeleton technique to make Chu Xuanhuan have to surrender. The God King of Chu suddenly stood up and looked, his expression extremely serious. Although he can trust Chu Wei, what if he encounters other blood skeleton masters in the future? The danger is so great. God King Chu suddenly became vigilant, looked at Qin Yang, and said, how did you find out? This should be the secret of the blood skeleton. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, no doubt, I'm not a blood skeleton person. Of course, Qin Yang knew exactly what he had done by copying the blood skulls technique. Seeing the suspicious expression on the King of Chu's face, Qin Yang said, I still know about the heaven-stealing fate-shifting array, why don't you say I'm a shadow man, Speaking of this, Qin Yang added, not only do I know, I can also arrange it. God King Chu was stunned for a moment, and immediately knew that he had lost his temper, and quickly apologized. Little brother, before you said to modify the exercises. God King Chu asked humbly, can you solve the hidden danger? If it is the hidden danger you think, it can be solved. Qin Yang nodded and said, after the modification of the exercise, it will not be controlled by the upper cultivator. Then what are the hidden dangers? God King Chu was puzzled. Qin Yang said, the real hidden danger lies in the cultivators themselves. The characteristics of the blood skeleton controlling the lower cultivators can be eliminated. For the blood skeleton cultivators, cultivation is difficult, and there is obviously an easy shortcut. Qin Yang changed his mind and said, let me tell you this, after the exercises are revised, they can still devour other people's blood and cultivation. God King Chu's eyes widened, isn't this kind of exercise going to go against the sky? I don't know who can modify it. God King Chu asked. This kind of cultivation method, in his view, is completely no problem. Even if there is a problem, it is better than being controlled by a blood skeleton. Practice. Cultivating the mind first and strengthening the will is a compulsory course for any cultivator. Me. Qin Yang pointed to himself. Who? God King Chu couldn't react for a while. Me. Qin Yang nodded and repeated. God King Chu's heart is no longer calm. Is this kid in front of him a god? Even the practice can be modified? Or is it a modified blood skeleton practice? The God King of Chu got up and saluted Qin Yang solemnly. Qin Yang's figure flashed and he sat on the stone bench in the other direction. If you want me to help, I can help, you don't have to be so polite. After all, Xuanhuan's nature and original intention are good, and I won't stand by. God King Chu laughed and said, why do I suddenly feel that you are like a teacher from Songqiong Academy? Immediately shook his head slightly, how is that possible? It's just such a character, but it has the same theme as the rumored Sky Academy. Qin Yang touched his nose and said nothing. It's right to feel that way. You are the master of fighting. God King Chu waved aside, Xuanhuan and Chuing hurried over. God King Chu said, you are so kind to us. Forgive me for being on guard before. In fact, you saved my daughter Chuing, and I should have told you everything. The reason why Chuing is like this is because the royal family of the Xuanhuan Empire. Qin Yang waved his hand and interrupted, needless to say, I don't care. God King Chu was a little embarrassed, but in his eyes, Qin Yang had become a mysterious cultivator like an expert outside the world, and being so willing to help was simply a chance for him and his children. I heard that you came to Chuangqing for something? The King of Chu said, no matter what it is, if I can help, please don't be polite. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I don't need your help. I told Xuanhuan before. Then. God King Chu was a little confused. Pies fell from the sky, and Qin Yang fell down. He had such a great favor for them. Could it be that his ancestors really appeared? Qin Yang said, it's a bit difficult to modify the blood skulls exercise. After all, it is necessary to join the body training so that the revised exercise can improve the cultivation level normally. I deliberately emphasized the word normal, but no one seemed to care. It doesn't matter, we can wait. If it's too late for you to leave after finishing your work, please make corrections someday and be sure to. Before the King of Chu had finished speaking, Qin Yang said. It will be done tomorrow. What? God King Chu was stunned, and Chuing and Xuanhuan were also stunned when they knew what had happened. The three of them looked at Qin Yang deeply, and the feeling in their hearts was about to supply Qin Yang. Qin Yang didn't pay attention to this, and his eyes inadvertently turned to the distance, the door of the back garden. Chu Wei is standing there. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. This guy seemed to be guarding, but in fact, the faint spirit investigation was no different from surveillance. Blood skull, it's better not to make me wait too long. Qin Yang thought to himself. Chapter 319 Xuanhuan Ling. Little brother, great kindness and great virtue, how can I repay? God King Chu sighed and took out a jade card from his arms. The jade card has fine workmanship, comparable to the Order of the Sky. It's just that the golden inscriptions on the token are complicated, with the word Xuanhuan on the front and a 5-clawed golden dragon on the back. Chuing and Xuanhuan opened their mouths wide, unable to believe that their father actually took out Xuanhuan Ling. This is the highest level token of the Xuanhuan royal family. The reason why the Chu God King exists is entirely because of his closeness with the royal family, and it is precisely because of his closeness that the eldest daughter has a bad life, and the second daughter is like this. What is this? Qin Yang didn't pick it up. Please accept it. With this token, you will gain great convenience in the Xuanhuan Empire. God King Chu said. Chuing and Xuanhuan were silent, but they said in their hearts, more than just convenience? This Xuanhuan order can even mobilize the army directly under the royal family. You can also directly enter the palace and meet the saint. Unobstructed all the way, no one dares to stop. You must know that even if the Lord does not have a Xuanhuan decree, he must report it before he can be summoned by the sage. If Qin Yang knew the usefulness of this Xuanhuan decree, he would have a bottom line in his heart, which is equivalent to the highest authority of the Sky Decree. If there is trouble in the Xuanhuan Empire, take out the Xuanhuan Decree and you will definitely be able to save the siege. The King of Chu said. Any reward is not precious enough, only this token can make God King Chu feel at ease. I don't need it. Qin Yang shook his head and drank tea by himself. God King Chu smiled awkwardly. Chuing and Xuanhuan looked at each other speechlessly. Sure enough, he was a strange person, and he didn't even pay attention to Xuanhuan Ling. God King Chu coughed lightly, and said, I know that my little brother has a mysterious identity, is powerful, and walks without any scruples. But this is just my opinion. If you don't accept it, I'm really sorry. Qin Yang looked at the King of Chu, and then at the token, in a daze. After a long time, he sighed and said, okay. With a wave of his hand, he directly put Xuanhuan Ling into the Qianquan ring, with a reluctant look. Chuing and Xuanhuan pouted, even if the Lord saw such a token, he would be thirsty. Why do you look like someone forced you to accept it? After a night, the next morning. Early in the morning, Xuanhuan was waiting at Qin Yang's door. Morning. Qin Yang greeted. Xuanhuan cupped his hands respectfully, as if he was hesitant to speak. The exercises have been changed. As for the martial arts, what do you think? Qin Yang said. With a look of surprise, Xuanhuan said again and again, I don't need the martial skills anymore, I am satisfied with the martial skills I have learned now. Qin Yang didn't ask much, just nodded and taught Xuanhuan the newly modified blood skeleton technique in his own way. Familiarize yourself with the exercise route, and you can master it in a few days, Qin Yang said. Thank you. Xuanhuan thanked him repeatedly, and quickly returned to his residence to practice. Qin Yang felt bored, so he went straight out of the house and wandered around in the city of King Chu. At the end of the day, apart from seeing a few interesting people, I didn't gain much. A few days later, Qin Yang was still on the street, but with a tail hanging from his butt. Xuanhuan was already familiar with the exercises and admired Qin Yang's strength even more. In the words of the God King of Chu, Qin Yang is simply a treasure of martial arts, and he needs to get closer. Even a little bit of learning is enough for a lifetime. I have to say that God King Chu's eyesight is high. Qin Yang didn't show much, and he has already seen the powerful side. Master. In front is the black market of King Chu City. It's a little chaotic there. Why don't I take you to other places to play? Xuanhuan said. Qin Yang frowned and said, do you think I'm playing? Xuanhuan was suddenly dumbfounded, otherwise? Also, I'm not your master. Qin Yang said indifferently. Xuanhuan laughed and said, teaching me the exercises is equivalent to recreating. Whether you recognize me or not, I recognize you anyway. Don't worry, master, I will not embarrass you. Qin Yang ignored it, took a step forward, and the figure disappeared directly in place. Hey, I lost it again. Xuanhuan looked around, where could he find Qin Yang's figure? Just secretly clenched his fists, and went back to continue practicing. In the black market, the atmosphere is much more lively. The spirit medicines and spirit materials sold by various stalls and shops have also reached a lot of grades. Some magic treasures are also placed in stacks. These magic treasures have a common feature, they are not low-grade, and their origins are unknown. Many cultivators come here to search for treasures, and whenever they find something they like, they are always full of joy. There are also people who keep looking for, but come back disappointed. Here, fish and dragons are mixed, and it is the place with the most intensive intelligence in Xuanhuan. In a small building, Qin Yang was sitting on the second floor near the railing, and the second was entertaining him attentively. Xiao took a cup of tea and said with a smile, what are the guests looking for? Qin Yang glanced at Xiao with deep meaning, smiled without saying a word, just threw a spiritual stone and waved him to retreat. Xiao's face was flattering, his smile was even more exaggerated, he bowed and thanked again, and quickly backed away. Just walking back down the stairs to the first floor, the calf starts trembling. The shopkeeper hurried over and asked in a low voice, are you sure? Xiao's back was already soaked, his face was pale, he nodded with difficulty, and said, it's him, that's right. The shopkeeper sucked in a breath of cold air and said, why did Qin Yang, the killing god, appear here? Xiao hesitated and said, but our plan has already begun. If we apply for reinforcements now, will God King Chu be suspicious? After all, Chu Wei reported that he had already felt a little abnormal in the house. His attitude was a little subtle. The shopkeeper slapped Xiao on the back of the head with an angry slap, slapped Xiao staggered, and roared, Qin Yang killed the demon crow god king alone, and our blood skeleton has been listed as the #1 must-kill person. Kill it. His reward is higher than that of destroying Xuanhuan 10 times. Besides, if he appears here, once we act, he will stand by and watch. If we want to kill Qin Yang, why would Qin Yang let us go? The reward for destroying Xuanhuan is not as good as killing Qin Yang, but we destroyed Xuanhuan to find the 12 flags. Xiao said. The shopkeeper stared at him suddenly, and the little heir didn't dare to say more. The shopkeeper sighed and said, actually, I'm applying for reinforcements now, I'm afraid it's too late. Why don't you? The shopkeeper's divine sense sound transmission, Xiao's eyes suddenly widened, can it work? The shopkeeper smiled and said, those demon beasts want to kill Qin Yang more than we do, just spread the news that Qin Yang is here. Hi. It's really high. Little heir gave a thumbs up and hurriedly left. On the second floor, Qin Yang frowned while looking at the street, and said to himself, those monsters? Which ones? Qin Yang. Qin Yang. Suddenly, a call came from the street. Qin Yang came back to his senses and was stunned. Chuing? Why are you here? Chapter 320. Chuing hurriedly entered the small building, and under the doubtful eyes of the shopkeeper, climbed up the stairs. I finally found you. Chuing still carried the food box, opened it in front of Qin Yang, and brought out the dishes inside. How about you try the dishes I made? Chuing said. Qin Yang felt helpless, and said, I'm not hungry. Chuing wrinkled her nose and said, why are you like this? I worked so hard to cook dishes for you, and I even walked halfway through Qingchu City to find you. My feet are almost worn out. Qin Yang remained indifferent. Chuing leaned closer and whispered, "Why do you look like you should not be approached by strangers? I don't think you are such a hard-hearted person." Qin Yang's mind moved, and the little boy had run far away just now and entered a casino. The flow of people inside is complicated, and the difficulty of tracking is greatly increased. Looking at Chuing, Qin Yang said, "You go back first." Just as Chuing was about to say something, Qin Yang's figure gradually faded. Stomping her feet angrily, Chuing pouted unhappily. "Bai ding les ho, bai ding les ho." In front of the gaming table, a big shirtless man shouted loudly. The former shop assistant also came here and threw a sign directly on the gaming table, still on the big side. The big man stopped for a while, and soon continued to shout, "Open. 4, 5, 6, big. It's so big, and it's been opened 10 times in a row, it's so evil." "That's right, play at another table." The gamblers did not dare to get angry at the big man, but they always felt that there was something tricky about it, and they left the venue one after another. Dahan put away the gambling money, but the token was not touched. "I won't eat you while I'm in a good mood now," the big man said. The skin is as hard as black iron, and under the messy black hair, a pair of eyes are like knives like swords. "Qin Yang is in Xuanhuan," the second shopkeeper whispered. The big man chuckled lightly and said, "Impossible, this is the Tianhong leader of the Xuanhuan Empire, not the Free City Sky Academy. He comes to drink tea in our small building every day. If you don't believe me, you can go and see now." "Maybe he hasn't left yet," the shop assistant said. The big man frowned, suspicious in his heart. A young woman with exposed clothes walked beside her, and her enchanting figure twisted, and the atmosphere in the casino instantly became hot. "Manyo, don't go too far. If you continue like this, how will we play in the future?" The young woman was a little dissatisfied. Manio scratched his head, bared his teeth, and smiled. "May Scorpion, I didn't make a fool of myself, who's to blame for their own bad luck?" May Scorpion let out a sigh. "There is no ghost until the old 1000. The shop boy squinted his eyes, and smiled immediately. With a smile, the shop assistant was fascinated. Manio frowned, reached out and touched the sign on the elephant table, flipped it over, revealing a bloody skull logo. May Scorpion frowned and hummed angrily. The shop assistant immediately woke up, soaked in cold sweat. "We've always been in the water, so why did we come here?" May Scorpion asked. The barbarian cattle informed Qin Yang of the matter. Beauty Scorpion also does not believe it. The shop assistant repeatedly assured, "He is with us at this time. I've already left that small building, and now I'm here." Qin Yang appeared directly, staring curiously at Manio and Meishi. A rough man, a charming young woman. This turned out to be two God King monsters. Manyo May Scorpion was taken aback, looked at Qin Yang's face carefully, and suddenly burst into laughter. "It's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. I thought to myself that you won't be here until 8 or 9 years later, but I didn't expect you to be here now. Come out." In the entire casino, everyone was shivering with fright, and hurriedly fled. The beautiful Scorpion was swaying her hair, and there seemed to be a fragrance permeating the field. The shop assistant was so startled that he stepped back again and again, glanced left and right, and quickly retreated. "Why is it after 1989? Qin Yang asked, curiously. The barbarian and the beautiful Scorpion did not explain, but the beautiful Scorpion twisted its waist and came to Qin Yang's side, almost sticking to it. Qin Yang took a half step back and raised his brows. Motivated by the exercises, the power of annihilation directly annihilates the poisonous mist that invades the body. A strange color flashed in May Scorpio's eyes, and she covered her mouth and chuckled. "It's more talented than him, but I'm more interested in you. Manyo was not happy. He grabbed May Scorpion and said, "This son can only be killed, not humiliated. If you don't want to live, don't hold me back." Qin Yang was even more puzzled. Manyo said, "It's really a pity that I didn't have a fight with him back then. Such treachery, double-edged swords." After all the bad things were said together, May Scorpion also added a feeling sympathetic, which made Qin Yang confused. Manyo took a deep breath, the murderous aura in his eyes subsided, looking at the past relationship. "I will spare you not to die today. All the past is written off, and when we meet again, I will take your life and take you back to receive the reward." Qin Yang snorted coldly and said, "I am Qin Yang, why should anyone spare my life?" After a pause, Qin Yang continued, "Are you two monsters from Beiyuan?" "Yes," Barbarian admitted directly. "Breaking through the defense line and sneaking into Zhongzhou, you have violated the agreement. You will eat people at any time. You want to spare my life, but I can't get around you." "Ha ha ha, what a promise." Manyo laughed angrily, "Do you think we are the demons of the 10,000 demon palace? Demons who don't eat people are not worthy of being demons at all. Since you don't know what's good or bad, then I will fulfill you." The bull was impatient and punched out. Ding! Copy supernatural martial skills, bull fist. The surface of the bull's body lit up with divine light, and the half-length statue of the bull's head stood upright, blasting the casino directly, as tall as a 10-story building. With a punch, the fist is bigger than the room. Divine ability martial arts? Qin Yang's mouth slightly raised. The power of the divine king realm is easy to use, and it is directly divine ability. Qin Yang didn't give in, his arms slammed open, and he drank lowly. Supernatural powers, bulls shake the ground. The half-length giant statue that was originally shaking the ground has become a bull-headed god statue, and the fists are swung like a violent storm. Boom! After a series of explosions, Qin Yang's strength is weak, but his fists are more dense, and they fight directly without losing the slightest. The sudden change caused a sensation in the whole city. Such a huge statue, even standing on the other side of the Chu King city, can still be seen vaguely, not to mention the terrifying aura that is as powerful as a wild beast. "Banyo, you are really underestimated." May Scorpion was shocked by Qin Yang's strength, and chuckled lightly. The bull's eyes were red, and the clothes on his body burst, turning directly into his body. Moo! The huge sound wave shattered the surrounding buildings, terrifying. People who didn't have time to leave the range became sluggish, and the cultivation base was weak, and even 7 holes bleed on the spot. "Bastard!" Qin Yang shouted loudly, also incorporating the power of sound waves, and the sluggish people woke up like heavy hammers and hurriedly fled for their lives. "Come on!" The bull's body is dozens of feet tall, like a small town, and the huge horns seem to be able to tear the sky apart. A corner is facing Qin Yang. "I'm afraid you won't succeed." Qin Yang stepped on it hard, and within a radius of 10 feet, the floor shattered. His hands danced gently, the breeze blows the willows. With Qin Yang as the center, a gust of wind exploded directly. The gust of wind was like the palm of your hand, wrapping the horns of the bull. 40 or 2, the breeze, blowing the willow palm, who realized the true meaning of martial arts, has already achieved supernatural powers. The bull was pulled by the gust of wind without any strength. It wasn't over yet, and Qin Yang only heard a loud shout in his ears, "Throw over the shoulder." With the breeze blowing the willows to pull and unload the force, and the steel smasher to increase the strength, the bull's body like a city flew directly. Boom! The shock wave was like an ocean wave, and it smashed down, smashed half of the black market, and smashed half of the city wall. Chapter 321 Battle of the Palm Lake. Although it looks powerful and terrifying, in fact, the bull was not injured. He was already rough-skinned and had an amazing defense, but this fall made him lose face and completely lost his mind. It's over, sigh. Mei Xie sighed, the wild bull in a state of rage, even she couldn't subdue, and looked at Qin Yang for a while, with a strange look in his eyes. Is this kid so strong? It seems that he can no longer be given room to grow. Dead. The bull struggled to get up, digging the ground on the premise. Qin Yang laughed and looked around. I can't let him collide with me like this, otherwise, the death will not be reduced, and the entire Chuangqing will be leveled. Qin Yang's heart moved, and the figure transformed into a 100-zhang dragon, breaking through the air. Where to escape? The bull stomped his hooves and rushed into the sky, directly on the void. I'm just looking for a feng shui treasure for you, will I run away? Qin Yang's voice came from afar, flying towards the unwilling Palm Lake. In the city of King Chu, the god king of Chu frowned. Why did Qin Yang fight with the bull? The barbarian bull and the beautiful scorpion are the two great god king level monsters. When they first arrived, the Chu god king had already noticed them. The two god king level monsters didn't want to pick quarrels and stir up trouble. The key is not to be offended, so God King Chu turned a blind eye to this. Just what happened today? Chu Ying ran over anxiously and said, Father, save Qin Yang, quickly. The god king of Chu hesitated a little. The city of the king of Chu was not calm recently, so he couldn't just leave. Wait. God King Chu said. What are you waiting for? That monster is too powerful. Qin Yang is definitely not an opponent. Xuanhuan also ran over. The king of Chu remained silent, and after a long time he said, I see Qin Yang's movement. Even if he wants to escape, the two monsters can't help him, don't worry. That being said, in fact, even he himself was not at ease. You still care about yourselves. A familiar voice came, and Chu Wei's figure appeared beside them. Chu Wei? Xuanhuan became puzzled, but when he looked at the two heads in his hands, his eyes were split. Chu Wei. What are you doing? Xuanhuan roared loudly, you threatened to kill the first and second generals. Even if you want to be promoted, you. Chu Wei laughed and said, Young master, do you think the blood skulls technique can be easily developed? You. Xuanhuan was shocked and looked at Chu Wei in disbelief. God King Chu snorted angrily, blood skeleton, you guys are going to do it. It's just that I don't understand, what do you want? I want a flag in your treasure house. Chu Wei said. A flag? God King Chu was puzzled. Which flag deserves such a big fanfare from Blood Skull? Chu Wei shrugged, don't say it's you, I don't know it myself. It's just that there is information that the flag is with you. As for which side it is, we'll find it later when you die. It's just you? It's not qualified enough. God King Chu said disdainfully. Then what about me? A shadow of blood suddenly appeared, and the entire palace of the king of Chu was filled with blood. God King Chu's pupils shrank. He knew that the blood skeleton had come to a strong man, but he didn't expect that the person who came was actually Xuanhuan Feng. Xuanhuan Feng, the famous god king in the blood skeleton, is stronger than the devil crow god king, and his ability is more difficult to deal with than the devil crow god king. Looks like you recognize me? Xuanhuan Feng's pale face was bloodless, and he laughed sinisterly. Suddenly, he stared blankly at Xuanhuan and became puzzled, huh? You are out of the control of the blood skeleton technique? Someone can actually change the characteristics of the technique? Xuanhuan Feng was surprised, such an ability is definitely the #1 enemy of the blood skeleton. There were fluctuations in the battle in the distance, and Xuanhuan Feng was a little impatient, hurry up and solve you, I still have one important thing to do. The god king of Chu protected Chu Ying and Xuanhuan behind him, and said in a low voice, I miscalculated this time. Once I fight them, you will flee immediately. The city of King Chu is no longer safe, go to the imperial city. Father. Chu Ying felt anxious. Xuanhuan also secretly hated his lack of strength. On the edge of the black market, among the ruins, May Scorpion looked left and right with a look of hesitation. There are good shows on both sides, where to watch it? May Xie sighed and chose to go to Palm Lake. After all, that was Qin Yang. Boy, please let me stab you to death with a corner, and save you and me trouble. The bulls rushed back and forth, and the entire Palm Lake was boiling. Qin Yang smiled and said, if you only have this ability, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Let you be arrogant. The barbarian bull splits the sky. The barbarian bull's horn popped out, and a black light rushed forward. Qin Yang's face was calm, and his hands gathered in a circle on his chest. Crazy dragon palm. Xingqian martial arts, dare to compete with me? Manyo disdainfully. The Baijiang crazy dragon appeared instantly, but it was different from before. This time, the mad dragon, the whole body of jade, is actually the body of the dragon jade. Qin Yang, I remember you. Shenlongji roared and rushed towards the bull, taking a big mouth and biting the bull's left horn. Interesting. Qin Yang laughed. He always felt that Shenlongji had various interesting functions. This time it was just an experiment, but I didn't expect it to be a success. The dragon series of martial arts can actually motivate the Shenlongjiu to display. You can make Qin Yang incarnate into a dragon, or step on a dragon. Crazy dragon palm directly shoots out the palm of Shenlong, which greatly increases its power. Crack. The crisp voice seemed very strange. The bull roared up to the sky, and his left horn was directly bitten off by Shenlongjiu. This is not over yet. Shenlongjiu itself has god-level strength, and in a one-on-one contest, the bulls are no match. This is Lao Tzu's strength, not Qin Yang's ability. Shenlongjiu roared loudly, apparently taking credit for himself. Qin Yang nodded again and said, yes, you are the strongest. Suddenly, Qin Yang's eyelids jumped, his fingers were pressed against his chest, and he hurriedly roared, extreme. With a bang, the pitch-black mask instantly opened 10 feet. The figure of the beautiful scorpion suddenly appeared, accompanied by the annihilation of the faint green divine light. The figure flashed out of the boundless range. May Scorpion stared at the heart-pounding black aperture, and the fluctuation of the annihilating power made her heart skip a beat. We have underestimated you. No, the entire demon temple has underestimated you. May Scorpion's eyes were full of green light, and a creepy phantom lingered on her body, a huge poisonous scorpion. The scorpion tail is raised high, and the poisonous hook at the tip of the tail makes people dizzy at a glance. It's a pity that you met me, my poison. Even your ancestor Qin Emperor has a headache. I want to see, how long can you survive in the mere star realm? The beautiful scorpion's spiritual thought moved, and the poisonous scorpion's phantom's tail-tip poisonous hook directly shot a faint green light, like an arrow. Qin Yang's face was slightly bitter, and the rules and even the high rules were eliminated, and any rules were inferior rules in front of him. However, there are 9 levels of God King, and the rules are also divided into 9 levels. The level of the power of the rules is different, and the advantages of the upper rules are also offset. Fortunately, these savages and scorpions are just monsters who have just entered the King of Gods. Otherwise, Qin Yang would not have the strength to fight. Hunting posture. Qin Yang's figure suddenly disappeared. May Scorpion took a half-step back, apparently recognizing this move. Impossible, its bloodline should be extinct. How could you know its power? Mei Xie's eyes widened. The jade mantis is despicable and cunning, but its strength is against the sky. The sneak attack almost killed it back then. It's just that I heard that it has descendants, but it has been killed by Emperor Qin. It seems that this is an interesting ability. Qin Yang's figure was thinking in secret that this hunting stance still needs to be developed. Looking at the poisonous arrow of light, Qin Yang grinned. How about who is more poisonous than Ibi? Blood poisoned thousands of miles. Chapter 322 Demon Temple. Bang bang bang. On the Palm Lake, a poisonous mist exploded directly. Within a radius of 100 feet, the green poisonous mist permeates and corrodes everything. When the poisonous mist meets water, the water disappears directly. When the poisonous mist meets the stone also turns into fly ash. May Scorpion's scalp was numb, and this poison was enough to compete with her, and even far surpassed her. The world is good at using poison, except for me, that venerable. Mei Xiao looked at Qin Yang deeply, suddenly stunned. She also thought of a demon, Baki or a Qi. Qin Yang chuckled, you know a lot. The figure entered the hunting stance again, and under the poisonous mist, May Scorpion began to panic. It is a good thing that the Jasper Jade Mantis is extinct, otherwise his abilities will cause headaches for all monsters and humans. It's just that the Jade Blood Jade Mantis didn't appear, and there was a Qin Yang who knew the Jade Blood Jade Mantis move. May Scorpion was vigilant. Qin Yang's strength was a level lower than hers, but his ability was even more difficult to deal with. On the other side, Shenlongjiu was hanging the bull, and the bull's violent figure was drawn to and fro, like a spinning top. The speed of Shenlongjiu is unparalleled in the world, and no one can detect Qin Yang's concealment ability. When these two cooperated, it was no wonder that they dared to clamor for a God King level monster. Beheading! Qin Yang shouted loudly, startling May Scorpion. May Scorpion's instinctive figure flashed into the distance. Looking back at the original place, where is Qin Yang's figure? Oops, it's a trick. May Scorpion's head froze, and she shrank her neck abruptly, reaching out to block it. The black blade was piercing, and the half-moon slash cut through the sky. Ah! May Scorpion cried out in pain, her arm was cut off. No more fighting. May Scorpio shouted loudly. The wild bull in the distance had already been beaten and docile, his figure transformed into a human in a flash, and appeared beside May Scorpion. The two demons were in a state of embarrassment, one had a broken horn, and the other was even more miserable, with an arm directly broken. Don't fight anymore? Qin Yang stood empty, quietly looking at the bull and the beautiful scorpion. Shenlongjiu circled around Qin Yang's figure, making Qin Yang look like a god descended from the earth. May Scorpion held her broken arm and wanted to take it to her body, but no matter how much she urged her strength, she couldn't do it. Where there is a break, there is the power of annihilation remaining, let alone reconnecting the arm. After a while, the arm will be completely transformed into a must, and the annihilation will be clean. If you want me to let you go, you can also tell me everything I want to know. Qin Yang said, slowly. May Scorpion had cold sweat on her forehead and asked, what do you want to know? What is the demon temple? Who is the Xian Beiyuan? Why did the demon clan issue a killing order to me? Qin Yang asked repeatedly. The Scorpion Barbarian Ox looked at each other, and the Barbarian Ox wondered, you don't even know? I want to know what else to ask. Qin Yang said angrily, speak quickly, or you will die if you don't. Mei Xia let out a sigh and said, if we want to run, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop it. But if you can take back the annihilation power from my broken arm, I can tell you. Qin Yang's spiritual thought moved, and all the annihilation power that he had left on purpose disappeared. May Scorpion took his arm, but the bull on the side felt even more uncomfortable. His horn was bitten off by Shenlongjiu, and it was eaten directly by Shenlongjiu, and he couldn't pick it up. Mei Xia moved her arms and looked at Qin Yang coldly, and said, you have too many questions, I will answer you a little bit. The Temple of the Demon is the world's top power, and it stands alone with the Temple of the Gods and the Academy of the Sky. As for the woman you mentioned, she is Su Meixiang, the master of the Demon Temple in the 100,000 Mountains. Why do I have to issue a killing order to you? Mei Xia laughed and said, because you deserve to die, and the descendants of Emperor Qin all deserve to die. Man Yo gently touched May Scorpion and whispered, it's not like that, it's Su Meixiang. May Scorpion squinted and refuted, "You shut up." Qin Yang looked at the two demons suspiciously, and asked, "What happened back then?" "Qin Yang will never forget the treachery and other bad things the two demons said just now." Mei Xiao looked at Qin Yang angrily, and sneered, "What happened back then, does it matter? You just need to know that, since you have left the sphere of influence of Sky Academy, you'd better be careful." Qin Yang chuckled lightly and didn't care. "That's right, Emperor Qin is Emperor Qin, and I am me. If I become emperor in the future, then there is only one Emperor Qin in the world." Mei Scorpion and Man Yo looked at Qin Yang deeply. This kid's tone was really big. The mere stars dare to talk about proclaiming emperor. Mei Scorpion laughed. "Even if your kid really has the chance to be promoted to God Emperor, you won't be recognized by her." Qin Yang laughed. "Why should I, Qin Yang, need recognition from others? I'll spare your life today. You'd better tell her, I don't have time to pay attention to her now, and I'll talk to her when I'm done. During this period, dare to come to trouble me. Hee, what can you do?" Mei Scorpion looked at Qin Yang coldly. "Demon Temple, there is no need to exist," Qin Yang said quietly. Such maddening words made Mei Scorpion laugh directly, and Mei Scorpion bent over, and it took a while to stop the laughter. "You kid, you just don't know how high the sky is, do you think? With the support of Sky Academy, can you do whatever you want? Believe it or not, when I pass this word back, the Venerable will immediately come out to kill you?" Mei Scorpio said with a smile. It was like telling a joke with Qin Yang. The bull on the side murmured, lowered his voice and said, "Mei Scorpion, let alone Su Mei Xiang, even if it's the 12 Venerables, we're afraid we're not qualified to see them, right?" Mei Scorpion glared and scolded, "Which side are you on?" Manio laughed again and again, let's side." Mei Scorpion looked at Qin Yang coldly and threatened, "Let's say goodbye today. If we meet in the future, we will take your head back to receive the reward." Manio scratched his head, frowned, and said, "You really intend to kill him?" "No, although he has left the sphere of influence of Songqiong Academy, the order is based on time. If the time is not enough, if you kill him." Mei Scorpion's face turned green. "And," Manio added, "the order to kill him was not issued by Su Meixiang himself. Who knows if he can be killed? Besides, we are afraid that we won't be able to kill him." "Shut up. You idiot. If you speak again in the future, don't blame the old lady for being rude to you." Mei Scorpion was in a hurry, she just wanted to leave a ruthless remark and slowly face. "Did you hear that?" Mei Scorpio looked at the bull and kept silent, even more angry. "You didn't let me answer the call." Man Yo's face was full of innocence. Qin Yang looked at the two living treasures suspiciously, and after listening to their conversation, he became even more confused. This demon clan definitely has something to do with his ancestors. Then there must be some kind of messy relationship between Su Meixiang and Emperor Qin. If it weren't for the fact that the system's ability to copy monsters was not counted into the advanced progress, Qin Yang wouldn't just forget it. Divine Mind swept across the city of Qingchu in the distance. At this time, the battle was raging in the city of Qingchu, and there were countless people fleeing from the city gates in all directions. Qin Yang's figure flashed, and he flew directly to Chu Wanqing. The bulls and the beautiful scorpions who were arguing on the spot also stopped, and the two looked in the direction Qin Yang left. "What should I do?" "Do you want to report it?" Man Yo asked. Mei Scorpion sneered and said, "Of course. We've been in Zhongzhou for a while, how can we miss such an interesting thing?" Angered that Qin Yang cut off her arm, Mei Scorpion was furious, and said, "I won't just let this knife go." Chapter 323, I am the master of fighting. In the sky above the Chu Palace, the Chu God King and Shui Qianfeng were fighting. Chu Wei went after Chu Ying and Chu Xuanhuan, who had escaped, and kept chasing them out of the city. As soon as they left the city gate, Chu Wei stopped Chu Ying and Chu Xuanhuan. My Chu family treats you well, why did you betray us? Chu Xuanhuan asked his elder sister loudly, keeping his elder sister behind him. Chu Wei raised his brows and said, Young master, the person who knows the current affairs is Junjie. You have also practiced the blood skull technique, you know. Chu Xuanhuan said, Qin Yang has already changed the practice, you have seen it, I am not affected at all. Even the God King Shui Qianfeng can't control me. As long as you reform, I can do this too. Teach you. Oh? Chu Wei became interested, his eyes lit up, and he smiled, okay, you can teach me now, and I will let you go, how about that? How could Chu Ying believe it so easily, and whispered, brother, don't believe him, he was a blood skeleton person from the beginning, and a blood skeleton person can't be trusted. Chu Xuanhuan said, you let us go first, as long as we are safe, you can say a place, and I will send you the exercises. Chu Wei laughed and said, young master, you are too delusional. You don't want to believe me, so how can I believe you? Chu Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and said, then let my second sister go first, as long as she leaves safely, I'm in your hands, afraid that I won't teach you the exercises? Chu Wei pondered, looking back and forth at Chu Ying and Chu Xuanhuan. Chu Ying was just a piece of trash. She was originally a victim of the Xuanhuan royal family, and had no use value at all. But Chu Xuanhuan was different. With him, he could blackmail the king of Chu. After all, he was the only son of the king of Chu. Lord Shui Qianfeng is very powerful, and it is not so easy to take down the Chu God King for a while. As long as Chu Xuanhuan is in his hands, it will be easy to take down the Chu God King. Chu Wei calculated in his heart that as long as he helped Lord Shui Qianfeng to take down the God King of Chu, this would be a great achievement. Okay, I promise you. Chu Wei said. Chu Ying pulled Chu Xuanhuan's clothes and said, no, I don't agree. Second sister, you heard me. Chu Xuanhuan's spiritual sense said, if you don't leave, father will be even more embarrassed. Only if you leave first, can you give us a chance. After speaking, he took out a jade pendant from his arms and said, this is the jade pendant that my father just gave me secretly. You take this jade pendant to the Lord and ask him to take action. No, when I arrive at the Lord's place, you will be long ago. Chu Ying said with tears in her eyes, don't think I don't know what you think, if you die, I won't be alive either. But only if you survive, can you avenge us. Chu Xuanhuan's face showed determination. Chu Ying shook her head in disobedience, I don't agree. Thinking, if that's the case, then leave it all. Chu Wei was a little impatient, Chu Xuanhuan's cultivation technique must be obtained, but before that, the Chu God King should be dealt with first. I don't agree either. Suddenly, a voice sounded softly. Chu Wei froze, and when he turned around, Qin Yang had appeared behind him at some point. You don't agree? You're a piece of shit. Chu Wei said contemptuously, Master Shui Qianfeng is in the city, why don't you run away quickly? How dare you stay and wait to die? Qin Yang took out his ears and asked, strangely, what did I just do, don't you know? Chu Wei frowned. Qin Yang shrugged, looked at Chu Ying and Chu Xuanhuan, and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I just dealt with 2 God King monsters, so it's late. Chu Ying was excited for a while, Qin Yang's appearance immediately gave her the backbone. Chu Wei's eyes widened suddenly. The movement just now was 2 God King level monsters? He couldn't help but step back, his hands moved secretly, as if he was going to threaten Chu Ying and Chu Xuanhuan. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chu Wei said, far-fetched, even if you are strong, what can you do? Can you be stronger than Lord Shui Qianfeng? Qin Yang smiled softly, we've known each other for a few days. Since you're a blood skeleton person, don't you think my name is familiar? Chu Wei frowned, I only know that your head is very valuable. Qin Yang sighed and said again, you should know that I came to Chuangqing to find someone, aren't you curious, who am I looking for? Chu Wei really didn't understand, and Chu Ying and Chu Xuanhuan also became curious. What I'm looking for is the blood skeleton. Qin Yang's eyes were full of coldness. It's a pity that you are just a little bastard. You don't even know why my head is valuable. You are not as good as the second shop in the black market. Chu Wei's body tightened, and his face was full of anger. It's just that the division of labor is different, and I don't control intelligence. Boy, I want to see how talented you are. Let me meet you first today. After speaking, Chu Wei rushed over with a punch. Ding. Copy the exercises, melting water. Advanced progress, Gongfa 8 out of 10. Ding. Copying martial skills, Rong Tianquan, martial skills proficiency has been raised to the peak, advanced progress, martial skills 8 out of 10. Ah, it's comfortable. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, it's almost there. There are still 2 more. Chu Wei's expression was a little hesitant, but the punch still slammed out. It's just pretending to be calm, don't underestimate my punch. Seeing Qin Yang still standing there, a smug look appeared on Chu Wei's face. Boom. With a muffled sound, the punch hit Qin Yang's chest directly. Chu Ying and Chu Xuanhuan were stunned, but Qin Yang didn't react. Chu Wei laughed out loud, but that's it, I see you. If you don't finish speaking, you can't speak. This punch was as if a child had hit the iron plate was still standing still, but his fist was injured. It wasn't a shock, it was. There was a faint black light lingering on Qin Yang's body, and the power of annihilation traveled all over his body. Chu Wei's punch was completely wiped out. If he hadn't retreated in time, his entire fist would have been wiped out. What's going on? Chu Wei looked at Qin Yang in shock. Qin Yang opened his mouth slowly and said, Rongtian fist combines the power of all things. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the fist. This boxing method is the best for fighting, the more you fight, the more brave you are. Chu Wei's back was soaked and he looked at Qin Yang in disbelief, how could you be so clear? Chu Ying and Chu Xuanhuan were also stunned, especially Chu Xuanhuan. His martial skill was also the fusion of the sky, and he only knew how to make skins. Qin Yang said with a smile, blood skeletons exercises and martial arts are all virtues. Even if you don't know it, you can guess it. Looking at Chu Wei playfully, Qin Yang continued, want to combine my power to deal with me? The demon crow god king can't do it, what tricks can you do? And? Qin Yang smacked his lips, how embarrassed you are to show off your half-hearted Rongtian fist in front of me. If you dare to attack me without cultivating to the top, you will die on your own martial arts. What do you mean? Chu Wei didn't understand. I'm a master of fighting. Qin Yang put on a stance and clenched his fist. Do you think my master of fighting is just a false name? Let me tell you what the real Rongtianquan is. With a punch, Chu Wei dodged again and again, but his speed was ridiculous in front of Qin Yang. If he wanted to use Chu Ying and Chu Xuanhuan as shields, it was too late, so he could only fight hard and punch again. Rongtianquan. Rongtianquan. The 2 punches slammed together, and as soon as they touched it, Chu Wei's heart suddenly became cold. All the strength in Chu Wei's fist was swallowed up, and it was transformed into Qin Yang's strength and returned back. In other words, Chu Wei's punch is equivalent to no power, but all his own strength and Qin Yang's strength are superimposed and slammed over. Ah! One of Chu Wei's arms shattered, and his figure flew out. This martial skill is quite interesting. Qin Yang shook his fist. Master, you are amazing. Chu Xuanhuan exclaimed. Qin Yang corrected again, I'm not your master. As soon as his voice changed, Qin Yang said with a smile, this is not the full power of Rongtian fist, you should be optimistic. Clenching his fist again, within 10 feet, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was instantly empty. It gathered strength faster than the shocking feather arrow skill, and slammed it towards Chu Wei in the distance. Chu Wei has learned well, although he doesn't know how Qin Yang can master Rong Tianquan, and how to cultivate Rong Tianquan to such a state, but to deal with Rong Tianquan, as long as he does not fight recklessly. Chu Wei used his body technique and wanted to go to the mansion to ask for help first. As long as he got to Shui Qianfeng, he would be able to escape. Too naive. Qin Yang was disdainful, and his fist accelerated, and the shadow of the fist appeared directly on Chu Wei's back. Defense. Chu Wei urged the defensive magic weapon, Golden Light. But under Chu Wei's terrified eyes, the magic weapon had no defense at all, but was directly shattered, and all the power was swallowed up by this punch. No. Chu Wei is extremely unwilling. He has only now realized that the realm of Rong Tianquan's peak is so strong. Boom. Chu Wei was smashed into scum by Qin Yang's punch. Chapter 324, Kill all of you. Master, you are so strong. Can this Rongtian fist teach me? Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Qin Yang said with a smile, if you practice diligently, you can too. Chuing was grateful to Qin Yang for rescuing him again, and said with some embarrassment, my father is fighting Shui Qianfeng hard. You guys go first, I'll help God King Chu. Qin Yang said. Master is so powerful, Shui Qianfeng will definitely be captured. Let's go back together. Xuanhuan said. Qin Yang's combat power, he has seen it with his own eyes. To be able to kill Chu Wei with one punch is not a god king, but also has a combat power comparable to a god king. Qin Yang looked at Xuanhuan and said, if I were you, I would definitely be calmer than you. Xuanhuan smiled embarrassedly, and quickly pulled Chuing away. Qin Yang turned around, feeling the terrifying fluctuations from the direction of the Chu Palace, and walked over step by step. Surrounded by people who are panicking and fleeing, everyone has a look of horror on their faces, but their eyes are eerily red. Qin Yang moved his fingers and sighed, but did not do anything. The people with blood-red eyes just fled to the city gate and stopped. It's more like blocking the city gate. Escape. The blood skeleton people are coming to take revenge. If you walk too slowly, your life will be lost. Someone resisted with a big burden and a small burden, and hurried to the city entrance. Just as soon as he arrived at the gate of the city, his eyes began to turn red in a weird way, and the burden that was more important than his life was still on the side. As the virus is contagious, more and more people are affected. The city guards kept maintaining order, but walking on the streets gradually turned into puppets. Shui Qianfeng. The blood skeleton is really going to be the enemy of the Xuanhuan Empire. God King Chu looked at everything in the city, and was anxious in his heart. He didn't expect the blood skeleton to be so despicable. Such a dirty method is even worse than direct murder. Shui Qianfeng Jia laughed strangely, an enemy of the Xuanhuan Empire? No, you are the ones who captured my blood skull, and even tortured the blood skull, to practice it. If this matter spreads to the Xuanhuan imperial family, what do you think? What will they do? God King Chu was stunned. If this was the case, the Xuanhuan royal family would definitely distance themselves from their Chu family. It will even deprive the Chu family of everything they have now. It's just one person, why bother with such a big fight? God King Chu roared, if I don't die today, I will raise the bloody skeleton to the ground. Shui Qianfeng seemed to have heard a joke, and sneered, not to mention your mere god king, even the Xuanhuan royal family would not dare to speak so loudly. What the hell do you want? God King Chu asked, loudly, I don't believe in that flag, which flag will make you go out in person? Shui Qianfeng snorted coldly, but just opened his hands, and roared, Blood Realm. The ground instantly turned into a sea of blood, and it boiled. Vaguely, there are countless corpses ups and downs, and there are actually corpses struggling in the sea of blood. Soon, after you become part of my blood world, I will tell you what flag I am looking for," Shui Qianfeng said. The divine king of Chu was surrounded by divine light, and he threw out a fist. A seemingly ordinary punch, but it hit a sunny world. Shui Qianfeng said disdainfully, "The king of Chu's divine fist is nothing but the same. Compared to the Wei family's overlord Ji, your Chu family is far worse." The blood world was directly penetrated, but the boundless sea of blood rushed in quickly, and this punch was completely ineffective. Shui Qianfeng's face became even paler and paler. Obviously, the blood world was penetrated, and he was actually not feeling well, and his strength was consumed a lot. Deliberately hiding it, God King Chu was shocked. But in the eyes of Qin Yang in the distance, he could see it clearly. "The flag? Is this the flag you want?" Qin Yang's mind flashed, and he took out the useless flag that Tao Xiaoyao had given him to repay his gratitude. The flag was waving, and it was strong against the wind, and it was several tens of feet in size in an instant. During the wave, the power of heaven and earth will follow, and if it is stirred, it may stir up the boundless vortex of spiritual energy. In the city of King Chu, all the formations were out of order, and they were revealed by the wave of the formation flag. "What? Why is the flag in your hands?" Shui Qianfeng's pupils shrank, and he was even more shocked that Qin Yang was not fighting those two God King monsters. God King Chu became puzzled. The flag was in the treasure house, and he didn't even know where it was. How did Qin Yang get it? Qin Yang raised his brows. Originally, he was just guessing whether the other party was looking for this kind of flag. Now that the flag is in his hand, he has a direct feeling in his heart. There really is a flag exactly like this one in the Chu Palace. It came just right. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Shui Qianfeng laughed proudly, destroying the Chu King city, and showing the people on the mainland the fate of offending the blood skeleton. "I caught Qin Yang and got a flag. God helped me. Tell me what this flag does, and I'll give it to you, how about that?" Qin Yang said with a smile. Shui Qianfeng snorted coldly and said, "Do you think you are qualified to negotiate terms with me?" As soon as the divine sense moved, a person not far from Qin Yang's body twisted and exploded into a blood sword, rushing towards Qin Yang. Ding! The system will copy the exercises and martial arts, and the higher level copy will not be included in the scope of promotion. For a time, Qin Yang also knew the ability of the other party. Qin Yang's face was not afraid, but he just snapped his fingers lightly, and the blood sword dissipated into nothingness. If it's the blood sword bursting out by a star-level cultivator, it might even make me frown. The blood sword bursting out by an ordinary person, don't take it out for shame," Qin Yang said. Shui Qianfeng's eyes trembled. How did this kid know? "It's really interesting. I don't believe that you can kill the demon crow god king." Shui Qianfeng hesitated and looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. The king of Chu God wanted Qin Yang to leave quickly, so he came to hold Shui Qianfeng, but when he heard Shui Qianfeng's words, he was shocked. "Is this Qin Yang so strong?" "Believe it or not, it's up to you. Or you'll know when I kill you." Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "I'm in this city of the king of Chu, but I've been waiting for you for a long time." Shui Qianfeng was stunned for a moment. He and Qin Yang had nothing to do with each other, so how could he wait for him? The God King of Chu was also puzzled. He knew that Qin Yang had come to the Chu King city to wait for someone, but did Shui Qianfeng wait for him? "Are you waiting for me?" Shui Qianfeng asked. Qin Yang nodded and took a deep breath. "I can't help it, the little guy knows too little. When he killed the demon king of crows, he didn't absorb his memory. Now that I think about it, it's a loss." "You also know my blood skeleton technique?" Shui Qianfeng looked at Qin Yang deeply. "More than meeting, I changed Xuanhuan's exercises." Qin Yang shrugged. "Shui Qianfeng's killing intent is overwhelming, such Qin Yang must be killed." It's just that Qin Yang had a precedent for killing the demon king of the crow, and Xuanhuan was afraid that Qin Yang would really have any countermeasures. What do you want to know? Xuanhuan asked in a deep voice. I want to know where your Blood Skull headquarters is, and how many branches are there on this continent. Qin Yang said slowly. Xuanhuan was puzzled. What do you want to know about this? Qin Yang stared at Xuanhuan quietly, and after a long time, he said word by word, kill all of you. Chapter 325, Earth Array Flag. It's really shameless. Xuanhuan sneered, don't think that if you kill the demon crow god king, you are enough to compete with the god king. Killing the god king in the City of Freedom is not your true ability. Blood burst. Xuanhuan let out a low roar, and several figures around him exploded into a cloud of blood. The power of the explosion is not great, because those people's strength is very poor. But the blood mist spread quickly, almost sweeping the whole city. Some people with a slightly stronger cultivation base could have resisted the invasion of blood poison. Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's eyes are splitting, these are all his people. To watch them being so slaughtered by Xuanhuan. If you want the flag, I can give you all the treasure house, as long as you let me go. They are innocent. The king of Chu shouted loudly. Xuanhuan looked at the chess piece in Qin Yang's hand in surprise, then looked at the king of Chu, and said in surprise, the flag in Qin Yang's hand is not yours? Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang and asked in a deep voice, where did the flag in your hand come from? What's wrong with you? Qin Yang sneered. All right then, let me kill you first, and then devour everything. You know, I'll know too. Xuanhuan clenched his hands and pointed at Qin Yang. Big blood sword. The blood mist condensed, and a huge blood sword was about 10 feet long, and it slashed at Qin Yang. The king of Chu is dripping blood. This huge blood sword has gathered the lives of many innocent people. Qin Yang frowned and instinctively waved the flag in his hand. What he didn't expect was that the formation in the city that had previously failed due to the dancing of the flag suddenly gathered all the power of the formation and gathered it into the flag. The surging power made Qin Yang feel shocked. This flag actually has such a function. The formation flag waved and ordered the world to form formations. In the city of King Chu, the formations were all shattered, and all the forces were gathered. With just a swipe, the big blood sword was directly swept away by the surging power. At the same time, all the formations were also ineffective in the treasure house in the palace of the King of Chu. Under the induction of the opportunity, a formation flag was raised slowly. It seems that there is traction, and it flew towards Qin Yang. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and he rushed over, trying to grab the flag. God King Chu took the lead, holding the formation flag in his hand, and roaring, Xuanhuan, you forced me. Do you insist on breaking the net with me? Hand over the flag, and I will let you go. Otherwise, you know that I have the ability to kill them all. Xuanhuan said quietly. The king of Chu struggled. He knew that the other party was a bloody skeleton and had no credit at all, but faced with the survival and death of a city of people, he knew that the other party made a random promise and deliberately deceived him, so he had to take this risk. The flag is given to you, your purpose of this trip has been achieved, and I hope you will abide by your promise and withdraw from the Chu King city. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth, and threw the flag away. The corner of Xuanhuan's mouth rose slightly, and he stretched out his hand, but the flag did not fly. Turning his head suddenly, Xuanhuan glared at Qin Yang fiercely. Qin Yang chuckled lightly, waving the array flag in his hand, and the flag of the God King of Chu flew directly in front of him. Grab it and recognize the master directly. Su flag? Qin Yang looked at it carefully. This array flag was exactly the same as the one given by Tao Xiaoyao. The only difference was the characters on it. There is a Su character. Give me the flag. Xuanhuan said fiercely. No. Qin Yang smiled and said, what can you do to me? Qin Yang, give it to him. King Chu looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang shrugged and said, negotiate a deal with the blood skull, God King Chu, you are too naive, right? Xuanhuan shouted, Qin Yang. For the sake of a flag, do you really want the entire city of Chu King to be buried with you? The king of Chu looked anxious. Qin Yang snorted coldly and said, those who have already left the city of the king of Chu may not be safe. But those who are still in the city of the king of Chu will surely die. Do you think I don't know? At this time, everyone in the city of the king of Chu has been poisoned by blood skeletons. Life and death are under your control, there is no help. Do you still want to blackmail me with those mortal people? God King Chu tightened his body, and his face showed a look of despair. Xuanhuan looked shocked, but still said, as long as you hand over the 2 array flags, I will remove their blood poison. God King Chu looked hesitant. You'd rather trust him than me? Qin Yang looked at the king of Chu quietly. Divine King Chu was embarrassed and gritted his teeth, I have to believe it. Xuanhuan said again, I count 3 times. If you hand over the flag, I will withdraw immediately and spare all the lives in the Chuangqing. But if you don't hand over, I will kill 100 people until you reach the Chuangqing. No chickens and dogs. Wait. God King Chu shouted loudly. 3. Xuanhuan simply ignored it. The God King of Chu looked at Qin Yang eagerly, and said, this matter concerns the people of my city of Chuangqing. Qin Yang, I know that you are very kind to me, but... You want to shoot at me? Qin Yang raised his brows and sneered, do you think I'll be afraid of you? I'm sorry. God King Chu held his breath and slammed it out. Xuanhuan. God King Chu retained his strength, just to get the flag back. Qin Yang did not hide at all, and directly resisted the blow. For Qin Yang, this blow was no big deal, but what Qin Yang didn't expect was that this blow had no effect on him. Boom! A deep pit shattered directly on the ground beneath his feet, and even the 2 surrounding buildings collapsed in an instant. Qin Yang looked behind him suspiciously. This Xuanhuan was like hitting an ox across a mountain and hitting the ground. God King Chu was also stunned, and Xuanhuan, who was beside him, was also puzzled. Qin Yang looked at the array flag on his hand, everything was clear, and he immediately laughed. The flag of the Earth Formation. These 2 are the flags of the Earth Formation. As long as I stand on the ground, I am invincible. Qin Yang's heart suddenly brightened, and he finally understood the functions of these 2 flags. This flag is nothing special, even if it recognizes the owner, it does not know its specific function. At this time, the punch of the King of Chu God made Qin Yang understand a little bit by accident, and the function of the array flag suddenly appeared in Qin Yang's mind. With the flags in his hands waving again and again, the entire city of the King of Chu suddenly collapsed. All the buildings collapsed, and high walls isolated everyone. Even if Xuanhuan manipulated them again, it would be useless. The entire Chu King city has directly turned into a cage of soil. And all of this does not consume any power of Qin Yang at all. As long as you have this flag of the soil formation, you can manipulate the rules of the soil system at will. Such a heaven-defying ability makes Xuanhuan extremely jealous, and it is even more inevitable. God King Chu, it's not that I refuse to go around Chu King city, it's because Qin Yang won't let me spare you. Xuanhuan snorted coldly, his spiritual sense moved. Behind a high wall in the distance, a dozen ordinary cultivators suddenly blew themselves up. Not to be outdone, Qin Yang waved the flag and completely sealed the blood mist that had not yet spread, and even sank the stone wall cage there into the ground. The King of Chu shouted loudly, Qin Yang. I know you are talented, and this flag is useless to you. No, this array of flags is very useful to me. Qin Yang interrupted. Xuanhuan also became curious. He only received the task to capture the formation flag. In fact, even he himself did not know what the flag was used for. Curiously listened for a while. Qin Yang had a playful look on his face, and said with a smile, "What is the function of this flag?" "There is only one point. The blood skeleton wants it, but I won't let them get it." Xuanhuan was trembling with anger, and his teeth creaked. "Okay, very good." With a forceful slap with both palms, Xuanhuan's robes automatically without wind, shouting loudly, blood burst. Chapter 326, Decisive Battle Against the God King of Chu. In the city of the King of Chu, it is like a hell on earth. All the soldiers, civilians, and scattered cultivators all exploded and died, and their blood burst open. The God King of Chu looked sluggish, and in his thoughts, everyone died at the same time. Qin Yang frowned slightly, waved the flag, and simply sank the entire Chu King city into the ground. "Humph, the power of the flags is nothing but the same. How can you control the rules of the earth? You just happen to discover a little bit of their function, and you won't use them at all." Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang's unfamiliar manipulation and sneered. As soon as the divine sense moved, a series of blood explosions rushed out of the ground, and the entire ruins of Chuangqing were filled with blood. Except for Qin Yang, the king of Chu God, and Xuanhuan, the entire Chu King city has no survivors. The rich blood energy is blocking the five senses, and the spiritual sense is also difficult to penetrate. God King Chu felt the familiar aura in his blood, and his sharp mind became his greatest pain. He could even sense from a mass of blood that this was the breath of the people in a shop he had just probed into. The emotionally excited God King of Chu did not notice that his pupils were gradually turning red, and the blood energy had eroded into his body, slowly changing something. "Qin Yang." God King Chu stared at Qin Yang, and said angrily, "I don't know what kind of grievance you have with the blood skeleton, but why do you implicate me in Chuangqing?" Qin Yang said quietly, "Chuangqing is not implicated by me, but the blood skeletons you provoked yourself. With this flag, even if I don't come, the outcome of Chuangqing will not be different." God King Chu gritted his teeth and said, "Just give him the flag, right?" Xuanhuan's black hair fluttered and danced behind his back, as if he had been enchanted. He has always had scruples, and at this time all scruples disappeared. "You thought that if you gave them the flag, they would." Qin Yang frowned and said nothing. After he saw God King Chu's eyes, he fell silent. Qin Yang changed his mind and said, "If you don't want to die, leave this blood fog as soon as possible." The effect of the blood mist is only equivalent to the trend of the rules, and it is not enough to affect the powerhouse of the God King realm. However, the blood mist that erupted from all the people in this city was different for the King of Chu. Qin Yang could sense that the blood mist was deliberately created by Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was not trying to devour these blood energy, but to make Chu God King clearly perceive that every ray of blood energy was once a living person. Qin Yang, for the sake of a flag, he washed the city of King Chu with blood, and after getting the flag, he sank the city of King Chu into the ground. "Tsk, that's a good trick, such a courage." Xuanhuan gave a thumbs up. "If you want to add a crime, there is no excuse. It seems that you have already figured out how to frame it for me?" Qin Yang sneered. "However, do you have a chance to say this?" Xuanhuan became puzzled. "So far, you still think you can kill me? Seriously, I really can't understand your thoughts. Where does your self-confidence come from?" Looking at the God King of Chu who seemed to be enchanted not far away, Xuanhuan laughed lightly and said, "Now, you are fighting against two God Kings in the Star Realm, are you still sure?" Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang playfully, and then said, "Would you like me to explain to you why?" Qin Yang had already seen everything, so why did he need to say more? He immediately laughed and said, "Even if I can't kill you, can you kill me?" If I leave, how will you explain it to the top? Qin Yang's figure flashed and disappeared directly in place. Xuanhuan was immediately dumbfounded. He never dreamed that Qin Yang would just run away. Spiritual mind swept out frantically, but couldn't detect Qin Yang's breath at all. Xuanhuan seemed to understand something, and shouted, "Qin Yang! I am at odds with you. How dare you make fun of me like this?" Xuanhuan thought that Qin Yang was playing tricks on him from the beginning to the end, deliberately pretending to be able to fight the King of Gods, and the ultimate goal was to steal the flag. Now that the flag is in hand, Qin Yang's goal is naturally achieved. Xuanhuan vomited blood, and his brain was clouded for a while. What a shame, what a shame! Even if the entire Chu King city was destroyed, it would not be enough to vent his hatred. The most important thing is that he has failed this mission, and he will definitely be punished. The God King of Chu couldn't find Qin Yang's figure either, and looked at Xuanhuan with fierce and violent eyes. Xuanhuan snorted coldly, and the figure turned into a pile of blood mist, which directly merged with the surrounding blood mist. Deliberately blending the breath of those blood mists into his body, when he condensed his body again, God King Chu's eyes dodged. God King Chu had gradually lost his mind, but he could feel the familiar aura in Xuanhuan's body. This was the aura of his people. How could he succeed? The mind seems to be imprisoned, and the boundless anger and killing intent have nowhere to vent. The surrounding blood mist continued to pour into God King Chu's body, causing God King Chu to collapse in pain. Pain, not from the body, but from his soul. Every time he merged into a blood mist, a familiar face appeared in his spiritual sense, which made him feel extremely guilty and wanted to escape. The more he closed his mind, the more blood mist would take the opportunity to invade his body. In such a vicious circle, God King Chu's eyes were already full of blood red. Bring this God King Chu back, may make up for it. Xuanhuan said in his heart, it won't take long before he can completely control God King Chu, and at that time, another general will be added to the blood skull. Behead! A cold drink came, Xuanhuan's eyes were suddenly locked, and his heart stopped beating in fright. A bleak black light flashed across his neck. Xuanhuan's head was thrown up high. Humph! Qin Yang snorted coldly and appeared beside Xuanhuan's headless body. The hunting stance is integrated into the dragon step, which can make the dragon step also enter the stealth state, and practitioners who exceed a large realm cannot find him. When the hunting stance is used alone, its characteristics are also brought into play. That is, the longer the sneaking time, the greater the consumption, and the higher the attack power, until it reaches a limit. And this limit is enough to make Qin Yang step up and kill the enemy. With the addition of the hunting stance, the rules of annihilation continued to strengthen, and its annihilation power was enough to break any defenses, causing Xuanhuan to be decapitated without any resistance. However, Qin Yang had a strange feeling in his heart. He didn't have time to think about it, but God King Chu was staring at him. Be awake, but the dignified king is so easily controlled. Qin Yang frowned, Xuanhuan is dead, why hasn't the blood around him dissipated? Why hasn't this God King of Chu regained his sanity? Could it be? Qin Yang's heart tightened, looking at the head that had been cut off by him, hovering in the air, and sneered at Qin Yang terrifyingly. Not dead. Qin Yang clenched his fists. If so, then use the power of annihilation to wipe out the opponent. Qin Yang clenched his fists and punched out, Rongtian Fist. Chu King Divine Fist. Chu God King shouted loudly. In his eyes, the two major enemies of Chu King City's destruction, the first blood Qianfeng dead, and the rest is only Qin Yang. Boom! Qin Yang's Rongtian Fist combined part of the power of the King of Chu, so that the power of the two fists was not much different. The figure of the King of Chu retreated violently, and Qin Yang didn't take it easy. When he stepped on it, the flag of the earth array unloaded, and the entire ground cracked into fan-shaped fragments, extending 100 feet away. Qin Yang looked at the God King of Chu with some sigh, and it was really sad that a generation of God Kings lost their minds and became a tool. If you were still awake, what would you expect me to do? Qin Yang said in a low voice. His eyes were very firm, and the divine light was bright. Battle. Chapter 327, Killing the God King of Chu. The Chu God King swung his fists in succession, and each punch shattered the surrounding blood mist. But the blood mist recondensed, and everything was under the control of Shui Qianfeng. But Qin Yang was different. Any of Qin Yang's martial arts deliberately used the power of annihilation. Any blood mist that was dispersed by Qin Yang was completely wiped out. Shui Qianfeng's face was extremely ugly. Fortunately, there was the King of Chu. If he fought against Qin Yang, the longer the battle lasted, the more unfavorable it would be for him. Chu God Territory. God King Chu directly activated the domain, and the space within 100 zhang suddenly froze. All the blood fog was rejected, and all the rules should not be rejected. Chu King Divine Fist. He threw a punch again and smashed it towards Qin Yang. If you change to an ordinary cultivator, you can only resist with your own strength under the suppression, and you will not be able to hold this punch. The rules of heaven and earth are rejected by the realm of God King Chu, and no external force can be borrowed. Unless you use your own domain to fight. However, the opponent of the God King of Chu is Qin Yang. Qin Yang, who does not rely on the sky or the ground, relies only on himself. Facing such a field, it has no effect on him at all. Jinghong Sword Fingers. Qin Yang pointed like a sword, and merged the true meaning of Rongtian Fist's martial skills into it. When the sword was summoned, the stronger the opponent, the stronger the combat power. Thousands of divine swords circled behind Qin Yang, and the sword light was piercing, like a 1,000-handed guanyin. As soon as he pointed it out, the gorgeous sword rain swept away like a wild torrent. 1 sword, 100 swords, was smashed by the Chu God King with one punch. 100 swords, 1,000 swords, but even the God King of Chu could not resist. A sword is destroyed, a sword is born again, and it is endless. God King Chu was scratched with terrifying scars on his body, and the sword chi rushed into the body of God King Chu, dispersing his true chi, and annihilating the invading blood chi. Hey! Shui Qianfeng sucked in a breath of cold air, and the Qin family's unique skills were astonishing, and they were simply the natural nemesis of their blood skeletons. In particular, Qin Yang is in control of the rules of annihilation, and it makes Jinghongjian point to the blood and skeleton exercises. Not counting the true meaning of many martial arts such as Rongtianquan, this sword finger alone is difficult to resist even for him. God King Chu regained his sobriety for a moment, and soon lost his mind again. Endless grief and anger rose in his heart. Qin Yang's sword chi annihilated the blood chi in his body, making him feel that Qin Yang killed those people, and now he wants to completely annihilate those people. God King Chu. Qin Yang shouted angrily, saving him kindly as if he was hurting him, those blood and blood are not your people, they are already dead. How could the King of Chu listen in? He bullied himself up, punched and danced wildly. Qin Yang took a deep breath. The consumption of Jinghong's sword just now made him a little unbearable. If he wanted to do this again, he had to restore his true chi. Weak. Qin Yang pointed out, and directly put a negative buff on the King of Chu. The power of the dark rules of the eight-headed snake is even more prominent under the use of Qin Yang. God King Chu's power suddenly weakened a lot. Qin Yang greeted him with a punch, used his immortal body to urge King Kong to be indestructible, and hit the Rongtian fist, and he did not lose the slightest under the hard shake. Bang 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 bang. The muffled sound continued, the air exploded so that the oracles roared, and the shock wave was like wave after wave, like two savage gods, primitive and full of wild fighting. Destroy the thread. Qin Yang pulled out a black thread, like a sharp blade, enough to strangle everything. The God King of Chu pointed at one another, and actually directly cut off the annihilation line. But God King Chu was not feeling well either. The only way to fight against the rules of obliteration was to use the rules to exhaust the power of obliteration. It looked very relaxed, but God King Chu did not know how much power was lost. Drag the knife. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and held it back, a dark divine knife condensed. The sword tip had a down knife mark. The longer the knife mark was dragged, the higher the attack power. The longer the battle, as long as the knife marks continue, Qin Yang will fight more and more fiercely. The true meaning of Rong Tianquan's martial skills was also integrated into it. Under the double superposition, God King Chu was given a weak buff and gradually fell behind. Outside the Chu God territory, blood boils. Shui Qianfeng's heart skipped a beat. How could there be such a monster as Qin Yang in the world? It seems that he killed the demon crow god king all by himself. Shui Qianfeng asked himself, if he had a decisive battle with Qin Yang, what are his chances of winning? My heart suddenly became cold. How to fight such various martial arts? If you can't kill Qin Yang in seconds, you will lose sooner or later. The flag is in his hands, and there are still two sides. Shui Qianfeng thought in his heart, it's better to wait for him and the King of Chu to decide the winner, and then I will make a sneak attack to give him a deadly blow. Qin Yang's reward and two array flags. Such a huge temptation made Shui Qianfeng refuse to retreat. After all, Qin Yang is only in the realm of stars. Although, Shui Qianfeng has regarded Qin Yang as an enemy of the same rank. Taking the head back, Shui Qianfeng directly propped up his own domain, the Blood World. Wrap the Chu divine region of the Chu God King in it. Once he finds an opportunity, Shui Qianfeng is the ultimate fisherman. In the Chu God realm, the Chu God King was in a state of embarrassment and suffered heavy injuries. On the other hand, Qin Yang was like a god of war, unstoppable. The Chu God King smashed Qin Yang's mouth with a punch. The sound of the avenue sounded, and Qin Yang's body was shining brightly. The indestructible body and the indestructible martial arts supernatural power of King Kong will make this. The fist was defended, and the only remaining strength did not damage Qin Yang's body, but was transferred to the ground by the Earth Array flag. Qin Yang also became angry, and he didn't dodge or dodge. When the King of Chu smashed himself with a punch, Qin Yang's punch also severely tilted the head of the King of Chu. The power of annihilation penetrated into it, and the sober divine light flashed in the eyes of the Chu divine king, and the invisible eyes were filled with grief. As if going mad, the King of Chu continued to attack Qin Yang and fight against Qin Yang. But defeat is a foregone conclusion. Finally, Qin Yang resisted God King Chu's punch again, but his own punch directly sent God King Chu flying away. God King Chu swallowed the spit mixed with blood, his face was mournful, all the strength in his body gathered on his fist, and Chu God territory also put it away. This punch is the pinnacle punch of the God King of Chu. Burning all power, even burning his own life. Qin Yang, can you block this punch? God King Chu said softly. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, you've been awake long ago, why? The God King of Chu said sadly, the city of the King of Chu is destroyed, what face am I still alive? Please promise me to destroy the blood skeleton. Don't worry, even if you don't say it, I will do it. Qin Yang said firmly. Facing the punch of the King of Chu, Qin Yang also gathered his energy and did not dare to despise it. All the power is also gathered into the divine sword, the power under the double superposition. This sword is enough to kill the divine king. Battle. God King Chu ignited a monstrous fighting intent and slammed with a punch. Qin Yang was not wrong at all, and stabbed with a sword. It was another hard shake. After Qin Yang felt the strength of the fist on his body, he was shocked. The punch that seems to be unparalleled in the world is actually powerless. And his own sword pierced directly into the body of God King Chu, instantly annihilating his heart. Why? Qin Yang whispered in shock. God King Chu spat out a mouthful of blood, with an apologetic smile on his face. You are my benefactor, how could I treat you, for you, before, sorry, don't forget your answer. Promise me. God King Chu's eyes dimmed, and there was a look of trust in Qin Yang on his face. Qin Yang's heart was bleak, he knew the intention of the King of Chu. God King Chu lost his mind before and attacked himself, and he felt very guilty in his heart. He knew that he was eroded by blood and could not be reversed, so he used his life to express his apology. It was also because the Chuangqing was destroyed, and the blood was even swallowed by him, making his heart ashes. The look of trust on his face is a recognition of Qin Yang's strength. All kinds of things made Qin Yang's heart a little heavy, and he gently supported the body of the King of Chu, which was unable to fall down, and put it on the ground. Good opportunity. Shui Qianfeng's eyes flashed brightly, he appeared behind Qin Yang, and slapped it out. A bloody handprint was printed on Qin Yang's back, and Shui Qianfeng's face showed success. Haha, if you get hit with my blood-poisonous palm, even if you can survive, you will definitely become my puppet. Shui Qianfeng laughed out loud. But what he saw in his eyes made him a little horrified. The aura on Qin Yang's body was so powerful that he was a little shocked, and the superimposed combat power has not been interrupted. At this time, Qin Yang turned his head gently, his eyes were extremely clear. This blood poison palm is completely useless. It's just a flag. A monstrous anger flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. Shui Qianfeng's heart tightened, and he gritted his teeth. Good boy, since you have such strength, then become part of my strength. Since I can't kill you, that's just right, watch me devour you. With force on the palm, countless bloodstains spread directly from the blood poison palm, like a snare tightly locking Qin Yang. Chapter 328 Death Radius. The Demon King of Crows can't devour me, how can you be stronger than him? Qin Yang looked at Shui Qianfeng quietly and hummed his nose. Shui Qianfeng laughed loudly. The control of blood energy is several steps worse than mine, otherwise he can only use the crow to divide the power that is difficult to control. But I am different, I can control the source of blood. The bloodlines wrapped Qin Yang and seemed to be integrated into Qin Yang's body. Qin Yang frowned and sighed in his heart. The automatic defense of the indestructible body, this bloodline, can't break the defense at all. Shui Qianfeng was also stunned, even if it is a star-level monster, no, a God King-level monster, I'm afraid it doesn't have such a strong defense. This is the premise that Qin Yang did not use the rule of extinction. If you only have this ability, why don't you just let me kill you? Don't worry, you won't be alone. It won't be long before all your acquaintances will go down to accompany you. Qin Yang's eyes radiated cold light, constantly provoking. Shui Qianfeng suddenly became furious and used all his strength. Under the suppression of the realm of the God King realm, a bloodline directly sank into Qin Yang's body. Shui Qianfeng was overjoyed and sneered, I want to see how you can calm down. After the bloodline submerged into Qin Yang's body, it was continuously infected with Qin Yang's blood energy. The blood energy was boiling directly, and the true energy began to run wild. With the breakthrough of the first bloodline, other bloodlines also disappeared into Qin Yang's body. With Shui Qianfeng's idea, this Qin Yang is already a piece of fish on a sticky board, and he can be slaughtered by him. But Qin Yang's bright eyes were still bright, and there was even a smile on his face. Want to devour me? Then I will fulfill you. Qin Yang moved his mind and turned the 1,000 swords to return to his ancestors, turning his entire body into countless small swords. Under the power of Shui Qianfeng, the small sword turned into blood, and a sliver of it was swallowed into Shui Qianfeng's body. Shui Qianfeng breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly felt something strange. his power was not as strong as he imagined. Although he swallowed so many small swords, his power was still weakened. What's going on? Shui Qianfeng's spiritual sense swept away, and he was shocked. Good boy, you actually have the power of the Demon Crow God King. It turns out that the Demon Crow God King was killed by you like this. Shui Qianfeng sneered, it's a pity that you met me. Refining. Shui Qianfeng sat cross-legged and directly began to refine the small sword swallowed in his body. Those little swords were integrated into Shui Qianfeng's own blood, but for Shui Qianfeng, it was easy to find them. The power of the God King realm is constantly refining Qin Yang, but those little swords still haven't diminished. Why can't it be refined? Shui Qianfeng's mind went blank. The swallowing gourd can't refine me, it's up to you? Qin Yang's voice appeared in Shui Qianfeng's heart. Humph. Shui Qianfeng was a little frightened, and after humming angrily, he directly opened the blood world. Is it useful to hold up the domain? Qin Yang sneered. Shui Qianfeng showed a ferocious expression on his face, and said, well, you Qin Yang, you can actually force me into such a situation. Disperse. With a loud shout, Shui Qianfeng's figure turned into a bloody fog. A small pitch-black sword was revealed, and in the blood mist, Shui Qianfeng's figure recondensed, and Qin Yang was repelled directly at his own expense. Shui Qianfeng's power was instantly reduced by half, and in order to completely repel all those little swords, he reluctantly gave up all the blood and energy that was attached to the little swords. A small sword reunited, and Qin Yang's body was revealed. The two sides held each other. Shui Qianfeng's face was ugly, but Qin Yang was still indifferent. If the Demon Crow God King had your means, I'm afraid he wouldn't die in my hands so easily. Qin Yang said with a smile, however, do you think this is the end? Shui Qianfeng suddenly thought of something, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Unconsciously, he turned to the corpse of the God King of Chu not far away, and his heart sank. Weak. Qin Yang pointed out, like an edict from heaven. Shui Qianfeng was already at a great loss, this one became weak and almost fell into the realm of the king. Shui Qianfeng was terrified in his heart, this Qin Yang was so difficult to deal with. A flower suddenly appeared in front of him, and Qin Yang's figure disappeared. Shui Qianfeng's heart stopped suddenly, and he still did not forget the scene when he was beheaded by Qin Yang before. Although he would not die, the feeling of death was the same. Also, great power will be lost. Under such circumstances, if he is beheaded again, he will be planted in Qin Yang's hands sooner or later. Behead. Disperse. Ban Yuzhan burst out of the sky. Shui Qianfeng was prepared, and made the figure dissipate in advance, turning into a blood mist. In the blood world of Shui Qianfeng's domain, the blood energy is more intense. Even in advance, it was almost cut. In the blood world, there is blood mist everywhere, and a strange smile spread from the blood mist. I don't have a body now, what can you do to me? Shui Qianfeng completely forgot that Qin Yang was originally a little star who was despised by him. At this time, he was completely treating Qin Yang as a thorny enemy. Oh, this is troublesome. Qin Yang pretended to hold his forehead, and there was a playful look in the eyes hidden under the palm of his hand. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and Shui Qianfeng was keenly aware of it. Under his terrified perception, Qin Yang opened it directly. A pitch-black spherical barrier was formed. Extreme. As soon as the absolute world was opened, the pure power of annihilation spread, and within the scope, everything ceased to exist. The black spherical barrier is more like a black hole, erasing all the rules of heaven and earth, eradicating the dense blood mist. Shui Qianfeng was shocked, as if he had created a secret realm, and a huge collapse point suddenly appeared in this secret realm. I'll let you swallow it. Shui Qianfeng's head was hot, urging the power of the blood world to pour directly into the absolute world. He wants to suppress with absolute force to completely fill this collapse point. Qin Yang became unhappy when he saw it, and had to remind him aloud, "Did you forget that you were made weak by me? Do you want to fight hard? Also, I am the rule of annihilation, not swallowing, but better than devouring is even more fierce. No matter how much power you send, it will be in vain. Want to fill the black hole? If it can be done, how will the secret realm of the world collapse?" Shui Qianfeng's heart froze. Qin Yang's reminder also made him see the current situation, and he suddenly reacted, but he had already lost a lot of power. Within the absolute world, it seems like the radius of death. This is the fight of the power of the rules. If he had used absolute power to suppress him from the beginning, Shui Qianfeng would never have fallen into such a situation. Why did he remind me? Shui Qianfeng's heart tightened. At this time, Qin Yang was like a devil, creating a shadow in his heart. Are you curious? Why did I save you? Qin Yang grinned. The indestructible body looks so strange in the absolute world, and it also makes Qin Yang like a god descended from the earth, with unparalleled power. Why? Shui Qianfeng stared at Qin Yang. Qin Yang said softly, "Because I want to devour you." Shui Qianfeng was stunned for a moment, then reacted suddenly. His expression changed greatly. Chapter 329, God King Level Secret Realm. You do all this, just to drain my power. The previous incarnation into a sword was just a test. Shui Qianfeng's pupils tightened. Now my strength is greatly reduced, and I can no longer use the previous tricks. Shui Qianfeng felt his scalp tingling, and there was only one thought left in his heart: escape. Boy, I won't let you go, neither will Shui Skull. Shui Qianfeng roared loudly. The blood world was suddenly closed, and under the action of the absolute world, he opened the blood world to create a perfect opportunity for Qin Yang to destroy his power. Correct a little, I won't let you go. Qin Yang snorted coldly. Is it too late to escape now? Qin Yang also pointed like a sword, and the world disappeared, replaced by flying snow. Over the entire Chuangqing site, goose feather snow began to fall. If you look carefully, you will definitely find that every snowflake is composed of 6 extremely tiny swords. This? Shui Qianfeng swallowed and spit. The flying snow covered all his blood mist. As long as he gathered his strength, he would definitely bring the snowflake sword into his body. He couldn't control the power to such a subtle level, and he didn't believe Qin Yang could do it. Humph, it's so mysterious. I think you want me to give up most of my power and dare not close the blood mist, right? Shui Qianfeng asked, tentatively. Whatever you think, there will be no face-to-face. Qin Yang stood empty and said lightly. Shui Qianfeng gritted his teeth. If he had known that Qin Yang would have these strange abilities, he would not have opened the blood world if he killed him, and he would not have turned into a blood fog. You must be cheating on me, I don't believe it. Shui Qianfeng directly put away all his strength and put those snowflake swords into his body together. The figure reconvened, and Shui Qianfeng immediately began to refine those snowflake swords. Shui Qianfeng secretly said in his heart, if it's just those snowflake swords, it should be easy to refine. Qin Yang's subtle control may not be able to control everything. If it can't be refined, then gather those snowflake swords together and reject them. Go out. It's a big deal to lose some cultivation base. Anyway, as long as you swallow some more cultivators, you can make up for it. Before he could finish thinking, Qin Yang suddenly appeared in front of him. Shui Qianfeng retreated in panic, and the dignified king was forced to the point by Qin Yang. Qin Yang's face showed a playful look. Why don't you believe it? I said, the swallowing gourd can't refine me. You didn't hear it, or you don't know what the swallowing gourd is? Shui Qianfeng's face stiffened, trying his best to control his power to refine those small swords. Finally, a snowflake was successfully refined, transformed into pure power and integrated into his blood. Shui Qianfeng was overjoyed in his heart, but then he was shocked. Where did he successfully refine those snowflake swords? He clearly integrated himself into it. I'm going to suffer. Shui Qianfeng's heart sank. His own blood energy has gradually changed, and it has become a blood-colored sword. Flashbang. Qin Yang raised his hand and waved, and a small glowing ball flew in front of Shui Qianfeng. This thing is also a martial skill? Shui Qianfeng felt that his brain was not enough, and then, there was a vast expanse of whiteness in the mind, and he couldn't perceive anything. From Qin Yang's point of view, Shui Qianfeng's figure has turned into a long sword full of blood red. With the movement of his divine sense, Shui Qianfeng's memories keep coming. God King level secret realm, Wanzhou Mountain? Qin Yang muttered to himself, in the south of Tianhong territory, there is a mysterious realm of God King in a mountain range. Hundreds of years ago, it used to be a God Emperor level secret realm, but now it has degenerated. Shui Qianfeng came from there, and there was an important branch of Blood Skull. All kinds of information about Wanzhongshan appeared in Qin Yang's mind, and it was as if he had personally experienced it, and he found the location of this Blood Skull branch. A vast ocean of blood was actually formed by a formation. There are actually quite a few families in the God King level secret realm Wanzhou Mountain, but these families do not know that the branch of the blood skeleton is by their side. It seems not far from here. Qin Yang nodded. Although he still didn't know where the headquarters was, in Shui Qianfeng's memory, there was a God King in that branch who was responsible for contacting the headquarters. Qin Yang laughed, looking at the blood sword in his hand. Shui Qianfeng's spiritual sense recovered, and after realizing what had happened, he roared, "Damn, how dare you do this to me? What is the power of the Demon Crow God King? So skilled in using it? You are not a descendant of the Qin family, who are you?" "I'm not, are you?" Qin Yang rolled his eyes. "There is a more interesting scene in my mind." Shui Qianfeng once laughed at the evil taste of the Demon Crow God King, but the two did not deal with it. The Demon Crow God King once threatened to refine Shui Qianfeng into a crow, retain his consciousness, and become a crow. Own puppet. It's just that the Demon King of Crows couldn't do it, but Qin Yang did it. "Qin Yang, you can't die. Do you think that the three major dark forces will stand on the mainland without falling, and they will be able to compete with the Sky Academy? It will be as simple as you think? You will regret it. I will watch the scene of your regret with my own eyes. I will see with my own eyes all those who are related to you." Snapped. The crisp sound sounded, the blood sword shattered directly, and the remaining blood energy was directly annihilated by the black light of the power of annihilation. "Sorry, you can't see it." Qin Yang pouted. Taking a deep breath, the mind sweeps over the surrounding flatland. No one would have thought that the once prosperous city of the King of Chu has now sunk into the ground forever and no longer exists. Walking slowly towards the body of God King Chu, Qin Yang moved his mind and two array flags appeared directly. "Just let you and your people be buried together," Qin Yang said softly. The earth trembled, and there seemed to be a huge movement underground. It was Qin Yang who removed all the original stone walls and preserved the original appearance of the Chu King city. Deep underground, in the palace of the King of Chu, the body of the God King of Chu was buried in it. After doing all this, Qin Yang turned his head to look not far away, and said, "Why didn't you leave?" Chu Ying's face was full of tears, and Xu Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Why did you kill my father?" Chu Ying shouted loudly. "He is a good city lord. Shui Qianfeng's power has completely eroded him, and he used the blood of the people of Chu Wangqing to make Chu Xuanhuang's heart collapse." Qin Yang said quietly. "You can kill Shui Qianfeng, why do you still kill my father? Why didn't you save him? Why didn't you save all the people of Chu Wangqing? Why?" Chu Ying shouted again and again, her body softened, she knelt on the ground, and grabbed the ground hard, but after all, it was nothing. Qin Yang frowned. He had made it very clear that it was the king of Chu who wanted to die. As a city lord, but under the despicableness of Shui Qianfeng, he devoured the blood of his own people, and he can clearly perceive the breath of each of his people. Who can stand it in exchange? I'm just a star realm. Qin Yang took a deep breath. Fighting the God King alone, killing the God King, this can be called a miracle on the mainland. Unprecedented. Only Qin Yang mastered countless powerful martial arts, mastered the rules of extinction, and possessed an inextinguishable body. What are your plans? Qin Yang asked. There was resentment in Chu Ying's eyes, and said, You knew the end of this place from the beginning, right? Qin Yang did not reply. Chu Ying said again, It's because you knew it from the beginning, that's why you don't look like strangers. In your eyes, we are already dead, right? Qin Yang did not refute. You can completely prevent all this from happening, so why do you want to help this tragedy happen? Chu Ying had collapsed. Avoid? What can I do to avoid it? Qin Yang felt uncomfortable. Did he want to watch innocent people die? Did he want to kill the king of Chu? Qin Yang said angrily, You yourself provoked the blood skeleton. You already knew the revenge of the blood skeleton, and it was you who took no precautions. You even condoned Chu Wei. If you want to blame, it's because you are not strong enough. Qin Yang said slowly. The figure flashed and disappeared immediately. Xuanhuan clenched his fists, and the blood in his eyes was deep. Second sister. Xuanhuan didn't know how to treat Qin Yang, and such a deep hatred really had nothing to do with Qin Yang. Qin Yang has done enough, indeed, because they themselves are not strong enough. Xuanhuan said, Second sister, forgive me for not being able to send you to the imperial city. Chu Ying nodded and said, I can go by myself. Without asking more, Chu Ying got up from the ground and walked away. Xuanhuan was still standing in the same place. In the underground city of King Chu, the blood of the people in the city was blocked by Qin Yang before, and at this time, the entire ruins had been filled. In the distance, Chu Ying turned her head slightly, as if watching Xuanhuan sneak into the ground. She knew in her heart what her brother was going to do, and she had no plans to go to the imperial city. Chapter 330 Star Compass. In the south of the Rainbow Territory, in a mountain range, a small town stands here, very prosperous and very lively. Cultivators from all over the world came to this Nanshan city, making this small town seem a little crowded. There are mountains in the south, and the mountains are heavy. Visitors from all directions are like the wind. The wind blows the green mountains, but the mountains do not move. If there is wind in the mountains, the wind does not stop. This guest officer, please come inside. Xiao Er graciously entertained her with a smile on her face and a very respectful attitude. He did not despise Qin Yang because of his youth, but instead gave him the best seat. I'm really sorry, the guest officer, there is only this place by the window. Xiao Er took out a rag and wiped the table and chairs, which were clean and shiny. Qin Yang nodded and said, What are you talking about earlier? Xiao Er smiled and said, This is a slogan that has been handed down from our Nanshan city. Is this the first time the guest officer has come here? Yes. Qin Yang said. Xiao Er explained, Then I have to tell you in detail, there are mountains in the south, and the mountains are 10,000 layers of mountains, which refers to the secret realm of 10,000 layers of mountains. Visitors from all over the world, like the wind, are talking about the gathering of cultivators from all over the world, just like Windy. What about the last two sentences? Qin Yang asked. Xiao Er continued, The wind blows the green mountain, the mountain does not move. It means that no matter what guests come, it cannot shake the forces in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain. It also means to warn all parties, Xiao. As for the wind in this mountain, the wind doesn't stop, that means that the Wanzhong Mountain can't keep these guests. Why? Qin Yang became curious. Xiao looked as if he knew it well, and joked, "Why are you here? Don't you know it yourself? Look at the crowds in this city, all of them are for the same purpose as you." "Oh? Are you sure?" Qin Yang revealed a playful look. Xiao glanced around and said with a smile, "You don't have to hide it. This supernatural magic weapon, the Star Compass, is not a secret. There are several waves of visitors every year, rushing into the treasure hunt when the secret realm opens." Speaking of this, Xiao sighed and said, "Who knows if the void compass really exists? Anyway, it's quite a god. I only know that the practitioners from all over the world have returned without success. The resources of the people are all in the hands of the powerful people in the secret realm, and those people can't get any benefits. This is not the case, only the mountain is like a wind, and the wind doesn't stop." Qin Yang nodded. The treasure hunt could not find it, and the resources could not be robbed. "Okay, give me a cup of tea first," Qin Yang said. "Okay, come right away." Xiao responded and asked suddenly, "Hey, this guest officer, are you really not here to hunt for treasure? Why do you ask that?" Qin Yang was puzzled. Xiao pointed to the crowd of people pushing and shoving on the street, all of them going in the same direction, and some people's faces showed urgency, and said, "The day the door to the secret realm opens is today, and according to past habits, it is now." "Ah?" Qin Yang was stunned. "It's better to come early than to come by coincidence. If you miss this time, you don't know how long you have to wait." Before the tea was served, Qin Yang lost his interest in drinking tea. With Xiao attentive look, Qin Yang clearly took out a spiritual stone and put it on the table. Xiao's eyes suddenly brightened, and he really is a rich young master. He bet is that the other party has money and is in a hurry. Generally speaking, such guests are extremely generous. And importantly, there is no time to wait for yourself to find change. Thank you for the objective, the trip went smoothly, and it will be a success soon. The little heir shouted loudly. According to your auspicious words. Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. The gate of the city, on an open space, was crowded with people. In the middle of the crowd, a young man looked impatient, and was accompanied by an old servant. "Those who want to enter the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain, come here to pay. I can send you directly to the gate of the secret realm," the young man said. "Is the gate of the secret realm still hidden in a hidden place? Why do you have to pay to go to your teleportation array?" Someone shouted unhappily. Someone hurriedly said in a low voice, "This is Li Xuanhuan, the second young master of the Li family in the secret realm. You can't offend him. We know where the gate of the secret realm is, but he won't let us in unless we leave his teleportation formation." Li Xuanhuan frowned and looked at the person who had questioned before, stretched out his hand, and said, "You, come back next year." The man was instantly furious, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to fuck him. Countless Taoist thoughts flashed around him, locking him in, making him not dare to move. "If you don't want to enter, don't implicate us." A big man with a gloomy face looked bad. "It's interesting." Qin Yang watched all this quietly, and honestly queued up to pay. Thinking in my heart, the branch of the blood skeleton is in the secret realm of the 10,000 layers, but how do they get in and out? In the bottom of my heart, Shenlongjie said, there are 2 secret doors in this myriad mountain secret realm. How did you know? Qin Yang asked. Shenlongjie let out a sigh and said, I'm already a god-level magic weapon. We don't need to go through the portal in this secret realm. Yo, do you still have this function? Qin Yang laughed. Shenlongjie felt a great humiliation, how much distrust of himself. You bastard, you know the ability of Lao Tzu. Even swallowing the gourd can't be trapped. Stop, I still don't know the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain, so don't act rashly. Qin Yang said. In fact, Qin Yang had a plan in his heart to destroy this branch, but his current strength is still slightly insufficient. Shui Qianfeng was killed because of the strength of each other, but Qin Yang did not swell enough to challenge all the God Kings. And before that, 2 more copies must be made and promoted to God King. Hey, I said, you don't usually put a fart in your back, why does it come out again? Qin Yang asked. Shen Longjiu smiled and said, if there is a star compass in this myriad mountain secret realm, you must get it. Why? Qin Yang asked. Shen Longjiu said, you don't know the magic of this star compass. Once I have him, it will definitely make me even more powerful, not only to go wherever I want, but also to have a direction. You are a dragon. Qin Yang pouted. But I also know the usefulness of this star compass. A flash of light suddenly flashed in my mind, and I thought of Zhou De inexplicably. Qin Yang asked if Zhou Da's heavenly gate seal matches the starry sky compass. Shen Longjiu was suddenly silent, and after a long time he said, you must not let him get it. Once he gets it, he will no longer have to set the coordinates, but can use the star compass to send it directly to any place. Qin Yang took a deep breath. This star compass actually has such great power? It seems not a simple magic weapon. It can make Shen Longjiu remember that it can help Zhou Da's Tianmen print so much, if this star compass really has. Qin Yang laughed, it must be mine. Jing worried about how to copy the exercises and martial arts, and let others take action on him. What are you thinking? Hurry up and follow, a big man behind him said dissatisfiedly. I won't keep up, you hit me. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and looked arrogant. The big man looked stunned for a moment, and he was about to shoot when he was angry, but he could not feel any power in Qin Yang, and even Qin Yang seemed to be a phantom. He was so frightened that he did not dare to shoot. Apologize again and again. Alas. Qin Yang sighed, but it still didn't work. The big man gave up several steps and retreated to the back, and Qin Yang also directly became the focus of the audience. A series of spiritual thoughts swept over, and hurriedly took them back. Everyone's faces showed strange expressions, and their gazes towards Qin Yang were full of fear. Li Suifeng also saw this, and the old servant beside him had a sound transmission from his divine sense, and he didn't know what to say to him. Li Suifeng nodded lightly, and walked over with a smile and folded his hands. This brother, you also came to Wanzhongshan, to play? Yes, play. Qin Yang nodded, and bowed his hands. I don't know where my brother came from? Li Suifeng inquired. You are not qualified to know. Qin Yang said lightly. Chapter 331, Who else? I wipe, who is this kid? How arrogant. This is about to enter other people's territory. With such an attitude, does he not know who Li Suifeng is? Li Suifeng, the second young master of the Li family, one of the 3 great families in the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain, usually thinks he is arrogant, but now there is a better one. Li Suifeng's face was a little ugly, and he said with a chuckle, this brother, I will give you a face to speak kind words to you, don't be ignorant of flattery. Qin Yang drooped his eyelids, a little bored, and said, I also gave you face. If someone else dared to talk to me like this, I would have died 100 times. Everyone in the queue took a breath of air, and the big man who had retreated earlier was even more lucky. The origin of this kid is not easy. Qin Yangjing didn't look at Li Suifeng, but just stared at the old servant beside Li Suifeng lazily. System panel. Qin Yang whispered in his heart. Host, Qin Yang. Cultivation, the star realm is complete. Cultivation method, Qiankuan Biantian art, the advanced progress is August 10th. Martial arts. Advancement progress is August 10th. This old servant also has the star realm, if he can take action against me. Qin Yang secretly said in his heart. The old servant raised his brows. What was the matter with such a seemingly absent provocation? Without this kid's attention, why does it feel like being coveted by the wild beasts? Young master, you can't. The old servant's divine sense transmitted a voice, and before he finished speaking, Li Xuefeng laughed directly. Okay, very good. In this 10,000 mountains, no one has ever dared to speak to me like this. You are the first and the last. Li Xuefeng looked around and said loudly, everyone remember this person, as long as there is him now, the teleportation array will be suspended, and the door to the secret realm will not be opened for the time being. There was an uproar in the audience, and they all eagerly wanted to enter the Wanzhong mountain to hunt for treasure, but now it is better, they are not allowed to enter at all. It was obviously unwise to be angry at Li Xuefeng, and everyone looked at Qin Yang angrily for a while. Qin Yang was delighted, so it was in his heart, and he raised his voice, I'm standing here today, don't open the door to the secret realm of Wanzhong mountain if you have the ability. Looking around, Qin Yang cupped his hands and said, if anyone is dissatisfied with me, feel free to teach me a lesson, you are welcome at any time. Speaking of this, Qin Yang paused and continued, I'm not laughing at you, and I'm not targeting anyone. In my eyes, everyone present is garbage. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he secretly said in his heart, it seems that this is what he said. In this case, he is afraid that he will be promoted directly to the King of Gods. Quietly waiting for others to take action against him, waiting and waiting, but no one did it. Everyone has different thoughts, and their eyes are full of strangeness when they look at Qin Yang. Is this kid a map gun? One mouth covers everyone present in a large area? Where did you come from? How dare you be so arrogant? Zhao Xingchen came to learn the tricks. A middle-aged man squeezed out of the crowd and looked at Qin Yang with a bad expression. Zhao Xingchen, there is also a place in the Star Realm, and even the name has been changed. The goal is directly at the fighting stars, but it is a pity that I have not been able to enter the list of fighting stars. His star fist is like a meteor shower, and it is difficult for an ordinary Star Realm cultivator to resist. This is a good show. I see how confident this kid is, he dares to provoke us all. Everyone rejoiced in misfortune, but Qin Yang smiled softly, come on, let's do it. Zhao Xingchen frowned, and said arrogantly, you are just a junior. If I make a move first, I will make the world look down on me. You make the move first, and I can let you make 3 moves. Qin Yang's face suddenly became ugly, why do these people have to go against him? Is it so difficult to copy a kung fu and martial skill to quickly become a god king? In my opinion, you are not qualified to let me take action at all. Letting you take action is to give you face, so that you can't make a move. Qin Yang said seriously. Zhao Xingchen was in a hurry for a while, his fists clenched and creaked. At this time, he couldn't care about reputation, and said angrily, good boy, today I will beat you all over the place to find your teeth, and for everyone to be faster. Enter the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain. Ding. Copy the exercise method Ju. The progress of the exercise method is September 10th. Ding. Copy the martial arts Star Fist. The martial arts proficiency will automatically increase to the peak, and the martial arts progress will be 9 out of 10. Comfortable. Qin Yang moved his muscles and bones, and all the stars in the sky had already smashed over him. Qin Yang raised his left hand lightly, raised it high, and shouted in a low voice, meteorite is falling from the sky. Baki Orochi's Earth-type big move was directly used. In Qin Yang's eyes, Xingchen Fist is just some tricks, and little meteor is not worth mentioning at all. Within the range of the meteorite, the stars were out of control and were pulled into the air. The meteorite skyfall can be said to be a super version of the Star Fist. Under the action of gravity, Zhao Xingchen's Star Fist completely failed, but it also increased the power of the meteorite skyfall. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at the sky in horror. The huge shadow made it hard for everyone to breathe. Like a real star hitting the ground, Fengyuan Baizhong is afraid that it will be hit directly, and Fangyuan Qianzheng is afraid that it will also be affected. Zhao Xingchen's calf trembled, and he could tell from this hand that he and the other party were not on the same level at all. It's ridiculous that he has been humbled again and again before, just like a clown jumping on a beam. The huge meteorite hovered over everyone had left the place, and even the entire Nanshan city was in turmoil, panicking to stay away from here. I'm sorry, I used the wrong martial skill. Qin Yang scratched his head and said apologetically, I just wanted to restrain Xingchen fist, but I forgot that this martial skill is a large-scale group attack. The sound of gulping and swallowing saliva sounded one after another, and everyone's heart suddenly collapsed. The pupils of some cultivators in the star realm shrunk. With such martial skills, they still hovered in the air without falling. How strong is this kid's true energy? How powerful is the control? No wonder he is so arrogant, he has this strength. A cultivator of the star realm wiped the sweat from his forehead, but fortunately he didn't show up just now. Zhao Xingchen's body was stiff, and he didn't even dare to escape. If the meteorite hadn't stopped, he would definitely have been smashed into patties. Thank you, little brother, for not killing me. Zhao Xingchen's face was ugly, he bowed his hands with difficulty, and left as if escaping. Li Suifeng felt uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. This guy who seemed to be a little younger than himself, actually had such a skill? Why didn't you remind me? Li Suifeng glared at the old servant beside him. The old servant looked helpless. Remind me, but you didn't listen. Staring at Qin Yang with deep meaning, are the geniuses on the mainland already so powerful? Qin Yang stretched out his hand and waved, and the meteorite directly dissipated in the air. In fact, Qin Yang didn't expect this move to have such great power. It stands to reason that the meteorite falling from the sky is at most as large as a radius of 10 feet, but this move is directly a meteorite with a radius of 100 feet. This sudden fall, the entire Nanshan city was gone. Feeling the Earth Array flag integrated into the sea of stars, the corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. With the flag of the Earth Array, the power of the Earth element rules has been directly multiplied. Who else? Qin Yang shouted loudly. I never pretend to be coercive on weekdays, but it's a little interesting to pretend it suddenly. It's just that, unlike the imagined hatred, everyone avoided Qin Yang's gaze, and even the people in line in front gave way. One more. Qin Yang's eyes kept searching, but if he was staring at him, he hurriedly lowered his head or looked elsewhere. Chapter 332. Li Suifeng looked a little embarrassed and said, Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Please go to the teleportation array, and I will take you there first. After entering the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain, you will be the fourth noble of my Li family. Guests. Fourth? Qin Yang showed a playful smile. Who are the other three? Li Suifeng said, the three guests are unparalleled in terms of identity and strength, and among the younger generation, they are also rare. Speaking of this, Li Suifeng said profoundly, I advise my brothers not to be too arrogant. If I offend someone who can't afford to offend, I'm afraid it will be difficult to end. Oh? And the people I can't afford to offend? I'm looking forward to it. Qin Yang shrugged. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly stopped and looked back at the crowd. Is there really no one who will attack me again? Everyone with them shook their heads in unison, daring to be angry but not daring to speak. It's boring. Qin Yang complained, it seems that he can only start with the star compass. When he finds the star compass, he doesn't believe that others can hold it back. The teleportation array flashed, and Qin Yang's figure disappeared. Li Suifeng's face suddenly darkened, and he said angrily, Damn, I really don't know how high the sky is. After entering the Wanzhong Mountain, I will make you look good. The old servant said in a low voice, This guy doesn't look simple, so it's better not to be hostile. He has strength, which is also a good thing for us. Li Suifeng snorted softly, Feng Lian and the three of them are so arrogant. Which corner did this kid jump out of? Anyone who comes here can step on my head and act recklessly. How can this make me mess up? The old servant is a little helpless. There are countless arrogances in the Sky Continent. It's a pity that the second young master has the ambition of Honghu, but he doesn't have the strength at all. The team was in full swing, and everyone went to the teleportation array after paying the money. As the light of the teleportation array flashed, people were constantly being teleported to the gate of the secret realm of Wanzhongshan. Among the mountains, there is a square. Above the square, two coiled dragon columns stand tall. As long as the dragon column lights up and connects with a door of light, the secret realm of the Wanzhong Mountain can be entered. Those who arrived early and Qin Yang appeared in this square, and everyone felt a little anxious. Some people are a little excited, as if the starry sky compass is waiting for them to get it in the gate of the secret realm. It's really troublesome. How long does it take to wait? One person shouted loudly. Those who came early also responded and complained loudly. The people who came from behind kept silent, their eyes turned to Qin Yang from time to time. Everyone, don't be impatient. It's still half an hour before the door to the secret realm will open. Because it takes a lot of spirit stones to open the door to the secret realm, it can't be opened for too long. Please forgive me. A young man cupped his hands in all directions with a smile on his face. Wang Shower, this is my second time here. Why don't you tell us honestly, is there a starry sky compass in this Wanzhong Mountain? A man asked. Wang Shower's face showed a helpless look. There must be some, but it's just such a powerful treasure. If you want to get it, you must have a great chance. Don't talk to us about these things. You are the only son of the dignified royal family. Can't you give us some inside information? Wang Shower scratched his head, looking embarrassed. It is unimaginable that he is the only son of the Wang family, one of the three major families in the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain. It doesn't look like a young master, and the name is even worse. This is the 9th time I've come here, and I've been looking for it for 9 years. This star compass does exist, and I almost got it. An old man sighed and said, it's only one step away, and I can get it, but why? Everyone casts a color of curiosity and admiration. 9 years. With such perseverance, it seems that this star compass really exists. The mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain is opened once a year, and once for half a year. The range of the secret realm is vast, and even if there are maps given by the three companies, it is difficult to search in detail. The old man's words gave everyone a boost. What the hell? You keep talking, someone urged. The old man smiled and said, the star compass, I have seen it with my own eyes, it is in the collapse point of the secret realm. What? Collapse point? My God, how do I get this? Every secret realm has a collapse point. When the collapse point continues to expand, the power of the secret realm will automatically pour into it, trying to fill it up. Over time, the power of the secret realm became less and less, resulting in the downgrade of the secret realm. The mysterious realm of Wanzhongshan used to be a God-Emperor level mystery realm, and it was because of this that it was downgraded to a God-King level mystery realm. Since the star compass is in the collapse point, it is impossible to get it, so why are you still here? Someone asked. The old man said helplessly, the star compass has its own consciousness, and it will not stay in one place. Anyway, I have already recorded its breath. I didn't say any extra words. After all, after saying it, it was equivalent to making a wedding dress for others. After all, everyone is in competition with each other. For a time, the old man seemed to be the center of the audience. Everyone couldn't help but want to get closer to make friends and get to know him. If they were with him, it would obviously be more effective. If you want to get the star compass, you have to find it first. Qin Yang looked at all this with cold eyes, and had no intention of going forward. Shenlongjiu just said through voice transmission that a magic weapon like the star compass. If it can appear in front of others, it must be what it wants to appear. It can also be known from the old man's words that the starry sky compass obviously wants others to find the collapse point and take measures. The last owner of this starry sky compass, I'm afraid it is the master of this secret realm. But the master of the secret realm has fallen, alas. Shenlongjiu sighed. How do you know that the lord of the secret realm has fallen? Qin Yang asked. Shenlongjiu explained, only the fallen master of the secret realm will degrade the secret realm. Otherwise, if the God Emperor is still alive, the secret realm he established will not be downgraded. The collapse point will be controlled by the God Emperor himself. Qin Yang nodded clearly, then how should we find it? Shenlongjiu said with a smile, super God-level magic weapons are sensitive to each other. As long as they are not deliberately hidden, they can be found within a certain range. Qin Yang frowned, that is to say, if Feng Lian and the others also come to Wanzhong Mountain, they who have swallowing gourd, Tianmen seal, and listening to Dao Qin can also sense the star compass? Yes. Shenlongjiu paused for a while, and then said, not only that, the starry sky compass and the Tianmen seal have an old friendship, and they are a perfect match for each other. If the starry sky compass knows that the Tianmen seal is coming, I am afraid it will take the initiative to send it to the door. How long do we have to wait? Someone became impatient, isn't the time already up? Wang Shower hurriedly explained, please wait a little longer, the three will be here soon. Tell me about you, it's obviously the Li family who is in charge of the reception this year, but you came to join in the fun. It's really hard work. Your father really didn't give you the wrong name. A young girl came out more and more. The girl looked at the person who asked and said, wait while you wait. If the three of them don't come, the door to this secret realm will not be opened. Who is this big face? This face is too big. Someone said unconvinced. The girl smiled and said, the 8 Shinto clans are descended from the Feng family, the Zhou family, and the Master family, and they all have their own secret keys to the realm of the gods. Do you think this will be given to you? Everyone's heart sank, and they all showed an expression, it's over, how can you rob them? It's interesting. Qin Yang shook his head with a wry smile, what he really wanted. Chapter 333 You are not qualified to let me go back. Zhang Xiaoxiao, why did you come out? Wang Shower looked at the girl and asked. Zhang Xiaoxiao has a lively and lovely appearance, and a splendid close-fitting robe shows her figure perfectly. Leaning in front of Wang Shower, the charming girl's fragrance made Wang Shower's face red, and he stepped back. Pfft. Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled and said, I'm bored, come out for a walk, can't I? Okay. Wang Shower hesitantly choked out a word. Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly whispered, in addition to the 3 people from the 8 Shinto clans, we have an interesting person here this year. Who? Wang Shower became curious, with a look of anticipation on his face, is he strong? Zhang Xiaoxiao pouted, I'm afraid you're not his opponent either. Wang Shower looks very simple and honest, but he didn't expect to be a martial arts madman. It's really your loss for not being able to travel to the mainland and join the fighting guild. Zhang Xiaoxiao wrinkled her nose. Who is it? Wang Shower asked. The shyness of the honest man was replaced by the will to fight. Zhang Xiaoxiao stretched out his finger and pointed gently at Qin Yang, who seemed out of place outside the crowd, it's him. Wang Shower didn't believe it, he? Zhang Xiaoxiao laughed like a silver bell, don't underestimate him, Zhao Xingchen, you know? The one who fought against 3 star-level monsters alone last year. Well, I know, his combat power is not worse than mine. Wang Shower thought. Zhang Xiaoxiao leaned into Wang Shower's ear, exhaling like a blue, this guy scared Zhao Xingchen with a single trick and didn't dare to move. Wang Shower suddenly widened his eyes, how is this possible? Why is it impossible? I just saw with my own eyes that Nanshan City was almost destroyed. One person provokes the audience, and no one dares to look at him. Look at others, eh? Little heir? Zhang Xiaoxiao was saying. Wang Xiaoer beside him is gone. After taking a closer look, Zhang Xiaoxiao's face changed. Oops. Wang Xiaoer walked straight towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang was about to fall asleep with drooping eyelids, yawning and waiting. It was so boring. Huh? Qin Yang raised his eyelids slightly and quietly looked at Wang Xiaoer, who walked in front of him. Hello. Wang Xiaoer cupped his hands. Okay. Qin Yang nodded and said, let's do it. Ah? Wang Xiaoer was taken aback and scratched his head. Will it be too abrupt? You are a guest after all. It's not abrupt, it's you. Qin Yang rubbed his hands and felt no sleepiness. As long as you copy one more, you can advance to the God King realm. In this God King level secret realm, he will be an invincible existence. What destroys the blood skeleton branch, even if it is to kill the 3 Feng Lian here, it is not bad. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and when he thought of Feng Lian 3 people, his heart was full of fire. Killing is still not easy to kill. These 3 birds can be resurrected, but they're super god-level magic weapon. Hee. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. This smile looked a little terrifying in Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes, who hurried over. Misunderstanding. He recognized the wrong person. Zhang Xiaoxiao stood in front of Wang Xiaoer. You walk away. He didn't admit his mistake. Qin Yang frowned. Such a thorn in his own good? Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart sank, and he took a deep look at Qin Yang. Isn't this guy here to seek revenge? The previous smile was creepy to look at. No, Wang Xiaoer must not be allowed to do anything with him. Zhang Xiaoxiao pulled Wang Xiaoer's arm hard. Wang Xiaoer was confused, and when his skin touched, he blushed again, and his mind went blank. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Yang with an apologetic smile, and said, he doesn't even know who you are, so he must be mistaken. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he was speechless. Seeing that his helper who was promoted to God King was dragged back by Zhang Xiaoxiao, it was like a boiled duck swayed in front of his hungry face, and the duck twitched its butt and flew away. Qin Yang looked at Wang Xiaoer with some regret, and smacked his lips. All these details are in Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes, which makes Zhang Xiaoxiao feel inexplicably afraid. I warn you, this guy has an ominous origin, mysterious and powerful, don't provoke him. Zhang Xiaoxiao said solemnly. I just want to learn from him. Wang Xiaoer was a little helpless. You want to discuss with him? Do you know what he thinks? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked. What can he think? Wang Xiaoer was puzzled. Zhang Xiaoxiao whispered, you didn't see his smile before, and that look in his eyes. Although there is no murderous intent, I have an intuition that he is very dangerous. It's not as mysterious as you said, right? Wang Xiaoer couldn't understand at all. This is my intuition as a woman. Zhang Xiaoxiao said directly. Okay. Wang Xiaoer sighed, but he really wanted to know how strong that guy was, really wanted to fight him. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Wang Xiaoer's gaze from time to time, and said, when the people from the 3 families of the 8 Shinto clans come, it's the same for you to learn from them. When it comes to fighting, Wang Xiaoer's IQ immediately peaked. You mean, this guy is stronger than Feng Lian? Women's intuition. Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded. The omnipotent reason made Wang Xiaoer unable to refute. How long do we have to wait? The crowd roared uncomfortably. After knowing who was coming, everyone's mood was very low, and if they waited like this, everyone's mood became worse and worse. Another burst of light flashed through the teleportation array, and everyone was shocked. Coming. Feng Lian, Zhou De, and Shifeng walked out of the teleportation formation with their heads held high under Li Suifeng's flattering smile. Open the door to the secret realm. Feng Lian said. Okay, okay. Li Suifeng nodded again and again, and said, the family has set up a banquet for the three of them, and they will wash away the dust. Saying that, Li Suifeng took out a token and injected spiritual sense into it. The two coiled dragon pillars hummed, and the sound of the avenue sounded. The light curtain slowly opened between the two coiled dragon pillars, and the door to another world opened. The secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain. Everyone can't help themselves, everyone keeps peeking at Feng Li and three people, this will be the biggest opponent. There are also many people secretly aiming at Qin Yang, this guy is a dark horse. As the door to the secret realm opened, the three Feng Lian slowly walked into it at the invitation of Li Suifeng. Qin Yang also raised his footsteps and followed, with a playful look on his face. Sure enough, there is a problem. Zhang Xiaoxiao has been observing Qin Yang since the appearance of the three of them, and found that Qin Yang's expression is very good, which makes people look a little confused. He dragged Wang Xiaoer and walked directly behind Qin Yang. The group was the first to enter the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain, and the others followed this way. Can you walk faster? Qin Yang frowned, dissatisfied. Li Suifeng turned back, his pupils tightened, and a playful look appeared on his face. Do you know who is in front of you? I said before, so you don't get too arrogant, why don't you listen? The three Feng Lian did not look back at all, admiring the scenery of Wanzhong Mountain. The mountain peaks are undulating and endless, and the green pines and willows are a refreshing scene. My heart seems to have opened up a lot. Although there is no Taoyuan scenery, it has a different taste. If you want me to go faster, you must have this qualification. Feng Lian said without turning his head. Zhou De and Shifeng also laughed disdainfully, not caring about the hillies behind them at all. How do you know if I have the qualifications if you don't look back at me? Qin Yang's smile grew thicker. You are not qualified to let me go back. Feng Lian said slowly. Zhou De and Shifeng felt a little strange, this voice. Shifeng turned around and looked at the familiar face, her whole person was instantly dumbfounded. Zhou De looked at Shifeng's expression, his scalp was numb, and the terrifying conjecture in his heart became a reality. He couldn't help but turn his head to look, and his face suddenly turned green. You two are? Feng Lian asked, curiously. Feng Lian still did not look back, because he had no time to look back. Zhou De directly urged Tianmen and disappeared in place with Feng Lian. Shifeng appeared again, already far away. Qin Yang said with a smile, I just let you go faster, but I didn't let you go so fast. Qin Yang. Feng Lian finally knew who was standing behind him just now, and his back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. How could Qin Yang appear here? Ah! What are you pinching me for? Wang Xiaoer cried out in pain. Zhang Xiaoxiao was full of excitement and said, Look, I'm right. Let's see if you dare to underestimate a woman's intuition. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at the mysterious Qin Yang, and the fire of gossip ignited in his eyes. What kind of person is this person who can directly scare the young masters of 3 of the 8 Shinto clans into this? It is not an exaggeration to describe it with a head-scratcher. Chapter 334 Refuse the Invitation. With a smile on his face, Qin Yang stood beside the gate of the secret realm and made way for the people behind to continue in. Tianmen's seal can be transmitted across secret realms, right? Qin Yang asked in a loud voice. Zhou Da's face was extremely ugly, and it was easier said than done to teleport across secret realms. With his current strength in the star realm, to unseal the Tianmen seal to the heavenly level, if he wants to teleport from this God-King level secret realm, he has to hold his hand for a while, and he must stand next to the gate of the secret realm. With this skill, he didn't know how many times he had to be killed by Qin Yang. Suddenly, the 3 Feng Lian felt like stepping into a trap. The 3 major families of this God-King level secret realm, Wanzhongshan, the Li family, the Wang family, and the Zhang family, are not weak. And this is in their territory. Feng Lian began to analyze, looked at Qin Yang deeply, and said, "It's such a big worry, why don't we get rid of him here?" Zhou De had a psychological shadow on Qin Yang for a long time, and it was strong and lingering. His power was too much restrained in front of Qin Yang, especially Qin Yang could follow teleportation, which made him like a nightmare. Shifei's eyes wanted to breathe fire, and she said, "With the help of the three major families, it may not be impossible to kill Qin Yang." All the strings of the listening Daoqin were broken and entered the belly of Shenlongjiu. This account, even if Shifei wanted to forget it, she would not agree to listen to the Daoqin. Exactly, in this secret realm, I can also use the Daoist piano unscrupulously. It's just my current cultivation level. Shifei sighed. Feng Lian pondered and said, "Don't worry, the swallowing gourd will soon be able to make a new sixth-order Tong Tian pill, and it took so long to refine two at the same time. Calculate the time, that is, it will take a few days. Can become Dan." Having said that, Zhou De and Shifei were also a little more confident. Everyone entered the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain one after another, and after a humming sound of the avenue, the door to the secret realm was closed. The mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain is opened once a year, and once a year for half a year. During this half year, everyone can go on adventures and treasure hunts under the arrangement of the Li family. The old servant beside Li Xuefeng began to introduce that he was the last one to enter the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain, so naturally he didn't know what happened. The old servant continued, "The Li family will provide you with a map of Wanzhong Mountain. The map is marked with various treasures and dangerous places. At the same time, everyone must pay 1,000 low-grade spirit stones every day, and all the treasures obtained will be shared with the four of the Li family." 6 points. Cultivators who have been here many times are naturally familiar with it, but those who have come for the first time are frying. You have to pay 1,000 yuan of low-grade spirit stones every day? Are your Li family robbing money? All the treasures you get will be 4 or 6 points with the Li family? It's too much. There was dissatisfaction in the crowd. The old servant of the Li family sneered, "Of course, you can also use the map of the Li family. This secret realm of Wanzhongshan is extremely dangerous. Do you think that only Shanduo has this name?" Speaking of this, the old servant of the Li family changed his easygoing appearance before, his face darkened, and said, "I can explain in advance that if you accidentally die, don't blame us for the poor hospitality. What a map, with poor reception and 1,000 spirit stones a day. You." Someone complained loudly, and the person next to him immediately pulled him and whispered, "Brother, stop arguing, there are countless treasures in the mystical realm of the 10,000 Layers Mountain, the spiritual materials of heaven and earth, and the countless rare and precious elixir. With a map, just look for it, this daily spiritual stone is enough. Don't forget the purpose of our coming here." That's right, this is someone else's territory after all, and this secret realm of the 10,000 Layers Mountain belongs to someone else. Some people were still unconvinced and said, "But in this way, wouldn't we become slaves to others?" That's not it. Do you think people are so kind to let you enter the secret realm to find the star compass? The crowd gradually quieted down, and everyone swallowed the rules. The old servant warned, "I advise you to be less crooked. If you find someone hiding it, don't blame us for being rude." After finishing speaking, the old servant hurriedly walked to Li Xuefeng, and suddenly looked at the three Feng Lian far away in surprise. The old servant asked in a low voice, "Second young master, this is?" Li Xuefeng kept staring at Qin Yang, and the old servant also looked over curiously. "If you don't pay, you just don't have a map, right?" Qin Yang asked. The old servant frowned and said, "Yes." Qin Yang nodded and looked around. He had Shui Qianfeng's memory and didn't need a map at all. The experienced cultivator who has been here several times immediately gloated over his misfortune. This kid, I'm afraid he will suffer. What's the use of being strong? He has no idea how dangerous this mountain is. There are dangerous places everywhere. If he doesn't know anything, he might die without knowing how to die. After all, it was a God Emperor level secret realm before. In many dangerous places, even God Kings will die. Li Suifeng flew to Feng Lian's side and asked, curiously, do you know this guy? Who is this person? Feng Lian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, this person is extremely insidious and cunning, and he is our enemy. Ah? Li Suifeng suddenly gasped, but he still wanted to make friends before. However, the opponent's temper really made Li Suifeng very upset. Li Suifeng snorted coldly and said, since he's here, then he's unlucky. When do you think it's best to get rid of him? Feng Lian couldn't help laughing and said, don't underestimate him, his strength is not as simple as you think. Feng Lian was very satisfied with Li Suifeng's attitude. Hey! Second young master of the Li family, did you just let us stand so empty? Didn't you promise to entertain us well? Someone shouted loudly. Li Suifeng flew back and said loudly, I've neglected everyone, sorry, please come with me to Li's house now. Looking at Qin Yang, Li Suifeng said, as for this person, it is forbidden to go to Li's house. For a time, the audience was all curious. They only entered the secret realm of Xuanhuan after that, and they didn't know what happened in front of them. Why? Where did I offend your Li family? Qin Yang laughed. There is no reason. Since you are their enemy of Feng Lian, you are also the enemy of my Li family. It is already your luck to let you enter the secret realm. Ask for your own blessings. Li Suifeng's eyes showed a dark color. Obviously, not only do I want Qin Yang to ask for more blessings, but if there is a chance, I am afraid that he will find a way to kill Qin Yang and take credit in front of the three Feng Lian. Then what if I have to go? Qin Yang continued to smile. Why don't you stop me and try? Li Suifeng's face froze. Qin Yang's previous move, the meteorite falling from the sky, seemed to be still vivid in his eyes. With his means, he was not an opponent at all. Li Suifeng sneered, good boy, crazy enough. This is already in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain, and the gate of the secret realm will only be opened after half a year. Before that, no one can do without this secret realm. Originally, he was going to threaten Qin Yang, but Qin Yang smiled even more when he heard it. Really? That's really good. Qin Yang said. The Feng Lian three people in the distance were investigating the spiritual sense, and they also heard these conversations, and their faces suddenly turned black. Isn't this putting wolves into the flock and locking the sheepfold? Since the Li family doesn't welcome you, why not go to the Wang family? Zhang Xiaoxiao walked up to Qin Yang and asked. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Xiao with a blank face. Interesting, you are Miss Zhang's family, how do you decide for the Wang family? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled and said, although I belong to the Zhang family, I have a marriage contract with Xiao Heir. The wedding date is approaching, and I am also a member of the Wang family. Why not invite the prince for the Wang family? Qin Yang nodded knowingly, looking at Li Suifeng glaring at each other, but unable to do anything. Qin Yang smiled lightly. He doesn't care about these three relationships, he only cares about two things. The first is the starry sky compass, and the second is the destruction of the blood skeleton branch. No need. Qin Yang said lightly. Although his tone was polite, there was an extreme indifference in his bones. Chapter 335. Li Suifeng looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao with a bad expression, and said, Zhang Xiaoxiao, what do you mean? Don't you understand what I said before? Zhang Xiaoxiao said, what did you say before? Li Suifeng gritted his teeth and said, this guy is the enemy of my Li family. Oh, so what? It's not the enemy of our Wang family and Zhang family, is it okay? Zhang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. He stabbed Wang Xiaoer with his elbow. Wang Xiaoer wanted to challenge Qin Yang long ago, so he also invited, although the Li family is in charge of entertaining this time, since they don't welcome you in the Li family, you can come to my house. Guest. Li Suifeng's face sank, and he said angrily, it seems that the two of you are determined to fight against my Li family? The atmosphere became tense. Li Suifeng looked at the three Feng Lian in the distance, and suddenly smiled, whatever you are, I just hope that you will not regret it. Li Suifeng instructed the old servant, and the old servant immediately led the way for everyone. It's just that when everyone passed by Qin Yang, they all looked at it curiously, not understanding how this kid offended the Feng Lian 3. Feng Lian, they are people of the 8 races of the Shinto way. I'm afraid this kid's background is not simple. The enemy of the 8 Shinto clans can stand so well? Isn't Feng Lian the strongest of the young generation? He is cultivated to the realm of the King of God at such an age. Boy? What about him? Hurry up and get the map and look for the star compass. Even if you can't find it, you have to hurry up and find some treasures, 1,000 spirit stones a day. Everyone gradually left, only Qin Yang was still looking around. Among the 3 families, the Li family is the strongest, and now Feng Lian is joined by 3 people. You offend them. Only the 2 of us can keep you safe for half a year. Zhang Xiaoxiao said. She looked at Qin Yang curiously. Obviously this guy was entering the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain for the first time, but he seemed to be familiar with the road, as if he was looking for something. Qin Yang ignored it and flew directly to a nearby rock, where Qin Yang stopped. Ding! The level of the formation is higher than that of the host, and it cannot be actively copied. The system prompt is coming. Wang Xiaoer and Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at each other and looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. That rock was where the formation of the Gate of Secret Realm was. How did Qin Yang know? Wandering around blindly will only kill you. Zhang Xiaoxiao shouted. Qin Yang stopped, looked back, and left without saying a word. Wait. Zhang Xiaoxiao's face tightened, and she stopped Qin Yang, staring at Qin Yang's eyes, and said solemnly, why do I think that you look at our eyes like you are looking at a dead person? You think too much. I think everyone is the same. Qin Yang said. Chu Ying's sorrowful cry suddenly appeared in her mind, did you treat us as dead long ago? She remembered that Chu Ying's feet were about to wear out, and she had to bring her own dishes. Qin Yang shook his head and cleared these pictures out of his mind. If you get entangled again, I'll let you get free sooner. Qin Yang said coldly, dodging and disappearing on the spot. According to Shui Qianfeng's memory, let's go to inquire about the branch of Blood Skull first. Wang Xiaoer looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao curiously and asked, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep inviting him? Although we and the Li family are at odds, but... Zhang Xiaoxiao shook his head and said, do you remember the rumors about our 3 clans? Which one? Wang Xiaoer scratched his head. God Emperor level Secret Realm is downgraded to God King level Secret Realm. Zhang Xiaoxiao said. Wang Xiaoer thought for a while and said, remember, Grandpa once said that there was a mysterious person who was suspected of being a Tianjin here a few hundred years ago, and said that the Secret Realm was about to be downgraded. And not long after he left, the Secret Realm was downgraded. Already. What else? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked. Wang Xiaoer said, someone asked at that time, since it will be downgraded to the God King level Secret Realm, when will it be downgraded to the Grandmaster level Secret Realm, and when will it collapse completely? The old man said that it will not be before the time to downgrade again. This Secret Realm will collapse. Wang Xiaoer's eyes suddenly widened, and he said in disbelief, no way. This Secret Realm can't collapse just fine. Zhang Xiaoxiao sighed and said, the mysterious force that has been dormant in this Secret Realm for a long time has become restless recently. It seems that he has been in contact with the Li family long ago. Now there is such a strange person. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaoxiao said, I hope this is all I think about. The two left together and went to Li's house. This year, the Li family is in charge of reception, but the Wang family and Zhang family will also send people, one to monitor each other, and the other to show the harmony of the three clans. Greedy Wolf Mountain, the high mountain where the Li family is located. The entire Wanzhongshan secret realm is the highest mountain, reaching the clouds. The Li family villa covers a very wide area, and most of the villages are above the clouds, like a fairyland. If ordinary people do not have guidance, they are afraid that they will get lost in this mountain. Li Suifeng and Feng Lian flew in the front, and the old servant led the cultivators who came to hunt for treasures to fly behind. Along the way, Zhou De kept telling Qin Yang's various evil deeds, and Li Suifeng was so angry that he wanted to go back and kill Qin Yang. Why didn't you say it earlier? If you say it earlier, I will notify the master of the clan, and I will kill him directly. Li Suifeng said. Road. Zhou De sneered, if he wants to escape, no one can find him in this God King level secret realm. Feng Lian said, so, we must have a surefire plan to ensure that we can kill it. Before that, we must not act rashly. Li Suifeng laughed and said, what's so difficult? As long as he is brought into my Li family manor, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to escape. Why? Feng Lian asked, curiously. Li Suifeng smiled mysteriously and said, my Li family manor has a secret treasure that can control the power of the wind. With the formation of the manor, it will be difficult for God King Jiuzhong to escape. At the same time, I added a sentence in my heart, unless that kid can escape. Why didn't you say it earlier? Feng Lian frowned. It was a pity for Zhou De and his concubine Yin for a while. If I had known this, I shouldn't have refused Qin Yang to come to the Li family. Li Suifeng also had some regrets, and said, he came to this secret realm for the starry sky compass. As long as we can find the starry sky compass, we will naturally attract him here. The three Feng Lian nodded. The purpose of their trip was for the starry sky compass. Speaking of the star compass, Zhou Da's eyes became hot. If there was a star compass, he would no longer be subject to Qin Yang. You can really go wherever you want. Greedy Wolf Mountain, the back of the mountain. Qin Yang continued to inquire about his hidden breath. According to Shui Qianfeng's memory, the blood skull branch was coming soon. Looking up, I was about to approach the clouds. Under the clouds, a hidden cave was extremely difficult to find. If it weren't for Shui Qianfeng's familiar memory, this place would not be easy to find even with a detailed map. The cave has a natural posture, the entrance is narrow, and only 2 people can be paralleled. Qin Yang didn't enter, he knew that when he entered it, there was heaven and earth. The branch of the blood skeleton is not in this cave, but in a pseudo-secret realm in this cave. It's not that easy to get in. It seems that I have to wait here for a while. Qin Yang secretly said in his heart. Only when the people with blood skeletons come out or go in, can they sneak in troubled waters. Why do you want to be so troublesome? Can I just take you in directly? On the jade pendant of the divine dragon, the dragon's eyes were bright and piercing. He had already penetrated everything and clearly saw the pseudo-secret realm. Qin Yang pouted, you have the strength of a God King level monster, but I don't have the confidence you have. If you sneak in, you will definitely be discovered, and then you will be attacked by a group of people. What if you get stuck? The most urgent task is to find someone to fight first. Chapter 336. Qin Yang sat cross-legged in the void, just in front of the cave. After waiting a little impatiently, Qin Yang walked away. I heard that there are a lot of treasures here, so I just searched for some. Can you sense the star compass? Qin Yang asked. Shenlongjie gave an answer that could not be. Qin Yang sighed, it would be great if the treasure hunter was there. With a flash of light in his mind, Qin Yang called out 2 flags of the soil formation. Why don't you try this flag? Divine sense communicated with the formation flag, and Qin Yang's face suddenly became complicated. Qin Yang raised his head, his eyes seemed to pass through the clouds, and he muttered to himself, why is there such a flag here? A clear induction is on the mountain in front of him. And it's not that far. What the hell is this flag? Qin Yang held a flag in one hand and stepped on the ground. Immediately, the feeling was very clear. Not only sensed the new formation flag, but also sensed various formations, as well as some heaven and earth treasures. With this flag of the soil formation, how do I feel that I have become the father-in-law of the land? Qin Yang smiled, the new formation flag is not the opposite for the time being, but it is close at hand, there is a natural treasure. The aura gathers like the sea, just like the cloud. Qin Yang dodged and came directly to the clouds, where the clouds were full of spiritual energy. Take a breath and feel refreshed. In front of him, a towering giant tree, like a welcoming pine, stretched out a welcoming hand, and on the tree, a colorful fruit was eye-catching. It turned out to be a 6th-order elixir, Qi Tiangua. Qin Yang looked at this fruit in surprise. Qi Tiangua, the world cherishes elixir. Said to be an elixir, its efficacy is comparable to a 6th-order pill. For the refining of Tong Tian pill and Hui Tian pill, Qi Tiangua is an indispensable main medicine. After eating one, the infuriating energy is surging, and even serious injuries can be healed. Ordinary 6th-order medicinal pills cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, and this 6th-order spirit medicine, Qi Tiangua, is worth 100,000 spirit stones. It really didn't take much effort to come here, I picked up a Qi Tiangua in vain. Qin Yang laughed. The refining of Hui Tian pill, with Qi Tiangua, is half completed. Qin Yang appeared on the tree, and there were other immature Kitianguo on the tree. This thing has matured in 10 years, and it seems that those fruits will not ripen in a few years. Just one, it's not too small. Qin Yang picked Qi Tiangua off and took a bite. His mouth was full of juice, and the refreshing fragrance made Qin Yang's pores feel comfortable. Above the clouds is my Li family manor. Li Suifeng said, outsiders come to hunt for treasures, and the greedy wolf mountain is not within the scope of the treasure hunt. All the treasures found on the greedy wolf mountain cannot be touched. Li Suifeng warned the practitioners behind him. Someone laughed and said, is it true that the Wanzhong mountain is full of treasures? There are treasures in this greedy wolf mountain? Li Suifeng proudly said, that's natural, there is a Qiqian fruit tree not far away, with a ripe Qiqian fruit on it. Everyone was in an uproar, with greed in their eyes. But I tried my best to hold on, and my heart was still full of excitement. Feng Lian laughed and said, does this Qi Tiangua really have a mature one? Li Suifeng nodded and said, of course, this Qi Tiangua will be regarded as a gift from my Li family. I will give it to Feng Xiao, and I will give it to Feng Xiao with a smile. Feng Lian's face became full of smiles, and divine sense sent a voice transmission to Zhou De and Shifeng, saying, with this Qi Tiangua, this Tong Tian pill can be made instantly. Zhou De and Shifeng were also overjoyed and couldn't help but want to speed up. Soon, the group came to the Qiqian fruit tree. Li Suifeng said, look, this is the Qiqian fruit tree. The multicolored divine fruit on it is. Everyone looked over and was instantly dumbfounded on the spot. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer looked at each other, thinking they were confused. On the Qiqian fruit tree, Qin Yang sat on a branch, holding a multicolored divine fruit in his hand. Qin Yang had discovered these people a long time ago and wondered why these people came here, but it did not affect his appetite. Crack. Another sound, Qi Tiangua is about to have a core left. The atmosphere suddenly calmed down, and it looked very strange. Only the constant click sound hit everyone's heart. Breaking things out of the sky. Disrespecting heavenly things. Such a divine fruit, just eat it raw? My God, this mouthful is tens of thousands of spirit stones. Tens of thousands of spirit stones. Li Suifeng's brain was blank, and Feng Lian's 3 popular eyes were red. It's really fragrant. Qin Yang smacked his lips and put away the core. Don't underestimate this fruit core. In fact, the fruit core can also be used to refine Tong Tian pill, but the grade is afraid that it will not be very good. Qin Yang had a lot of aftertastes. Looking at the silent people, he said with a smile, "This is the fruit on this fruit tree, otherwise you can also taste it." Qin Yang. Li Suifeng gritted his teeth, trembling with anger. He just warned all outsiders that all the treasures on Greedy Wolf Mountain should not be moved, especially this Katiangguo. But in a blink of an eye, Qi Tianggua, who was used to get close to the 8 clans of the Shinto, was eaten by Qin Yang like this? Do you know what you are doing? Li Suifeng yelled. Qin Yang was confused and said, I just ate a fruit, what's wrong? I didn't ask for a map of your house, do I still need to give you 4 or 6 points? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked, why did you come to Li's house? Qin Yang was taken aback, the Li family? Is this the site of the Li family? Qin Yang's face gradually lost his smile, and he looked at Li Suifeng with deep meaning. Zhang Xiaoxiao was keenly aware of something, and asked, otherwise, what do you think? Li Suifeng interrupted directly and said, Qin Yang, now I am the 2nd son of the Li family, and I have ordered you to be wanted. No matter who it is, as long as someone takes your dog's head, everything you get in the secret realm does not need to be divided with the Li family. 1,000 spirit stones are all exempted. Everyone's eyes lit up, staring at Qin Yang like staring at a golden mountain. Okay, come on. Qin Yang jumped off the tree, spread his hands, and looked forward to it. God King Realm, it's finally here. No. Feng Lian's voice transmission said, I said that Qin Yang is extremely difficult to deal with, so I should take this opportunity to introduce it into the Li family matter and use that wind dragon to lock the sky. Li Suifeng slandered in his heart, is this guy really that hard to deal with? Looking at Feng Lian suspiciously, this is the first person recognized by the younger generation. He attaches so much importance to Qin Yang. There are already many cultivators eager to try, Li Suifeng coughed lightly, and said, Qin Yang, I don't need to kill you, if you can help me go to the secret place to find 3 kinds of elixir that are no less than this divine fruit, I can do it. Let it go, how about it? The sudden change of mind caught everyone off guard. Qin Yang looked at Li Suifeng playfully, with such obvious tricks, do you really think he is a fool? Okay. Qin Yang decided to count. However, you have to follow me to the Li family manor first. Only the map of my Li family can help you find the elixir. Li Suifeng showed a conspiracy on his face. Qin Yang laughed, okay, you lead the way. Qin Yang was also about to go to the Li family to see what was going on in the Li family, which was on the same mountain as the Blood Skull branch. The outsiders are well aware that they want to lead the king into the urn. Just looking at Qin Yang's eyes, just like looking at a fool, can such an obvious strategy be defeated? Chapter 337 Wind Dragon Locking the Sky. Greedy Wolf Mountain, Li Family Manor. As if built between the clouds, outside the village, there is a cloud of air, what a fairy village. The gate of the villa opened wide, and the disciples of the Li family had already greeted him. After being instructed by Li Suifeng, the originally welcoming team looked a little solemn, and the open gate of the village looked more like a gate of hell. Li Suifeng, Feng Lian and the others entered the manor directly, and Qin Yang raised his legs without hesitation. Wait, can't you really see that there is a problem here? Zhang Xiaoxiao secretly transmitted a voice. Wang Xiaoer said bluntly, I don't think you are a bad person. How did you offend them? They are from the 8 tribes of Shinto. You can escape now, and there is still time. What? Aren't you afraid that I will implicate you? Qin Yang was a little surprised. But not everyone dares to offend the 8 Shinto clans. It's not enough to be involved. In this secret realm, only the 3 of us have the final say. Everything in the outside world has nothing to do with this place. Wan Shower said. Actually, I'm also a member of the 8 Shinto clans. Qin Yang smiled softly and slowly walked into the manor. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Shower suddenly widened their eyes. It's so daring. Li Suifeng exclaimed, and when he came to his manor, he put on an air with the sophistication of a master. Thank you for the compliment. Qin Yang looked around curiously, as relaxed and comfortable as a tourist. Do you really think that my previous promise will be taken seriously? That's just to trick you into entering the manor. Li Suifeng laughed. Now that you have stepped into a desperate situation, it seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Li Suifeng looked at Qin Yang confidently, wanting to see fear and other emotions on Qin Yang's face, but obviously, he didn't. Li Suifeng was a little annoyed, and directly ordered, "Start the Great Formation. I will kill this person here today." The old servant took the order, the divine sense transmitted the sound, the gate of the manor was closed, and the cloud outside the manor seemed to be denser. Look, the clouds outside Zhuangzi are spinning rapidly. The wind and clouds are flying like a huge vortex, and this Li family manor is the core of this vortex. The expressions of all the outsiders changed, and one of them shouted, "You want to kill this kid, why are we trapped here?" Li Suifeng snorted softly and said disdainfully, "Don't worry, it's useless for me to ask your little lives. You just have to be honest." Qin Yang watched all this playfully, and when the big formation started, the feeling of the flag against the flag became clearer in his heart. The core of this formation is actually the formation flag. Ding! The formation level is higher than the host level and cannot be copied. Qin Yang pouted and asked directly, "You flag, no, what's the name of your formation?" "What? Now you know you're afraid? Don't worry, you haven't seen 1/10 of the power of this wind dragon locking sky array," Li Suifeng said proudly. As the formation started, countless masters flew out from the depths of the Li family manor, each with a deep breath. There are not a few in the realm of the gods. Wind dragon locks the sky? Isn't it right? Qin Yang was puzzled. In his induction, this flag was not the flag of the wind, it should be the flag of the water. Ow! A dragon roar resounded throughout the world, and everyone was startled. Among the clouds, a cloud dragon is looming, and the huge body shuttles through the air, terrifying. See it? This is the formation of the wind dragon. Li Suifeng laughed. The Li family disciples also showed their pride. This wind and dragon locks the sky, is the root of their Li family's strong pressure on the Zhang family and the Wang family. With this big formation, the people in the formation are just sticking to the plate. Qin Yang blinked his eyes quietly, a little confused. Are you trying to scare me to death? Pfft. Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't help laughing directly. Before Wang Shower could react, he asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Xiaoxiao explained in a low voice, "Qin Yang is saying that this formation has its own appearance." Li Suifeng's face suddenly became difficult to look at, and Feng Lian, Zhou Da, and Shifeng frowned frequently. Feng Lian asked in a low voice, "What is the power of this wind dragon locking sky array?" Li Suifeng explained, "The fighting power of this wind dragon is enough to reach the 9 realm of the God King, and in this formation, no one can leave unless he can escape." Feng Lian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, which was a bit far from his expectations. This Li Suifeng swears that no one can escape this wind dragon-locked sky formation. He originally thought that this big formation would be against the sky. Zhou De murmured in a low voice, "It turned out to be just the superficial knowledge of the hillbilly." Li Suifeng frowned, although he didn't hear what Zhou De was saying, but if he didn't behave, he would definitely be looked down upon. Qin Yang, if you kneel down and beg me now, maybe I'm in a good mood. Where did this go? So I started pretending. Qin Yang took out his ears, glanced at Feng Lian and the three of them bored, sighed, and said helplessly, why do you think it will be easy? Put me in a corner? Qin Yang was puzzled, am I weak? Li Suifeng was very upset when he pretended to be interrupted, and said angrily, let Fenglong kill him. Ow! With a dragon roar, Yunlong outside showed his hideous head. Huge head. The gate of Zhuangzi is still big. One sip, I'm afraid it can engulf a building. Qin Yang's head was covered with black lines, and he said, this is your Li family's own formation. You are so ignorant of this formation? Do you know the formation? Qin Yang flashed and appeared directly in front of Li Suifeng. Li Suifeng was startled. At such a close distance, even the old servant beside him dared not act rashly, so Yunlong also stopped. Li Suifeng stiffened and said, do you understand the formation method? Qin Yang smacked his lips, shook his head, and said, I'm really speechless to you. Qin Yang looked at the dragon and said slowly, this is not a wind dragon, this is a cloud dragon, no, it should be said to be a water dragon. It absorbed the moisture in the cloud and condensed. Before, it was not the wind and the clouds, but the water moving the cloud. Fei. Although I still don't know what this wind dragon locking sky formation is, I can also see that this is a defensive formation, and its main function is to defend against the enemy and the enemy outside the formation. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, look, I'm by your side right now, this formation will lose its effect immediately, and the water dragon won't dare to attack at all. Because it will attack you. Li Suifeng's face sank, and his heart was up and down. The three Feng Lian were about to vomit blood and depression. This Li Suifeng is a living treasure. Clap clap clap. The sound of applause came from behind, and a young man walked slowly over, his face was somewhat similar to Li Suifeng. Well said, it seems that you have a lot of knowledge in the game. Big brother. Li Suifeng was overjoyed, and then he said, why did you lie to me? Li Suiyun chuckled lightly and said, with your good deeds, won't you let everyone in the world know after telling you? Then this formation. Li Suifeng hesitated, Qin Yang beside him made him tense, like a beast on his side. Li Suiyun looked at Qin Yang quietly and said, this kid will surely die. Li Suiyun stood with his hands behind his back, and there seemed to be thousands of miles of heavy clouds in his eyes. This is indeed not the wind and dragon lock sky formation, but the water dragon lock sky formation. Its function is not to defend against foreign enemies, but to have both internal and external. Once this formation is activated, the Li family manor is invincible. The entire Greedy Wolf Mountain is under control. Oh? Really? Qin Yang laughed playfully. The halfway up the mountain of Greedy Wolf is the branch of Blood Skull. Chapter 338 I moved, then what? Don't believe it? Li Suiyun said calmly, do you try it? Qin Yang frowned, he did sense that there was a force that wanted to erode him and control him, but the moment that force touched his body, he was completely wiped out by his own annihilating power. In this regard, Qin Yang felt that it had no impact at all. Why can't I move? An outsider suddenly shouted loudly. The expression of another middle-aged cultivator also changed greatly. He had the power of the first-level God King, but he couldn't even move. Li Suiyun said slowly, don't panic everyone, except for my Li family, once the formation is activated, it will naturally be bound by the formation. Some cultivators who had a little bit of Jojo in their hearts, after seeing the power of this great formation, their little thoughts disappeared. Li Suifeng laughed loudly, looked at the three Feng Lian with dull faces, and laughed even more. Can you send it out? Feng Lian's voice transmission asked Zhou De. He can use the swallowing gourd to swallow the whole body to suppress his own power, but even if swallowed, he is still imprisoned in place. This water dragon locks the sky, and the range of the formation covers the entire Li family manor, and the location of the Li family manor is above the mountains, and the surrounding clouds are infinite. He really couldn't get out of this trouble by himself. Zhou De responded, I need you to help me clear the control first, and then I can make a decision. In this way, if the two cooperate, they can escape. Shifei's face was full of grievances. In such a situation, she always seemed a little redundant. Feng Lian calmed down and said, even if we are like this, then Qin Yang will definitely not be able to escape. Shenlongjiu ignores any obstacles, can this really lock him? Zhou De was uncertain. You can even escape the devouring imprisonment of the swallowing gourd, and you still care about this mere formation? Feng Lian chuckled, Shenlongjiu is not omnipotent, and this Li family is not a fool. As soon as Shenlongjiu appears, Qin Yang will be killed immediately, right? Feng Lian opened his mouth to remind Li Xuefeng and Li Suiyun, and the two obviously didn't take it to heart. Li Xuefeng walked in front of Qin Yang and laughed loudly, aren't you very good? Aren't you fearless? What? Are you afraid now? Don't be afraid. Qin Yang's expression was as usual. Yo, how dare you be tough? Li Xuefeng raised his hips and smiled, listening to Feng Lian, you seem to have a magic weapon that can help you escape any predicament? Li Xuefeng looked at Qin Yang's neck, a delicate and beautiful jade pendant, a lifelike dragon. Li Xuefeng's eyes suddenly lit up, could it be this magic weapon? Bring it. Li Xuefeng reached out and grabbed it, but his hand stopped in midair. Qin Yang's hand grabbed Li Xuefeng's wrist and twisted it gently. Crack. The sound of broken bones sounded, and Li Xuefeng's painful face was contorted. You, how can you move? Li Xuefeng yelled in panic. The eldest brother Li Suiyun was also stunned for a moment. Spiritual mind manipulated the formation and increased his control over Qin Yang. It's okay, it's fine now. I thought he was just a star, so I didn't take it too seriously. Li Suiyun said. Qin Yang felt the huge pressure, but although the pressure was huge, it still couldn't restrain him. Li Xuefeng gritted his teeth and said angrily, how dare you twist my arm, I will break your limbs and twist your head. Li Xuefeng said, can you still move now? Are you trying to move? After Li Xuefeng said it, he went up and grabbed Shenlongjiu. A black light flashed in his eyes, and Qin Yang's fingers seemed to slide slightly in front of his neck. I moved, and then what? Qin Yang asked. You. Before Li Xuefeng finished speaking, the world suddenly turned around in front of him. Under the panic shouting of everyone, a headless corpse slowly fell. As Li Xuefeng's head fell to the ground, his eyes were full of doubts, what happened? Li Suiyun watched his second brother die tragically. He was horrified and angry at the same time, you bastard, how dare you kill my second brother? Go to hell. Manipulating the water dragon to lock the sky, Li Suiyun pointed to Qin Yang, explode. Qin Yang stood there intact, with a dazed face, blast? What? Li Suiyun's pupils trembled, his heart tightened, how could it be invalid? Is this formation so magical? I think it's a blowout, right? An outsider said secretly. Unfortunately, the audience was silent. Although his voice was small, it reached everyone's ears. Li Suiyun looked dangerously over, and pointed out, explode. The outsider exploded on the spot, and the blood of his body melted into the air, making people sick. Qin Yang raised his brows, and suddenly realized that this water dragon locks the sky, which can control the moisture in the practitioner's body. 70% of the human body is water, no wonder it is so strong that it can imprison everyone. This formation is really internal and external. Everyone's faces changed drastically. They thought they were just being imprisoned, but now it seems that even their lives are in the hands of others. Feng Lian sees this. How dare you continue to be trapped? Call out the swallowing gourd directly and take the three of them. The power of confinement swallowed it up. Humph. Sure enough, there are some tricks, but do you think you can survive like this? Kill my second brother, and I will let you die 100 times. Li Suiyun shouted loudly, reaching out and grabbing. Motivated by the power of the formation, the space around Qin Yang suddenly tightened. Unless you can escape, you will surely die. Li Suiyun said loudly. Escape? Qin Yang scratched his head and said with a smile, I seem to really be able to. Has the flag of the soil array and can control the rules of the soil system. Escape is the easiest, but Qin Yang doesn't need it. I have at least 3 ways to get out of this formation. Which one do you want to see? Qin Yang teased, why don't you see them all? Escape. Qin Yang whispered softly, his figure melted directly into the ground, and then emerged from the ground in the distance. In such a situation, it is clear at a glance that it is the ability to escape. What? Li Suiyun looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. This is not a magic trick. There are treasures in Qin Yang's hands. Now it's the second type. Qin Yang moved his mind and propped up a black absolute world directly around his body. All the forces could not get close to Qin Yang, and once they got close, they would be wiped out. Then, it's the third type. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Be careful. Feng Lian reminded loudly. Li Suiyun's heart sank slightly. He was already shocked to the point of numbness. How could the water dragon locking sky array be cracked so easily? And Qin Yang alone will have 3 ways to crack? The formation is a good formation, but unfortunately you met me. Qin Yang smacked his lips and appeared behind Li Suiyun. I didn't want to kill you, but you are looking for your own death. Destroy the half-moon slash. The black sword energy swept out, and Li Suiyun was directly beheaded on the spot. Alas! Qin Yang sighed. Obviously he is also a cultivator of the perfect star realm, and he relies too much on foreign objects, such as formations. Killing you is really no different from killing a chicken. As soon as Li Suiyun died, the entire formation stopped working, and all the outsiders were freed from control. At this time, he desperately wanted to escape the matter. Someone flew directly into the sky, but when flying in mid-air, the figure suddenly stopped. The grand formation is back in motion. Who dares to be so presumptuous to kill my 2 sons? The angry roar was like thunder, and a middle-aged man was tearing his eyes open and his eyes were red. I killed it, come to take revenge? Qin Yang beckoned. My God, what kind of evildoer is this? This is simply a lawless killing god. Is he really fearless, or is there no need for fear at all? In mid-air, the middle-aged man's body was filled with divine flames, staring at Qin Yang, saying, if that's the case, then you should die. Speaking of this, the middle-aged man said again, it's not just you, all of you have to die. The water dragon roars. Cloud dragons appeared in the clouds, and in the blink of an eye, 99 dragons hovered over the Li family manor. All the cloud dragons roared in unison, rushing to kill each other. Everyone's face changed greatly, and their hearts were ashen. Facing such a powerful formation attack, Qin Yang smiled lightly and said, have you ever heard such a sentence? Oh? You still have such leisurely feelings? Don't you just wait to die quietly? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. What? There is always a solution to a problem. Chapter 339. There is always a solution to a problem. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he directly took out a small flag and waved it gently. The flag is good at the wind, and it is 100 feet tall in an instant, which is not much better than a water dragon. Such a huge chess piece made everyone's eyes widen, and the one who was the most emotional was none other than a middle-aged man, the head of the Li family. You actually have this kind of formation flag. The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes and laughed. Okay, really good, with your flag, I can set up a big formation again. It's like it's yours. Qin Yang snorted and waved his hand vigorously. The entirely family manor was shaken. The entire greedy wolf mountain also trembled violently. As if it collapsed, the ground crumbled. One after another earth dragons drilled out from the ground and went straight to the water dragons that fell from the sky. You are only in the star realm, and you don't have the blessing of the formation, so you still want to fight against me? The middle-aged man said with disdain. The dragons of the two attributes collided together, and the earth dragon was instantly washed away and scattered. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he continued to wave the flag. The broken earth dragon actually melted directly into the water dragon, causing the water dragon to move slowly and turbidly. My realm is low, and there is indeed no formation bonus, but... Qin Yang laughed playfully, and took out another flag, but I have two flags. One flag controls a steady stream of water dragons rushing into the sky, and the other flag controls the soil that melts into the water dragon, which directly locks the water dragon into the sky, completely ineffective. That majestic water dragon could no longer be the slightest threat, and fell heavily to the ground one by one, flowing like a mudslide. What are you doing standing still? Why don't you run away? Qin Yang looked at a group of stupid practitioners who survived the catastrophe and said angrily. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiao reacted and left the place quickly. Qin Yang shouted loudly, remember to run farther, it's better to stay away from this greedy wolf mountain. Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart sank, looked at Qin Yang deeply, and dragged Wang Xiao to the sky. The three of us are of the same spirit, why don't we just run away? Wang Xiao scratched his head. You're stupid. Who is in the same mood as his Li family? Zhang Xiaoxiao rolled his eyes, his fiancée is really simple and cute, and immediately said, the Li family always wants to annex our two families, don't you know? They are greedy. There is also a secret place in Wolf Mountain, and there is a force entrenched, don't you know? Wang Xiao shook his head blankly. Then when the secret realm is shaken, it is the time when the secret realm collapses. You don't know that? Zhang Xiaoxiao was impatient. Wang Xiao said in shock, you mean, it's really fulfilled? Zhang Xiaoxiao opened his mouth and said, you and I go back separately and inform the clansmen to prepare to evacuate the secret realm. Li family manor, all the outsiders fled wildly, and Qin Yang used the Earth Array flag to make the Water Dragon locking Sky Array ineffective, which could be regarded as saving their lives. You guys, don't even try to run away, the middle-aged man shouted loudly, his sinister forehead showing blue veins. I'm sorry, they all fled. Qin Yang shrugged. The middle-aged man suddenly calmed down and looked at Qin Yang quietly. The two flags of the Earth Array can be regarded as a relief to my two sons in the spirit of heaven. Do you think they can really escape? Hey, what are you pretending to be? Qin Yang disagreed and said, I thought that you didn't practice the blood skeleton technique, because the water dragon chaining Sky Array completely restrained the blood skeleton technique. It seems that you are in conflict with the blood skeleton technique. Does the blood skull have a deal? Do you think I don't know that the half-mountain of the greedy wolf mountain is the stronghold of the blood skull branch? The middle-aged man was shocked and his face was full of shock. You can't know. The middle-aged man guessed, could it be? Are you a person of shadows? Is it the blood skeleton who invited us to destroy us? Qin Yang shrugged, pointed to the three Feng Lian who didn't fly far, and said with a smile, they are the shadow people. After a pause, Qin Yang said again, what you think is what you think. Where did you get your confidence? To tell you the truth, they didn't come to help the blood skeletons destroy you, but really came to find the starry sky compass. What about you? The middle-aged man asked. Qin Yang grinned, me? Of course I'm here. Before the words were finished, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color, and the scene of thousands of miles of clear sky and thousands of clouds suddenly turned into a starry sky. Starry sky compass. Don't think about it, Qin Yang also knows what's going on. The starry sky compass is here. Shenlongjiu sensed the breath. Where? Qin Yang asked. Shenlongjiu kept sensing, and suddenly said, I'm flying to Zhouda. The sudden arrival of the starry sky compass made the head of the Li family also suddenly startled. He ignored Qin Yang, but directly called out an array flag and manipulated the water dragon to lock the sky array, trying to control the starry sky compass. The three Feng Lian were completely stunned, especially Zhouda. It was as if people who had been hungry for 3 days suddenly dropped a table full of Han Chinese. Zhouda stretched out his hand to pick it up, feeling a strong sense of crisis in his heart, and shrank his hand suddenly. A black silk thread suddenly floated past his eyes, and Zhouda was afraid for a while. If you can't hold back just now, this hand will be gone. At the same time, the water dragon locking sky array called again. Dozens of water dragons came out and swept in, seemingly to lock the starry sky compass, but in fact it was also to force Feng Lian 3 back. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to be so coincidental this time, but on the first day of entering the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain, I encountered the star compass. An old man appeared in the air. It was the old man who had come 9 times before and failed to succeed after 9 years. With such power, this old man turned out to be a God King realm powerhouse. Mo Laojiu, do you want to compete with my Li family? The head of the Li family said angrily, this is within the scope of my Li family's greedy wolf mountain. According to the rules, everything within the scope of the greedy wolf mountain, all belong to my Li family. Mo Laojiu laughed loudly, every hair and beard was refreshed. Li Zhong, this is a poor statement, you can see clearly, this is in the air. Reaching out his hand, a large handprint covered the sky and grabbed directly to the starry sky compass. Humph, want to get the void compass so easily? It's too whimsical. Li Zhong said disdainfully. What surprised everyone was that the starry sky compass seemed to be pulled, and it flew directly towards the big handprint of Mo Laojiu. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, and Shenlongjiu reminded in his heart, this starry sky compass is incomplete, the only star plate in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain is the star plate, and the old man has a crucial spoon in his hand. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, spoon. Whatever he is, once the starry sky compass combination is complete, I am afraid it will be even more difficult to obtain. Shenlongjiu said. This star compass is mine. Mo Laojiu laughed, and he will be able to get it right away. Thank you for your help. Qin Yang's voice suddenly sounded. Mo Laojiu's eyes widened. Under his big handprint, Qin Yang didn't know when he appeared there. Boy, you are courting death. Mo Laojiu held out his hand. Mahamudra grabbed it directly. Success? Mo Laojiu was a little surprised, this kid doesn't look like someone who can be crushed to death so easily. He's there. Zhouda pointed into the distance. In midair, Qin Yang held the spoon in one hand and the astrolabe in the other, and gently placed the spoon on it. For a time, the space that was already wrapped by the vision of heaven and earth suddenly changed. The sky and the earth are like a starry sky, and each star is connected by a line of light, forming a wonderful shape. The vision was constantly changing, and suddenly, the world sank and returned to its previous appearance. All the visions vanished cleanly. Can't recognize the master? Was rejected? Qin Yang opened his mouth wide, this thing turned out to be. Ha ha ha. Shenlongjiu laughed, you are disgusted. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yang's eyelids jumped, and under everyone's astonished eyes, he threw the compass. The still-flying compass showed a middle-aged figure with a complicated face. When looking at Qin Yang, he snorted coldly and slapped him with a palm. Be careful. The transfiguration of the super god-level magic treasure has at least the power of the God Emperor. Although he has just assembled, his power is not small. Before Shen Longjiu's reminder was over, Qin Yang was photographed flying out. Qin Yang shouted in his heart, he could fully bear this power. After all, this secret realm had been downgraded to the level of a god king, and the sudden attack made his figure fly backwards uncontrollably. I don't know how long it took to fly, and it seemed that I had come to the end of the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain. Qin Yang was finally able to regain control of his own power from under the tremendous force, and he was stunned by the sweep of his spiritual sense. The collapse point of the secret realm is like a black hole, and it seems that space cracks are spreading. Qin Yang was actually hit directly into this collapse point. Chapter 340, I'm threatening you. The sudden change shocked everyone, followed by Ishi. In the air, a middle-aged man transformed into a starry sky compass stood with his hands behind his back, watching everyone quietly. Starry sky compass. I am the head of the Li family in the secret realm of the Wanzhong Mountain, quickly surrender to me. Li Zhong shouted loudly. Mo Laojiu's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, I found the missing part of you, and I am your master. The three Feng Lian were not happy anymore, and Zhou De said directly, I have the secret key of the 8 tribes of the Shinto way, and it is a perfect match for you, come here. The starry sky compass didn't say a word, looking at these people who were loud and noisy for their own strength, and even a little upset. Staring into the distance, he seemed to see through the space, and the color of grief appeared on his face. Senior, was Qin Yang killed by your palm? Feng Lian was most concerned about Qin Yang. Is he really surnamed Qin? The star compass finally spoke, looked at Zhou De, and said, the seal of Tianmen has been sealed, and now it has only been unsealed to the heavenly rank. Your strength is too weak and your potential is insufficient. Star compass shook his head. Zhou De's face was ugly, and he said quickly, as long as my strength is promoted, the seal of the gate of heaven will also be unsealed. As for my lack of potential, I am one of the best among the younger generation. You are much worse than that kid, said the starry sky compass slowly. Zhou De clenched his fists and said, I'm no worse than him. I have Tong Tian Pil from Finglian. There is no emotion in the eyes of the star compass, and he said, if you can also take my palm without injury, I will believe you. Zhou De took a half step back in fright and was speechless. Feng Lian on the side was horrified, what? Qin Yang, he was unharmed? The star compass looked in the direction where Qin Yang was shot before, and said, he has completed my test of him. Feng Lian suddenly widened his eyes, and said quickly, we can also complete the test of the seniors. The star compass said, even if you complete the test, you can't become my master. There is only one master of mine. It's just a magic weapon, you dare to pick a master? An angry shout sounded, Qin Yang stepped on the 100-zhang jade dragon and was born, his face was calm, and he said, your master is dead, as a magic weapon, don't you know? The star compass was immediately furious, you fart. My master can't possibly die. Qin Yang pointed to this side of the world and said, the secret realm is downgraded, and only the master of the secret realm falls. It is something that everyone knows, what are you still expecting? Boy, do you want to pick me up again? The starry sky compass looked bad. Qin Yang laughed loudly and said, not to mention that in this secret realm of the God King, even on the sky continent, I have nothing to fear from your palm. The starry sky compass was silent, and there was no refutation. Mo Laojiu and Li Zhong looked at each other, then laughed. Boy, you are too arrogant. You dare to take a palm from the God Emperor? Li Zhong said with a disdainful smile. Mo Laojiu also said, I found a vital part of this star compass, and only I am worthy to be the master of the star compass. Looking at Qin Yang with contempt, Mo Laojiu continued, not to mention the palm of the God Emperor, you may not even take my palm. Qin Yang glanced coldly and said quietly, "Have you heard of Palm Lake?" Mo Laojiu frowned, and the three Feng Lian also showed their thoughts. The mysterious realm of 10,000 Layers Mountain is in the south of Rainbow Territory, while Palm Lake is in the north of Rainbow Territory. Although the Rainbow Collar is not small, the incident in the Palm Lake caused a sensation. But what does this have to do with Qin Yang? Have you heard how? Mo Laojiu asked. How about one of your palms, compared to the other? Qin Yang said with a playful smile. Mo Laojiu's pupils shrank, and his heart sank. Could it be? The three Feng Lian also looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. That palm turned out to be aimed at Qin Yang? Hey, it's just a mystery. The existence of Palm Lake is known to the world, but it's just a contest between blood skeletons and shadows. Mo Laojiu said, "Don't brag here. If you were within the palm of your hand at that time, even if you have 100 lives, you will surely die." Qin Yang ignored it, but looked at Feng Lian. That palm, I will pay it back when I finish cleaning up the blood skeleton. The three Feng Lian looked at each other, confused. Was it the palm shot by the Shadow Master? In the shadows, there are only a few in the Divine Emperor realm, but those who can shoot the Wanli Palm Lake with one palm. The three Feng Lian suddenly fell silent, and there was a common figure in their hearts. He said that the blood skeletons were cleaned up? What does he mean? Could it be related to the blood skeletons when he came to the Wanzhong Mountain? Zhou De asked. Feng Lian shook his head, expressing his confusion. According to what he knew about Qin Yang before, it was impossible for Qin Yang to know the Starry Sky Compass, and he didn't care about the Starry Sky Compass at all. Feng Lian took a deep look at Li Chong, the head of the Li family, and said through a voice transmission, "This star compass is inevitable, and the door to the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain is in the hands of the Li family. As long as we have the star compass, we can avoid falling into the sky." Passive. You mean? Zhou De also glanced at Li Zhong secretly. What if the door to the secret realm is in the hands of the Li family? Shi Feiyin chuckled and said, "Don't forget my abilities. As long as the sixth order Tong Tian pill is refined, this secret realm is my world." Feng Lian Zhou De was instantly overjoyed, and smiled knowingly. Starry Sky Compass, recognize me as the master. Mo Laojiu flew directly over. The Starry Sky Compass snorted, and a starry sky vision suddenly appeared. In the depths of the starry sky, Missouri Laojiu was clearly flying with all his strength, but he couldn't make an inch. What are you doing? Are super god-level magic weapons all ungrateful and emotionless things? Mo Laojiu was instantly furious. Li Zhong sneered, thinking in his heart, if this silly old man, the Starry Sky Compass, is really ungrateful, how can it show sadness? Immediately, Li Zhong said, "Star Compass, if you recognize me as the master, I will help you find your master." It's a joke. Zhou De sarcastically said, "Just because of you, you have only just entered the realm of the King of Gods when you are old. When you can find his master, you may not be able to do it until you die of old age." Zhou De looked up to the sky and said, "I have the seal of Tianmen. If you want to find your master, you just need to recognize me as the master. It won't take long. When I become a god emperor, I will be able to find your master's whereabouts." The scramble started again, and Qin Yang couldn't help but step on the jade dragon and rushed over. The starry sky can stop Mo Laojiu, but it can't stop Shenlongjiu. Since you don't want to recognize me as the master, then use it as ordinary nourishment to help Shenlongjiu advance again. Qin Yang's eyes were cold, and he reached out and waved. The big Madra of Annihilation appeared out of thin air, and the starry sky vision shattered. The Starry Sky Compass frowned and appeared on the other side of the starry sky. But this is nothing to Shenlongjiu at all. As long as you look for the direction, nothing can stop the Dragon Jade. If you help me find the master, I can consider helping you 3 times. The Star Compass said. "I'm sorry, I don't need to find you. Qin Yang said, your only role is to help Shenlongjiu improve its rank. Shenlongjiu smacked his lips and said to Qin Yang in his heart, boy, this star compass is really useful. Although I won't get lost, sometimes I will inevitably take a lot of detours. You mean, when you can't find the direction, do you just walk in a straight line? Wherever you go, what does it mean to not get lost? Qin Yang stopped his figure. Shenlongjiu coughed in embarrassment. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. I think you are the most delicious of the 8 secret keys of the gods. You bastard, do you know that I... Shut up. Qin Yang pouted again and again. The phantom of the starry sky compass was in front of him, and Qin Yang said, recognize me as the master, or I will destroy this secret realm. Are you threatening me? The starry sky compass's expression remained unchanged, with murderous intent in his eyes. Yes, I'm threatening you. Chapter 341 5 Elements Spiritual Materials. What a bunch of idiots. Li Chong shook his head again and again, such a super god-level magic weapon, he was arrogant and arrogant, the more you forced him, the more difficult it would be to succeed. Li Zhong said slowly, I am the descendant of your master, and it is reasonable to think that I am the master. The starry sky compass shook his head gently, I can't recognize anyone as the master until I find my master's whereabouts. Looking at Qin Yang, the starry sky compass continued, there are thousands of creatures in this secret realm. You will destroy this secret realm? You are from the Qin family, I don't believe it. Would you like me to destroy the Li family first, so that you can see? Qin Yang asked. Starry sky compass was puzzled, you really kill innocent people? Qin Yang laughed and said, since you have always been in this secret realm, everything in this secret realm can't escape your perception. Tell yourself, is this Wanzhong Mountain still the previous Wanzhong Mountain? The starry sky compass was silent for a while, and his eyes looked down at the halfway up of the greedy wolf mountain below. Li Zhong's expression changed, and he took a deep look at Qin Yang, his heart was up and down, this kid seems to know something. Since you don't plan to recognize people as the master, why did you show up? A familiar middle-aged voice sounded, and Tian Menian turned into a human figure and appeared next to Zhou De. At the same time, Tian Gord and Li Daoqin also appeared one after another, but they were all glaring at Qin Yang. I'm waiting for you, waiting for him. The star compass looked at Tian Menian, and then looked at Qin Yang. Tian Menian said, since you don't want to recognize people as masters, why not cooperate with us? The starry sky compass pondered and said, the collapse point of the secret realm is constantly expanding. Whoever of you can help me find the 5 elements spiritual materials, I will cooperate with whomever. The 5 elements spiritual materials? Li Zhong pondered, there are many spiritual medicines and countless spiritual materials in this 10,000 layers of mountains. The 5 elements spiritual materials are even more gone, what are they? The starry sky compass said loudly, and the sound spread throughout the secret realm. No matter who it is, as long as you find the 5 spiritual materials, the golden bamboo shoot, the purple bamboo heart, the jade soul crystal, the flame demon horn, and the Liuha stone, come here to find me in the greedy wolf mountain, and I will protect him. The outsiders who fled originally all had a happy expression on their faces. Does this mean that they also have a chance to get the star compass? And it seems very fair. It's like protecting the Tao for him, it's no different from recognizing the master. Super God-level magic weapon. After transformation, you have God-level strength. With this help, you can soar to the sky. But where are these 5 elements spiritual materials? The mysterious realm of 10,000 layers mountain is too big. Unfortunately, the map given by the Li family has not yet been obtained. I don't know if it is marked on the map. On the other 2 peaks, the members of the Wang family and Zhang family also changed their colors. Wang Xiaoer and Zhang Xiaoxiao had already returned to their families. Originally, the 2 families were hesitant to leave. After hearing this transmission, they decided to stay. Father, the starry sky compass is not very useful to us, we should leave quickly. Zhang Xiaoxiao persuaded. The head of the Zhang family chuckled and shook his head, and said, "You are still young, and you don't even know the true use of this starry sky compass. If a cultivator in the starry sky gets this starry sky compass, he will have the key to open the gate of the rules of heaven and earth. Being able to connect with the stars, do you know what that means?" Zhang Xiaoxiao was shocked. "Doesn't that mean?" The head of the Zhang family nodded and said, "That's right, in the starry sky vision before, every star is not only a star in the world, but also the power of rules. But there's nothing good about it. The rumors are just rumors. This secret realm is so good, how could it collapse?" Besides, with the star compass, he was looking for the 5 elements of spiritual materials to consolidate this secret realm. The Zhang family decided not to evacuate, and directly dispatched all the disciples to find invisible spiritual materials. At the same time, the decision of the Wan family is the same. Wan Shower was clumsy, and was even scolded by his father. The 3 Feng Lian looked at Li Zhong, the head of the Li family. Li Zhong said helplessly, "I have not heard of these 5 elements of spiritual materials. There is no sign on the map. Don't look at me with this kind of eyes." Mo Laojiu opened his mouth and said, "Your Li family has lived in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain for generations. You don't know anything about these 5 elements?" Li Chonghan said with a sullen face, "To be honest, I know a little about the flame demon horn. If I remember correctly, the flame demon horn is not a pure heaven and earth spiritual material, but the horn on the flame demon's head." Flame demon? What? Mo Laojiu was confused. A creature outside the sky. When the Wanzhong Mountain exists, the flame demon also exists. Control the rules of fire, or in other words, it is the rules of fire itself. Mo Laojiu was suddenly shocked. After saying this, isn't the strength of this flame demon? It's all in vain, what's the use? Qin Yang snorted. To him, it all makes no sense. What 5 elements of spiritual material? When the time comes, this secret realm will be directly destroyed, and there will be nothing left. You dare to even threaten me, so don't you dare to look for these 5 elements of spiritual materials? The star compass said, "No matter who it is, even an ordinary cultivator, as long as the 5 elements of spiritual materials are placed in front of me, I will protect it." Joke, do you think I need it? Qin Yang dismissed it. Need. Shenlongjiu said, "My master is not very normal, he always says he doesn't need anything. In fact he needs." Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, and immediately became furious. "Okay, you god dragon jade, just dismantle me?" A faint smile appeared on the starry sky compass, and he looked at the jade pendant between Qin Yang's neck with the eyes of acquaintances. How could the star compass forget that Emperor Qin also said that he did not need his own power, but this Shenlongjiu failed to persuade him. Now that the owner has changed, this divine dragon jade is unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Emperor Qin doesn't need it because the starry sky compass is a little puzzled. Why doesn't Qin Yang need it? Doesn't he want to? If only one of them is found, what should I do? Zhou De asked. The star compass came back to his senses and said, "I only protect one person." After speaking, the figure disappeared directly, and the starry sky vision also dissipated immediately. "How about we go look for it?" Shenlongjiu said weakly. Qin Yang was still angry and said, "Why do you like this star compass so much?" Shenlongjiu whispered, "Don't you want to go to Xingchenhai?" In no mood. That's because you don't know Wanjia. I do not want to know. Anyway, if the star compass doesn't want to show up, you won't be able to catch him with your strength. Then I will destroy the secret realm. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. You wouldn't do this. Shenlongjiu was confident, the branch of blood skull is indeed here, but the people of the three races here have not been affected, and may not even know that there is a neighbor of Blood Skull, so they are innocent. Yes. You never do anything against innocent people. Qin Yang laughed softly. When I really go looking for these 5 elements, maybe they won't be innocent. Looking at the 3 Feng Lian, the 3 Feng Lian were startled even with the swallowing gourd, Tianmenian, and listening to the Dao Qin. The last time I made you commit suicide, this reminds me how to deal with the 3 of you. Qin Yang's abusive smile hung on his face again. Under the power of Zhou Detian's door seal, the 3 Feng Lian teleported directly to Li Zhong's side. Feng Lian said, 5 elements of spiritual materials, we can work together to find it. But before that. Of course Li Zhong understood and said, this Qin Yang, my Li family will kill him. Mo Laojiu was flustered for a while, not knowing where to go in midair. Li Zhong looked up and said with a smile, although the starry sky compass only protects one person, we can still unite, and then everyone can use its power. The olive branch thrown out made Mo Laojiu feel much more at ease. He looked at Qin Yang, snorted softly, and said, okay, then I'll help you get rid of this kid first. Chapter 342, I Want Enemies. Mo Laojiu patted it with one palm, and the huge handprint seemed to be as easy as pinching a mosquito. Qin Yang appeared in the other direction in a flash, and said, it seems that your Li family and this Mo Laojiu are going to be enemies with me? Boy, in this mountain of 10,000 layers, I have the final say. Li Zhong said, I am an enemy of you? This is a hunt. You should die obediently. Qin Yang's figure flickered again, and Mo Laojiu couldn't catch Qin Yang's figure at all, and he was immediately angry. Stinky boy, do you just run away? Mo Laojiu shouted angrily. I'm right here, you can't hit me yourself. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, since the starry sky compass has stated the conditions, then we will see you in the future. I hope you can find more and save me when I arrive. Trouble. After Qin Yang finished speaking, the figure disappeared directly. With the competition for the 5 element spiritual materials, Qin Yang did not worry that he would not be able to advance to the God King. As long as you advance to the God King, the starry sky compass doesn't count. Really escaped? Li Zhong laughed, and under the huge temptation of the starry sky compass, the hatred of his 2 sons who died in Qin Yang's hands was washed away a lot. The 3 Feng Lian looked at each other, their faces slightly solemn. This Qin Yang has always kept them in their throats and ons in their backs. If they don't get rid of them for a day, they will have no peace in one day. It's really unfortunate, you can meet Qin Yang all the way here. Zhou De complained. Originally, because of Qin Yang, he didn't even go to Zhongqiong Academy. Who would have thought that Qin Yang's ghost would not leave? It's really unfortunate. The killing intent in Feng Lian's chest almost drove himself crazy, and said solemnly, but this time, maybe he's unlucky. Feng Lian said to Li Zhong, this door to the secret realm. Don't worry, only my Li family can open it. Although we have an agreement with the other 2 families, the Zhang family and the Wang family, the real control is in my hands. Li Zhong took out a jade talisman and crushed it directly. My jade talisman is the main talisman. As long as the main talisman is broken, the door to the mysterious realm of 10,000 layers of mountains cannot be opened again. Li Zhong admired his decision, but he didn't pay attention to Feng Lian, and the 3 of them were dumbfounded. They were mad at me. Li Zhong continued, if you want to open the door to the secret realm, you must rearrange the formation. The arrangement of the formation is extremely cumbersome, and it can't be completed in a few days. Don't worry, before you get the star compass, no one will leave. I want to leave the secret realm. Feng Lian continued to take a deep breath, this was literally shooting himself in the foot. And it's the kind that uses all his strength. What is Dragon Jade? As the secret key of the divine realm, he is the only one who can travel through space at will. This is his main function, The gate of the secret realm is simply a joke to Shen Longjiu. This seems to be to block Qin Yang's retreat, but in fact it is to block the retreat of all of them, except that it has no effect on Qin Yang. The corners of Zhou Da's mouth kept twitching, and once the main symbol was destroyed, if he wanted to teleport out, he had to wait for Feng Lian's 6th order Tongtian pill. Afterwards, the seal of the heavenly gate was unsealed to reach the god rank. Even if the conditions were met, it would not be easy if you wanted to send it directly with Feng Lian and Shifeiyin. It's so talented. Shifeiyin felt uncomfortable in her heart, but all she could do now was to be patient and wait for the 6th order Tongtian pill to be perfected. Patriarch of the Li family, where is the map you mentioned earlier? A group of outsiders gathered and flew over in unison. Li Zhong looked at these people coldly, and said without a smile, everything is business as usual. As for the starry sky compass, those who can get it will get it. If the 5 elements are found by you, my Li family will not rob it. A group of outsiders were immediately overjoyed and took refuge in one after another. Some people even suggested that after finding the 5 elements of spiritual materials, they could use the star compass together without fighting each other. In this regard, the only person who is extremely unhappy is that Mo Laojiu is the only one. He got the spoon by chance, but now he has no advantage at all. Everyone has different thoughts, at least until the 5 element spirit materials are found. Peace makes everyone happy. A mountain not far from Greedy Wolf Mountain, Jimen Mountain. Jimen Mountain is the mountain where the Wang family is located, and a mountain next door facing each other is the Wensu Mountain of the Zhang family. At this time an aerial aura bridge appeared between the 2 peaks, and there were monks flying back and forth very fast. Soon, the 2 families reached a consensus to compete for the 5 elements of spiritual materials. The Li family destroyed the main talisman of the gate of the secret realm. It seems that they have a certain heart for this star compass. All the outsiders have taken refuge in them. Among them, the ones headed by Mo Laojiu are very powerful. You and I. Let's unite. No matter who of our 2 families gets the star compass, we can't let him go to the Li family. Right. Wang Xiaoer and Zhang Xiaoxiao gathered together with the maps of their respective clans, jumped off the Reiki bridge, and flew down. Zhang Xiaoxiao said helplessly, my family is reluctant to evacuate, and their attitude is firm. Even if the star compass does not appear like this, it is still the same. How is the Wang family? Wang Xiaoer pouted, and his father's scolding almost hit him. Looking at Wang Xiaoer's expression, Zhang Xiaoxiao knew what was going on after a guess. It seems that we can only find these 5 elements of spiritual materials first. Zhang Xiaoxiao said, in the past, our 3 families were divided into separate areas, and Wanzhong Mountain was divided into 3 directions, but for so many years, the maps complement each other. We know that the Li family also know. While flying, Zhang Xiaoxiao spread out a map in the air, pointed to a lake in the north, and said, since these 5 elements are divided into 5 elements, each of them will definitely be linked to the attributes of the 5 elements. This lake is the most dangerous of the Wanzhong Mountains. One of the places. Where is the danger? Qin Yang's voice suddenly appeared beside the 2 of them. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer were taken aback. Why are you here? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked. I saw an aura bridge earlier, it's very beautiful, and I happened to see you 2 meet on the bridge. Qin Yang said truthfully. Wang Xiaoer blushed, and Zhang Xiaoxiao also had a sweet face. Obviously, the relationship between them is also related to this Reiki bridge. You also want to compete for the 5 elements of spiritual materials? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked cautiously. Don't worry, I don't want these 5 elements. Qin Yang said. I don't believe it. Zhang Xiaoxiao said bluntly. Qin Yang shrugged and said, even if any of you get the 5 elements spiritual materials, you won't get this star compass. Why are you so sure? Zhang Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Qin Yang clenched his fist. As long as you have strength, it's just a magic weapon. How can I allow him to toss like this? Zhang Xiaoxiao laughed and said, you are so confident, they are a supernatural magic weapon. So what? In this God King level secret realm, everything is. I will have the final say in everything soon. Qin Yang affirmed. Zhang Xiaoxiao rolled his eyes and said, why don't we cooperate? Will you help us find these 5 elements? Okay. Qin Yang agreed directly. Zhang Xiaoxiao frowned and said, you haven't listened to the conditions I gave you. Qin Yang didn't care and said, then let's hear it. Zhang Xiaoxiao opened his mouth and said, actually, the formation of the gate of the secret realm can be arranged by the 2 of us. This is no longer a technology mastered by the Li family alone. As long as you help us, we can set up a new gate of the secret realm and send you away. Moreover, after you get the star compass, you can also use his power. Qin Yang chuckled lightly. Whether it is the gate of the secret realm or the starry sky compass, for Qin Yang, these conditions are not the same. With Shen Longjiu, why does he need to go through the door when he comes and goes? To be promoted to God King, the void compass must be his own. What are you laughing at? Zhang Xiaoxiao was puzzled. If you are not satisfied with this condition, why did you agree directly before? What do you want? Qin Yang looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao seriously and said, I want enemies. Chapter 343 Jade Soul Water Spirit. Brother Zhao, what do you think? After taking the map and leaving Li's house, someone found Zhao Xingchen. Zhao Xingchen had a sad face and said, the Li family is unreliable. The 3 families of Li, Zhang, and Wang in the secret realm belong to the Li family, who are too domineering. And the 3 guys from the 8 Shinto clans, I don't think they are reliable. Yeah, with an aloof look, he didn't take us seriously at all. Also, the formation of the gate of the secret realm is directly broken. Doesn't this make us lose our way? Even if we find the 5 elements spiritual materials, who would dare not to hand them over? Several close practitioners kept complaining. They are really slaves now. How about, let's go to the Zhang family and the Wang family, a cultivator said. Zhao Xingchen pondered, don't go directly, at least we have to have some leverage, otherwise why would people help us? Brother Zhao means, let's look for the 5 elements spiritual materials first, and after we find the 5 elements spiritual materials, give them directly to the Zhang family or the Wang family? But the starry sky compass? Zhao Xingchen said angrily, it's all this time, and you still think about these things you shouldn't think about. It's just courting death. Even if you leave everything aside, have you dealt with Qin Yang? When Qin Yang was mentioned, everyone fell silent. Strange to say, there are quite a few masters of the Divine King stage in this 10,000 layers of mountains, but they do not give people a lot of oppression. But when Qin Yang was mentioned, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That kid, we'd better hide, I always feel that kid is a murderous devil. A cultivator felt guilty. Although there were few contacts before, Qin Yang's eyes were so sharp. What's even more frightening is that he faces everything without fear, and even looks forward to others doing something to him. No. Zhao Xingchen shook his head solemnly and said, if someone in this secret realm might not be an enemy, then only Qin Yang. A few friends beside him were stunned. Brother Xingchen, are you ill? That kid's move scared you so much that you haven't recovered yet? Zhao Xingchen said with a wry smile, don't make fun of me, I believe I see people. Although that kid is ruthless, once you fight each other, you will know it. When you look at him, you feel as if you have died several times. It's like before, I could see from his eyes that he seemed to have countless ways to kill me. Then why are you still? Someone was puzzled. Zhao Xingchen asked back, what's the result? He obviously had many ways to kill me, but he held back. Based on this, I can tell you responsibly that as long as you don't offend him, he will never do it. We'll kill you. Friends still don't believe it, is this Zhao Xingchen really sick? On the other side, above the sky, Qin Yang flew slowly beside Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wan Shower. The atmosphere is a little weird. Qin Yang didn't say a word, just like playing games. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wan Shower were flirting with each other, but they were not flirting, but voice transmission. Isn't this Qin Yang sick? Wan Shower said through a voice transmission. Maybe he's really sick. Zhang Xiaoxiao replied, how can anyone want an enemy? I don't think he looks like that kind of martial arts lunatic. Just looking at him like this, I believe he is a scholar. Zhang Xiaoxiao glanced at Qin Yang. Qin Yang's face was calm, and even had a faint smile on his face. Zhang Xiaoxiao said, it's good to be sick, this disease seems to be very beneficial to us. In a short while, the ice lake will arrive. Zhang Xiaoxiao said. Have you finished talking? Qin Yang said. The eyes in his eyes seemed to penetrate everything. Zhang Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed and said, we are talking about some private topics, why, are you interested? Haha. Qin Yang smiled, Zhang Xiaoxiao's emotional intelligence is really not low. Zhang Xiaoxiao said, Ice Lake is the most special place about water in the entire Wanzhong mountain. Since we will think of it, everyone else will also think of it. Don't worry, if there are really ice crystals here, they won't fall into the hands of others. Qin Yang said slowly. Zhang Xiaoxiao shook his head and said, no, you underestimate this icy lake too much, and you underestimate this mysterious realm of 10,000 layers of mountains. Don't say whether it will fall into the hands of others, and whether someone will be able to pass that. Not necessarily. Which level? Which level? Qin Yang became curious. Wang Shower took a deep breath, his face was a little uncomfortable, and he said, there is a strange person living next to this ice lake, and his strength is unfathomable. Anyone who wants to step into the ice lake must defeat him. A weirdo? What kind of weirdo? Qin Yang asked. Wang Shower said, I came here once in the early years and met that weird person. I feel that he is a swordsman, and his swordsmanship is superb. And he has a high degree of control over the rules of water, which is unpredictable. Swordsman? Qin Yang became more and more confused and asked, why didn't he kill you at that time? Wang Shower suddenly collapsed and looked unhappy. Zhang Xiaoxiao opened his mouth and said, the swordsman actually has a little relationship with our 3 clans. He sends the ice lake specialty, ice crystal fish, to the 3 clans every year. It's just that no one knows why he does this. It's interesting. Qin Yang smiled lightly. After continuing to fly for a long time, a light rain fell in the sky. Qin Yang frowned and stepped back. It seems that the rain has a fixed range, 1 step out is cloudless, and 1 step in is rain. Landing on the ground, Qin Yang sighed. What's the matter? Why didn't you fly forward? The ice lake is not far ahead. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Shower also fell to the ground. As Qin Yang stepped into the rain. Qin Yang said, since you're here, you have to be polite. This move is really not easy. Which hand? Wang Shower's face was blank. Qin Yang flicked his fingers, wanting to fly a drop of rain. Strange to say, the rain seemed to have spirituality, avoiding Qin Yang's fingers. Huh? Did you notice? The rain didn't fall on us. Wang Shower stretched out his hand to catch it, but the rain directly avoided his body. Zhang Xiaoxiao's head was covered in black lines. Did you only know now? When we walked in just now, the rain avoided us. Is that so? Wang Shower scratched his head. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Why did the rain become weird with this weird Qin Yang? The further you go, the colder the air becomes. The water vapor rises, and it seems that the fog is swirling around. A glacial lake with no end suddenly appeared in front of him. Beside the ice lake, a thatched hut shelters the wind and rain. At the door stood a young man, pale and silver-haired. Holding the sword behind his back, he seemed to be waiting for something. "Is this the swordsman you mentioned?" Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he had already expected it. Wang Xiaoer nodded, still a little scared. "Yes, it's him." Qin Yang cupped his hands and said, "I really didn't expect that this jade soul crystal turned into a fine." The swordsman smiled softly. "This friend is wrong, it's never jade soul crystal, but jade soul water spirit." Chapter 344. Jade soul and water spirit? Zhang Xiaoxiao tightened his body, and said with some fear, "Is this guy not human?" Zhang Xiaoxiao thought that this Wanzhong mountain was a creature of unknown origin, the flame demon. But now it seems that this jade soul water spirit is directly on the same level as that flame demon creature. Let's go quickly. Whether it's the flame demon or the jade soul water spirit, we can't deal with it. Zhang Xiaoxiao said in a low voice, "This is all because of the downgrade of the secret realm and the strength is suppressed." Qin Yang said in surprise, "Didn't he send you fish every year? What are you afraid of?" Zhang Xiaoxiao was speechless. If he knew that this swordsman was not human, who would dare to eat the fish he gave him? Moreover, the ice crystal fish is not delicious. Basically, it is thrown away when it is delivered. Jade Soul Xuanhuan looked at Wang Xiaoer and said, "In the blink of an eye, your strength has improved a lot, come and try?" As if the senior was pointing the younger generation, he raised his hand and waved, and a drop of rainwater directly condensed into ice, stabbing Wang Xiaoer like a sharp sword. Wang Xiaoer's eyes widened. Only when his strength improved would he have a more real perception. This swordsman. No, Jade Soul Xuanhuan's strength is too strong. Seeing that the ice crystal was about to pierce Wang Xiaoer's body in a blink of an eye, the audience suddenly remembered a ding sound. Like swords hitting each other, it is very crisp, but it is shocking in the heart. Qin Yang pointed and flicked the ice crystal, and said, "You just point at others? He can't catch it." Qin Yang could feel that this jade soul and water spirit had no murderous intention, and that this ice crystal would just pierce through Wang Xiaoer's body, that's all. Jade Soul Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang with some dread. He was obviously weak and only in the star realm, but it always gave him a feeling of extreme danger. "Do you want to eat fish?" Jade Soul Xuanhuan asked. "All right." Qin Yang nodded and looked at Bingu. An ice crystal fish flew directly over the lake, was dismembered into pieces in mid-air, and fell into an ice tray. This sashimi has to be dipped in some sauce to taste good, but I don't like sashimi, I like to eat it fully cooked. Qin Yang smacked his lips and sat down directly on the stone table in front of the thatched hut. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer were both stunned. "What's the situation? Why are you eating fish?" "Qin Yang, that fish is not delicious," Zhang Xiaoxiao said. "It's delicious." Qin Yang directly used true qi as his chopsticks, picked up a piece of sauce dipped in it and put it in his mouth. "It melts in your mouth and the meat is very tender." "Bastard." Jade Soul Xuanhuan was a little displeased. Before eating it in his mouth, Qin Yang used the power of annihilation to annihilate all the ice rules of the ice crystal fish, and then he started to eat. In the eyes of Jade Soul Xuanhuan, the ice crystal fish that Qin Yang ate was no different from ordinary fish. Qin Yang shrugged and said, "No way, don't do this, this ice crystal fish is too stubborn. If it was before, I would eat it directly." Before this, of course, when Qin Yang still mastered the power of ice. This ice crystal fish is like a fish, but not a fish, it is simply a top-grade ice elixir. If it is eaten by practitioners who practice the ice attribute rules, the cultivation base will improve, and the understanding of the rules will also deepen. You are not qualified to eat it. Jade Soul Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the ice tray disappeared with all the sashimi. Qin Yang is a little embarrassed, this fish is really delicious. Okay, don't eat it, let's talk about business. Qin Yang stared at Jade Soul Shui Ling and asked, I want Jade Soul Crystal. Jade Soul Shui Ling shook his head and said, you can't get it. Maybe you can tell me how to get it? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Xiaoxiao was speechless for a while, and asked so directly, people can tell you unless he is also sick. Kill me, you can get it. Jade Soul Shui Ling actually said it directly. Sick. What's wrong with this world? Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't understand. In fact, she didn't know that at the level of Jade Soul Water Spirit, she didn't bother to lie at all. Even in the face of some outspoken and unabashed people, he will be happy to talk candidly. Kill you? Qin Yang frowned and said, this is not good? Qin Yang looked at Jade Soul Shui Ling, it was like a living person. If he does a lot of evil, he will kill him if he kills him, but judging from all the contacts, this guy's nature is as pure as ice crystals. Jade Soul Shui Ling turned his head and looked at Bingu with some reluctance in his eyes, and said, you have another way. What method? Qin Yang asked. As the only human who has known the deliciousness of ice crystal fish for so many years, I can relax my requirements. If you win, I will give you Jade Soul crystals. Jade Soul Shui Ling said slowly, of course, I will suppress the power equal to you. Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh. Jade Soul Shui Ling was slightly angry, you look down on me? Qin Yang shook his head and said, with the same strength as me, no creature can defeat me. You are very confident, but under my sword, your confidence will be shattered. Jade Soul Shui Ling said. The ice sword was suspended beside him, shining brightly. Jade Soul Shui Ling grabbed it and pointed at Qin Yang. This is the challenge. Qin Yang raised his brows, playing with his taste, you use a sword in front of me? Qin Yang's hands were also raised, and he pointed like a sword to the sky. Every drop of rainwater was originally under the control of Jade Soul Water Spirit, but after this finger, most of them were directly out of control. Those rainwater condensed into ice, turned into an ice sword, and then suddenly shook, turned into the purest infuriating sword. The rules of ice were wiped out. Qin Yang's hand not only summoned his own divine sword, but also greatly weakened the power of Jade Soul Water Spirit. The divine sword that filled the sky directly shocked Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer and didn't dare to move. Wang Xiaoer's eyes were shining brightly. Too strong. Jade Soul Shui Ling was obviously also shocked, and then it was a surprise, Jinghong Sword Finger. Jinghong Sword Finger. I didn't expect that I could compete with Jinghong Sword Finger. I can't remember how many years ago, I was not qualified back then. Fighting against him has always been my biggest regret. The Jade Soul Shui Ling has a high fighting spirit, and is about to charge with a sword. Qin Yang's fingers changed, the divine sword in the sky shattered directly, and Jade Soul Shui Ling stopped, as if he had seen the most exquisite skills in the world. All the divine swords shattered, but they turned into small swords, and every 6 small swords were combined together. The whole world is half full of snowflakes, and half is the light rain. Judgment. Jade Soul Shui Ling's face changed constantly. After a long time, he sighed and said, you won. You are stronger than his Jinghong sword. After speaking, Jade Soul Shui Ling's body gradually became transparent, and a 6-sided ice crystal appeared on his forehead. This Jade Soul crystal is yours. Jade Soul Shui Ling said. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer looked stunned, they couldn't believe it, this Jade Soul Shui Ling actually gave away the Jade Soul crystal so directly? What are you still doing? Hurry up and take it. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt that this was like a pie from the sky. This Jade Soul Water Spirit is not normal, and it is so free. But Zhang Xiaoxiao obviously forgot that Qin Yang's brain was abnormal, and Qin Yang had said from beginning to end that he was not interested in these 5 elements. I don't want it. Qin Yang refused, directly. Qin Yang frowned and said, we've agreed to learn swordsmanship, but we haven't fought yet. Jade Soul Xueling was obviously also surprised, shook his head, and said, it's exactly as you said, if I suppress the power in the star realm, it is indeed not your opponent. I don't think so? Qin Yang began to humble himself, and he didn't even get used to it for a while. Jade Soul Xueling said with a smile, the suppression I said is to recall the time when I was in the power of the stars. At that time, my control was indeed not as good as yours. Qin Yang was deeply surprised. This guy said that he wanted to suppress his strength, but he even suppressed his experience and comprehension of rules. This is too real, right? You're bored. Qin Yang was very unhappy. He hadn't played this itch yet. Is the snowflake sword in the sky a show? Jade Soul Xueling nodded and said, that's what they said. Bing. Qin Yang looked at Jade Soul Xueling, and suddenly smiled, since you want to give me the Jade Soul Crystal, it is equivalent to giving me your life. It's not a gift, you do have this qualification. Jade Soul Xueling looked at the sky and said, no one can stop you in this secret realm. Suddenly, Jade Soul Xueling said profoundly, is he in a hurry now? You mean the starry sky compass? Qin Yang guessed. Seeing that the topic was taken off track, Qin Yang hurriedly returned to the topic and said, I won't kill you, let the jade crystal continue to stay in your body, why don't you work for me? Chapter 345 Promotion to God King. No. Jade Soul Xueling shook his head and said, your rules are not compatible with me. Or, they are not compatible with any power. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, I'm just saying that you work for me, but I don't mean that you want to accept me as the master. My wife has experienced ice quenching and controls the rules of the ice system. You can help her. Thinking of looming you, Qin Yang felt guilty for a while, and he had left for so long without knowing it. Back then, a sea crown, alas. It's a pity that it fell into the hands of Nangong Filong. Ice-quenching body? Ice-quenching body that has been successful? Jade Soul Xueling was very surprised. Of course. Qin Yang smiled. Jade Soul Xueling nodded and said, in this way, it is a match made in heaven with me. Qin Yang's face suddenly turned gloomy, and there was a terrifying divine light in his eyes. A match made in heaven? Qin Yang's eyes twitched, and he had the idea of changing his mind on the spot. Jade Soul Xueling agreed directly and said, all right, then I'll follow you first, and then go to see your wife. If she really has an ice-hardened body, I would like to recognize her as the master. Qin Yang was silent, always feeling that a color he didn't like appeared on his head. You are jealous of the Jade Soul and Water Spirit? Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly laughed, looking at the stupid wood beside him unwillingly. Why is there such a big gap between people? Then what? Qin Yang distracted his thoughts and said, God Jin Bamboo, Purple Bamboo Heart, Flame Demon Horn, Liuha Stone, do you know where they are? Jade Soul Xueling thought for a while and said, I know, but it's not easy to find. Among them, Liuha Stone is not one kind of spiritual material, but 6 kinds. With insiders, it's different. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer were also excited. It's just that Zhang Xiaoxiao was a little unhappy, and he agreed to give them all the 5 elements spiritual materials, but this Jade Soul Water Spirit immediately recognized the master. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Yang deeply. What kind of magic power does this guy have to make Jade Soul Xueling surrender? Could it be that Qin Yang also belongs to that level of expert? Make them invisible to mortals? It's just that the strength is higher than us. Why is the treatment so much worse? It's just the star realm. Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't understand. Which one do you want to go to first? Jade Soul Xueling said, by the way, if I accept you as the master, he won't let you go. Besides, he doesn't reason with you. Starry Sky Compass? Qin Yang asked. Jade Soul Xueling nodded and said, the secret realm will fall, and the starry sky compass needs to gather 5 kinds of peerless spiritual materials to arrange a 5-star 5-element array, and I want to upgrade the secret realm to the God Emperor level. Don't worry, he can't do it. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, it depends on my mood if this secret realm can maintain the God King realm. He doesn't make sense, and I don't make sense. Jade Soul Shuiling did not refute, apparently agreeing with Qin Yang. This made Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer even more mad. Why? Why? Could this Qin Yang be on the same level as Jade Soul Water Spirit? Isn't it the same level as them? Your current strength is a bit poor. Jade Soul Shuiling said. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he said, it won't be bad soon. Qin Yang thought for a while and asked, which of the remaining 4 spiritual materials is within the Li family? Zhang Xiaoxiao spread out the map, looked for it, and said after a long time, according to my speculation, there may be places where there are 5 elements of spiritual materials, and there are many within the scope of the Li family. Which one is the most recent? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Xiaoxiao pointed to one place and said, 9,700 miles to the east, there is a purple bamboo forest, and there is probably a purple bamboo heart there. As far as I know, this piece of purple bamboo is the only place in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain. Let's change the place. Jade Soul Shuiling said, with my ability to overcome the flame demon, it is better to find the flame demon first. Why? Qin Yang asked. Jade Soul Shuiling explained, the golden bamboo shoots of the gods and the heart of Zizhu are together. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer suddenly gasped. Among the 5 element spiritual materials, the god golden bamboo shoot and Zizhu heart were actually together? Jade Soul Shuiling looked at Qin Yang and said, I have learned swordsmanship with them before, but I can't beat them. Those guys also use swords? Qin Yang scratched his head. If they know you will be shocked, they are different from me. Jade Soul Shuiling said slowly. What's the difference? Qin Yang was curious. They hate humans. Jade Soul Shuiling said quietly. Speaking of hating humans, Zhang Xiaoxiao seemed to think of something, and said, Zizhu Forest is indeed a dangerous place. This bamboo forest is marked as extremely dangerous, because very few people have come back from there, and those who come back haven't lived for a few days. It's weird violent death. Rapid death? What is the violent death method? Qin Yang asked. Wang Xiaoer said, someone in my family came back from the purple bamboo forest, and I heard that they brought a piece of purple bamboo and wanted to refine it into a magic weapon. But in the process of refining the magic weapon, he seemed to be sought by the enemy's family. Arrived, cut off the head with a sword. A sword cut off the head? Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and a flash of light flashed in his mind. Where did the enemy come from? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Xiaoxiao opened his mouth and said, there is a similar situation in my family, but the golden bamboo shoots were found, and they died unexpectedly. At the time, it was suspected that it was the Li family, but the Li family refused to admit it, and finally pushed it to an outsider, and then it was gone. That's it. God Jin Bamboo. Purple bamboo heart. Sword. Qin Yang connected these, and could quickly guess what, but Jade Soul Shuiling gave the answer directly. No need to go, they are not in the purple bamboo forest. Jade Soul Shuiling said. In this case, the only option left is to look for the flame demon. Which 6 kinds of spiritual materials are Luhaishi? Qin Yang asked. Jade Soul Shuiling said, I don't know. Qin Yang was speechless for a while. All right then, go find the flame demon. The group went straight to the road. The flame demon was farther away from here. Qin Yang was not in a hurry, and followed Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer on their way slowly. Shuiling is still in human form, like a young swordsman, but also like a follower, following Qin Yang. Even if a master of the God King realm saw it, he would not be able to recognize that this water spirit was not a human being. The Li family has a flag, did you know that? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer looked at each other and listened quietly. I know, the flag of the water array of the 12 flags. The water spirit swordsman nodded and said, the flag restrained me, and in front of the flag, I have no resistance. What is the origin of this flag? What does it do? Qin Yang asked. I don't know. The water spirit swordsman replied. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, this guy is honest, but he knows too little. Quick! Don't let him run away. The shouting came from the ground. Qin Yang and the others stopped flying and looked down curiously. Zhao Xingchen? Qin Yang was taken aback. Isn't this guy quite good? How did he end up like this? Seeing that Zhao Xingchen was in a state of embarrassment, with multiple serious injuries on his body, he was chased and killed by a large group of practitioners behind him. There are practitioners from the Li family, and more are outsiders. Li Hua. Thinking of me as a brother, you would betray me. Zhao Xingchen was cornered and leaned against a big tree. The people who went to chase them all sneered. Among them, Li Hua came out more and more, stared at Zhao Xingchen and said, it's not that I want to betray you, it's you who seek death yourself. I'm still thinking of looking for the 5 elements of spiritual materials to join the Zhang family and Wang's family, and I'm still thinking of looking for it. What, Qin Yang? It's a joke. Li Hua said, I know you have a lot of spirit stones on your body, hand them all over, and I will spare your life. Bah! You ungrateful bastard, if it wasn't for me, you would have been dead. Zhao Xingchen glared angrily. Li Hua laughed loudly, thanks to you for saving me back then, now I have joined the Li family. The affairs of the Li family are mine. Kill you first, then Qin Yang. Above the sky, Qin Yang and the others looked at each other. Qin Yang sighed, and disappeared in a flash. Zhao Xingchen's face was full of despair. If he hadn't been attacked by his most trusted brother, how could he have ended up like this? Suddenly, the eyes darkened, and a figure turned his back to him, blocking his way. Qin Yang? Zhao Xingchen's face was complicated. This Qin Yang actually wanted to save him? The appearance of Qin Yang made Li Hua and others pale in shock, and everyone couldn't help but step back. Li Hua gritted his teeth and said, it's really good, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Brothers, don't be afraid, let's go together, take this traitor, and then take this Qin Yang, and the Li family will definitely be rewarded. Brother? Qin Yang looked back at the miserable Zhao Xingchen and sneered, isn't this your brother too? Li Hua's face became embarrassed. Seeing everyone behind him looking at him vigilantly, he immediately roared, boy, go to hell. Ding. Copy the exercises. The progress of the exercises is October 10th, and the advanced conditions are reached. Ding. Copying martial skills. Martial skills progress is 10 out of 10, reaching the advanced conditions. Ding. Host Qin Yang, promoted to God King. Chapter 346, the system is upgraded again. Qin Yang dumbly stood there. Everyone was thinking that Qin Yang would fight back, but they didn't expect Qin Yang to be dumbfounded. Li Hua laughed, boy, are you scared? A palm slammed, and it was directly printed on Qin Yang's chest. Zhao Xingchen was full of hope and thought that he could escape this disaster, but he never expected that Qin Yang did not fight back. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer were taken aback. Li Hua's martial arts looked very sharp, and his cultivation was perfect in the realm of stars. With this palm, they would be seriously injured if they didn't die. The Shui Ling swordsman looked at Qin Yang in surprise, and his eyes flashed with shock. Boom! With a muffled sound, this palm hit firmly. I think you're a sleight of hand, but I thought you were very capable. Why, are you afraid? Li Hua looked at Qin Yang disdainfully. However, he found that Qin Yang was still stupefied. And this palm has no effect at all. Qin Yang's body couldn't even be shaken by half. What's going on? Li Hua was surprised and puzzled, and everyone was puzzled. Even a star-level monster can't be blocked like this, right? The clothes on Qin Yang's chest were torn apart, revealing the sky armor inside. The brilliance of the talisman flickered, and a faint golden light was slowly fading. What? A magic weapon? Li Hua's heart sank, and then he felt relieved, and laughed. So that's the case, so you're just a paper tiger, you only know the power of magic weapons. Look at my palm, can you stop it? Li Hua keenly discovered that the magic weapon on Qin Yang's body had cracks, and such a magic weapon had completely failed. Zhao Xingqian shouted anxiously, Qin Yang, run away. This is my business, don't get involved. If you die because of me, how can I feel at ease? Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer also looked suspicious. Could it be that Qin Yang really used the power of magic weapons? Boom! Li Hua's second palm directly shattered the sky armor on Qin Yang's body. In fact, the talismans on Qin Yang's body were specially taken care of by the old men, but they were given to Qin Yang's master-level talismans. In the face of a monk with a perfect star realm, it is not bad to be able to resist once, but now he is directly attacked. Broken is also reasonable. Qin Yang frowned and seemed to be distracted. And his figure is still half a step forward. How is it possible? Li Hua's eyes widened, don't you still have magic weapons? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Did Li Hua keep his hand? Impossible, Li Hua can't wait to smash Qin Yang's body with one palm. So what's going on here? Zhao Xingqian stared at Qin Yang's body tightly, while Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer looked at Qin Yang's face without blinking. In their imagination, the next breath is that Qin Yang will vomit blood directly. Time suddenly freezes. Strangely, Li Hua is still in the pose of a palm, but when it comes to Qin Yang, it seems that there is nothing left. Damn it! Li Hua scolded secretly and slapped it out again. Is it over? Qin Yang finally had a reaction, but this reaction was extremely impatient, like being disturbed by someone for a good thing. Kid, die! Li Hua shouted, and the third palm shot. Is it embarrassing to use the exhaust palm like you? Qin Yang hummed lightly on the tip of his nose, and said angrily, let's show you the real exhaust palm, so you won't be wronged. Exhaust palm. Qin Yang waved his palm out, and the world changed color. A gust of wind suddenly appeared in the forest, sweeping the audience like a torrent. Li Hua widened his eyes in shock. This. Before he could react, his body was directly torn apart by the gust of wind. Instant kill. This is the exhaust palm? Why does it look like a sword? Is this really the rule of the wind? Li Hua's brothers were all panic-stricken. This palm had a huge range. Although it wasn't mainly aimed at them, they were also implicated. They used their martial skills to resist, and it was like being swatted away by flies. Even the trees were rolled upside down, the rocks scattered, and half of the hill was flattened with one palm. Ignoring those little scoundrels, Qin Yang went into a daze again. Zhao Xingqian swallowed hard. This kid is simply too strong. This is not the power of the star realm at all. Many, thank you brother Qin for saving your life, I will do it in the future. Zhao Xingqian said. Qin Yang looked back and saw that Zhao Xingqian was nervous, and quickly shut up. Qin Yang took a few steps to the side and kept mumbling, choose, how to choose. It turns out that Qin Yang was promoted to God King before, and the system advanced again. After this advancement, Qin Yang has a choice. Option 1. The system maintains its original appearance, passively replicates, and advances after reaching the progress of replicating 10 current state exercises and 10 current state martial arts. Option 2. Everything can be copied actively. But the advancement is all up to you. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and thought. Obviously the second option is more enticing and less bound. Especially after the stronger the strength and the higher the realm. Very few people will shoot at will. The key is to know the true strength of Qin Yang, and dare not shoot at Qin Yang. Waiting for passive copy like this, will it have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse? On my own? Humph, what am I afraid of? This is a choice designed just for me. Qin Yang smiled lightly and said in his heart, choose two. Ding. System upgrade. The panel appeared directly in front of Qin Yang, and only Qin Yang himself could see it. Host, Qin Yang. Cultivation, Divine King Realm, First Layer. Gongfa, Qiankuan Wanxiangju. Rules, 1 layer of annihilation power. The panel no longer records martial arts, but there is an additional power of rules. It doesn't seem to make a difference. Try to copy it actively? Qin Yang was a little confused. Isn't this too cool? Qin Yang glanced at Zhao Xingchen. He had already copied his martial arts and martial arts skills. At this time, he could not copy the same person repeatedly, and there was no response. Qin Yang turned to Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer in the distance. Ding. Low level, cannot be copied. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, but he forgot that he is now the king of gods. A bunch of useless things that even a Zhao Xingchen can't solve. Also, is Qin Yang really borrowing the power of magic weapons, not his own? A voice of inquiry came, and it turned out to be the old man Mo Laojiu, who returned with his men who had escaped before. Qin Yang and others are not avoided at all. Zhao Xingchen's face became ugly. He just escaped. Is he going to die again? Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer also showed heavy expressions on their faces. When Mo Laojiu came, I was afraid that things would be out of control. The two of them pinned their hopes on the Shuiling swordsman beside him, but the Shuiling swordsman kept staring at Qin Yang and had no intention of making a move. Yes, what we saw in Qin Yang, that Li Hua attacked Qin Yang, but was blocked by Qin Yang's magic weapon. There is still a lot of light on his body, which should be the brilliance of the magic weapon. A cultivator said. The group walked up to Qin Yang again, but this time the leader was Mo Laojiu, who became the king of gods. It's so good to come. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. Chapter 347, Who do you look down on? Ding. Copy the rules, Cloud. Question mark. Qin Yang is confused. What kind of rule is this? In my heart, I immediately understood. It turns out that there are countless rules in this world, not only the elements of wind, fire, water, and soil, but also the power of all kinds of rules. Rules exist among all things. This old man places so much importance on fame and fortune, yet can he understand the rules of floating clouds? Qin Yang looked at Mo Laojiu suspiciously. After copying the rules, in the sea of stars in the body, a star condensed beside the black hole. After the cultivator of the star realm, there will be a sea of stars in the body. After comprehending the rules, the stars will condense. In the realm of the God King, the stars in the body are gradually perfected, and the stars condensed according to the power of the rules are the source of the cultivator's power. At the same time, put the power above the stars around, on the mainland, it is the domain. Copying Mo Laojiu's rules of floating clouds, at the moment when the sea of stars condensed in Qin Yang's body, the stars were surrounded by clouds and seemed to be like a nebula. It seems that I underestimated this floating cloud. Qin Yang smacked his lips, but there were always some weird ideas in his mind. Boy, when you see my appearance, you know that your life is not long. Mo Laojiu calmed down and said, although your boy has good strength and excellent talent. But in front of this God King, you still can't worth mentioning. Especially when you only borrow the power of magic. Mo Laojiu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, if you give me all your treasures, maybe I will spare your life. And I will say a few good words for you in front of the Li family head and let him let you go. A way to live, how? Thank you. Qin Yang cupped his hands. Fellatio burst into laughter, and all the practitioners behind him also laughed. The mystery veil on Qin Yang's body was torn, it turned out to be so ridiculous. Wang Xiaoer frowned, and regardless of Zhang Xiaoxiao's obstruction, he stepped forward and said, Qin Yang is a guest of my Wang family, and it's not your turn to dominate his life. Yo, a guest of the Wang family? What a joke. Fellatio stroked his beard and said, I'm afraid that your Wang family and Zhang family will soon cease to exist. You are too busy to take care of yourself, and you need to be meddlesome? Wang Xiaoer was instantly angry. Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly pulled Wang Xiaoer, and Divine Sense voiced, it seems that the Li family is going to attack our two families. They are too many to fight recklessly. We have to hurry up. Pass the message back. If we want to go, they won't stop us. No. We can't just leave Qin Yang like this. Wang Xiaoer replied firmly. Zhang Xiaoxiao can't wait to stare at Wang Xiaoer with his eyes. Why did he follow such an elm knot, with the jade soul and water spirit, who can hurt Qin Yang? Is it just a Fellatio? Wang Xiaoer blushed suddenly, it turned out to be a superfluous act. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, I thank you, but I'm not thanking you for taking my life around me. Oh? Fellatio frowned. Qin Yang said, even if you and the Li family are willing to spare me, I may not spare you. Fellatio's face gradually became gloomy. Then where did your thank you word come from? Of course, thank you for being a guinea pig. Qin Yang said sincerely, I was a little confused about my cultivation, but it's almost resolved now. Good boy, you who only know the power of magic weapons, are you also worthy of talking about cultivation? Fellatio snorted coldly, since you are ignorant, then I will show you what the power of a god king is. Fellatio slapped it with a palm, and the big madra of infuriating energy covered the sky. Do you think that you are very talented and like this palm technique that falls from the sky? Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at the palm above his head, and his anger was not at all. I'll put my words here today, whoever dares to shoot me from the head again in the future, I won't spare him. Qin Yang's eyes widened in anger, his anger became furious, and he shouted angrily, the sword of extinction. A pitch-black divine sword appeared out of thin air, and the sword pierced the palm of true qi. Fellatio snorted lightly and said sarcastically, it's just the star realm, it's just the use of brute force. You don't understand at all, what is the power of rules? The infuriating palm was pierced, but it didn't affect it at all, and the power fell unabated. Boss Missouri is amazing. This palm is simply invincible. We'll follow Boss Missouri in the future. Like us outsiders, only by following Boss Missouri can we share with the Li family. A line of grass on the wall instantly left Li Hua behind. The rules of floating clouds, everything in front of me is a floating cloud. Qin Yang laughed, he could have stood there to greet him, but this palm shot from the head, Qin Yang couldn't swallow the anger in his heart, so he refused to take it. Stepping out, he appeared directly in front of Fellatio's face. Fellatio's eyelids twitched, this kid is so fast. Looking for death. Dare to face the king of God like this, boy, your days of madness are over. Fellatio stretched out his hand and swept out a long sword, directly cutting Qin Yang in the middle. Qin Yang's spiritual sense moved, urging the floating cloud rule. The long sword slid directly from Qin Yang's waist. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer suddenly widened their eyes, while Zhao Xingchen's face was gray. Shui Ling swordsman, why didn't you save him? Wang Xiaoer was anxious. Save him? Just who? Is that the one named Fellatio? The Shui Ling swordsman asked with a blank expression. Of course it's Qin Yang. Wang Xiaoer was about to jump in a hurry. If Zhang Xiaoxiao hadn't just held him down, he would have rushed down long ago. Something's wrong. Let's take a look. Zhang Xiaoxiao whispered. Wang Xiaoer couldn't help but said, "Do you still want to recognize him as the master? It's just you who can't help you, sigh. Stop talking." Zhang Xiaoxiao pinched Wang Xiaoer hard. The expression on Qin Yang's face didn't look like he was hit. Water spirit swordsman, can't offend, casually. Cut. I thought you had a lot of strength, but I didn't expect you to be so vulnerable. Mo Laojiao succeeded in one hit, put away his long sword, and shook his head again and again, like a master outside the world. Domineering. Boss Missouri is mighty. Mo Bosnio X. Look at Qin Yang, he didn't even realize that he was cut in half. Ha ha ha, following Boss Missouri is simply the wisest choice. Qin Yang blinked, looked at Mo Laojiao suspiciously, and asked, How did you get promoted to God King? Huh? Mo Laojiao noticed something was wrong. Why hasn't Qin Yang turned into two halves? Did the body stick together again? Mo Laojiao, who didn't believe in evil, summoned the magic sword again and slashed it diagonally. This sword still passed through Qin Yang's body, exactly the same as before. But this time Mo Laojiao was startled, and he had a terrifying guess in his heart. How did you comprehend this floating cloud rule? Qin Yang wondered. You actually understood this kind of rule? This is a rare rule. Mo Laojiao's lips trembled. This rule is that he has the opportunity to get the mysterious inheritance, to be able to comprehend. I just found out now that it seems that your cloud rules are not hot enough. How heavy is your God King? Qin Yang asked quietly. Secondary. Mo Laojiao looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Even if you and I comprehend the same power of rules, even if you have a deep understanding of the rules of Fuyun, you must at least have the first-level talent of the God King realm. But you are obviously only a practitioner of the Star Realm. Qin Yang took out his ears and laughed playfully. Who told you that I am from the Star Realm? Who do you look down on? What do you mean? Mo Laojiao stiffened. I'm sorry, Qin Yang said word by word, I am also the King of Gods. Chapter 348, There are no floating clouds. It's impossible. Mo Laojiao went crazy, holding the magic weapon long sword in his hand and slashing again and again. A sword fell to the head. Ding. Qin Yang stretched out a finger and easily blocked the sword. With a face full of disdain, Qin Yang said, To tell the truth, your sword is not even as good as the Star Realm. Fingers flick, fingertips lightly on the blade. The god-level magic weapon long sword directly turned into smoke and vanished. It was not destroyed by the rules of annihilation, but disappeared like a cloud in the blink of an eye. This. Only Mo Laojiao, who also comprehends the rules of floating clouds, knows how terrifying this move is. Don't be too surprised, you can do it too. Qin Yang said playfully. He stretched out his hand lightly and patted Mo Laojiao's shoulder. Mo Laojiao wanted to dodge, but it was too late, so he hurriedly activated the floating cloud rules, but under Qin Yang's higher proficiency, his floating cloud rules were simply vulnerable. The body starts from the shoulder and slowly dissipates. It won't take long for him to disappear into nothingness. The people who were shouting about the mighty boss Missouri before, were about to be scared out of their bodies, and hurriedly fled. But just after they took a few steps, their bodies gradually disappeared like clouds passing by. This cloud rule is really easy to use. Qin Yang laughed. It seems that there is no blood and blood, but this kind of killing method makes people feel cold. Mo Laojiao still insisted on the strength of his own rules, but his body has disappeared almost half. The whole body is intact except for the head. Qin Yang was about to increase his strength to make Mo Laojiao completely turn into a cloud, when suddenly his face changed and his body trembled. The black hole swallowed the star of the floating cloud rule? Qin Yang glared fiercely. After the black hole swallowed the floating cloud star, it expanded in a circle. At the same time, the power of the rule of obliteration spread uncontrollably. Although Qin Yang's physique is indestructible, the tempering of the rules of annihilation has not yet reached the realm of the first-level rules of the gods. This time, the power of the rules of annihilation is beginning to toss Qin Yang's body again. Continue to temper your physique, or I will be finished. Qin Yang's face darkened. How could he care about Mo Laojiu? He hurriedly sat cross-legged, and mobilized the Chankuan Vientian art. Fortunately, everything was under control, and Qin Yang's physique slowly became stronger again. The black light flickered, and a black cover appeared directly around Qin Yang's body, like an abyss, extremely deep, swallowing everything. The wind and thunder between the sky and the earth suddenly rose, and the earth shook and the mountains shook. The mysterious realm of Wanzhongshan began to pour out the power of the rules of heaven and earth in the secret realm, filling this black hole. For a time, Qin Yang's pressure suddenly increased again. The black hole created by the power of the annihilation rules in Qin Yang's body is like a collapse point of a secret realm, and the secret realm will be filled automatically. It is also because of this that the secret realm will continue to be degraded. Unlike ordinary collapse points, this black hole is Qin Yang's own power. The sea of stars in the body can devour the stars, and the power of the rules of annihilation can be brought out, but only annihilation, not swallowing. Qin Yang's eyes were filled with flames, and he roared, "If the ground doesn't load, I'll break the ground. If the sky presses me, I'll turn the sky upside down." Qin Yang just wants to temper his physique. If this secret realm continues to press him, he will directly stimulate the power of destruction and hit a real black hole. The secret realm seemed to have a spirit, and it seemed to hear Qin Yang's roar. The world suddenly changed into a splendid starry sky, and everything seemed so peaceful. Starry Sky Compass. Jade Soul Shuiling turned his head to look. Not far away, the incarnation of the Starry Sky Compass stared at Qin Yang angrily. Ordinary black holes, out of control. But Qin Yang's annihilation power is under Qin Yang's control. Qin Yang endured a huge torment, and finally completed the tempering of his physique. As soon as the strength of the whole body is withdrawn, the black hole disappears. The vision of heaven and earth also disappeared, and everything seemed to have never happened. Qin Yang heaved a sigh of relief and once again held up the world. Under his control, this time, as usual, there was no oppression from heaven and earth. The power of annihilation still has to be used in the form of martial arts, although there is a range limit. If you directly release the pure power of annihilation. Although the previous oppression of heaven and earth was not dangerous, it was too frightening. And after such a move, Qin Yang also let the Starry Sky Compass see that he can threaten the ability of this secret realm. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly, and he looked at Mo Laojiu again. Then Mo Laojiu actually held on, and his body gradually recovered to completeness. Dissipate it. Qin Yang waved his hand gently. Mo Laojiu burst into tears, and he cried directly at a large age, "Forgive your life, spare your life. I wish you a servant and a slave." The cries continued, making Qin Yang feel extremely noisy. Qin Yang raised his brows, opened his mouth, and the rules of the clouds, gone? No, I'm still at the first level of the God King realm, and I haven't advanced. Qin Yang suddenly realized another thing. This? Qin Yang was confused, and quickly checked his body. In the sea of stars in the body, the black hole still exists, and it has expanded a lot than before. Qin Yang can also feel that his strength has improved, but there is still a long way to go before the second heaven of the God King. How do I feel that I was tricked by the system? Qin Yang was stunned. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a pie in the sky. The second choice is what kind of pie, it's a trap. Qin Yang secretly estimated that if he wanted to be promoted to the second level of the God King, he was afraid that he would have to copy no less than 10 rules and stars. Then let this black hole swallow it, and then you can level up. After this calculation, this rises to God Emperor. Thinking that I have so many enemies, I don't need to be afraid of having no opponents at all. Alas! Qin Yang firmly supported his forehead and sighed again and again. But after thinking about it, this is not bad. After all, it can be copied actively, and it is still the kind of copy that can be copied at a glance, if it is used well. Qin Yang is very content. If he chooses again, he is afraid that he will choose the second one. Forgive my life. Forgive my life. I still have 100 wives and 300 children to support. Laojio was trembling. How could he have the slightest prestige? Good guy. Qin Yang was taken aback. 100 wives and 300 children. Is this a stallion? Huh? I'm not dead? Laojio slowly opened his eyes and found that he was still intact, not turning into a cloud. You will die soon. Qin Yang snorted coldly and pointed out. Jinghong's sword finger. A sword pierced through his chest, and Laojio's face showed a ruthless expression. Since you won't spare me, then I will fight with you to the end. With the full force of the Fuyun rules, this sword is directly harmless. At the same time, he patted it with a palm, and the huge infuriating handprint was photographed on the head. Qin Yang gritted his teeth and showed blue veins on his forehead. I said, don't pat me on the head again. Extreme. Qin Yang shouted angrily and directly propped up the extinction aperture. The infuriating Big Madra instantly vanished, the aperture rapidly expanded, and soon it would cover Laojio. The power of annihilation made Laojio feel terrified, but he also jumped over the wall in a hurry, slapped his palms, and the figure disappeared immediately. Appeared again, already outside the bounds. Huh? Why don't you use the floating cloud rule? Laojio was puzzled for a while. I have more advanced rules, I was just playing around. Qin Yang snorted. Under the same rules, those with higher comprehension are absolutely suppressed than those with lower comprehension. This is more obvious and more hopeless than the restraint between different rules. Just like before, Qin Yang, the God King of the first level, directly made Laojio, the God King of the second level, unable to fight back. Now that Qin Yang has no cloud rules, Laojio is overjoyed. Next, it's time to match the rules. Your previous ability seems to be short-lived. Although your current rules are strong, but under the suppression of realm, you may not be able to kill me. The fire of survival was burning in Laojio's heart. Laojio stretched out his hand and pointed at Qin Yang. Fuyun, dissipate it. I've always been the only one who has reached out to someone, and no one has dared to reach out to me. Qin Yang's eyes were full of black light, and he pointed out the same. Qin Yang grinned, look at me, you can't even leave floating clouds. Besides, you forgot a little bit. What? Laojio frowned. I am also the king of gods. Qin Yang's voice fell, and he hurriedly shouted, Absolute World. Different from the past, this time, the Absolute World opened directly with Laojio as the center. The circle of light, propped up by the power of annihilation, made Laojio feel like she was in a point of collapse. Floating clouds, everything in front of me is floating clouds. Laojio's lips quickly opened and closed, and he muttered like he was stunned. The power of his rules quickly dissipated under the rules of annihilation, and this time, he couldn't escape. How is that possible? Laojio's eyes widened, a look of despair on his face. I let you escape earlier, because the Absolute World has not been opened. Do you think that under the rules of annihilation, you still have the possibility to escape? Qin Yang snorted coldly. Laojio was extremely unwilling, and finally he couldn't resist. Although the realm was higher than Qin Yang, the power of the rules was not so strong. More importantly, his power is not as deep as Qin Yang's at all. I'm not reconciled. Laojio roared, and his entire body completely disappeared. There are really no clouds. Chapter 349, Call Me Her Lady Queen. 3 days later, the mysterious realm of Wanzhong Mountain, south. There was a steam of heat in the air, and the temperature was getting higher and higher. If there is a raw egg, you don't need to knock it, it is cooked when you take it out. I said, don't follow me. Qin Yang said helplessly. Zhao Xingchen let out a sigh and said, why did Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer follow you? Hey! Talk about conscience, okay? It's not that we follow Qin Yang, but Qin Yang follows us. Zhang Xiaoxiao said. Zhao Xingchen laughed and said, yes, I didn't follow Qin Yang, I followed you too. Zhang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, and in the end, she became a shield. Since Qin Yang was promoted to God King and killed Mo Laojiu 3 days ago, Zhao Xingchen has relied on Qin Yang for repaying his life-saving grace. In Zhao Xingchen, Qin Yang is not only a monster, but also a martial arts genius. Showing one's hand at will, it is enough to make the small sect offer up the martial arts of the sect. The meteorite fell from the sky before, can you teach me? Zhao Xingchen made another request after begging for help. Now in this secret realm, it is extremely dangerous, the Li family dominates, and the jade talisman of the gate of the secret realm is destroyed. The other outsiders, headed by Mo Laojiu, all surrendered to the Li family. Although Mo Laojiu died, the others should not be underestimated. Originally, the Zhang family and the Wang family were not the opponents of the Li family, and now they are even less so. In order to protect himself, Zhao Xingchen had to follow Qin Yang. If you can improve your strength during this period, it will also increase your chances of survival. Qin Yang said, as long as you stay in a safe place, even if this secret realm finally collapses, I can take you away. Naturally, Zhao Xingchen didn't believe it, he pouted, and still followed like a tail. Asking for a map from Zhang Xiaoxiao, Qin Yang frowned and looked at it, how long is the Flame Mountain? Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't know either, so he said, it stands to reason that the Flame Mountain has arrived. Qin Yang continued to walk forward, and after taking 2 steps, he stopped immediately. What's wrong? Wang Xiaoer asked, curiously. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhao Xingchen looked nervous, as if they were facing a big enemy. The temperature is a little lower, Qin Yang said. The 3 were speechless, with black lines all over their heads. They have been walking like this on the ground with Qin Yang for a long time, and every time they stop inexplicably, and then change directions. If their movement trajectories were drawn on the ground, they would almost be able to make a circle by now. What are your 2 descriptions of the Flame Mountain? Qin Yang asked thoughtfully. Zhang Xiaoxiao opened his mouth and said, none of the clan has ever approached, but a mountain full of flames can be seen from a distance. The temperature is extremely high, and even a God King level monster was directly roasted and fell down. Are you sure it's cooked, not burnt? Qin Yang asked. Does it make a difference? Zhang Xiaoxiao was speechless. Yes, and there is a big difference. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly, and he had already guessed it. The water spirit swordsman was silent, looking at Qin Yang quietly. Ever since Qin Yang killed Mo Laojiu, this bitch has been sitting on the sidelines, saying that he is very interested in Qin Yang, to see what Qin Yang can do without his own help. Qin Yang naturally doesn't care, anyway, it doesn't make much difference to him that he can't find these 5 elements. Zhang Xiaoxiao thought for a while and said, it's indeed cooked. That God King level monster is huge, and it is said that the aroma of barbecue can be smelled within 100 miles. Wang Xiaoer added on the side and said, my clan said the same thing, and I have seen the Li family going to the Flame Mountain, but they didn't come out. Zhang Xiaoxiao asked, did you think of something? Qin Yang nodded and said, I think I already know where the Flame Mountain is. Where? Actually, there is no flaming mountain at all. Qin Yang shrugged. Huh? The 3 faced each other dumbfounded. Qin Yang glanced at the water spirit swordsman, and shouted loudly into the air, come out, flame demon. Zhang Xiaoxiao, Wang Xiaoer, and Zhao Xingchen were confused, and their expressions changed drastically. The temperature in the air suddenly rose, and even their clothes were about to burn. The three hurriedly mobilized their infuriating energy to protect their bodies, a feeling of suffocation that made them unbearable. The surging fire rules instantly turned the surrounding into a sea of flames, and only Qin Yang and the Xuanhuan swordsman were safe. Hoo 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 hoo. The female laughter full of magic sounded, which was hair-raising. An extremely gorgeous woman, barely wearing any clothes, appeared in front of everyone. The flames form a veil that blocks important parts, but that's what makes it all the more sultry. Under the veil of flames, the fiery curve is more attractive. The flaming red lips are lightly covered by slender jade hands, and a light voice sounded, "Call me her lady queen." A pair of eyes looked at Qin Yang frivolously, but there was some disappointment on the perfect face. Qin Yang's face was expressionless, and he even wanted to do it directly. "Shui Ling, why did you and I guard the north and south? Why did you come to my territory?" Yan Mo looked at Shui Ling and asked dissatisfied. She hates Shui Ling's breath very much, but what about Shui Ling? The Shui Ling swordsman shook his head gently, pointed at Qin Yang, and said, "He wants your horn." The flame demon was stunned for a while, and immediately became furious. "Oh? Is that so? Don't look." Zhang Xiaoxiao was in a hurry, covering the face of Wang Xiaoer who was in a daze. Zhao Xingchen on the side was almost drooling. Zhang Xiaoxiao frowned and looked at the flame demon. Although this is not a human being, it can be manifested as a human form. Dressing up like this is really unacceptable, even a monster. Shameless. Zhang Xiaoxiao pouted. At the same time, I am also curious, this flame demon is actually a woman? Where is that corner? Little brother, do you want my horn? Yan Mo dodged and came to Qin Yang's side. The air boiled directly, and it could be seen that the water spirit swordsman was emitting water vapor all over his body, making the air even more depressing. The flame demon almost stuck to Qin Yang, looking at Qin Yang as if he were looking at a plaything. "You'll regret being so close to me." Qin Yang said quietly, "I'm not interested in your horns, but I won't let you be acquired by others." From the moment he saw the flame demon, Qin Yang knew that this guy was the embodiment of the rules of flame. It can no longer be regarded as a spiritual material, and it can be said that it is not too much of a heaven and earth spiritual object. Just like the water spirit swordsman, if a cultivator can get his help, cultivating the fire rules will be more effective with less effort. "Then what do you mean, don't want my horns, want me?" The flame demon said softly, the breath exhaling from his mouth was like an invisible flame. "If you change to an ordinary cultivator, I am afraid that your face will be scorched directly. I want you to be useless, but if you are willing to follow me, I can help you find a good master." Qin Yang thought of Wu Xiaoya. Like Lu Mingyu, both of them have completed body quenching, and they have their own beasts. If there are more water spirits and flame demons to help, the combat power will also be in the past. More importantly, the aura of the flame demon is very similar to that of the red flame three-headed dog. It is the power of the rules of fire that is full of destruction. Yan Mo's face suddenly sank. "Good boy, even you are not qualified to be my master. Do you still want to help me choose a master?" "Flame, of course you have the right to refuse," Qin Yang said quietly. "I said it." The flame demon's voice suddenly changed, becoming eerie and indistinguishable. "Call me her lady queen." Cracks suddenly appeared in the body, as if the ground was baptized by magma, which made people feel chills. Immediately afterwards, the beautiful woman's appearance suddenly turned into a lava monster, and her body continued to grow, and it became as big as Mount Tai in the blink of an eye. Chapter 350, Supernatural Power Crushing. Retreat. Qin Yang called out the Shenlongjiu, and the 100 Zhang Shenlong circled around Qin Yang, and took the Shuiling swordsman, Wang Xiaoer, Zhang Xiaoxiao, and Zhao Xingchen away together, and flew to a very high altitude. Several people looked at this 100-zhang divine dragon in disbelief, and the faint dragon might made them dare not even move. The water spirit swordsman's eyes lit up, and the jade soul divine sword condensed in his hand was eager to try it. I heard that the jade dragon can't penetrate the sword, water and fire can't invade. The water spirit swordsman raised his hand and was about to stab the jade dragon. It is a pity that the jade dragon was directly taken back by Qin Yang and turned into a dragon and hung around his neck. Qin Yang glanced at the past and said, "Now is not the time to play. There is a sea of fire between the heaven and the earth, and the air is full of flames." The space seemed to stop burning through, twisting up. Outside the flames, the star vision appeared again, but the vision could not come in at all. "Boy, after all, how mature do you want to be?" A terrifying voice sounded, and the lava monster's eyes were boiling like magma, staring at Qin Yang. Qin Yang motioned Zhang Xiaoxiao and others to stay away, and let Xue Ling take them away first. "Generally speaking, I like to eat 10 mature." Qin Yang said. "Ho. It tastes the same as this queen. Well, then I will fulfill you and bake you to perfection." The lava monster swung with a punch, its seemingly cumbersome body, but its speed was not slow. Qin Yang had no fear, put his fists in front of his face, and shouted, "Magical powers! Bulls shake the ground! Moo!" After being promoted to the God King, the martial skills that mastered the true meaning of martial skills were completely transformed into supernatural powers. With all his strength, he showed the true power of martial arts. The statue of Thousand Fighting Bull suddenly appeared and punched the lava monster. The size of the bull statue is not worse than that of the lava monster, and the world is like two ancient giants. IK. Is this Qin Yang a monster? Zhao Xingchen's eyes almost popped out. Even if he is a God King level bull monster, I'm afraid his transformation is not so big, right? Boy, if you dare to fight with me, I'll let you know what regret is. The flame demon couldn't resist at all, and had to take a punch. In Flame Demon's imagination, although he received the opponent's punch, his own punch was enough to pierce through the bull statue, directly smashing Qin Yang in the statue. Boom. Buzz. The first sound was Qin Yang's bull-shaking fist that smashed the lava monster incarnated by the flame demon. The second sound was that the flame demon hit the bull statue, but the golden light flashed, and this punch did not shake at all. The Xue Ling swordsman was speechless. How could he still fight like this? Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wang Xiaoer felt their scalps go numb. This scene was really shocking, and what was even more shocking was the result. You bastard! The head of the lava monster regrouped, and its face became even more hideous. Between the huge ravines on the body, the flowing face exudes a dazzling red divine light. The flame demon roared loudly, "No one has ever made this queen so embarrassed. You are the first, and I will make an exception and burn you to ashes. Isn't it too much for me to not bake it until it is 10 years old?" Qin Yang said with a playful smile, "Is it too cheap for me to directly burn it into ashes? I'm only at the first level of the God King realm, how dare you provoke me?" Yan Mo roared. "This level is not considered a provocation, is it?" Qin Yang shrugged, his body was very comfortable in the bull statue. Under the fusion of martial arts, the bull statue also has the supernatural power of King Kong, which can resist the attack of the flame demon, naturally. You'd better be careful. The water spirit swordsman suddenly reminded. Qin Yang was stunned, his eyelids jumped, and his figure suddenly disappeared. As he just disappeared, the entire bull statue was instantly evaporated by the flames. Yan Mo suddenly looked at the water spirit swordsman and said, "Why, you are also here to be my enemy?" The water spirit swordsman shook his head gently and said, "I won't do it." "Then don't talk." Yan Mo scolded, "If it weren't for you, I would have." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly felt something behind her neck, which made her heart tighten. Destroy the half-moon slash. The crescent moon was like a hook, as if the moon had fallen from the sky, and the half-moon drawn by Baizhang's extinguishing sword Qi directly cut off the head of the lava monster. This head, bigger than the entire 5-story Hongqian, smashed to the ground. Second. The lava monster grew its head again and turned to stare at Qin Yang. Qin Yang frowned and said, "If you don't show your body, there will be a third time." Ah! The flame demon was driven crazy, and the space around him suddenly distorted. It's this trick again. Qin Yang walked away, but this time, he appeared on the top of Yan Mo's head. Flame demon suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. How does this kid seem to know his weakness? The top of her head is the only place she can't attack. The huge size can only allow you to deal with some small minions. In a real God King duel, your body is your biggest limitation. Qin Yang said quietly. Oh? The lava monster suddenly collapsed, a beautiful and seductive figure appeared in front of Qin Yang, and the voice returned to normal, full of domineering queen's voice. The flame demon pointed to the sky and said, "Well, I admit, I underestimated you before. You are not a small shrimp, you are a small fish." Qin Yang raised his head and looked up, smiled, and stretched out his fingers. Yan Mo looked at Qin Yang with a complicated expression, and frowned deeply. "Why, is it possible that you can do this?" Skyfire Meteor. Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, "My tricks are obviously stronger than yours. Look at my Skyfire. Comet." The people watching the battle in the distance were covered in black lines. What is the name of this martial art? Wouldn't it be a temporary name? The meteorites continued to fall, huge meteorites appeared one after another, and each meteorite was filled with flames. Compared with Balrog's Skyfire meteor, each one is dozens of times larger. The Skyfire comet smashed the Skyfire meteor into pieces in the air, and it was castrated and smashed down with a bang. "You're only the first-level God King, this." Flame Demon couldn't understand. "My move has two true meanings of martial arts, which is equivalent to displaying two magical powers. You can't beat me without the power of rules," Qin Yang said with a smile. The Flame Demon snorted coldly, and the divine light in his eyes shone brightly. The ground was boiling like a sea, and columns of lava fire rose into the sky. The whole world was reduced to hell. The Xuanhuan swordsman exuded endless icy cold, helping Zhang Xiaoxiao and the three to resist. They still watched this not-one-level battle with gusto. Qin Yang's figure flashed repeatedly, appeared again, and appeared behind the Flame Demon. A half-moon slash was drawn, and the Flame Demon suddenly turned into a mass of flames and dissipated in the air. The flames condensed again, turned into a Flame Demon, and confronted Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Do you want me to remind you a little more? Summon your lava army, it may be able to consume me to death." Yan Mo shuddered and looked at Qin Yang incredulously. "How did you know?" He turned his head suddenly and stared fiercely at the water spirit swordsman. "You told him?" The Xuanhuan swordsman shook his head expressionlessly. "No." The Flame Demon took a deep breath. Apparently she ignored the denial of the water spirit swordsman. "Since you want to see my lava army, then I will fulfill you." The pillars of fire that connected the heavens and the earth dissipated one by one, the ground collapsed, and the lava monsters with the shape of small buildings appeared all over the body in flames. In a moment, a lava army appeared. "It seems that getting you is equivalent to getting an army." Qin Yang nodded secretly, his figure flashed, and he landed directly on the ground. "Your strength is too scattered. You are suitable for group attacks, but not for singles. As long as you defeat your lava army, it is equivalent to defeating you," Qin Yang said slowly. "Easy to say, each of these lava soldiers has at least the power of the first level of the God King realm. Can you single out an army?" The Flame Demon Queen scoffed. Qin Yang laughed and said, "Let me tell you, what is rolling? Supernatural powers. Jade Blood Chain Sword." Chapter 351. Jade Blood Sword. In a chain of transformations, one after another sword energy burst out of the sky, killing a piece of lava soldiers in one swipe, like cutting wheat. The corners of the Flame Demon Queen's eyes twitched. This is probably the strongest cultivator she has ever seen soaring into the sky. If you thought that the Flame Demon soldiers were killed so easily, you would be too naive. The Flame Demon Queen pretended to be calm. The beheaded lava soldiers were directly fused with other lava soldiers. Those fused lava soldiers became a bit bigger and were directly promoted to lava captains. In midair, Zhang Xiaoxiao, Wang Xiaoer, and Zhao Xingchen looked at each other, shocked. Not only because of Qin Yang's strength, but also because of the ability of the Flame Demon Queen. In this way, the Lava Legion has no consumption at all, but it can be expected that the strongest lava soldier will be born in the end. If any cultivator changed, he would definitely retreat quickly, but Qin Yang not only did not retreat, but even rushed in. Magic power, bull shaking the earth. The huge bull statue waved its fists and smashed a lava soldier into pieces with one punch. The power of the lava soldier spread and merged into the other soldiers beside him, and the new lava captain rushed over. Jinghong Sword Finger, 10,000 swords strike at once. Rows of divine swords swept out, like a grinding disc, more like a huge meat grinder, and all the lava soldiers were directly torn apart. Strange, why didn't he use his own power of rules? The Flame Demon Queen looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. At the same time, the Water Spirit Swordsman was also curious. Qin Yang's move did not seem to be a pure battle, but more like a martial arts exercise. Zhao Xingchen trembled with excitement. If he could learn any trick, his strength would take a big step forward. The lava soldiers are not afraid of death, like the tide coming in endlessly. Qin Yang slapped his palms, and the voice of heaven sounded again, "Divine ability, Eye of the Storm." It's magic again. How many martial skills did he really understand, and how many martial skills were transformed into supernatural martial skills in his hands? My God, is this a person? How do I feel that Qin Yang is a legion himself? The sky-piercing tornado swept away in all directions, and the lava soldiers were immediately rolled up and blown away, leaving an open space. There was a strange reluctance on Qin Yang's face. No one knew where the reluctance came from. The previous divine sword did not disappear. Qin Yang made a gesture in his hand and whispered, "Explosive sword technique." That divine sword exploded directly, and the blasting chi of the punching punches was like a nuclear bomb at this time. Boom boom boom. Like the thunder of dry land, it is deafening. At the end of the blast, the endless lava army directly disappeared by a tenth. But at the same time, nearly 1/10 of the lava soldiers have evolved into lava captains. The strength of the lava captain is much higher than that of the lava soldiers, and he has the power of the king of the gods. But this is still not a problem for Qin Yang. Rongtian Fist. Qin Yang punched a lava captain, and the lava captain's body gradually disintegrated, turning into part of the power of Qin Yang's fist. Boom, smashed another lava captain directly. Supernatural powers, big waves. Divine ability, blood poison miles. Divine ability, crazy dragon palm. Divine ability. When the magic power is displayed, it is like the battle between the two armies, but it is more thrilling and pleasing than the battle between the two armies. Qin Yang used all the martial arts he knew, and the lava soldiers disappeared completely, replaced by a legion of lava captains. Breathing heavily, even if Qin Yang is really strong, he will inevitably consume a lot at this time. Is this over? The Flame Demon Queen was shocked, and everything Qin Yang showed was beyond her words. If the realm is the same, no, if this Qin Yang is above the 7th level of the God King realm, she has no chance of winning. Qin Yang nodded and said, "It's almost there." There was a bit of sigh on his face, and the reluctance he showed earlier made everyone suspicious again. In fact, Qin Yang didn't want to practice martial arts, but after being promoted to God King, his power changed. To advance, it is necessary to copy the power of the rules of the cultivators of the God King realm, copy the stars in the body into regular stars, and then be swallowed by the black hole of their own rules. To say that it is swallowed, it is better to say that it is annihilated by the black hole of annihilation. Every time a rule star is destroyed, Qin Yang's rule of destruction will become stronger. Until the rule of annihilation is advanced to the second level, Qin Yang can also enter the second-level realm of the God King realm. However, during these 3 days, Qin Yang discovered a problem. With the change of power, the various martial skills he copied before lost the power of rules that they should have. It is like the Mahamudra of fire, replaced by the Mahamudra of destruction. Qin Yang had a hunch that in the end, all his martial skills would lose their original martial skills and be replaced by the rules of annihilation. This is why Qin Yang is reluctant. In terms of combat power, Qin Yang's combat power will be even higher. The battle with the Lava Legion this time. In fact, it was Qin Yang who bid farewell to those various martial arts. Farewell, it's just to pave the way for a new beginning. Qin Yang took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes was like a black hole, enough to obliterate everything. Sword come. Qin Yang beckoned, and a sword of annihilation appeared, revolving around Qin Yang. Like a lotus flower composed of 10,000 swords, under the endless annihilation breath, it is like the ultimate splendor. This is the real Jinghong sword. In midair, the water spirit swordsman's eyes did not blink. There is no more complicated and true meaning of various martial arts, only pure sword intent, annihilating sword intent. If you want to break the game, it's easy. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly, and between the flashes of his figure, the sword energy was vertical and horizontal, and the divine sword flew. All the lava captains who were beheaded by the annihilation could no longer be integrated into other lava captains, but completely disappeared. The Flame Demon Queen knew this very clearly, and there was a hint of panic in her heart. Qin Yang's power is indeed his nemesis. No, it is the nemesis of all rules and all power. Her power is linked to the Lava Legion, in other words, the Lava Legion's power is her power. The complete annihilation of each lava captain means that her power has been weakened by a point. For a long time. The Flame Demon Queen's heart was ruthless, her spiritual sense moved, and all the lava captains no longer attacked, but gathered together and fused together. 10 lava generals, standing in the sky, appeared impressively. The power of every lava general is enough to have the 5th level of the God King realm. Hey, boy, you can only toss this far. The Flame Demon Queen sneered and said, unfortunately, if you had resorted to such means from the beginning, every lava soldier would only have the 1st level of the God King stage. The power of the sky, you can weaken my power even more before I can react in time. Qin Yang laughed and said, I am a master of fighting. Do you need you to teach me how to fight? Master of fighting? Everyone, including the Flame Demon Queen, was puzzled. This looks like a very cool title. Wang Xiaoer thought. Zhao Xingchen nodded excitedly, only Qin Yang deserves such a title. Yes. The water spirit swordsman also nodded. Just that Jinghong sword has been used to this point, it has already explained everything. I don't care what kind of fighting master you are, go to hell. The Flame Demon Queen said gloomily. 10 lava generals rushed towards Qin Yang. These 10 lava generals can continue to fuse together and become lava gods. Their strength is comparable to yours. What? Are you looking down on me? Qin Yang snorted. The Flame Demon Queen clenched her fists. How does this kid know everything? Okay, you are also a genius of the sky, then I will let you die under my true power. The Flame Demon Queen pinched her fingers, and the 10 lava generals directly merged into one lava god. Different from the bigger and bigger body, this lava god general is similar to the normal human race, except that he is wearing a flaming armor with extraordinary imposing matter. The Flame Demon Queen said, "If this secret realm is not downgraded, my power will be suppressed in the God King realm, otherwise, you will face the 2 God Emperors who control the flames of destruction." The Lava God General, "Kill him for me," the Flame Demon Queen ordered. The Lava God General seems to have wisdom, and his dull voice resounded through the world. "I am very willing to serve you, my Lady Queen." 2 God Kings, and 2 God Kings in the 9 heavens of God King realm. Qin Yang smiled and appeared in midair, beside the Water Spirit Swordsman and others. The Water Spirit Swordsman was stunned. "Didn't you want me to help?" "I didn't ask you to help," Qin Yang said. "Then you. The strength is about to be exhausted, and it is not appropriate to continue fighting at this time," Qin Yang said directly. "Everyone is full of black lines." The Flame Demon Queen was even more furious. "Boy, get off this queen. Wait for me to take a break and come back again." Qin Yang waved his hand. Shenlongjiu turned into a jade dragon, circled in the air, and all the figures disappeared. "Bastard, if you dare to come, my mother will tear you to pieces." The Flame Demon Queen was so angry that she didn't even call herself a queen.